black and white, it's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
Young star. He's a young star. Can't stop winning right now. You guys are doing pretty damn good for yourselves, right? The results are flowing.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking good, looking good. Arriving in Dallas, different kettle of fish here. Like, I hope that's fair to say, you know, in terms of the teams in attendance. You're going to have some big boys that you may meet in this group stage. You guys feeling prepared?
Well, of course. Like, we're playing first against my old team with Jota. It's going to be a fun rivalry. Like,
Jota, dude, oh my God, the rivalry must be huge.
yeah, of course, of course. Like, we're of course good friends. Like, we're joking with each other, but it's always fun to win against him, you know? We haven't won yet, but...
This time. Yeah. You've been to Dallas before?
No, this is the first time in the US, actually.
First time in US. Tell me you're doing a little bit of touristy time. Did you book extra time at the end of the event? Have you got places to go?
Actually, no, we haven't. But who knows? Like, if we... Like, we...
Some pious just getting us DMCA'd straight away. Could I request that you turn the music off? I know that you're doing your thing. It's just that...
What?
Sorry, it's just... I didn't know if it would be a problem, but it probably is. But yes, no time extra, no extra time.
No extra time.
Okay, but maybe we can, you know, you'll see a cowboy or something, maybe. You get some cultural experience.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're doing a 15-minute teamwork every day, so who knows?
How much, 15 or 50?
15.
Okay, that sounds more reasonable. I was like, 50 minutes every day, bloody hell. You got to play games as well. Okay, nice, but you'll be getting your fresh air. I'm sorry for interrupting your DJing session, brother.
I need to listen music while setting up.
Yeah. I mean, have you got this down to a science now? Is this, you don't even have to think, or do you still have to go through each? Oh, you actually do each 3D setting individually?
No, not everything.
Just the ones you need?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Are the PCs decent here?
I think they are really good.
Whew, okay, that was a risky question to be asking. I just realized I dropped that one. Yep, they're good?
Yeah, they are.
PC, some bias approved, guys. Some bias approved. PCs are good. Actually, when you're finished with that, I want to do a Formula One driver test with you. Is that cool? I've got some tennis balls. Have you seen them do this thing? Zaiwu does it. Where I'm going to drop it. We'll test your reaction speed. I want to test the AWPers. Okay. Oh, he doesn't know his Faceit password, guys. Come on, mate. Come on, mate.
Cannot play. Cancel event.
Okay, cancel everything. We should go home. Let's find a replacement. Who's your stand-in right now?
I think it should be our manager, Sondre here.
Yeah, Sunder. You feeling like playing for the tournament?
Yes. Yeah, but he's doing the settings because I'm not really like it.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing it. You know, you've got big shoes to fill. Stand-ins have been taken over recently. But I was just talking to your boy. Wow, this mouse pad is pristine, bro. Is this brand new, or do you just care for your belongings?
I do care of my belongings, always.
See that? That looks like it's box fresh. In fact, I'm going to move my mouth away from it just before I spit on it or something. Actually, you're doing pretty good too. Not as clean, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's different.
Which one is this? The Artisan, not Zero. What's that?
It's Type 99, I think.
I haven't heard of that.
I think...
Oh, it's rock solid.
Yeah, this is the mid one and not the soft. Yeah.
I thought the pros played on mid and like harder pads.
Yeah.
I thought everyone played on mid, but I've been seeing pros have actually gone soft and X-soft as well.
No,
Ever tried the squishy ones?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the soft one, and Tenir has it as well. But I always play the QCK heavy, so I like the more thicker ones.
No, okay, interesting, very cool. And over here, good morning, X-Floud, my favorite, whose player, I always get his name right.
Hello,
That's what I do, that's right. Yes. How are you doing coming into Dallas, bro? You excited?
Yes, it's my first time here in USA, so I'm excited and I like it. Meow. Meow.
I always feel like US is one of those places where, like, I don't know, for us in Europe, it always feels like you're kind of seeing, like, it's the place from the movies. Everything is bigger. Everything does feel a bit different. Like, it's kind of like Disneyland.
Yes, it is. Like, yes. Like, when I came to a hotel, I checked the view and it's basically like my girlfriend. She said, like, I'm jealous right now. And I said, unloco.
Yeah, unloco. Yeah, well, definitely missing out because she didn't get to come here. But are we going to be seeing the boys keep this up? You're on like a crazy amount of wins at the moment. 2 trophies back to back, right? I mean, big names in your group. You excited to play against them?
Yeah, right now we have a win streak, and we had before that we have 1 lose. So if you don't include that one, we have like probably 15 or 16 win streak right now. So we need to just keep doing it. Of course, it was against worse teams. So right now we're gonna play against better teams, but I feel like we are ready for it. You know, of course it's gonna be more tighter, but I'm not like we're gonna smash them. But it's gonna be very close games. If we play our game, we will be fine.
Now, I'm not the analyst guy, right? But I don't know if this is you revealing too much, but like, how many maps would you say you're playing? Are you a 5-map pool team, or do you have a functional 6? 7. Did I just hear a little 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there you go, guys. You heard it. Heroic can play anything, so.
Please, cut this. We were hiding it for major. Andre.
Okay, I see. The mind game's already begun.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, you guys have definitely looked like a well-rounded team. You know, it looks like you guys are all helping each other. It helps that this guy's just popping off at the moment, isn't it?
I mean, he's baiting a bit much, you know, a tiny bit much.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Why are you baiting?
I think the rule is, I heard Carrigan say this, it's not baiting if you win the round. True. Right? That's the rules, Tanir, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And I love how everyone else is tabbed out. You do most of your settings just through CS, just fiddling around, or did you not bring a config, or?
Yeah. What do you say?
Do you bring your config, and then
I bring my config.
and then you just tweak it, make sure it's
I
perfect?
check, my settings for all correct or not.
Yeah, okay. Do you have to? Is there a particular rate for LAN? Do you have to change a specific number, or do you not bother?
No, I have same settings like at home.
Okay.
It's fine.
It's every time I talk to you, Tanir, I just realize like these are the people. Obviously, it's not him. I'm not high enough ELO to play against him. But these are the kind of people that just destroy me 13-0 on Face It without even blinking. It doesn't feel like it's like nothing to him. You know, he's not even like he's like eating his dinner and shooting me in the face.
We have Belarusian donk in our team.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Okay, well, I'm excited to see more from the Belarusian and see more from Team Heroic.
I'm going to talk to John, my mate, first. How you doing, John?
Doing good. How about you?
I'm doing all right. You know what, John? I'm excited for you guys at this tournament. Are you excited?
I'm pretty excited. Yeah, we got Sasha coming back from 2016 reunion. We got Skulls here. Maybe Howie if things go well. So yeah.
Maybe Howie?
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't know.
If things go well, will things go well? It's been a little bit dire as of late.
Well, I hope not for Howie. For Howie, I think everything's gonna go great. For us, I also think it's gonna go great. So yeah.
All right. And you excited for Dallas home turf?
Yeah.
You won it before, haven't you?
Yeah, in 2019. So it's been a bit. Yeah, it's a long time. That's like 20 decades from now, pretty much. So gotta
listen. I'll go talk to this guy. He wants to talk a lot over here. Apparently. Do you think you're gonna have a better time in Dallas?
I hope so. I think it's exciting. It's very different. Of course, we're starting with Felipe now, even more exciting as well. Going to be a little unstructured the first few games, I believe. But I think the whole goal is to get ready for the major, take this tournament a little more relaxed and fun, and doing the best we can. We have seen magic happen before with stand-ins, so I think there's always a big chance we can make it far.
See, there's two things I'm going to say under this throughout this tournament. One, that I've kicked you before. Obviously, you have to get that in. Yeah. Second of all, that I think you are probably the perfect game leader for a little bit of a more unstructured stand-in situation as you've shown it before. Do you have confidence that you're the guy to make that happen because you've done it before?
I mean, there's always different scenarios, different situations, right? I think, first of all, everybody has to be relaxed in the team. And I think if we are getting there and the communication is good, I think no matter with a stand-in or not, I believe I can call and help the team to play really good. But in the end, I think with less structure, it comes down to more the individual doing the plays and taking initiative. And I think some of our players already have confidence, even though it hasn't been looked good this year as a team. But I think we with two stand-ins this event, I think it could be a very dangerous bump.
So come Friday, you will be playing in the playoff? I
believe so. I mean, that's.
So you're not going straight to the semifinals? Is that what you're saying? That was a trick question.
No, I mean the chance of us winning group stage is very small. I'm not going to be. I'm going to be honest with you, because we never do that. So, but if we do, then it's very surprising for me. I'm welcoming that day.
All right. Well, I look forward to see you guys play. Best of luck with it, Finn. I got to speak to the two new guys. Skulls, we'll start with you. How is it to be back, and how is it to wear a face-it? Do we call it a bomber jacket? What do we call that?
This? Yeah. This is a tracksuit.
Yeah, Jesus, I'm not good with fashion. A tracksuit, a face tracksuit. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. I mean, feels good also to play internationally again and with such like experience and legendary arc. So yeah, I'm really excited.
I'm kind of curious. Were you surprised when you got the call to stand in for face?
Yeah, actually I was. Finn reached me out and we started a conversation there. And I mean,
did he text you on Steam, WhatsApp? What's going on here?
Instagram.
Instagram.
Sliding into my DMs. So
he was sliding into the DMs. That man is what 38, 39, and he slides into people's DMs.
Yeah, it was pretty smooth. Like, okay. Yeah.
Hello, Felipe. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so he was sliding into your DMs. Did you believe it or him at first? Did you check if he had the blue mark or?
I mean, like, yeah, but I saw like Kerrigan texting me. I was like, wait, yeah, like, why is he texting me? You know? And then I saw like, I feel sorry for the whole benching situation, and then I was okay. Say he just feels sorry, you know. And then like I saw even further, there was more like to his text, and then like he said like everything is happening. It would be good to count with you, and then we started everything there.
Perfect. Great opportunity for you to showcase obviously your skill set again. You're super excited to be in Dallas.
Yeah, really happy to be here. I mean, hopefully this time I can make it to the arena. It's been a while since I played in an arena, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Now you're sitting next to a guy that you may or may not know. How does that feel?
I think this is Sasha.
What is his gamer nick?
Simple.
Oh, you heard about him before?
Yeah, I think
he was pretty good at CS:GO, no?
He won a couple of things here and then. Yeah.
You think you can win something here? Or?
Of course. Yeah.
Simple, you're back. It's been it's been a while. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm feeling good.
Very good or good?
Very good.
Very good. You excited to show the world, I guess, that you can still play Counter-Strike?
Yes, of course, man.
Now that's my quick. But that's the whole point of this. Simple. Okay, you haven't been around for a while. You wouldn't know. Now, my question is: are you still good at Counter-Strike?
Yes.
Can you say anything else than yes?
I'll become better in a few weeks.
In a few weeks, yeah. So this is essentially just a warm-up for you, yeah?
Yeah, just to have fun with guys, and let's see what's gonna happen.
And be honest with me, how much have you missed being at tournaments? I mean, it's been your life for, 10, 15 years? Now you're back. Does it feel good?
Yeah, it's nice. So hopefully we'll make through the playoffs and gonna play in front of American crowd.
You've done that before. How is it to be back in America? You like it here?
Yeah, it's great actually. I mean, there was some weird situations already, but we're not gonna talk about that.
Well, let's talk about that. What kind of, no, we're not gonna, not a little bit? Give me a teaser.
Ducks did nothing.
All right, I think we'll leave it with that. He did nothing.
How are you doing? You're looking like you're dressing well, but are you fragging well? How are you boys doing? Qualified for Austin, that's hype.
Yeah, we just finished another event back to Shanghai with ACL. Although we got second place, we lost to Tai Lu, but like our schedule is like super busy. We flew to Dallas like the day right after our final game.
A lot of like the schedule is intense this year. Yeah, how is the team kind of feeling it, or are you just motivated to do your best?
Of course, like we are like super motivated. Like our like competitive form is still like still in. Although we lost our streak, but like we're still like trying hard, you know.
It's important not to get attached to those streaks. I bet, you know, like it could be easy to get like to kind of feel extra down when the streak ends, but you guys kind of go straight back on the horse.
Yeah, I mean, like there's no team can just keep winning, you know, like yeah, exactly, you know, like sometimes you're gonna like calm, you know, like they stop you, then you're gonna calm down. Yeah, and like Emilio was saying, I think we were too like being like
playing scared or playing not to lose kind of thing.
We're playing like too aggressive. Like we think like no teams can win against us in our region, and then we just like start playing around, and then we lost the game.
Is there like an element of that where you want to bring that to any game? You know, where you kind of play like you're better than them, or do you play against some teams? You know, if you're in the server against a Vitality, you have to play differently because if you go, let's take Aim Jules, you are just going to get blown up.
Like for different team, we have to like study them before like the match. Like we're gonna play like against them like according to like strategies and some setups. But like when we were during that win streak, like we're just like if we met some teams that are like kind of like shit, you know, like we probably not gonna prepare that well, and it caused us to lose to another team during that playoff. And then we were like, yeah, maybe we should. maybe. Yeah, we should like start doing well again, like preparing well again. Yeah.
What is your typical morning routine? Come on, you can do something with that. Morning routine for Spinks.
I wake up at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. Wash my face with cold water. Go for it.
Sparkling or still?
Still, but with ice, and I go for a run, at least 20 kilometers.
Yeah,
of course. Go back. Small banana, gym session, Insta 2 hours.
2 hours, yeah. Just 2 hours?
Yeah, just 2 hours, and then Insta after a shower again, and then I play CS for 14 hours.
There you go. And that is how you play as well as Spigs. That's the hack. Brolan, you ever washed your face before?
Is that a bad thing or?
I wasn't trying to. It sounded really rude, and I realized that. But I was just trying to find a transition from him washing his face and starting his day. How do you start your day?
I wake up.
Yo, no way.
I take something to eat, a breakfast, I guess, and then at tournaments, try to go to the practice room, chill for a bit. And...
I'm with you. Zershan, is breakfast overrated?
No, not at all. I think it's super important. But when you have to go to the gym, when you have to go to the gym for 2 hours, it's difficult to fit on your day for a man like him. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that because I thought the science was like breakfast most important meal of the day. Oh, that's really kind of you. I thought breakfast was like the most important meal of the day, and then intermittent fasting happened, where you're like, I don't know, I didn't eat for like until 2 p.m. and then I was losing weight. Maybe breakfast isn't that important. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I'm not one to talk about this, but I think it's healthy to eat for your mind.
Yeah.
As a professional, as a competitor, you need to be awake. I think it's good for you. But it depends. What is your goal? If you're trying to lose weight, probably it's good for you as well not to eat.
I have a question about the mind, because I've been trying to get good at CS. Good, not you good, but good enough to
What's your level on Facebook?
2200 right now. I was 24. I know, no aura.
Negative aura. Yeah.
But better than it was, But my question is like, when it comes to confidence in Counter-Strike, have you ever had, I'm sure you guys all have, like crisis of confidence where you just suddenly like, I can't play this game. I don't know how to play this game. What's going on? But you've obviously been playing and grinding. So where does that come from? Where do those crises of confidence come from? How do I fix it?
Well, I think that there is only maybe 4 players in history of Counter-Strike who don't have this. It's maybe like Zaiwu, Simple, Donk, I don't know, something like that.
That's an interesting way to think about
it. But I think everyone else has it. Which level doesn't matter. I think the most important thing you can do is understand that you are good. And by doing that, you need to just do the right things. If it's your routine, you have to have something to follow. It's all about preparation.
Right. Yeah, no, and I like that. I also, I guess, just being able to review yourself and go like, this could have been better, this could have been better. Yeah. But I'm a bot, so I just have to live with it, I guess. Yeah, come over there? Yeah, sure, man. I've just been summoned, boys. I gotta go, so.
Do you really like to touch my hair?
Well, it is lovely hair. Do you know I actually asked for the Sphinx at the barber? I did. Can I have the... That's the best they could do.
It's good. But Jimmy really likes to touch my hair, and he said he's wondering how your hair feels. So
Yo, compare. Hang on. Yeah, of course. I got some nice like hair cream. I got some aloe vera in there. What do you think? Similar texture? He wins.
It's not as good. Not as good. This one is. It's so good.
Would you mind if I had a little?
You can try it. It's so nice.
It is lovely.
You can feel it.
No, yeah, it is lovely.
So
It's just the natural curls. I'm very envious. I have like bigger curls, but it just means my hair grows up like a mushroom. Yours kind of has density. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm jealous of your curls. Can I touch your hair now?
Yeah, it's nothing. I don't have anything. I'm bald.
Can I touch your hair?
Do you think so? No, I don't think so. Please, yeah, what do you think?
It's good. It's not bad. It's not bad.
He was a bit rude about it. No, it's all right.
Okay. Maybe.
It's living in my head rent-free now. I'll be thinking Jimmy hates my hair. That's all I'm thinking about. No, I'm joking.
Brazilian Counter-Strike. We have Legacy in the building, and we have Lux in the building setting up his PC. Lux, I got a couple of questions for you. Are you excited to be in America?
Yeah, for sure. We were here actually. We were near Dallas in Plano playing some ECL games and Turnip Peak, and so we are not having jet lags at all.
Okay, so you've been here for a while already?
Yeah. Maybe like 2 months, something like that.
For a long time, yeah. How do you like it here in America then?
Yeah, I like it a lot because I like the food and all the stuff here. I'm really enjoying being here.
Well, that's impressive, Very close. Oh, you're kind of getting it. Yeah. Okay. I see where this is going. He's good. He's fast. He's fast. You know your players. Holy moly.
The grip is missing.
Yeah, the grip is missing. You're good though. You're fast.
Yeah, thank you.
You should use that in the game.
Yes, I try. Yeah.
How are you feeling about being in America? Ready for Dallas?
Oh, very good. We were in Plano, close from here in Dallas.
Yeah.
So it was like 30 minutes of car, so it's good to be here. No problems with any kind of sleep or anything. So yeah,
Feeling fresh, you're feeling excited.
it's very good too.
Yeah, you like it here?
Yes.
Very good. What's your favorite food here?
Oh, here? Mashed potatoes and steak.
Mashed potatoes and steak, yeah. Why mashed potatoes? What about French fries?
Oh, mashed potatoes, I don't know, because of my family. We eat a lot of rice and potatoes, so it's more a familiar thing.
It feels like home then?
Yes.
right.
Feels like home.
All right, and for this tournament specifically, obviously you're not the favorites to win, I think I can say without being mean to you. You think you have what it takes to make an upset or two here?
Yes, I feel like we work a lot, so we are confident in our game. So in the rest, we don't know what will happen, so we will just be in the present, take all we have, and that's it. Enjoy the moment.
All right, best of luck, man.
Thank you.
There we go. Legacy heading into IEM Dallas. At least this guy is fast as fuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Rene Borg. Can you believe I did that? Can you believe I did that?
I heard it.
You heard it?
Yeah, I heard it. I was like, bro, what?
Why did I think? I knew your name was Rene. I just must have, I brain fart. I've been brain fart. I called X-Floud Jota, so I'm really I'm a professional. But Rene Madsen.
That's me.
That's him. Dude, you are flying and soaring and flourishing, and it's not always easy to celebrate someone else's wins, but for some reason when I see you succeeding, it brings joy to me. And it must feel amazing to have, look at your roster though, dude, the people you're playing with, the way it's working. Are you in a good place right now?
Yeah, for sure. Like the guys next to me, they're insane, all of them, and they're some of the best players in their own positions, and it makes the job easy for me. And just really happy with how it's going right now.
Does that motivate you to be the best in your position? Is that why? I'm not going to ask you why this is happening because I don't want you to think about it. But is that one of the motivations? Is that I have Monacy and Nico in their roles. I have Magisk in his role. I should probably do my role pretty damn good.
Yeah, well, it's also for me. It's very nice to have these really good players that are able to put up really big numbers, and all I have to focus on is just helping them, helping the team, making space, and that's kind of what I do best. Yeah, and I'm loving that, and that's why I'm thriving right now, I believe.
Emil.
Yeah.
Are you right? Do you have to go now? Could I have 1 second of your time? Yes. Okay. Right. Well, this is a very busy man, by the way. So, no. Jokes aside, it's been a joy to see you not only having to ride through the tumultuous start of your Falcons career, just difficult, not having all the right pieces, things weren't working as well as they could have. You had to stomach that as someone that's so accustomed to success. Now the success is here, and I feel like in the big games, you have this. I'm going to use a young person word. Aura. You have this kind of aura in the big games, which I'm sure is helping the boys playing up to your level. Is it good to be back in that kind of place where you belong? The playoffs.
Yeah, obviously it's way nicer than not being in the playoffs. So
sure.
No, this is the team I've been waiting for 18 months. Damn. So it's been a long road. It's been very difficult. So obviously it feels way better to be in a position where we are fighting for the trophies, and that's a good feeling. So yeah, it's obviously way more fun now.
Yeah. And how has it been playing with Nico and Monacy, players you haven't got the opportunity to play with before? Is it cool to be playing with around these kind of this type of player?
Obviously it's always
you're used to playing with world class players, but Monacy and Nico as individuals, how is it?
Obviously it's two amazing individuals. They're really talented and have a lot of knowledge about the game. So obviously it's two very strong players. So it's a pleasure to play with them. And I think it's as you say, I've always been a little bit blessed with playing with the best of the best. So I think I've tried almost everyone now. I think Device, Saivu, Simple. I've tried. Yeah, I think I'm getting there.
Just need to play with Donk next.
Yeah.
Donk to Falcons confirmed.
Yeah.
I'm joking. It was a joke.
But obviously that's a good feeling. I think it's always amazing to have strong players next to you. It gives comfort.
But just so quickly, you guys immediately with no prac looked good. Is that just the power of having a five that works, roles lined up, or is that more to do with just the type of player? Nico talks a lot on the CT side. Monacy knows what he wants. Will say, I'm going to go do this. Was it just a question of, plug and play? Because it played so nice straight out of the gate.
I think it comes down to the fact that we have, 4 players who play together and has been building a foundation for, beginning of the year. Yeah. So we have 4 players who's kind of, into understanding each other and knows each other. And then obviously getting Ilya, with all due respect to Abdul, he is just a world-class, player that is in the top 3 in the world right now, maybe even top 2. So yeah, it's obviously... it helps. I mean, Ilya has a good understanding of the game. He's very good at remembering, and in general, just has a big knowledge of CS. So, I think it's obviously it's hard to say that are we just gonna become 200 times better because now we had a little bit more practice. I think Ilya also made it a little bit easier for us in terms of kind of getting the momentum from the beginning and kind of starting out strong with a lot of fire. So yeah, obviously we had a little bit more of practice now, but I think it's also important that we don't expect ourselves to become like way strong.
Nothing is free.
Just because we had 7 days of practice now in total instead of 1 day. So it doesn't really mean that we just become the best team in the world automatically. I think it's important we stay humble and we work hard and that we focus on becoming better from each official game. Also with the fact that the major is right around the corner. So yeah, I think it's important that we stay humble and we keep the feet on the ground and that we focus on how we can become better. So I think that's the most important for us right now.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to go and bother your teammates. Hello, sir. Yo, Kixon, the man with the plan. Kixon Prime, indeed. Dude, I mean, it's kind of the same energy I had with Tessus, where it's like, just seeing how well this project is going and seeing the success. And you individually, I don't know how or why, but you're like not really affected by having to pull the strings. Does it help that you've got kind of a council of voices where you can look at your crosshair a bit more?
Yeah, I think it definitely helps when you have players like Nico and Monasty, for example, in the team, because it gives me confidence to maybe do a bit more sometimes, or take some more risks because I know that they're behind me, if it makes sense. So, yeah, but about my individual level, I think it's been a bit better lately, but I think it can be even better in the future. So I'm not satisfied.
Oh, what a gangster. I kind of want to leave it there just because that's such a baller line. Good luck in Dallas. And I need to chase Monasty to do a reaction speed tennis ball test. There he is. Come on, Ross, we can catch him.
Yes.
Apparently it's in the legs. That's what Torji was saying. It's in your legs.
Yes.
I'll drop one of them. Okay, that for the first time, you already got your fingers on it.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, it's getting serious. All right, ready? Nice. Okay,
boss.
One more for good luck.
Fuck, I'm not that fast.
You are fast.
No. Almost. No, one.
One more?
Well, let's go one more, please. I did only one.
They can serve.
Tak, what was Radar Opers?
Zaka got 2, Torji got 3.
But I had 4 attempts.
You had 4 attempts. Yeah, have a good tournament, man. Thank you.
Good one, guys.
See ya. Bienvenue. Je suis ici avec 3D Max. Alors, Gravity. Ça va, monsieur?
Ça va et toi?
Pas mal. Grand voyage pour États-Unis. I tried. Yeah, America, 15 hours, not too bad. How was your travel?
It was okay. We wait 3 hours not moving in the airport. It was a bit an issue with the computer, I guess, for the ESTA.
New haircut, by the way. I love it.
It's new, but I don't love it.
What's wrong with it? I like the front. Let me see the back. Okay, the back is a bit short. Yeah, like he could have been tapered a bit better. But yeah, it's a nice haircut. It looks good. No one's looking at the back of your head. Who's looking at the back of your head?
Only exercise.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Exercise or exercise? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
As you want. Okay. Because I'm always like, oh, do I have to say it like fancy in French? Exercice. Oh, something like that.
It's quite good, to be honest. Yeah, I like it.
Merci. But yeah, I'm trying to work out who has the fastest reaction times amongst the AWPers. This guy, do you think he'd be any good at the tennis ball challenge? Have you seen this?
No.
Like the Formula 1 drivers?
Yeah, we've been practicing it.
You've done it before? Oh, okay. You think you've got it? No? Can we first, Ross, could you do like is it called a crash zoom? Could you do a crash zoom when I say something next? Are you ready? Into his feet. Are you ready? What are those? Okay, there we go. All right, you ready? Ross, could you also be the microphone stand as well? All right, monsieur. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Look at him, he cares about his health. He's got one of them bands as well. You ready? You sure?
Yeah.
Holy moly, he didn't even look. Didn't even look at the ball. Oh. Okay, the first one was very impressive. That kind of counts. I'll give you 0.5.
Really?
Okay, we'll do one extra bonus. Dude, the first one was like, he actually did it like he snipes. You know, you're like, you flick, little flick. Yeah, exactly. He just needs one. Just needs one, and he hit it. He hit it. Who do you reckon your team has the best banter? Do you know what banter is? How do I explain banter? Can you explain? Like kind of...
Like semi-trash talk.
Yeah, like not trash talk, but like kind of, you know, like boys just taking the piss out of each other. You know, who has the best banter in the squad? Who's the funniest?
I don't know. We have like some good guys there on it. But I would say maybe Gravity or Wasink, the coach. Yeah.
Where is Wasink? Where is he?
Wasink, the things like...
Of course he is. He's French. Yeah. You have to. Yeah.
The tense one today.
He's tense.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't want to bother him then. I'm not going near him. I won't. We don't want to upset the apple cart, Monsieur Lucky. How's life?
It's pretty good, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, enjoying the US for now, and yeah, pretty good.
What's been your kind of lead up to this event? I didn't look. What was your last event? I've done. Yeah. Okay.
So we had like 2 weeks home. We were like playing like a lot.
Okay.
We were like just grinding to be ready for the 7th.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're ready.
I don't know what to make of you guys. I'm a big fan because you make exciting Counter-Strike. You for a play-by-play caster who just has to say what's happening, you guys create chaos. It's so entertaining. But then sometimes I'm not trying to be rude, you know, it doesn't happen. Like sometimes it's like, holy shit, they're doing it. The 3D Max their way. Oh, it's so entertaining. Maka, what's that? Oh, Exorcist, he's pushed a smoke, killed 3 people. Crazy. And then sometimes it's like, oh, they're not here today. Like, I don't know what happened. Are you working towards understanding that? Where it's hot and cold?
Yeah, of course. I think we fall flat on some maps sometimes, and it just turns us down for like the whole series, you know?
It might be mental.
Yeah, probably mental also. So we're working on like filling those gaps and trying to be as consistent as possible. And yeah, hopefully we can turn up like all the time.
Well, I feel like I asked Zershan about this. I was asking a similar question about like crisis of confidence. And he said there is maybe 4 players or 5 players that don't get affected by it. That's it. Everyone else has the ups and downs. But yeah, I think that's probably the biggest battle for most Counter-Strike players. When you get to this level, like you know you can play and you can, yeah.
Then Zaiwu just kills you everyone, and then your confidence is not there anymore.
Alrighty, Gamer Legion in the house, about ready to set up the whole thing. CTR, you're in America, you're in Dallas. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. Was here like maybe 4 years ago or something like this, so it's nice to be back.
It's good to be back, yeah. You like it in America?
Yeah, so far we came a few days early as well, so been experiencing some of the culture. It's been good.
No jet lag, no nothing? No excuses?
Yeah, I guess you could say that for now.
For now. What's the mood in the team like heading into to Dallas? You ready to make a big splash?
Yeah, I mean, we're using a stand-in now, but I wouldn't say that it should affect us negatively in any way. And I think it can maybe bring a X factor to us. So I think we have a pretty good mood, even despite our 0-3 exit in the last tournament. I think, our mood is pretty good.
Speaking of the stand-in, does that give a little bit of new life maybe and a little less expectations on your shoulders?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. It takes the pressure off a bit, but I would still expect us to put up a good fight against most of the teams here.
All right, well, thank you so much. Now, putting up a good fight, that means that the man right here has to play well. Res, you're back in Dallas as well. You're back in America. You've been there before, haven't you?
I think like 5 or 6 times, so yeah, getting used to it.
It's like your second home almost.
Yeah, I would like to say so, but I like it here.
Yeah, you like it. You also have good memories from America, don't you? Wasn't there like was it Oakland sometime where was it an MVP or something?
Yeah, it was like 500 years ago, maybe. Yeah,
I think 10 maybe.
10 years. Okay. I mean,
maybe 9. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good time. I mean, overall, I feel like I'm always having a good time here and decent performances. So hopefully, I can put up numbers again.
Playing with a stand-in, does that make you feel good or bad?
I think.
Oh, none.
None. I mean, I think you the positive thing is like you have no pressure, right? And we're just here to roll basically, and maybe we get a little honeymoon buff, with a new player. Like just play with the flow, that kind of Counter-Strike, and usually that goes well. But yeah, like no pressure, like I said, and it's gonna be we just here to have fun, basically.
You got a Dane on your team, Tausen as well. How is he?
I mean, I think one was enough. Now we have 2. I mean, it's gonna be rough.
Two Danes in one team, yeah.
I don't like it.
You don't like it, no? Are Swedes better than Danes? Is that it?
Of course.
Why?
Why? Do I need to explain?
No, I guess not. I guess not. Tausen? Riz just said that you are a terrible person.
That's crazy to say about me.
Based on your nationality.
What do you think about that?
I think he's a fool.
I fucking agree.
Yeah?
Yeah, I agree.
I think he thinks that just because he was MVP 10 years ago in Oakland that he's some hotshot.
Mr. Big Time over here.
Yeah. He's not, right?
No, he's not. He should come down to earth a bit and relax a bit.
Do you think, personally, this is my opinion, you don't have to agree, but I think he should retire.
Okay. I mean, maybe after this season, we'll see.
Maybe after this season. Now you're in Dallas, bro, and obviously here with a stand-in. You're feeling all right? You feeling good?
Yeah, we're feeling comfortable going into this, I think. We have Aiko with us, a great guy. We have had the 2 days with him now, and he's a great guy. So
you played with him before?
Never in my life. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Have you had time to practice with him at all?
We had 3 practice games yesterday, and we're gonna practice a bit more today. So yeah.
And how has he been doing? Has he been dropping any 30 bombs or out-fracking Riz? Or?
He did a 30 bomb yesterday, actually.
He did a 30 bomb in practice?
Yeah, versus Americans, but it's still a 30 bomb, right?
So it doesn't count. It doesn't count. Be careful with that. Be careful with that. But I kind of agree. Aiko, let's go talk to the man. Aiko, you're back. You're back playing Counter-Strike. You're back at a big tournament.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
It feels great. I miss competing a lot, so it's great to be here and get a chance again to play.
And is that how you pursue it? Like this is a big chance to maybe get back at it?
Yeah, I would say so. I had a few offers that I said no to, but I just want to find the right team for me.
Okay. And you think this could maybe be the right team?
I like being here, and I like the guys. They're really nice to be with. So, and yeah, wouldn't mind the chance again.
And rumors has it that you dropped a 30 bomb in practice yesterday. Is that true?
I mean, at least close to 2 times in a row. So
2 times in a row, yeah. But it was against Americans, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't really the best. We couldn't really find any good practice, so we just had to go for whatever we found.
That's still an issue in America, isn't it? Like finding practice.
We searched for 3 or 4 hours, and we found basically nothing. So we even thought about going phase at the premiere. So yeah,
fair enough. Now, obviously, you're playing as a stand-in here. A lot of good teams, a lot of teams that on paper should be beating you guys. You think you have what it takes to make a splash?
I think so. Yeah. I feel like I can just slot in or fit in the all our tactics pretty easily, and I'm just gonna play my own game, and we will just. I think we're gonna do pretty good. So yeah.
I'm excited to see you play again, man. Thanks, Aiko. Thanks to Gamer Leading as well, playing obviously with a stand-in, but you have the MVP of Oakland, you have Riz, you have Aiko, you have a lot of good players.
All right, cool. I like this. I like this new vitality. What's up, Mezzy? I have a question for you, because you guys came into this in these bright yellow jerseys as if nobody can miss you. Like, nobody's going to realize, we know it's vitality.
Yeah.
Was this on purpose?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you guys came in like big dick and here I am. We've won all the trophies. We've won everything. Come get us. It's like a big statement. I like it.
We've got to stand up a bit more, make people know us even more. Like Dan said, I think everyone knows us already, so it's fine. We've got to look good, play good.
Yeah, that's the vibe we're going for here. I like it. All right, cool. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what to talk to you guys about anymore because you won everything. What's been new?
Took a little break before, just after the previous tournament, and then I think we had a week off, and then another week of practice before Dallas now. So it was nice to have some time off at least. I think we had the back-to-back events with Melbourne and then the Blast tournament. So now it feels good to rested and back on the grind, and hopefully we can make it another tournament. It'll be
Start the Grand Slam run again.
Yeah, beautiful. Just start it over immediately. Hope the family's well, brother. What's new with you?
Nothing new. Yeah. Just being in Dallas, enjoying the life, enjoying winning tournaments.
Yeah.
That's the life.
How do you like Dallas? It's been this way your third time now? Fourth? Fourth?
Yeah, fourth.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, I think fourth.
Okay.
So I think
19, 22, 23. We didn't come to 23.
Didn't come to 23, fourth. All
so
right.
you asked me a question, you answered.
Yeah, I know, I got it. That's an endgame leader for you. He's got your back. I know, it's beautiful. All right, I'm gonna let you pack up. Rops has already disappeared, so good luck this week. Oh,
If you want him.
he's hiding behind the camera. He was so sneaky about that.
He was looking.
I'm not even gonna talk. He did such a good job. I'm not gonna do it.
He's looking even in life.
Yeah, lurks in real life. It's beautiful. All right, the champions are here. It's been a challenge because we had Monasi do it, and I'm not gonna say he's better than you, but he got a pretty good score.
Yeah, it's been a while that you don't do that. It's been a while that you don't do that.
There he is. Avac's barking up in the corner. You have to talk shit to me, dude. I'm on your side. Here.
You have to try with Flamsy.
With Flamsy?
He's been
All right.
trying this.
Can you hold this mic? Yeah. All right, here's what we're gonna do. You ready? Put your hands on top of mine. You know the game. You know the game.
I mean, okay. Wow! I was weak.
Getting well, this guy's old.
I'm getting
no.
old. I'm getting close, but old.
Okay, not when I was messing with you. Oh, all right, Flames, get over here. We got to check. You ready?
Wait, but you do it like here you want to do it?
Where do you want me? You place my hands where you want.
I'm like this.
Like that?
Yeah,
That's your most
It's
comfortable.
more higher than me.
Whoa, it's higher. Go take it.
Good?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, it's coming from your left hand.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh. That's a snacks call right there. All right, last one. I think you've actually won the game already. Oh.
I can do that at 32 years old because I will not see the goal.
Damn, he's good. He's fucking good.
Don't move! Don't move! Chad. My name is Sponge! And this one is loaded. I can tell by its weight.
I see. And that's your firearm, Birchill? You're sure?
My initials are on this side. There's a dent in the barrel from where existence shot at me. You're not gonna fuck with me this time, Doctor!
Then blast away, because that's the only way you're gonna get to live this lie. Your aim, Chad, has always been dog shit.
My aim? What have you done to my goddamn aim?
It's dog shit, Chad. We're telling you the truth. Your gameplay was mid, bottom fragging, suicidal. Your rating sank, but you blamed away. Ignored what everyone told you. You moved to Europe and purposely set HTTP databases on fire, but they recovered the statistics.
You're lying! I'm absolutely cracked! I'm absolutely cracked!
Chad, your stats! Your stats, Chad! Katowice, 2014. Cologne, 2014.
What about Cluj?
Ah, yes. Farming Devil Walk, well done.
Where's the Titan game?
Congratulations, Chad. I heard the Titan game went very well.
These individuals for Renegades have shown up today. They're outplaying many of the Titan players.
Fox Eminor will get 16-1, and they will be going home with that map haunting them.
I'm so sorry, baby. Don't listen to them. Their CS knowledge is just not that deep. They've cherry-picked the negatives. You didn't have as much space in your roles. They need to talk shit to stay relevant. Just like that other ugly hater.
Constant Brocade, let's begin. Recite your baseline.
A thin black reticle began to spin. A sequence of rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within one system.
Whatever happens, roles.
Rows.
Have you ever been in a system? Roles.
Rows.
Do they keep you in a role? Cells?
Cells.
Oh, you don't even smile.
Do you long to answer their questions? Frags.
Frags.
Would they understand if you did? Frags.
Frags.
When you're not performing your duties, do they reduce you to a number? Stats.
Stats.
What's it like to hold the drop of someone you loved? Interlinked.
internamente.
I swear I saw your eyes. I felt it coming. UFO that I could taste. Only love can bring me face to face with you.
What a day, You look lonely. I can fix that.
I swear I saw the sun in your eyes. I know black holes are on the horizon. So I called the doctor, said I need a real gasoline dream that I drink from my cup. I swear I saw the moon in your eyes. I saw the eclipse, a kaleidoscope. I called the doctor, said I need a real gasoline dream that I.
The Three Musketeers, the Three Superstars.
Don't give the face, motherfuckers.
You're not even close to baseline.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
The Intel Extreme Masters returns to Texas, but being a Lone Star in Counter-Strike, that isn't going to cut it. Just look at Vitality. It wasn't just down to dominant form from ZywOo that saw them securing the ESL Grand Slam just 3 weeks ago at IEM Melbourne. It required every single player to step up to the stage to secure that $1 million check. Now, on the precipice of creating their own era, we reset for a brand new season of the ESL Grand Slam. But as one of Counter-Strike's most established veterans in Apex goes from victory to victory, another one struggles in the shadows as Karrigan looks to turn the fortunes of FaZe. Times of peril require a drastic change and a Hail Mary move in the form of bringing on CSGO GOAT Simple. But the question on everyone's lips, does Sasha still have what it takes to perform at Counter-Strike's highest level? We're about to find out at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nobu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Well, would you look at that? Would you look at the time? Would you look at the day? It is back in the Big D for the 4th iteration for the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas. The big story of the tournament, one of the game's greatest players is back on the server in what FaZe is calling their, quote, major Hail Mary. Now, that would be simple. Sasha, they might call him, or CS GOAT. I'm sure you could come up with many names, a man with many accolades. We're going to be going over all of that here shortly. But as it turns out, you look at this whole situation with FaZe, you look at everything going on around the space, just how close we are to a major. Everything considered, don't worry. We're going to be talking about it right here and right now. I've got Josh with me here. You might know him as Steel. He goes by a Nissan, but I think he drives a Subaru. Is that is that how it works?
That's old news. That baby's long gone, unfortunately. I had to part ways, and I've moved on to something new.
Yeah? What'd you get? Might as well tell everybody. I mean,
well, I don't want to boast. I don't want to brag.
It was
No,
a
it's okay.
Lamborghini, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, no, but we'll save that conversation for another time.
yeah, and as we should, because everybody wants to talk about what's going on in the server today, and that makes the most sense. We've got some pretty exciting things coming up all across the board. I just alluded to the idea that Simple's back in the server. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that.
That wasn't an illusion. You said it straight out.
You're right. It wasn't an illusion, and it was alluded to. Yeah.
Yes.
A quick history lesson, Josh.
Yeah. Well, let's get it.
You want to do that?
Yeah,
okay, well, let's do that then.
Are you giving it or am I giving it?
Well, I think it's going to be a little bit of a combination here. This guy named Simple, right now, if you've just been living under a rock, perhaps you've never watched Counter-Strike before, some of the coolest clips that you ever damn did see would be from this gentleman right here, Mr. Alexander. He goes by Simple. He's got a lot of clips up there on the board, but for accolades, he's got a lot of those too. We're talking about Intel Grand Slams. We're talking about Intel Extreme Masters. We're talking about he is perhaps the master.
He is the embodiment of winning, you could say. And we can see the FPL style clips getting him graffitis on walls even. So if you don't know about Simple, well, I guess you must be new because this, right here is the clip. Everyone knows it got him the graffiti on the wall of the map that's now been removed from the active duty pool.
True.
So, I mean, when you look at a player like Simple, who's kind of like single-handedly taken his roster so many places off the back of insane performances that we haven't seen since, we now see Zywoo, we now see Donk, we still see Monazi and Nico kind of up there, but Simple was like that original one for years in a row.
Yeah, speaking of years in a row, look at the years as they fly by. I mean, this is 10 years ago at this point. We're looking at a flip side tactics sort of immersion right there with Simple in the lineup. Now, of course, you look at see how that all evolved over time. Yes, there was a little stint in Falcons. Yes, the FaZe logo is right there at the very end of the road. Navi, a lot of accomplishments there. Hell, even some time in Liquid, Josh, and that's kind of where the history lesson starts to come into place, right?
Yeah, a few months in Liquid was kind of funny. Seeing him in North America there, kind of just interacting with all the North American players. It was short-lived. It was only a few months. I think it was from like January till April, something very short. And then once he moved on to Navi, he was on that team all the way through until CS2 came out, essentially. And then when we see that Falcons and that FaZe at the end, those are basically, he's standing in. He's just, don't know really where I'm going with this, but I'm here and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, it looks like it could be a pretty cool project, right? I mean, you got a team like FaZe with a bunch of all-stars in the lineup, and then you throw another megastar in there. Kind of exciting.
I think this is going to be one of the situations where it's the right moment, the right team, the right time, the right place, the right everything, because you're getting to see Simple kind of dipping his toes back in. He's going to be doing it for another major, so we're going to get to see, is he ready for this? FaZe has been going through a little bit of a downturn right now. They've been seeing some struggles of themselves, so having someone come in that's also kind of lost his balance since the end of CSGO and now coming into CS2, kind of seeing how they play it out. But then you also have just the combination of like that FaZe magic, how they all play this individualistic, like loose style, how that is now they're incorporating Simple into that. I think it's pretty much like a match made in heaven, the two of them getting together.
Yeah, you would think so. It's almost like they needed each other and gravitate towards each other. But don't worry, there's a whole path right there. I don't know that Simple and FaZe will be strong enough to take down the likes of Vitality, for example, who finds himself on a 20-plus match win streak, which is ideal. Also, having won that ESL Grand Slam. You know, they just locked that in. We start the race over right here, so maybe we can catch up a little bit as to what's going on with that ESL Grand Slam, Josh. If we look at it, we know Vitality just took that first trophy. Or, well, they took that one in Melbourne.
Yeah, they got that title, and if they win right here at this event as well, they could potentially win 2 in 1 year, and that would be kind of absurd, honestly, if they're able to do it. Same time last year here in Dallas, they actually lost the event in the grand finals. A little bit of a choke against G2 running with a stand-in, FaZe now here with a stand-in, so you never know, anything can happen, but Vitality's been so strong, and being able to perform this feat in like 2 Grand Slams in 1 year, that's pretty impressive if they're able to pull that off. We'll see how that unfolds.
I actually asked XTAZ about it yesterday. Of course, they're just taking it one event at a time.
That's what they always say.
But it worked for them so well the first time around, like you might as well just keep going with what works.
What's their match streak at now? Anyone counting?
Yeah, has anyone kept counting? Do we still have a count on where Vitality is?
I think we stopped caring after a while, right?
But also, we're talking about a Vitality that won a Cologne last year, locked in a Katowice. It really hasn't been silenced, and so definitely you have to win one of those Masters level events to kind of lock in the Grand Slam.
Yeah, I mean, I think all that's left right now is Masters level events anyways. You got the IEM Dallas into Cologne Pro League. So, I mean, loads of opportunities to do it, but I mean, this test right here is everyone ready for the major? That's pretty much what we're looking at, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you're looking at what's up on the horizon, which is that major you're talking about. We're also talking a little bit about standings, where everybody situates themselves across the big picture of what we've got going on here. And by that, I'm talking about stand-ins, not standings. Gotcha, Josh.
Yeah, the most notable one, been talking about FaZe. It's going to be one of the first games of the day. So we look at Rain. Why is he not here? Well, he's about to be a pops. He's about to be a father. So they're bringing in not just one stand-in the form of Simple, but they've also brought in Skulls as well. So a 2 stand-in roster coming in here for the side of FaZe, which really leaves everything up in the air, like what to expect from them. But I think maybe this could actually be good for them because of all the issues that they've been struggling with recently.
Yeah, because some of those issues, it seemed like we were watching a disintegration of FaZe almost in real time in some of their matches. Like, it just felt like that fire was just totally not there.
Yeah, it feels like, and we can talk about this later, like almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy with, the confidence issues that they've had and the types of losses that they've endured. And I think having 2 new players coming in, at least as a stand-in in the form of Skulls, could really help break them out of that mental pattern that they're in. It'll have to force them to play a little bit more loose and everything. So stand-ins not always the worst thing. I mean, FaZe, they've won with stand-ins before.
Yeah, they have, and they are a team that can do it. They seem like a team that can plug and play rather pretty well, even plug and play. I guess that kind of works.
Yeah, that's
plug and play.
Pretty much what they have to do right now anyways, right?
Kind of what has to happen. Listen, we have to go to a quick break. We are going to be hearing from Simple on the other side of that. Yes, he's back on the server. Yes, this is the Intel Extreme Masters, and you better damn believe we're in Dallas, Texas.
Welcome to IEM Dallas and welcome to the 1xBet On It segment. We're going to be doing Group A of IEM Dallas, picking the opening matchup winners and seeing how things go. I'm here with Dinko. We got a couple easy ones, a couple tricky ones, a couple fun ones. We'll start it off with an easy one just to warm up into things. Vitality versus Legacy. Who you got winning that one, Dinko?
Well, it's no surprise. Vitality are winning this one. I don't think anybody's going to expect Legacy to end the streak and end the run of Vitality. So I think Vitality have got it. No problem, Jason.
Yeah, it's a tough opening matchup for Legacy.
Quick 2-0.
Sure, quick 2-0. I'm going to take 2-0 for Vitality as well. No reason to dive too deep into that one. They're looking too good. Legacy, not at their level just yet. 3D Max Gamer Legion, the first interesting one. Gamer Legion obviously been a fun team to watch this year. They have that heartbreak of not making the major. 3D Max also, I mean, both these teams kind of on this rise up, being impressive, but not breaking through just yet.
Yeah, I think they're kind of on the same level for me, at least when they have their full rosters. Sure. Gamer Legion don't have Slen, so that's a big problem for them coming into IEM Dallas. And that's why in this series, I'm going to go with 3D Max winning it, but I still think Gamer Legion, even without Slen, they're going to be able to play them close. So I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of the Fresh.
You know what? I'm feeling frisky today because I was going to come into this and pick 3D Max to win that one, but I'm going to take Gamer Legion winning 2-1 just because, Dallas is always a little bit weird. There's always plenty of stand-in situations, and stand-ins seem to do crazy things at this event. So I'm going to go with Gamer Legion, even with the stand-up, even without Slen. And I mean, from the last tournament we saw them at, they missed that all presence. So I mean, having them there, this could turn things around, even if it is just a temporary situation. So for me, 2-1 for Gamer Legion.
All right, well, Mongols Furia. Now, this is a matchup that excites me because obviously a big roster change here for Furia and Uphall, but Molodoy's looked great in his first outing with the squad. Furia have got better results.
Don't forget
back.
Kinder.
He's back, Jason.
Yucky was fragging out there. He was good opening moves for Furia. He's been really comfortable. This Furia teams look like they actually have a little bit of positivity in them, and they're not just stuck in this weird like doggy paddle kind of languishing. I'm actually going to go out of a little bit insane again and take Furia to win this 2-0. I'm taking 2-0 Furia. I like the honeymoon period. I like Molodoy popping off. I like Yakinder coming back into his things. And I'll tell you what, Fallen doesn't look too shabby on the rifle as an anchor either.
No, he doesn't. But I'm going for the Mongols. They're too good in group stages. The playoffs is where it goes wrong for the Mongols. Sure. So group stages, I'm taking them to 2-1 Furia in this game.
Spicy. Well, last match in Group A of IEM Dallas is going to be Lin Vision Gaming taking on G2. And at first glance, Dinko, this might feel like maybe
and second glance.
And
maybe even a third glance.
Maybe even a third glance. Yeah, it does feel like it should go one way towards G2. But the question everyone has to ask themselves is, can it get worse?
The more you stare at it, the fourth glance, that's when your vision goes a little Lin, Jason. And maybe, just maybe, there's an upset here. But for me, G2 should be 2-0ing this game.
I'm taking G2 2-0 as well. Heavy God and Malt should be able to get the job done.
So we look at all the teams here in Group A. Who have you got making it through? I think Vitality is a sure lock-in.
Vitality, and I'm going to continue just being insane. I'm taking Furia as well.
Right.
Vitality, Furia going through.
And in that case, then, I go with the Mongols.
Okay.
So the opening games really decide a lot then.
Yeah.
Well, that's been the 1xBet Bet On It segment here at IEM Dallas. Excited to see how Group A goes down.
Coming into the team temporarily. What's been the takeaways of having him in the server so far?
I mean, the last 2 days before we traveled here, he was spectating our practices. So yeah, we only had like 3 practices today, doing the best we can, but he's a really nice guy. Having that smile next to me, you know, that goddamn smile. So it's gonna be some good vibes and just gonna enjoy playing a bit.
Obviously, you're going up against Liquid. You have quite the win record versus them, but you haven't played them in quite a while. How does that kind of affect your mentality going into a game like this?
Yeah, I hope we have 3 previously Liquid players on our team. I hope they're committed to FaZe Clan. We will see if they're team killing today. But it's gonna be a good game. It's a completely different game than normal. They have a new IGL. We have 2 stand-ins, so it's gonna be fun.
I'm so excited to see how it goes down. Carrigan, best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Playing with Simple, obviously this is an all-in move. It can go both ways. We have been struggling, Simler's been struggling, but I think in some way 2 perfect storms can meet and create one hell of a ride, and I'm just looking forward to play with him.
Simple, got to be the MVP, absolutely top of the chart pretty much every single game.
Simple's always been a very mercurial player, and I mean, his personality issues, his issues with teammates have been well documented over the years, but it's always still been worth it because he is considered to be the greatest player of all time. But now, in today's Counter-Strike, after this break, is he still worth it?
From fans to foe, love him or hate him, anticipating the return of the king or preying on his downfall, you'll be watching either way. It's simple, there's no one else like him.
I was gone for almost 2 years, and that's one of the chances that I can't miss. I'm back, and I'm gonna prove that I'm GOAT. It's do or die time.
He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! What is his name? Number 1 in the game, he's done it again! Simple just jumping casually into the side, he's gonna fall down again and distract. What is that? You can't do that, Simple! That's not allowed! This is not FPL, this is a major!
Yes, everyone talking about the return of Simple, but also maybe even about the return of FaZe Clan with Simple, but also maybe even Liquid on the other side with Twist and Naf and company. Ready to lock this one in. We're ready to walk into it. My name's Trace. Alongside me is going to be Josh. He goes by the name of Steel, me, Stunna, and us, the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas, right there for the taking still. Day 1, match 1, game 1. I want to welcome you back. Josh, we got a cool one on our hands, though. We've talked a lot about Simple being back in the server. Let's kind of look at some of the things going on. Big picture for FaZe, where they are, what that problem is right now.
Well, I mean, Kerrigan said it best. They've got 3 former Liquid players there. You know, they've got a Liege in there. They've got Skulls now standing in for the side of Rain. But, I mean, you look at these teams right now, and it's like you could talk about either team that's going to mix and match so perfectly, because Elige used to play for Liquid for like 5, 6, whatever, how many years on that team. Twist is now back to Liquid, was playing with FaZe just up until the middle of, like last year or something like that, when Frozen came into play, or maybe it's been longer, I don't even know. Time blurs, time is a flat circle, something like that, and then Frozen comes in for Katowice last year, right? And then, he says it again, new in-game leader versus 2 stand-ins. And then the main point is Simple is here, and you don't really know what to expect. You just expect something fun to happen. It's going to be a good match to watch, because there's so many things that you're still trying to figure out that they're trying to figure out as well. And we look at Simple Face It stats. He's been playing, again, like these 3 stacks, 4 stacks with his teammates, 15 matches played in a couple of weeks, which is basically like a game a day of Face It Puck. So 3 practice days that they've had together with FaZe and Simple on that. I don't know if they've even been preparing with Skull specifically for this or whatnot. So it's going to be interesting to see what type of style they do, but the thing that works for Kerrigan and his style is that it's kind of loose, and a lot of it relies on individuals just stepping up and doing the right thing.
And luckily, they've got some pretty damn good individuals on the side of FaZe. Let's go ahead and hear from Simple, like I promised.
Very big day today. Simple is officially back in the server with FaZe. Jersey's looking great on you. How's it feeling to be part of the team?
Feeling great. Yeah, looking forward to play first game.
Obviously, we've seen you guys, or you rather, playing a little bit of Face It prior to this event. Anything else you've been doing to get back in the zone?
Yes, I was practicing nades every day and playing IEM with aimbot, and was learning new positions on 7 different maps.
Obviously, for you, it's been a long time since you played competitively. How much have you missed that feeling?
I missed a lot. Most of all, I miss playing in front of people. So hopefully we will manage to qualify to players.
The road starts today for you guys with FaZe Clan. Got a couple of questions about Kerrigan and his kind of leadership style. Obviously, no official for you guys just yet, but in terms of that practice, the preparation, what kind of role is Kerrigan taking up there?
I think he's doing all roles and helping to every player. So we'll do perfect round and no one fucked up. So we can actually practice something, because most of the time I forget some rounds, and he's always saying what to do to each player. And sometimes when he wants to do something new, he explains it really quick.
Obviously, Liquid, your first opponent, probably quite familiar with them and their jersey as well. Any thoughts going up against them as opponents?
Yeah, I just want to destroy them, yeah. There is ex-Liquid players as well, and they probably want to do the same. So, yeah.
Classic Simple fashion. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
There's just something about the way he says destroy that makes me believe. It makes me want to believe that that's what we're going to witness or see transpire, rather, in the server today, especially when you think about some of the firepower that it has taken to get FaZe to the positions that they're in. And I'm talking about stand-in city, man. They've done it a couple damn times with substitutions in their lineup. And I'm not talking about Sasha. I'm talking about the fact that Rain isn't here and Skulls is here.
Yeah, I mean, we look at kind of what they've done, what Kerrigan specifically has done with this FaZe lineup. 4 wins with different stand-ins. I can remember this Chroman one all too well because we played them actually in the group stage of that Belo Horizonte event, and we got kind of destroyed by those guys. That was with like Nico and Guardian still on the roster, but I think I think completely destroyed. Simple, said it. Yeah. That's what he wants to do to Liquid right now, and I mean, for him, I guess it sounds a little bit personal as well. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, it leads to the question, right? So we can see all the stand-ins and the sort of system that works so fluidly sometimes when FaZe has a stand-in. Now, the question being that FaZe hasn't necessarily had that rhythm to their rhyme recently. And in doing so, can we pinpoint that? Can we look at this and say, okay, Twist came out of the FaZe lineup, went over to Liquid. Is it as easy as putting that on a timeline saying, boom, there it is?
I don't know if it's like the pinpoint marker right when he leaves, because there was still kind of on fire for a little bit with Frozen, but it was like second places. They did have a first place in that mix of everything going on, but it was just like 4 events with Frozen where they kind of kept that same rhythm and form that they had with Twists, and then going on, like what happens after that, and it's just abysmal. Relatively speaking, right? 5th, 6th, it's not like it's all of the end of the world, but when you start going out 13th to 16th, when you exit in the quarterfinals, if you stop making it out past that group stage, that's when you're in real turmoil if you're a team that previously was in the grand finals of pretty much like 8 tournaments in a row almost. So that's basically the contrast that we're looking at right now.
And see, here's the thing about a guy like Twist. Man's like Twist. Now, yes, he finds himself over there in a really cool position within Liquid, and also he did come from the school of Karagorn, so perhaps he can give us some of those thoughts.
First game for Liquid here is going to be versus FaZe. Obviously, you've quite the history against FaZe. It's always been a little bit strugglesome for you guys. How different do you feel the situation is going to be for you guys today, though?
Completely different teams, different circumstances. Should be a good game.
In terms of going up against Simple, where do you think he's going to be at in terms of coming back into competitive play?
It's hard to say, but we know what his level can be. I think he's a good player, and we have to respect it.
Obviously, two different trajectories for the teams as well, but no secret that FaZe has been struggling a little bit. You guys have been on the up since adding Shuey. How much more stable do you feel in this head-to-head today, maybe compared to previous ones?
Yeah, we just need to focus on ourselves, and that's kind of where we would win or lose the game, is if we lose to ourselves. So, yeah, we just need to do our thing.
Final question, all pink style, obviously Simple on the other side. Ultimate, he's been having a little bit of a strugglesome period, showing that consistency. Have you guys been doing anything in particular with him, or is it more on him to improve that form?
It's not really a concern. He's been playing good the past 2 weeks, so see how it goes.
Looking forward to see how it goes down. Thank you so much, Fist.
Yeah, and for a guy like Twist, like I'm saying, he is one of the most accomplished players to ever grace the halls of NA within Counter-Strike itself. And, well, I don't see this being something where he's just going to lay down and take this one.
Yeah, I think one of these things that we've learned from, I guess, Twist moving out of FaZe and coming into Liquid and kind of everything that's been going on with FaZe recently is that, you know, there's a lot more that goes into a roster that you need to have it. It's like a recipe when you're cooking, right? So for FaZe, they bring in, you know, let's get a little bit of salt. It enhances the flavors. It balances out the profiles a little bit. So they get Simple, and, you know, to be there a little bit of salt in there. And the side of Liquid, they bring in Shuey. You know, they needed to get something a little bit sweet. They get some sugar to balance out. They're making a tomato sauce or something, and they need to cut the acidity. They bring in Shuey to kind of mend that. So we look at the vetoes here, and I'm surprised that Liquid actually banned out Nuke and left Train in there. That's kind of alarming for me because Train kind of was their permaban. I thought they would go for something more strategical here because FaZe is playing with two stand-ins. No practice, basically, and they've left it up to Ancient Inferno Mirage, which are pretty puggable maps where it's individual skill.
Well, Josh, you might be talking about making some sauces, but ain't shit sweet over here in Dallas. The Intel Extreme Masters ready to kick off this first game. Liquid v FaZe. It's Dinko and Momo.
Well, definitely an exciting day to kick off this Dallas run, and we've got him back. 181 days since Simple was in the server. Him. You know who it is. Everybody's talking about it. Simple has returned, and I think everybody is hoping that he's going to be able to bring back the level we know he's capable of getting to, but we haven't seen it in a very long time, Jason.
No, look, that's going to be the fun, and I would just like to, not to ruin the fun, because I'm here for the fun. I don't want to be too analytical today, because we don't know what this match has in store for us. Two stand-ins going to get crazy, but I would expect, remember, the whole thing that Kerrigan has had around this change of bringing Simple in has been, this is a Hail Mary. This is our all-in move, and it's for the major. This event is kind of to see what they got to work on over the 2 weeks leading into the major. This is where they get those final notes to be able to improve and change anything to create a miracle out in Austin. And here we are live into the pistol round. It's Team Liquid starting on the T side. Plenty of utility, fast-paced out middle.
Now, we don't know what to expect, but let's just enjoy the show. As Ultimate gets in towards the red room, Kerrigan going to take a few steps back. He sees the pressure coming through that smoke and knows they're going to keep it up. Ultimate just running him down. Kerrigan gone. Elige unable to step up. It's going to be Frozen instead, taking that headshot to respond.
They're kind of stuck in CT spawn, though. They got to get moving forward into the bomb site. Elige holding him at bay. They're going to get pinched any moment. Big kill from Nertz.
Eventually taken down. Frozen at the big box, not able to wrap up Nav. And so Nertz gets that plant in. We've got Simple and Skulls coming back in on this, trying to deny that plant. But Nertz is going to move away, get behind cover, and realize this is still a minute 15 left, but then he swings into the open. Simple offers up one kill. And is there anything else for Simple on the Julies? If he can take down Shuey, it is just Naf, low in HP around the corner. That should be comfortable enough to close this one out. Simple looking for it, but he goes down, and it's going to be Skulls to step up.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Skulls. Nice trade. And Nertz might want that swing back. He's probably trying to communicate something really, really quickly and getting everyone on the same page at that moment, and it just wasn't there. It looks like just an isolated swing. Shuey swings behind the box. Simple's able to isolate it. A really tough affair and good composure from Simple. Keeping the bomb pinned down in the sight for Skulls to take them down 1-0.
I finally can say it. Let's go.
Team Liquid responding with a buys. They're going to come out with Tech 9s at Deagle. See if they can respond to the pistol round lost straight away. All right, a little bit of an elbow spotted by Ultimate, so he's going to back off now. Very cautious to start this round, although Liquid has moved out middle. Going to turn the corner towards Donut. It's a Liege to defend, and he's going to swing with the smoke, grabs 2, runs out of bullets, gets safety. The safety that Frozen provides. And this round is nice and easy for FaZe.
It's got to feel pretty good, though, in terms of, you've had the last few events have been really rough for FaZe, right? You're just seeing all of these sort of emo tweets coming after the events, right? Going to be in a really negative mindset. This isn't a move that you're 100% backing. You know it's a Hail Mary play. That's the way it's been called. And you've got no rain here. You've got Skulls coming in. So you know you've got 2 stand-ins. But in a way, that does take off the pressure, right? It creates a new environment at least, and it might be that reset button they need for the mood inside the camp for FaZe.
Certainly for this tournament here at Dallas, that's kind of going to be the philosophy, and it's part of the reason why I think the Skulls as a stand-in is so intriguing, because we've seen him now get a shot in Liquid, we saw him get a shot in Furia. Both of those fell flat, didn't quite meet expectations, didn't quite meet up to the potential that we've kind of laid on his shoulders by what his skill set shows that he can be.
Right.
I think coming into a team like this, Kerrigan is going to give you a lot of freedom at this moment, especially here in Dallas, to just play your own game. I think Skulls, his biggest issue, he's got such good skills and talent, but I think he struggles sometimes to know what play is best to make for him to provide impact for his team. And I think he's going to have a lot of freedom here to just go for those plays without having to think too much about it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Kerrigan can get the best out of Skulls at this event. Simple. Looking to try and get the ball rolling early, gets his head torn off by Twists.
It's a good kills with the Deagle. One more, and you've kind of turned the corner economically to where this is the nice round for Team Liquid. So dangerous-ish position for FaZe. Round seems firmly in their control, but any more deaths going to be costly moving into the gun rounds coming next. One more smoke for the top of B ramp, so this will get stalled out even longer. Liquid sad as they have to wait behind it.
Twist going for just a random shot through the smoke, hoping he can pick something up, but nothing like that coming his way. 55 seconds, still plenty of time.
If you want to talk about this move as well, you can understand why it's made. You talked about some of the struggles and some of like the emo tweets that have been coming out. It's been 3 months since FaZe has beat a top 10 team. The last time they beat a top 10 team was February 16th. That's back at PGL Cluj-Napoca. That was Mal's in a victory there. Since then, we've seen FaZe go from the most exciting team of all time in Counter-Strike, an incredible dominance, an incredible core that can keep their run going as long as possible, to now a team that struggles to compete with the top 10, which is a crazy drop-off, which motivates this need to go into an all-in play and put your hopes on Simple.
Oh, another deal shot, and Liege is also low, so Twist brings him down, and then suddenly, patience pays off for Liquid. It is Frozen 1v3, and this round was not expected to go in the way of Liquid, but they find a way through to B. This is going to be a tough one. Damn, what a shot! That is a ridiculous response from Team Liquid. They get paused out behind the smokes. They just wait it out. They go into the B bomb site, and they land all the shots required.
Yeah, Twist had 2 nasty shots in that round, gets 3 kills overall, but really it's Shuhei in the 3v3, just sliding forward to provide the opening kill into the B bomb site. Yeah, that one's nice on Simple. Cleans up the low HP player, but this one is hot. What a round.
Yeah, frustrating round to lose that for Liquid, who could have, for rather FaZe, who could have kept it so clean. 3-0 was teed right up for them, but Team Liquid bouncing back. They can have an AK over in the hands of a couple of players now as well, and that's a scary situation, but one of them's gone already. Kerrigan winning the fight against Twists.
Yeah, with an MP9, not even taking any damage, so Shuhei steps up next, takes a dink, but happy for the 4-on-4. Liege, the one to go through jump up, clear out towards Cave and Jaguar. And now man the position that Kerrigan's death abdicated. So for Liquid, it's fallen all the way back. Happy with the kill, happy with the presence towards B lane, happy to deny information, and now moving around the map. You could see Nertz over towards the 8 bomb site already making his play, doing it a step ahead of the rest of his team so he can call them over with information.
He's just going to keep going as well. Nertz very comfortable to take the space around the back. Frozen going to have a peek now, instantly landing the dink onto Nertz, but not taking the kill.
Yeah, smart play from Nertz as well, just predicting the follow-up off that dink. Molotov misses it, smoke comes in, good spray. That's the bomb site opened up, but still 2 to find.
Yeah, well, the mid-fight's so important here. Liege needs to pick them up, and Shuhei going down to elbow opens up an opportunity. Nertz is so low on health, still inside of the site, and they'll drop back. 1 player into the boost, 1 to A main. But look how far away Skulls is, and they don't have a kit. So this is not going to be a round that Team Liquid attempt. And we are looking at FaZe.
That FaZe attempt.
Oh, rather FaZe. It's so hard with all
you
this sort of,
just see Elige and you're going for Team Liquid.
It's all the history between all these players and organizations. It's almost impossible to keep track of it. Yeah, it's kind of crazy though. Kind of looking into that, all the history between these players.
So many former teammates. Yeah.
How many roads have been traveled together as players throughout different stages of their careers? You know, we're talking almost 10 years ago where Simple was playing in the Liquid team. It was in 2016, right? So it's crazy to think of all the sort of back and forth that we've had over the years between these players.
Yeah, the shared history. Twist stepping into Team Liquid back in 2017 to join Elige and Naf there as teammates and learn a lot from them over the years. Go on to win the Grand Slam, most successful North American team. Now enemies heading into Austin as the major returns to North America. And for now, with the recent acquisition of Shuhei as the IGL, they too are looking at this like final chance to get some notes. Yeah. We haven't had a whole lot of time to build the deep playbook, and we got a couple weeks left after this, so let's see what we're working with at this very moment.
Well, FaZe have spoken about the boot camp they have planned after this event as well. They've got the old Complexity facility up in Arlington.
Now the FaZe facility, I guess we'd call it, with the acquisition.
So they now have access to that facility in Arlington, so that's not too far of a drive away after this event to really get in shape going into the major in Austin.
Ooh. He wants that ace. Gonna give it up.
Yeah, that's the discipline back away. I know I'd be going for it, but
well, it's a 2 HP.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
let's Shuhei take that final kill.
Look at all those rocks.
So much aura, you know who it is without even seeing who's sitting at the desk.
Cool colors. Neo pacing behind the boys heading into this gun round. Round 6. No op yet on the board for either side. Simple on the MP9 Ultimates. The offer for Team Liquid on the AK-47 still, as Liquid's rattled off 3 in a row after winning a third round Deagle buy.
Here comes Shuhei on the charge out into middle. It's going to be Frozen to go down first. So Team Liquid have the opening maneuver followed up by Twists.
That's beautiful. You know, a lot of the conversation after the Twist IGL was what's Twist going to look like stepping away from that responsibility. Shuhei comes in as a space-taking in-game leader. He plays from the front when he's calling his tactics. He takes 20% of the opening duel, so he likes to get stuck into the action for Team Liquid, and him and Twist have just cracked open this whole map. So FaZe will work themselves into a save scenario. Nerds watching for those pushes to be able to cut that off, but the round is won from Liquid over at the A bomb site.
Yeah, round's pretty much done before it really even got started. Nerds to walk to the smoke. There's a free kill for Simple, an AK-47.
Yeah, not your favorite thing to give away. Nerds trying to get sneaky and take some guns out at the very end. There might be some losses sustained from Liquid on this exit. It looks like they have an idea, an inkling, a feeling that they want to go for the hunt, but Ultimate's been called off. So from here, 4-2. The lead grows. Elige finds a duel against Naf, doesn't want it. Prioritizes the M4, now Liquid growing that number on the scoreboard.
They might repeat it, or they might push A here. Let's do Fnatic.
Oh, calling Fnatic strats in 2025. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Well, Shuhei, I think they're going to repeat what they've already put down on the server.
Yeah, it's a glimpse into the mind games between the IGLs, isn't it, as we get into this first time out, is just understanding what both teams have in their pocket, what they've got in their playbook, when they like to bring it out, and just having that sense, that feel from practicing, from playing against them so many times over the years of getting that vibe of what Kerrigan likes to do, of where he's going to take things on this CT side Ancient. And it's especially hard to do if you're Shuhei and Team Liquid right now, considering the double stand-in situation. So as much as we talk about what guys like Skulls and Simple can bring, we also know that it brings the unknown to their opposition. So there is a little bit of an X factor in that one. So Shuhei's trying to piece it together through this timeout. And FaZe looking to rebound after taking 4 straight losses here on Ancient after a pistol round victory.
Tech issue early on. Neo having a conversation with the referees, the admins. So hopefully not one that takes a
terrible amount of time, but it's all right.
We're in Dallas again, and Dallas has been a party every year we've been here.
Dude, it's every single time we come, there's some sort of exciting storyline. Last year, obviously, it was the G-Stew storyline.
G-Stew, yep.
That's why I've bought into the simple idea, you know? It's like Dallas has always got some magic going on. So I'm like, all right, this is it.
Okay.
This is how it's going to go down. Simple's going to make it. But so far, not so good to kick this map off. But they're just getting warmed up, Jason.
Yeah, it just started first map and first map of the series
First
as well.
official as well. And you're playing with 2 stand-ins. You know, if you're coming in with 1, if it's just simple, then fair enough. But you've also had to add in skulls. But if there is an in-game leader that I trust to figure it out quickly, it's Carrigan.
Yeah, I mean, it puts more responsibility on his shoulders. Carrigan probably comes into this match thinking, actually, it'd be interesting to talk to him. One of 2 ways, right? You either come into this match and say, you know what, we got 2 stand-ins. This is basically a full-blown pug. I'm going to put way more focus into fragging and creating opportunities and creating things on the map. The other one is to say, this is a full-blown pug. The only way we're going to win this is if I just focus everything on keeping this ship organized and steered in the right directions. So as the IGL, you have the option of going either way. I would imagine Carrigan, with Rain missing, his longtime right-hand man.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go more towards the fragging side of things.
Well, let's see how that goes down. It's going to be Frozen opening things up as we get into round 7. The mid-fight goes the way of FaZe as they climb up into the ledge. And it'll slow down. Naf forced away by the smoke. Shuei's going to hit the pause button, and Twist still searching towards B ramp. They've been finding quite a bit of success around here, Team Liquid.
This round quiet. No real engagement from Cave. No smokes down, no Molotovs. FaZe with 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. Only a pair of smokes remaining, held by the players. So what's left for Team Liquid in the 4v5 is a B execute. Smoke's going to go up. They'll start creeping up the ramp. Good counter nade. Chunks them down before it begins, and here's the thrust.
Yeah, under 1 minute left on the clock, and the acceleration is here for Team Liquid, but stopped at the door by Carrigan. Simple teed up by the distraction, and it's 3 from Simple.
That round perfect from FaZe. Sit back. Don't give them the duels that you lost previously. Carrigan over in Jaguar, player dying over in Donut as well. Liege early on in the previous round to aggressive plays. Don't give them those fights. Make them come into you, especially in the 5-on-4. Force them to make the play. Nice and easy for Simple. And FaZe back within 1.
Well, the AWP has made a sighting in the hands of Ultimate. Going through the flames, Shuei wants to try and split mid with his teammates, so he throws that smoke down onto the molly just to try and get out Heaven. Carrigan being a bit of a nuisance, just rattling a couple of shots to Shuei, taking some of his health away. Twist and Shuei looking to overrun inside of Jag, and they've taken it with a grenade. So Carrigan retreats before he gets caught in an awkward fight. He'll be playing just around the corner inside of Cave. Confirmed to Team Liquid now. Oh, damage done, but not enough to bring down the mighty Liege. He's going to fall back into the A site.
Good shot from Ultimate. Forces the defense back, now gets a position in red room to cut off this shift. Sees the elbow, Simple slides into it next. Liege, he does double up. Ultimate gets pulled back into the shot.
Yeah, Liege just dodging death from the AWP multiple times in this round so far. Under a minute on the clock, 4v4. Liquid, they have shown a level of comfort at hitting the pause button so far on this T side. They're going to let Nerds play through red. Yeah, Carrigan is the player designed to deal with this threat.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to sit still for long in a strong position like this. So let's see what Shuhei calls around it. You can either use him as a pivot piece and get 3 players together to attack either A or B and have him in the middle to lurk. You can use him as the instigator if you'd really like. Getting a little peeky. Into Donut we go. So Twist lurking the B bomb site. Shuhei and Naf to finish at the A site, and Nerds to play off his teammates.
And the player they've got a challenge on A has pushed into A main. And it's Liege low HP. Twist making the solo play into the B bomb site, trying to keep attention there, but Liege knows. He knows the bomb's going down, and so he stops it, and he gets back around that corner. This is going to be tough for Shuei. He's under so much pressure. His teammate needs to cover the peak. The dink comes in. Shuei putting the bomb down, but can't get away. Well played from Liege in this round. Dodges a lot of dangerous situations and is able to keep his team comfortable.
And another really good round where FaZe, they don't actually put themselves in position to lose anyone early on. Much like the previous round, they're saying we're not going to take these early engagements, these early fights in the first 20 seconds. We're going to chuck out our utility. Maybe we'll get some chip damage. Maybe we'll tag you up a little bit at elbow if you're getting frisky, but we don't want those fights. We'll let you play the round out. 2 rounds in a row now, FaZe have just been passive, and Team Liquid hasn't been able to find the gap in the defense.
Well, Nurse has some sort of issue with the headset, immediately ripped it off. But Liege
could have went down a couple of seconds into the round, right? He takes damage to the wall and donut to the AWP, but then he rotates around to red. He gets into A main. His awareness and just perfect positioning throughout that round keeps FaZe comfortable right to the very end.
I mean, he knows he's got to make a play at some point, and he's gathering all the information of what his teammates are calling out. He knows he's spotted some presence in middle, and he's at a point where he knows he can't really hold on to donut the way it needs to be held on to with that HP, so backs off, takes the educated guess to push in towards A main. It means he doesn't really need a whole lot of support from his teammates because he's in a safe position, so they can be a little bit more eyes on red room where player was lurking, and gives him the options to play as the plant goes down. So tech pause at 4-4. I don't know if it was me like looking into it. The Twist interview coming into this game, it felt like he's at the point where he's tired of hearing like bad things about Ultimate, right? Like the question from Frey was like, Ultimate, he's been struggling recently. I felt like Twist was a little quick to defend his boy, which obviously makes sense.
Oh, that's a good thing. Shielding your players as the leader of the team, and Ultimate, I think it's just with the expectations that were set because of his first performance, that immediately set a standard that he has to try and meet every single time, and I think that's been the problem for Ultimate as he started so strong.
Yeah, there is that. I don't think he's actually been playing all that bad recently. I think he had that rough downturn. I think he's turned the corner on it. We're not getting that like initial glimpse of Ultimate like we got in the first 2 months, but how could you expect something like that?
I think there's been a lot of offers to our history that kind of had that explosive start where maybe the teams you're playing against don't know your style or aren't flashing you as much. I think Torzy got away with that in his first couple of events too. And then he started to have a little drop off when Dexter was in the team. He was able to recover it and turn it around, but we have seen multiple offers, I think, have such strong breakouts and then have to recalibrate as time goes on.
Well, especially if you just like keep the lens on like specifically Liquid, I feel like more than any other org, there's been like these high potential offers coming through that all are just like a letdown, like never reach that potential. There's like a list of them that all went to the Liquid organization.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one exception of the rule. But yeah, I mean, you've had OC, I think.
But he came into Liquid as a rifle player.
Yeah, fair.
He joined the team as a rifler. But he did take the op away from the opera at the time.
Yeah, he's like, no, give me this.
He did say, you are no longer allowed to use this. It will be my weapon from now on.
A drone is just cower in the corner.
It was Kusta.
Was Kusta there?
It was Kusta at the time.
Damn.
That was DreamHack Malmo when he did that. 2016, right after the Columbus major.
Trine surely was there at some point as well.
He was on the team, but he wasn't
hopping. No, okay.
Well, yeah, something like that.
It's a long time ago. A very long time ago, which is kind of crazy to think about. I
think he was out of the team, he got pulled back for the major, and then he was out of the team again afterwards. It was all convoluted.
Very convoluted. But something I was realizing this morning, just it's crazy, is it's been nearly 4 years since Simple won the major in Stockholm.
Yeah.
Like that just feels like yesterday, but it was such a long time ago, and it hasn't really been in a position to feel good about it over the last couple of years. It's really sad to have seen a player fall off so quickly, and I think we're all, as a Counter-Strike community, are sitting here just wanting him to come back, especially in a world in which we have Donk, we have Zywoo, we have Monacy. Like, to add Simple into that mix would be such an incredible thing, but it's such a hard world to see happening in the fairy tale way.
I mean, I'm just like on the pause button, really. Like, I want to see what he does at the major. Like, that's the one I'm looking for Simple to get an indication for sure. But there's no doubt Counter-Strike and the scene and the esports scene would be healthier and better if we had a competitive Simple added into the mix and helping revitalize an organization like FaZe. That'd be very, very cool. You know what I like about this whole just since it's tech ball seems to be going on, so I'm gonna go into podcast mode. We have this whole idea around IEM Dallas this year as kind of like the boot camp to the major, since it's coming in 2 weeks. So like teams get their final look at what they're going to look like, what they need to work on. Back in the day,
here we go.
Back in the day, we're going way back in the day. We're rolling back the years massively. We're going back to like the early 2000s.
All right.
When Counter-Strike was nothing but a young video game in its infancy. Esports wasn't even really a term back around then. We started hosting these Counter-Strike World Championships here in Dallas at the Hyatt here in downtown Dallas for a number of years, where all the European teams, all the North American teams would meet up, 128 team, open bracket, open signups. We just party in just a giant BYOC set up in a conference hall. But before all those World Championships, there was always a pre-event. We had a very similar like boot camp kind of event 1 week before the CPLs began with the World Championships. They were called like Lethal Gamerlands, I believe.
Okay.
And they had
that sounds pretty
they had a
early
curse.
2000s.
They had a curse to them. They had a curse to them that whoever won the boot camp event ended up getting knocked out early from the CPL. They would go in, they would beat all the top teams, they'd beat all the favorite teams, they would look great, and they'd go to the actual tournament itself and they'd get annihilated.
So what you're telling me is whoever wins Dallas is not winning the major.
When Vitality win Dallas, there's going to be a curse placed upon them that they have no idea what's coming.
All right, well, everybody make note of that. We come back to that in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, we'll revisit that one. We'll revisit story time.
Major trophy. Well, Simple was talking about how he's missed competition a lot, especially playing in front of the crowds. And I mean, that's obviously what every player wants to be able to do. But Simple, especially known as a showman throughout his career. And
dude, you want to know how good Simple was in CSGO? Is he eventually got to the point where he's given interviews where he's almost just, he's like saying things like, it's actually just boring playing Counter-Strike. Like, I'm actually trying to do things that excite, you know, I don't just think about what's going to win me the moment. I'm thinking about what is going to get people on their feet and screaming and going crazy. Like, the guy just is so
bring
good.
Entertainment value.
Yeah, he got to play a different game. He's like, not only am I going to beat you, but I'm going to look good doing it. I'm going to make this stylish.
Well, there's his team history. Was a Hellraiser for a while, then he flipped sides, and then decided to go back to Hellraisers again. And Team Liquid, what a time that was. A lot of cultural impact established for himself. He went to the Na'Vi organization. We kind of forget about Falcons. And FaZe. Maybe this is the beginning of a new story, a new dawn, a new day.
Oh, yeah, Falcons, FaZe, I'm sure all of you know back home, both stand-in situations, so not official teams the way some of these other rosters are, but yeah, certainly stepped into the Falcons jerseys a couple times to help them out with a few events, and now doing it with FaZe as the major turns the corner.
Another interesting part about this is, like, obviously the Simple move, the standing was Simple as the headline move, but the Skulls one is pretty exciting for me too, because 1 year ago Skulls was playing for Liquid, right? It was only a year ago.
Yeah.
And now he's been on Furia, and now he's playing for FaZe. So Skulls has kind of had a journey over the last year and 3 different organizations. Well, first day here on FaZe, but he's a player that has quite a lot of potential, Jason. We see glimpses of it. We see these moments, these breakout performances here and there, but something just doesn't seem to be fully clicking. And if there's someone to get the most out of him, with some time and make him look good and shop him out, I think Karrigan could probably do that with Skulls.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to make him look good for this one tournament where he's playing underneath you, but the question for Skulls is always going to be, he's now had a chance in 2 top teams in Liquid and Furia. Who's going to give him that third one? Is it worth the third one? We know the skills are there, but have we seen enough progression from his first 2 opportunities to make him feel like he's ready for a third one, excuse me? That's the question. I'd like to see. I think he's a talented player. I think he's really skilled. As I mentioned earlier on, I think his biggest thing is understanding what plays he has available to him to have impact for his team in rounds, and that's where I see most of the time it seems like he gets lost without having map changing rounds. You know, very good if the action comes to him, struggles sometimes to bring the action to his opposition. So we'll see where he ends up after this one, but obviously a good showing here is going to help out. He's 6-3 at the moment, had a very good clutch in the pistol round.
Yeah, we'd love to give you more information around the ETA of when we'll return live to the action, but we don't have that at the moment. It seems to be a bit of an extended issue. But as soon as we get that information, we'll pass it on to you guys at home.
I saw Nerds put on his headset. That's usually a good sign.
Yeah, that is.
That's usually a good sign of some kind. Oh,
he's got told off.
Yeah, get him shushed.
So we've got information that is in fact a network issue, which those seem a little scary sometimes, Jason. They can either be quick fixes or a little bit.
And Yanko's not here. We got nobody to hustle down into the back mainframe room.
But maybe he's done it because he's like in the sky right now. You know,
true. He lands in Dallas shortly.
He's slowing it down. Yeah, but hopefully we get this one resolved quickly. IEM Dallas, though, it's been a building tournament. Every year I get excited about Dallas. It's one of my favorite competitions of the entire year, Jason, because I think when the fans come in the weekend, they just have such a great time. The chants are great. That's where Apex is maybe not a fan of the origin of one of the chants last year.
No, they're going to love him.
Yeah,
and he's going to love
It's
them.
with love. It's with love.
Yes, that's how I normally, throw my F words out there into the world, is with love.
Yeah.
4-4, the network issue, as we alluded to, being such a long, lengthy, difficult thing to resolve, has been fixed. So thank you to the referees, thank you to the IT staff, thank you to everyone involved in fixing the problem. We're underway, round 9.
Let's go. Back into the action. Hopefully, just remember after that, we heard Shuei saying they might do the same thing. That was what we heard before the timeout. So let's see if he still remembers that. As we get into round 9, Twist goes back into the common position we've seen him in throughout this half so far. Just taking this cave control through Jag.
Yeah, but remember, FaZe has, in these last couple rounds that FaZe have won, bringing this back from 2-4 to 4-4, they've gone passive. They haven't been giving those swings to Twist. They haven't been giving him the fights at the aggressive positions. They're watching you take space, holding onto utility, delaying, making things disjointed, and messing with your timings. And that's what Liquid has to get around right now. All 5 players towards B lane. Feels like it's going to be a B set piece eventually, but they desperately want that cave control.
Yeah, I want to block the info of the red player as well. Elish is just gathering info that there's no one in mid. And so when that smoke comes up, that'll force him to change his position and try and bolster the A defense a little bit, lengthening his rotation time.
There's a smoke and a Molotov being held by FaZe this whole time. So as soon as utility comes up over the wall, I mean, Kerrigan has an option. Does he want to drop the Molotov, or does he call for Skulls to drop the smoke over towards ramp? You got Simple's op now out in the open, so it changes. Maybe you want to prioritize the smoke over towards cave. Skulls trying to figure this out right now. Peeking for information, sees nothing, now knows.
Well, I know everybody's excited. Simple's got the op in his hands right now. Let's see what he's able to do with it as the play is coming towards it. Skulls, he's got the first pick here. Shuei going down. And Twist is severed off from his teammate, but Simple stepping around the smoke. It's going to be one. Can he get the second? Yes, he can. Quick flick before being brought down. So 2v2, thanks to Twist and Nerds. Alicia's made the rotation in. He's close by, applying pressure towards Nerds on the site.
Oh, Nerds
Molotov's going to come off the angle, yeah, and with the AWP, not the greatest weapon, but he's going to use it to perfection on that peek out. Elish going down, and Frozen to try and win this alone. Twist will wait inside of the cave. In fact, he's pushed out now. He's looking for that peek. Looking for that fight as he goes to default.
Oh, the reposition. He's going to think he's in cave still.
Yeah, this is a great reposition. Nert's actually coming into the angle now. Frozen steps deep enough to dodge it. Missed shot. And Twist not biting, not moving. Frozen's going to check into his cave, and it's a perfect reposition to wrap around the back, and Twists with some crucial kills to give Team Liquid the lead.
And that's a really god-tier round from Twist as well. He had some tough decisions to make throughout that round. He's buddied up with Shuhei over in cave, who's working his way around that smoke, and Twist had to make a decision whether to follow him through or play for a cleaner fight. And Simple does great work. Double kill here. This second one snappy through the smoke as the hole gets blown open in it. But still, Twist at the end of the day is the last one alive to shut down Frozen. Beautiful wraparound in the bomb site, and it's 5-4.
Well, still a really good buy for FaZe. They'll still have the AWP out for Simple. Here comes Nerds, one of the world's best elbow players on the T side. And Simple being dynamic in his positioning. He's now over towards Donut. He's going to go for that kill on Shuei. We've got Frozen nade out. Twist nearly taking him down, but Nades will drop at his feet and slow them down. It's not necessarily the greatest molly there either. There's a massive gap they could have exploited, but Liquid decide not to use it.
Oh, great to see Simple's name fill in the kill feed now that he's got the AWP in his hand. Couple of good rounds with it so far. Late utility down elbow and Donut.
And that signature shake as well after the shots come in as Elish gets in towards the cutout. Oh, timing as they run through the smoke. It's not going to be a kill for Elish. Damage done. Simple will finish off Naf and drop back into the cover of the Donut.
And that's the bomb as well that he'll have called out. So a moment to breathe for FaZe as they know Liquid is nowhere near attacking a bomb site, an objective. Ultimate and Twist to step forward towards Red Room. Nertz is low, so he's past the AWP to be a supportive element. Ultimate's going to get one and almost two. Kerrigan forced back.
Yeah, needs to retreat so low, but look at this play from Frozen. Caught off by Nertz, is doing some great work in the AWP and back-to-back rounds. Now we got Twist crossing into the open. Nades in hand. Yep, Kerrigan's going to take him down. 35 seconds remaining in the round as Ultimate bails out. Nertz trying to make space towards the B bomb site. He's going to realize it's clear.
Oh, he's made a lot of space, but how much room does he want to build behind that Molotov? Does he want to try and swap over with the AWP? Risky in the open, big kill, and he didn't take it. Too slow.
Couldn't see him over the flames perhaps from his own POV, but unable to release the shot, and now Ultimate caught in the open. Damn. Great reaction, great shot. And now it's Kerrigan, low in HP, trying to win this 1v1. Taking his time. Up against Roland from Poland.
Bomb's planted default. It's not for Ultimate at long.
And he takes a step into the open. Checks down towards CT. Does not see Kerrigan. Eyes on the cave. Kerrigan now arriving. Ultimate. Oh! Kerrigan looks away. And Ultimate gets the clutch.
That was all timing, though, from Ultimate, because Kerrigan's looking in that direction. He's very fortunate that that swing came at the perfect moment as Kerrigan looks away, because his focus was over towards cave as well. So an extended, no information 1v1 goes the way of Ultimate and Team Liquid. And that means their lead gets extended once again to 2. It's 6-4 on T-side Ancient.
There's a couple of back-to-back rounds now where Simple's got a multi-kill in the AWP.
Yep.
The rest of his teammates have been unable to convert it into a round victory.
I mean, you got to say, great read from Nertz in that situation with the AWP brought down to 12, understanding where the follow-up push might come from. The Donut and the A players are unaccounted for, catching Frozen, trying to make a late flank. What a great read and a tough round to let slip away if you're FaZe.
Yeah, now the money is gone as well, so gotta save going into the next one, and we've got Team Liquid starting to wrestle control of this first half. Win this one, they leave the half of a lead. At a minimum, 7-5.
Dang, that's what happens when you get your analyst as a coach. He's got Post-it notes. He's got stacks of papers. He's got highlighters.
He's got everything.
He's putting together a whole report.
The stationery store.
He's going nuts.
Demars DeRover, one of the greatest coach names we've got, I think.
It is powerful.
Demars DeRover. That is some organized
yeah, dude, it's
stuff.
intense.
That's so
it's like
crazy.
he's got like a weekly planner down there as well.
Dude, some people some teams, they have notes with like pictures, to keep people sort of interested.
Yeah.
And, nice color pictures. This guy's got the color organized. Look at this.
That's great.
This is so good. Tables.
Another tech pause, so we'll chill for a little bit. As Neo looks on, a quick smile. I think so far, FaZe we haven't seen that FaZe coming together that feels like they're going to pop off and like retake this map and kind of close things out. It's still going to be a grind in a battle, but I don't think you can be too disappointed in what it looks like with two stand-ins at the moment, with Simple and Skulls playing for FaZe. A weird scenario to be in.
Yeah, it's been pretty stop-start too in the game, which can be quite disruptive when you're trying to get the ball rolling.
Take this moment as well to congratulate Rain for the new little raindrop.
The new raindrop, yeah.
The entire reason Skulls is here, Rain expecting a second child, so congratulations to him. Enjoy the fun, the festivities.
And the sleepless nights.
Probably having a little bit more fun than Nerds, who's looking like he's going to break his fingers with them crossed during this tech process. He's got him locked in. Naf, as always, might as well be Naf.
He looks neutral.
Yeah, he looks chill.
Well, so far, I think everyone's come in to watch, is Simple going to be able to perform? And so far, the AWP has been out a couple times, and both times he's made it look good.
Yeah, he's not looking terribly rusty. He hasn't been challenged or put in any kind of a situation where he needs to create a miracle for his team, but he's hit everything that's come his way. Not looking at it and saying, ooh, that's a miss you don't expect. I think he's been solid.
Now, there are a lot of players a lot of viewers, because of how long ago it was that Simple was actively performing, there's new viewers, and they're a little bit unfamiliar with the fact of the Simple shake. I've seen people sort of talking about that already. It's like, oh, he's shaking a little bit. Is he nervous? Is what's happening here? It's like, no, that's kind of been a feature of Simple throughout his career. He'll have that little wiggle, a little shake at the end.
Yeah, think of it like nostalgia. You see that and you just feel like home.
Yeah, there's a couple of players over the history of Counter-Strike they've had a shake. KRB, probably the most prolific, I would say.
Yeah, there was a Source player who was known for it. Pex was his name. The Shaky Shake.
The Shaky Shake. That's not bad.
It's a reference for all you North American Source players still out there in the wild.
All 5 of you, maybe? That's a pretty ambitious number as well, I think. There's a little shake you can see right at the end. Yeah, FaZe up.
He's having fun with it at least. Yeah, he's hanging out.
Looks pretty chill.
I mean, no reason for him to be. I don't know. I don't think there's a reason for him to be super stressed, right? Like again, you come into this. We know FaZe has a very long multi-week boot camp coming in right after Dallas. So I think if you're Simple, you're kind of coming in, getting a feel for everyone, getting a feel for the team. You'll start putting some basic things in place, but the real work gets done during that boot camp. So for now, it's just kind of grind back. Oh, what are we doing? Test and mice mid-game?
Yeah, we got multiple mice. It's kind of interesting.
I was using teammates. Yeah, he's like, oh, I do play like that. It's nice.
It's a nice way to it, but...
it's not my style, but, it's nice.
A lot of grip tape. You a grip tape gamer, Jason?
I have some on my mouse right now, but it's mostly out of laziness.
Yeah, the problem is I noticed the grip tape the glue can start leaking out a little bit sometimes if you're a sweaty gamer. It's kind of gross.
I tried the glass pad for a while, a glass mouse pad.
Yep.
Because I'm a big fan for whatever reason. That too is a little bit difficult on the hotter days.
Ugh, slippy and slidey.
No, sticky.
No, sticky.
You get that forearm stick into the glass mat, and then you just can't use it.
Well, Nerd's waking himself up. Naf falling asleep. But yeah.
No, that's Naf awake.
Relax.
That's energetic Naf.
He's like, oh, I'm really hyped for this.
This is about the peak you get out of someone like Naf.
I'm so excited for this Liquid FaZe game today. Thrilled. All right, we've got the network issue at the moment. So it's back.
It is. It is indeed.
Liquid since Shui joined. It's been a little while. The first run was not
well,
impressive,
you know,
but I think we were kind of expecting that.
And I mean,
Or
that was like what, I think 3 or 4, maybe 5 days after Suhei joined. So like
Yeah.
that was always going to be a rough one. So we can kind of forgive that to a certain extent. But Liquid back at Melbourne made it all the way to the quarterfinals. 2-1 loss to the Mongols there in those quarterfinals. But they had they took some big scalps along the way. 2-1 against Navi, 2-1 against Virtus Pro, 2-0 against MIBR. And that was about their run. They lost to Vitality in the group stage as well, but second outing for sure better. And it's cool. We're in like the era of like the IGL resurgence, where it's like we have all these experiments of teams kind of going away from an IGL, making a player kind of take up that responsibility.
Realizing they wasted like 6 months.
You've got Hooksy back. Now you've got Shuhei in the place
that
of
is beautiful,
Twist.
isn't it?
And both those teams hit playoffs like the first time back.
Hooksy's back in the grand finals. Love that. So hopefully that's a
IGL's
thing.
everywhere rejoicing.
Yeah, IGL stock is up. And we are ready to go back into the game as the network is back up as well. 2 rounds left in this half. FaZe looking to tie things up. Going to be difficult to do so given their bye in this situation. We're looking at 2 MP9s, a Deagle in the hands of Simple, and P255-7. So not pretty. Here's Twist going into the A main play. There's aggression on the CT side. Simple detected first. Ooh. Twist going to be aware of the possibility there could be a follow-up pushing towards him. And in terms of having a quick round, this is one of the fastest.
Yeah, it really is. Twist doesn't fall prey to the trap. Instead, it's Ultimate who gets sold down that river, but no issues after the fact. Final round of the first half, round 12. And FaZe going to scrape together what they can with this bye. Simple on the AWP, leading the way for FaZe at 10-8. Over on the Team Liquid side of things, it's Twist with 12 kills at the top of the scoreboard.
Well, Simple has given them impact of the AWP in all the rounds that he's had it. They haven't been able to convert any of them into round victories. They've got the AWP out one last time here in the first half. They're going to send Ultimate up on the boost, and Simple's gone. So straight away, Ultimate's going to win that fight, and Twist is not going to slow down. In fact, he speeds up through the fire, through the flames, straight through the head of Skulls, and we've got the site taken here for Team Liquid.
Oh, and they're aware of the possibility of cave, but Kerrigan pushes through the Molotov. Beat the timing. Naf's got to pick that up, and he will. Now through the smoke, Nerds adds one more, and that's the half, because Frozen's got a 1v3.
Yeah, it's going to be such a difficult situation for him to be able to pull this off. Frozen through the cave. And Team Liquid, a lot of B site success throughout this first half as they keep FaZe to just 4 rounds.
Everyone's talking about Simple being back, but for Team Liquid, it's another day in the office, putting this new lineup, this new in-game leader in gear, helping him get the team in shape as the major is right around the corner. But today, they can play spoiler to that Simple debut in a FaZe jersey, a FaZe tracksuit. They're up 8-4 in Ancient as we switch sides.
What a nice tracksuit it is, Jason.
It is a nice tracksuit.
Looking real cool, looking real fly. Aura is the word being thrown around these days.
It was the talk of the studio yesterday. Everyone's like, oh, you see those new tracksuits?
I was asking, where can I buy one?
I've never seen so many people interested in tracksuits.
Yeah, tracksuits are pretty awesome. And so is Twist with that headshot. Simple to respond there with a P250.
The P250. All right, Nerds, here's the footsteps. Jumping across over to Red Room, going to call that out. Nobody's home quite yet. Shuhei turns from the B bomb site to keep eyes on it, but he's alone. Covered by the smoke for the moment, but that will fade eventually.
Here's Simple, P250 again. Looking to strike towards CT. Not able to chime in with it. We hit the pause button. There's so much time left in the round. The smoke is going to fade away. Frozen gets caught. Blinded in the corner. Simple to trade it out again. Is there anything else from the Simple P250? The answer to that is no. As Team Liquid 3-2 up on the player count. Bomb goes down inside of B. At least confirming a force buy for the next round here for FaZe. But they have a chance to close this. Skulls and Carrigan. Now just Skulls. As Naf just drive by.
Damn.
Skulls to respond. One quick Glock kill. He goes into the smoke, realizing some aggression required, and Ultimate is aware of that possibility, and will close him out with the pistol whip.
Yeah, that virtually becomes an impossible clutch for Skulls. Once that smoke plumes, there's no way to get out of it. They know everywhere he can possibly go. Nice pistol round from Team Liquid. I think Frozen got blinded by Simple's flash. Somebody's flash in Red Room. I think chucks it out towards CT.
Yeah, Frozen. I was pretty random
Frozen's
position
just
to get blinded.
full blinded. Yeah. Maybe it was a CT one, but I'm pretty sure Simple threw. I could be wrong. 9-4. And Team Liquid have a commanding lead now. Rifles being picked up by FaZe out of the plant. AK-47 on Simple. Galil on Elige. Tech-9s and Deagles to surround those two rifles. But FaZe Clan don't want to give things up just yet. Remember, this is with a pistol round victory in the first half for FaZe as well. Got reversed in round 3 with Deagles. But haven't had success once Liquid's rifles have come out into the field.
No, hasn't quite clicked yet. Naf going to be waiting for the B attack. It's already around the corner. Skulls is pushed into his default. Simple is going to take one kill on the AK. Elige to follow up. Great work from Shuhei to keep the trades coming until Simple gets traded out by Twist. So bomb plant secured here for FaZe. But again, a 2v2. At least half the health is gone here for Twist, so that does make the Deagle even more deadly to the body shots. Tech-9 trying to get involved in fights. Carrigan just standing and drooling and laying down the law on the Tech-9. They're so low, he's run out of bullets. He gets around the corner. Can Carrigan pull this off against Nertz? Yes, he can. Nertz reloading, trying to jump to cover. And Carrigan's going to try and hype them up with that early round win here in the second half.
I think Nerds and Twist are going to be looking at each other like, what the hell?
What was that?
My gun didn't work. I had rubber bullets this whole time. They missed everything against that Tech-9 and Deagle. These were really awkward engagements. Not able to find him. Oh, thought he got the kill early. Couldn't switch over. Carrigan's able to clean it up, but that is a pretty ugly 2v2.
Well, a lot of personalities in the FaZe camp now.
I could get on board of the Carrigan Simple bromance.
Yeah,
I think I could be into that.
That could be really fun.
That could be like a buddy comedy.
Well, they give us some great memorable major finals against each other. Now on the same squad. We've been wanting to see that for many years in Counter-Strike. Imagine a world in which Carrigan gets to play with Simple. Well, we've got it. And now we'll see if they can take the opportunity from the last round and really roll with a comeback, but that's not a good start.
The Deagles wrecked him in the first half as well, remember, so be careful the rest of this round phase. Still very recoverable. Good advanced position from Elige over in Red Room. So Frozen, Skulls, and Carrigan to figure out what to do next. Shuhei's going to start pushing down, wants to investigate. Shadow spotted, and they bail out of the fight.
Yeah. Just get away. Get back to safety. Elige is pushed into the Red Room.
It's being watched by Twist, who's got an M4, so not an easy duel for Elige.
No, but he's still going to win it. Takes a lot of damage, but wins the fight. Crucial kill. Here comes FaZe into the B-bomb site. Deagle ready, but not able to get much done.
Yeah, good job from FaZe. Just a little bit of patience. Kill elsewhere on the map, and you re-aggress into the B-bomb site. All of a sudden, that stack is elsewhere. They were trying to find the winning move, going for a long flank. Frozen handles two. Ultimate, the last remaining.
Yeah.
And I think saving, well, maybe not saving a Galil.
There's not a whole lot else to go for.
No, there isn't. You don't got any money, so you might as well back off.
Yeah, take it, roll with it. And we now look at FaZe going to 6. It would have been a disaster if they lost this round, so Good recovery after losing the opening kill. And maybe, just maybe, this is the first couple of steps to a comeback.
Yeah, it's feeling that way. Feeling like if FaZe can build this T side into something, you now have the economic advantage with this kind of a win. Might be able to pile on some rounds early and keep this close back and forth. 9-6. Buys coming in for both teams. Well, mostly just for FaZe. It's Liquid with the saved Galil and an upgraded Deagle.
Yeah, and Naf earned it. The Naffers know what he can do. Let's see what he can get done with a little Deagle and a Galil. So it should be a nice, comfortable round here for FaZe.
It's a pretty good map for Team Liquid as well, Ancient. One they've recently started having a little bit more success on. They obviously put some work into it heading into IEM Melbourne. They played it. I keep saying Melbourne, and I'm so scared of the Australian reaction.
Legacy.
I'm so scared when Chad gets in. He's just going to be like, "How are you saying this word?"
Yeah.
Melbourne. But they clearly put plenty of effort into Ancient going into Melbourne, and it's paid off.
You know what, Jason? We're in America. You don't have to give a shit what Chad
You're right,
says.
Dinko. I can say whatever I want.
You can say it the American way.
Yeah. Anyways, they went 3-1 on it with some solid wins. A good one over Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. Lost to the Mongols on it, but clearly a map they've wanted to bring into their pool, and it's looking good to open up Dallas.
Well, the first half.
The first half so far.
Let's see how the second half goes. And this round is kind of ridiculous how it's a 4v3. Frozen able to pull one back. Simple very vocal right now as that bomb plant's going down. Here comes the rotation of all the remaining Liquid players. And let's not count them out entirely of this situation because there is time, and they've just given a rifle to Nerds, who still has 100 health. They're going to come out of the temple now, dropping down into the site. Simple's waiting, looking for active fights, taking damage though, and that's going to force him back into the donut. Here comes the lineup, and Frozen secures it.
A really good play from Frozen, just patient inside the bomb site. He knows he's kind of alone. He knows he doesn't have any teammates kind of helping him out in any way. Just spotting for the cross, but keeping his eye towards the spawn smoke and pouncing when needed, when called upon, when the sound cues let him know it's his moment.
Got a little hairy at certain points in that round, considering it was one Deagle and a Galil, but
also,
take it.
Also, I think this is part of the situation of FaZe with the stand-in. It's not going to look pretty.
No.
More often than not, it's going to look ugly, or going to look a little disjointed.
But beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And we will behold what FaZe have to offer today. It is Twists losing quite a bit of his health. He's down to 58 HP to kick things off in round 17. Elise jumping over the bullets, looking for the fight at Donut, nearly catching the chance here on Twitch, who's blinded and still recovers his vision in time to get a kill over towards Elbows. So it's Team Liquid winning the mid-fights, and Carrigan crawling it back. But in the end, it is a convincing round victory for Team Liquid elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, and Liquid's got to be happy they got those fights in middle because they spent a ton of utility. 3 to 4 counter flashes coming out to activate that peak and that push. The fact they get those kills is magnificent. But that's basically the play they had for this round, was this kind of late mid-trap. And Carrigan almost even ruins it, almost brings it all back into FaZe's favor. Liquid just 3 rounds away from taking a map 1 victory.
And then we're seeing the effects of the damage done in the previous round as well, right? You have a couple of rebuys that have to come in the previous round.
Yeah, Skulls on a Deagle in this round, Galil for Carrigan. Not all the bells and whistles in terms of nades and utility for FaZe.
FaZe calling an A play. Bomb's going to be making its way there with the main pack.
Yeah, but look at this shift from the defense. It looked like for a moment that 4 players were going to go to the B bomb site. Still a lot of movement in the CT side.
And because it's just straight up contact, they're out on the A bomb site.
Yeah, I think Ultimate fell asleep at the wheel a little bit. Maybe he looked up at the kill feed when the kills and the exchanges come out over in middle. A little bit slow to get in that fight with Frozen. Gets the dink, but not completing the frag.
Naf's going to have a look. He's got Twist sending some bullets through the smoke. Actually connected a little bit of damage, but
ooh,
they might just go for this. They're
Connected
still hanging around. Yeah, unconfirmed, but they're hanging around. They've got time on the fuse if they want to go for this retake. Molotov goes into CT. That's going to slow them down and eat some time off the clock.
The problem is Simple's in Temple with all the HP in the world.
We'll see how Simple plays this. Drops into the position named after the man. He's taking the spawn off, and he's going to try and just peek into the open. It's Shuei to go down. Naf in the sight, trying to clean up. Damage done, and time is the problem. Naf's going to fall away. Couple of kills at the end, secure, but an 8th round for FaZe.
Yeah, money an issue for both teams as Naf gets away because there's not a whole lot of funds for Liquid to buy up into this next round. That's a nice call from Carrigan. Just to the bomb site, you've encountered so much defense in middle, you feel like you have the room at the A site to get in relatively for free. It's exactly what happens. And now Liquid have a decision to make on how they want to invest. Saved AK-47 for NAF, but everyone else huddled around $2,500, $3,000 in the bank, so the buy is not going to be great. Plenty of FAMAS in play, an MP9 on Nertz.
That being said, not a great round either for FaZe's buy. Karrigan, though, comfortable to charge out of the... Oh, what? Twist didn't have his gun out. Karrigan just flies right by.
Yeah, he quick switched or pulled out a nade. I don't know what it was, but he definitely didn't have his gun ready to party. Karrigan's going to get a free opening kill, and that's a disaster for a round like this where Liquid has shoved all in.
Great grenade damage too, unconfirmed, but right on Nertz.
I think you have to go hunt this kill down, which is why Liquid's shifting 2 more players over to the A bomb site. They want to have a safety net for this aggression. If anything goes wrong on this push into Donut, they have players to recover.
Great work from Karrigan already. He might even get traded out here, but he's just buying time. He's got 2 kills already. He can even pick up a frag here on ultimate. This could be a fantastic round from Karrigan. A lot of damage. Not the 3rd kill, but he's put his team in a great position. Now Elish to step up. It's a solo play for him out of A main. The rest of his teammates are ready to go into the B bomb side. I think with Elish going down, you have to go into NAF. He's going to stand in front of the site. First kill's good. Damage done onto the second. Is that enough to allow Team Liquid to win this still?
It's enough to allow him to go for it. He's going to be saying, I did damage onto the other guy. They're going to come over and see what they can find. Smoke up in their face for the moment. They've got 3 flashes and 2 smokes of their own to utilize. No kits on either player. I think Shuei and Ultimate are going to call this off.
They're backing away.
With the low HP, the AK-47, the utility, there's a lot of valuable resources, and Liquid with nothing to do with this round.
Well, I'm sure Twist is going to be incredibly frustrated about the little key switch, the fumble at the start. But Karrigan, he made the most of it. Takes Twist down, gets a follow-up kill on Nertz, then so much damage as well into ultimate. If he has more health, maybe they even reconsider the retake opportunity, but Karrigan does so much in this round.
It's not just the kills, it's also the information, right? I mean, not only 3 players that he's encountered over in Donut, but the names on the kill feed as they kind of come out. As ultimate is there, you're seeing the A players, and if you're FaZe, you're like, okay, great. We actually, or the B players, like the defense here is going to be weak. They've rotated off. They've rotated off to handle Karrigan and Donut, so we don't have to adjust anything. Lets him know that B hit is going to be very, very effective down the stretch. There's that switch just at the worst possible moment. Might be a death slam moment.
And Karrigan jumping is all just the foul point.
All of it. Frustrating for Twist. And Team Liquid had that great lead. But as we know, it's slipping away quickly. 5 of the last 6 in the favor of FaZe.
DeMars to Rover. Making use of the timeout. Going to page 137 in the textbook of Team Liquid Counter-Strike. Reading from the pink post-it note.
It's a 9-4 lead after winning the pistol in the second half, and Team Liquid encountering the same exact struggles that FaZe did in their CT side, which is just we cannot stop this offense. We're not able to actually put a barrier up in the way of this T side.
Yeah, the turning point of the game being felt right now. Team Liquid about to concede the lead. Unless there's something miraculous out of the AK of Shuei.
They might just
5-7's D goals here.
They might just keep pushing in A main. They see nothing. What's the timing in which they step forward? Liquid's positioned the players with utility. Naf and Shuei towards the B bomb site. They're going to hold on to it as long as possible to delay, to make FaZe nervous about committing, and hopefully buy time for this flank, but they are, it feels like 20 seconds behind Liquid.
Oh, blinded and dead. Karrigan to mow down Shuei. So that's the one premium rifle gone from Team Liquid's defensive hands, and they're going to start feeling like this is a little too far out of reach.
There's no reason for Ultimate to move over unless he wants an AK-47.
Well, you always want one of those, don't you?
Yeah, but he's got another one.
You got another kill, though. No way! No, 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 no! He's so close. Skull's getting taken down low as well. They had no idea how close they were to a third kill from Ultimate all of a sudden.
Is he going to try and grab another AK-47? He's looking for it. It's on the ground. There it is. Okay, bail out. Okay, I'm sorry, Ultimate. I was not familiar with your game. I didn't think there was any sense in you come over here with that FAMAS, but now you found 2 AK-47s and passed one off to Twist. That's quite nice. That's a great round. That's the kind of round you go home.
Maybe you get some exit kills here, too.
And you're proud of yourself.
Yeah, Twist is going to be waiting. Deagle blinded, rattling off shots, but here comes Twist, and Simple to walk into him. Leash to trade. Preventing one of the AKs from being saved over, but there is a single AK-47 for Ultimate. And scoreline is tied up, 10-10. Simple AWP comes out on the T side. That shot's nasty.
Well, it's got to change here for Liquid. This has been a very rough stretch. 6 of the last 7.
The boost for Simple up on the box. No peek to his position just yet.
Ultimate's op is going to be over in Donut on the other side of the map, so we won't see a clash of the snipers quite yet. Ultimate and Nerds to hold on to Donut in the A bomb site. Twist is going to be your mobile player, swinging between middle and the B bomb site to support, as Shuhei and Naf are the anchors on this side of the map. FaZe want to take some late mid control. Frozen Elige to work that.
Ultimate to chime in. Peeks out of the Donut. Elige to go down, and Liquid given a 5v4 to work with over a minute left.
And that gives him the freedom to shift over, that kind of mid-control. No one else peeking, Frozen's not there, so you see Nerds push forward to the jump-up boxes, and he's really prepared to react to any kind of attention towards this B bomb site. We might get that op clash. Simple boosted up this whole round. He's been waiting patiently.
Shuhei to chime in again here for Team Liquid. Not looking good here for FaZe. They still have a very difficult defense to get through, and Ultimate's not going to miss that shot. Flash comes in a little bit late. Ultimate follows up, and we've got Simple stuck on the ramp, cleared out by the Polish sniper, who gets himself a 3K.
There you go. 21 kills for Ultimate. This is one of his good big boy performances, leading the way for Liquid. Huge impact down the stretch in a must-need round to finally stop a little bit of a streak from FaZe.
I mean, not only that, but it's also throwing the money away here for FaZe, right at a turning point in the game.
And considering how difficult it's been, Liquid can't lose this round against these pistols. They haven't strung 2 rounds together on this CT side, and you will not get an easier chance than this.
Mid control being set up. They're going to send Carrigan out. He's comfortable going for these donut fights. He caught Twitch of an 8 in hand in the previous attempt. This time hoping for the same result against Nerds, but Nerds a lot more ready and steady against Carrigan, but not Skulls.
Yeah, that hit was super effective. I don't think any of the Liquid defense worked the way it was supposed to. They all gain a lot of space phase, and Ultimate's forced back now. Okay, this is weird.
No.
And there's no flank set up for Team Liquid. No one's coming back through Donut, so they're going to set things up. Utility's going to come in, kits on every player, but a tough prospect to retake this site.
And now Elige has an AK as well, so he's got a picked up weapon for this post plant. You said Team Liquid can't afford to lose this round. They've got to recover this 4v4. Smoke's coming into the donut. That's the AK gone. Naf and Shuhei combining together, and now it all falls to Skulls. Carrigan said he wants a 1v4 for his team from Skulls. This time a 1v3 being teed up. The defuse being stuck, and it's going to be pulled through. So in the end, a little bit scary for Team Liquid, but able to come in on the retake attempt.
Yeah, good composure, though. I mean, it could have been very easy to collapse in that kind of a scenario when you have 11-10 narrow lead against the Pistols who've taken the bomb site. We'll get a timeout from FaZe. They're second of the map, as that plant helps them a little bit, but not nearly as much as they'd like. Skulls has an AK-47 to drop over, but they're not all going to have AK-47s and rifles on the FaZe side of things. For Liquid, as hard as this map has been, you've got 2 chances to close it out. Ultimate with the op, you got the weapon that he wants to be on, 22-11, getting a great performance out of him. A chance to start this IEM Dallas event with a grudge match victory against ex-teammates. Elysian Simple against Naf and Twist. All playing on Liquid together years and years ago, now on the opposite sides of this server. Map 1 is Ancient, and Liquid looking to close things out in round 23.
2 rounds back here for FaZe to try and force overtime. And they have to do it with a lack of a full buy. Although in the previous round, they were still able to get into the bomb site with weaker weapons. This time a direct hit being set up into the B bomb site. Carrigan, no surprises, going to be the utility man, sending out the smoke for short, flashes to follow up. And look at this maneuver through the smoke. Shuhei and Twist combined to crunch on FaZe, and indeed it is checkmate. It's all over here on Ancient. The first map of Simple returning for FaZe Client is a loss. 13-10 for Team Liquid as they draw blood first.
Are you tired of overpriced, underwhelming, un-American produce? Why shop abroad for household items when at NRG, we've got them right here at home? You can buy our secondhand washing machine or this discounted Prime NAF fly. No Grand Slam price tag on this one, and your grandma, she won't even notice the difference. Who needs liquid nitro when we've got this freshly washed alternative for a fraction of the price?
I miss the smoke.
Take control of your organization. Purchase our budget twist and win a chance at courtside tickets for you and 2 of your friends. How about this multi-purpose JKS? Buy one and get a free glazing appliance
Chelsea!
for no extra cost. Why invest in another op prodigy when we've got Kusta at home? Dude, really? Kusta?
Oh, Kusta mentioned 2025. That's my boy.
So, come on down to NRG. We're Team Liquid, but for your home. Buy any 4 items, we'll give you a free copy of Counter-Strike at home. Offer available for unlimited time only. Fees, title, and application processing fee not included. If choking is experienced, please consult your nearest esports agent. NRG is not affiliated with Team Liquid and/or its subsidiaries and vice versa. The likeness in this advertisement are portrayed by paid actors. Taxes and applicable North American baggage fees are the responsibility of the purchaser.
Yeah, we're going to just get right into it. This one became real close out of nowhere, it seems like. It seems like FaZe Clan weren't ready to just let go of Ancient. Therefore, Liquid had to show them it was theirs, prove their dominance, and assert that first map in their direction this series. I want to go ahead and welcome you back. This is the opening game of the opening day of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025, 13-10, Liquid, FaZe, Josh, Nissan, Steel. Thoughts, questions, comments, and/or concerns?
Yeah, I mean, when I look at that, you look at the scoreline in itself and you're thinking, oh, okay, FaZe still going through some struggles. But, I mean, considering that was Liquid's map pick, I feel like this got really close, went down to the wire. We saw pistols rounds being traded out and some clutch rounds going kind of both sides. So, a very close game, and there's a few kind of rounds where I can pinpoint exactly where some things started going in the way of Liquid a little bit. So, I mean, if we want to jump straight into round 3, for example, I mean, just at the start of this round, so what's going on right now is we're looking at an eco round. Team Liquid, they lost pistol as a 1v2 clutch a 2v3 clutch. Skulls and Simple win that. Liquid go into a 4-spy on round 2. Round 3 here, they go into a deco round. What I want to point out, though, is kind of just like looking here at this mini-map, what's going on? We're seeing like these players all the way down mid getting 0 contact, but then it's these players on B that I'm just wondering what is going on, because it doesn't seem like they're trying to push out and get that control through cave and meet up with the mid players. It doesn't really look like they're trying to do anything to block this ramp area off at all either. So what's going to happen right now is actually it's Team Liquid walking up. Ultimate goes for the first one, boom with the deagle, yep. And then it's going to be continuous, just looking for these deagle shots. But here, I have to point this out again, because what we get to see is Simple is basically moving up alone. And where did his teammate go? Well, his teammate ran off. He's going to rotate around, go and pick up B or something. They have one player on A. It's just scattered all around the place. And Simple, he's not happy enough with just getting the 1 kill and maybe backing out. No, he's got to go for more kills here. So he goes down, and it's a constant bleed out. And now there's going to be a little bit of a lull in the round for a little bit as kind of like, you know, they wait out these smokes and everything like that, and you get to see where kind of FaZe reposition to, but it's so passive and so scared and so static. So as the round kind of the clock ticks, they have these deagle stills, so 3 versus 3, and look at how much space and respect FaZe is giving at the moment, because it's basically this entire walk-up, and Shui's going to find this next kill over onto long B here. He's going to get another 1 deag, and it's just so much space. And what we get to see from a round like this is just how disjointed everything is with how FaZe is. One person's pushing, where's the other connection of it? So you're pushing down middle, why are the B players not pushing? The B players are pushing because you have 3 there, but only 1 guy's going through. And that's kind of something that I've been seeing throughout this entire game, where it's like over the kill feed, you're seeing kills happening, but it's just like an isolated duel here, an isolated duel there, isolated duels all over the map over the course of like a minute and a half type of thing, where there's no real cohesion or teamwork. So that's the clear issue that we're seeing from FaZe, and yet they're able to get, like 10 rounds against Team Liquid here on Team Liquid's map pick. So things are looking decent for Team Liquid in the sense that they won the map, but they should be probably making it a lot more cleaner if these are the types of rounds that they're winning, and this is how FaZe is playing out the game.
You know, Josh, I think you've nailed it right there in terms of a disjointedness that we're kind of seeing from the FaZe side. And it makes sense, too, you know, when you think about just the amount of practice they had coming in here. We heard a couple of tidbits on that. We also had round 6 where we got another evidence of disjoint.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this round here and it's instantly just Frozen getting run down at Donut. Well, okay, not the biggest thing, but Kerrigan, you're pushing solo into Cave. Frozen's already died at Donut. He's been like running, being ran down basically. And there's 2 more players on B for the side of FaZe just throwing nades. It's simple there, and it's I believe it was Skulls there as well. And it's like, why is no one pushing with Kerrigan? Why is there no response to Frozen getting run down? How is Elige not being able to make it out of Red Room with Frozen before he gets run down at Donut? It doesn't seem like that start of round protocol opening stuff is just really well ironed out for them yet. I don't know what the idea was. Maybe there was a plan, and then because something happened, maybe someone went to the wrong spot to throw a nade, or forgot their lineup, or forgot, oh, I'm supposed to push here instead. And those little things are the mistakes that, I mean, Kerrigan was talking about that in the pre-game interview with Freya. He was talking about that actually in a video that was released a couple weeks ago from FaZe, basically talking about how one small mistake kind of cracks it all open, and then 5 rounds later, they've just lost 5 rounds in a row because of this one mistake, and they start tilting and losing their confidence, and everything kind of death spirals out of control. And was that kind of like one of the rounds there? What's going on? Those are the questions I ask when I watch FaZe playing right now, and I'm waiting to see how Simple, or even having Simple and Skulls here, is going to kind of affect that whole dynamic from within the team, where now it's not like the same 5 players that are kind of death spiraling and having these internal issues. You got some new faces.
Speaking of a bit of the spiral, I'm looking at that second half of play. I'm seeing FaZe putting 6 up there on what otherwise was a 4-round half. So they were able to build back into this. I just have to wonder, does that give more of a testament to maybe something that FaZe has in their pocket, or was this Liquid with a CT side look that might have been just a little lacking in their first game of the day?
I think obviously the CT side was a little bit lacking. I think one of the things they did well on their T side, especially when they were able to kind of group up and death ball into the sites, you got to see how the individual skill worked out there when they were able to win some fights or win some trades where they were actually in the same position together to be able to do that. That entire first half on CT side, they didn't have people in position where it's like, okay, you're going to go for this fight, win or lose, I'm here to back you up and get that trade kill. That didn't exist in that first half. But second half, when you're on that T side, it's easier to stay together. It's easier to just be like, okay, let's group up and go B. And that's basically what they did.
Which basically brings me to my next question, Josh.
All right.
It takes us into Inferno. Can you believe it? We're going to Inferno, and we're going to see a FaZe T-sided start.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty good for FaZe Clan, because Inferno can be really T-sided, especially with the economy system in mind, with how simple you can boil this game down to, and with the fact that those banana fights are basically dictate half the round, and it's pretty much 50-50. So individual skills going to come into play. I don't know if you need super, huge just ways to kind of protocols and strats and everything to be able to work your way through it. Mainly that's on the CT side, B control and B defense, to be able to be like, okay, how many things do we have to stop the rush and do these other things?
Well, how do they stop the ultimate? And I'm not talking, this isn't like a Valorant joke, Josh. I know you love these sort of things, but how do they stop ultimate?
Well, Ultimate's going to have this issue on the CT side, I guess, with the op just being stuck behind smokes, potentially. He needs to find a way. Most oppers need to find a way to kind of not just get locked out behind smokes. Usually that's kind of playing around lane or getting aggressive in hulls, maybe getting aggressive at B. So, I mean, realistically, flashes and smokes for now.
Yeah.
It's Inferno.
That is a good start. Thank you very much, Josh. We're going to go to that quick break so we can come back and get ourselves situated for the next map of this series. FaZe and Liquid going toe-to-toe on Inferno. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025. We'll be RB.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Ruteris. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Welcome to 1xBet On It, this one for Group B of IEM Dallas. And we have a lot spicier of matchups in this group, so it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll get started right out of the gate. Another easy one to start with, Dinko. Mal's taking on BC Game.
Yeah, that is an easy one on paper. Now, obviously, BC Game, they started getting some great results at the start of the year. A lot of
Great, you say?
Yeah, for themselves. You know, they had to climb out of the rankings, play on all these little CCT online cups, and get their way through and get that ranking. So the grind is hard. So to me, that is a great result for them because you start in the pit of despair and climb your way out, and now you're here at IEM Dallas. So
with an opportunity to play Mal's in your opening game.
Yeah, that sucks. But I just feel like with all the outside pressure and everything crumbling in the team, it's not the squad we've seen at the start of the year. So Mal should get through this one comfortably for me, 2-0.
Yeah, very wordy answer for a 2-0 comfort pick, Dinko. So let's move directly on because this one is the one where I want more words out of you. Team Liquid FaZe. This match is a crazy opening game to have at a tournament. FaZe with Simple stepping in, taking on Team Liquid, former team of Simple, of Elige, who's now in a FaZe jersey as well. So teammates going head to head, Twist, Naf on one side, Simple, Elige on the other. There's fireworks all over it.
Yeah, well, believing in Simple is my motto for this event. So I'm going to go with FaZe Clan going all the way to the grand final. So obviously they're going to handle Team Liquid.
Are you really?
2-0.
Say it right now. Are you really grand final?
Yeah, grand final for FaZe Clan. That's what I'm hoping for, you know, and I'm going to will it into existence, Jace. 2-0 start versus Team Liquid. We get the ball rolling. The stocks go up high on Simple. This is the game it happens in.
I feel really bad that I have you put that on record. I'm not quite on the believe Simple train. I'm not there yet. I want to see some things here. Dallas, I think, is going to be a rough event in terms of first start. His whole thing is for the major. So Simple not necessarily playing to be the best player right now, but playing against himself as the greatest player of all time in many people's opinions in CSGO. That's going to be a hard thing for him to overcome. So we'll have to see if he can get that magic back. I'm taking Liquid to win this one 2-1. I'm not there with Simple yet. You're taking FaZe 2-0. 2-0.
2-0. It's going to be a great start. Aurora versus Heroic. Now, Aurora, they've been up and down. Massive start to the year. Great results. But they have sort of dropped off a little bit. They still should take Heroic 2-1 here, but I don't think it's going to be as comfortable as you would like for Aurora.
I'm with you. I'm going to take 2-1 victory for Aurora as well, but their game is not pretty right now. Their game, when you watch them, the eye test isn't really landing, isn't really hitting for me. So they still have some progress to make as the major comes around and as this event will go deeper to see what they can get to, but they are the better team. They should be the better team in this matchup. Yeah. Falcons NRG as the last match. We got Nitro coming back. We got a little bit of hope for the NRG side of things.
Right. We sort of do this thing. 2 Dallases ago, we retired Nitro. Now he's back. Yeah. So yeah, Team Falcons, second best team in the world. No problem for them. I think it's going to be a very comfortable 2-0. They're going to speed run their way through NRG, and Falcons should be a comfortable start.
Yeah, Nico Monesi, I don't predict against them too often. Right. 2-0 for Falcons over NRG.
Right. So who do you think is making it through? I've got FaZe going through, obviously, and Falcons. For me personally.
Okay, well, you've lost
the FF combo.
This is the easiest one. It's going to be Mal's Falcons, and that's it.
Yeah,
2-3.
Well, a little bit of Dallas Magic's coming up. That's what I'm betting on it coming into this. That's the 1xBet on it segment here at IEM Dallas for Group B.
Well, the 2-0 for FaZe isn't exactly possible, Jason, but they can still win.
It's not.
They can still win. They can still recover this.
They can still come back.
Yeah,
it's fine.
They could still do it. But yeah, I mean, you are always the pragmatic one, always the realist, Jason, and that is the reality we're living in. Team Liquid take the first map versus FaZe Clan. We know Dallas is going to be a tough event for this FaZe squad, who are now playing with 2 stand-ins, no rain. They just removed Brokey, brought in Simple, who's been out of the game for 181 days. So a lot of work to be done. We'll see what their Inferno looks like.
Yeah, this is their map pick, and Team Liquid have chosen to start on the T side, going to be tacking into FaZe's defense. So it'll be Elige standing pat at the B bomb site alone, and a mid push. Oh, Liquid's waiting for it. They're looking for it. They sense it. Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Frozen. Skulls had one on top, and Liquid still have not triggered this trap. They have not sprung. Skulls delivering death down middle, and Twist finally trades it off, but that pistol round is cooked.
Definitely cooked, Jason. Overcooked. In fact, it's all chewy as FaZe Clan take themselves the pistol. They charge down mid. Skull's doing some great work there. We see a little flurry of his ability, and Team Liquid have to eat the pistol loss.
Yeah, his lovely little follow-up to Frozen's opening kill. There's the first immediate headshot, but then Skull steps in. The trade on the Frozen death, and then just tapping away at the second player peeking out. Lovely work from FaZe with that push, and Liquid even seemed prepared for it and aware of the potential and still drops the ball.
Carrigan making his new teammates feel at home.
He's keeping the energy up, you know? Keeping the positivity in there.
Oh, he realizes how important that is, especially for this tournament.
Oh, and how nice it'd be if he could get Skulls on a little bit of a heater to start Inferno, to get the map started in the right way. Simple with the quick peek, takes down ultimate, gets stuck on the wall coming back. It's all good. 4 on 5.
The big old Deagle ready to go for Russell Van Dulken.
Yeah,
but he's going to duck out, go back in behind the smoke.
That's the Deagle that ruined them on Ancient a number of times as well.
Kind of stopped everything from getting going in that first half. Imagine a world in which FaZe don't have that little upset, that little curveball thrown into them in the third round of play, because they were starting to come back in that second half.
That could have been interesting.
Well, they've got to play with 4 MP9s here. They've got the advantage, looking to keep it clean. Still a lot of opportunities here for Liquid to show some danger.
I mean, I don't know. There's 40 seconds on the clock. You don't really have time to give Twist with the Deagle a chance to just kind of peek, especially with holes just being smoked off this entire time. So throw a little bit of a fake to try and show you want to take back banana control. You've actually forced back the defender, made Simple take a peek on Rap side, but now it's about just a set piece with what utility you have.
All right, Twists. 20 seconds. That's all you've got. Let's see what Liquid's final hurl at this A-bomb site looks like. Naf leaping out down into the pit. Not like this phase. Carrigan cleaning up. And they needed him to do so, but they've already taken the site, and that plant is going to come in.
Yeah.
Twist is going to put it down at the back of the bomb site, and we've got a 2v2 all of a sudden.
Oh, Naf's going to try and make it over to the cross, and he's found his way into his pit. Frozen went up Boiler. He's going to wrap around Long Flake in through Halls. So Twist has to be a small target. They're not considering this yet.
Oh, it's such a big problem here for FaZe if they concede this.
This is how Naf got the entry.
Yeah, getting down in to the mini pit, just intermittently checking in behind him. Stepping up towards Twist. Body damage done. Frozen nose drops down into the pit. Twist cleared out from the site. FaZe recover it, but my God, it's a messy round.
It's exactly the same thing that happened on the entry. Naf came out the halls. The player was down in small pit underneath the balcony looking towards the bomb site, never considering the drop behind him. So Naf just has it done to him in kind. Good job from Elige as well. Being the target, taking the attention, taking the aggro, but being patient and backing off to let his teammate make the play.
Carrigan doesn't get a multi-kill here. Round's done. Frozen just waited until Naf gave away his position before he dropped down from the balcony. Made that an easy cleanup, but because of how close that round was, how much damage they did to FaZe and getting a bomb plant, it's a buy back here for Team Liquid, so they're going to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, good deep nade though from FaZe has chunked down a number of Liquid players, but they aren't going to stop. Twist going to take this fight as fast as he can, misses narrowly the opportunity, but gets it back on Skulls. And now Simple lines him up, but can only get one.
Looked like he was going to knock him down, but it's Skull coming up. Liquid here, Elige left on the other side of the map, sprinting back over, but he can't do much about this. Oh, it looked like Simple was guaranteed a multi-kill there. Look how low these Team Liquid players are. 3 on Naf, 1 HP on Shuei. Yeah, so close to being a much better situation here for FaZe.
What a crazy round. It's like the dam just broke open on contact as soon as Twist took that shot. It was just non-stop fighting until we find ourselves in this 1v4. So Elige coming over to look for some exits, trying to take some guns away. He knows the economy for Team Liquid is in a precarious position, so even without victory, taking 1 or 2 rifles is going to be valuable. There's the first, and time for Elige to just bail out. Molotov in the pit in case anyone's planning on saving there. Not a big deal. 2-1, Liquid on the board here on Inferno.
FaZe just can't catch a break in these early rounds, though, can they? It's like you could have a 3-0 start here, your money growing, but Team Liquid are just so solid at continuing to do damage and inflict hurt upon the economy of FaZe in these early rounds.
Well, let's put it into the context, too, because, I mean, if you want to think about it this way, you say, you know, how unfortunate FaZe has been to a certain extent. Like, this hasn't really been an unlucky turn of events for them. They made a mistake 2 rounds ago with the pit defense. The defender, nobody watching for the Halls jump out, so they take a lot of damage against Tech9 and Pistols, lose the ensuing one, and now you're in a screwed money situation, but it's all because of the mistake you made 2 rounds ago.
Oh, Frozen's dead. Melted away. The ice turns to water as Elise drops back into the site. He's got Simple playing alongside of him towards CT spawn. Rolling back the years. Simple and Elise locking the bomb site down together, but it's just Elise getting a kill and it's not enough. Not enough to hold B. And so the dam breaks as Liquid flood in.
Yep, and no real weaponry to hold them at bay. So Liquid going to gain control, going to tie things up at 2. They've got the economic control in the map. And they'll be able to extend this lead at least early going and see what their T-side can put on the board. Skulls and Kerrigan to save the 5-7 in armor.
Just want to say, a few rounds ago, Jason, you used the term cooked.
Cooked.
And I was happy to hear you say that.
Yeah, it's yeah. Why is that?
I don't know, it's a Zoomer speak.
It's a Zoomer speak? Okay, yeah. Well, I've been around a lot of Zoomers. It's only natural.
Yeah, you haven't really learned about the Italian brain rot yet, but I kind of want to save you from that. I don't want you to ever have to deal with the.
I think you're all good there. I'm not gonna venture into those waters.
That's good. Treacherous indeed. With
cooked is about as far as I go.
2-2 though, as the start for FaZe Clan is cooked. You know, they had such a great pistol. You step up with a second round coming in, you just do a little bit too much damage done there.
And you're playing multiple rounds with just like this busted economy of buying an MP9, buying a Deagle, buying like a missing utility. That's a frustrating thing to have go on into it. But we're still early in the game, so nothing too crazy. Back to pistols, the 2 saved 5-7 in armor on Skulls and Kerrigan. Keep your eye on them. Even a smoke picked up from Skulls. Going to try and funnel at least timing into the direction that they want. 3 defenders in Banana, and Nertz is going to take down 1.
Nertz already close up towards Elige. Half wall cleared out. Elige P250 coming in. Nertz going to go down, no problem. And Elige actually coming back, and FaZe somehow in a better position, at least on players. You still got to favor Liquid in terms of the weapon advantages that they've got here, but FaZe giving themselves a shot at round 5.
Yeah, how the tables have turned. Kerrigan's now got an AK-47. He's got that over towards Rap side at the A bomb site. Liquid going to walk into a B hit. Not going to go contact. They're going to let him know they're coming with the smoke towards CT spawn. Shuai spots 1. That's Frozen. Taking his peeks over towards Coffin. Still Elige to find inside the site.
Ooh, Frozen going to be cleared out from the back of the Coffin. They open him up and
Kerrigan's
swallow
here.
him whole as Kerrigan's arriving. Elige trying to step up from first or second. Orange is not able to do it though. And you would have to hope for something miraculous out of Kerrigan. He'll step into the smoke. And out of it, a hero. If he can get a multi-kill here. It's just the one, though. And Skulls...
Uh-oh.
Still having to fight with a 5-7, but Twist able to ready his stance and commits to the 3rd round victory here for Liquid.
Yeah, no fear, full confidence for Twist. Getting caught in the open, but standing his ground and waiting for the repeat. Nicely done. Liquid take that lead. AK-47s across the board for the T-side. They've got money for the AWP, but don't want to bring it out. Not a luxury that FaZe have on the other side of things. All those economic issues have prevented the big green from coming into play for Simple. Keeping it in. It's day 1.
Holding it in. Wait till day 2, though. Day 2, it will be unleashed. And I'm there for that, really. Elige poking and prodding his way around top Banana. Although a lot of Liquid players waiting around that corner, and so you do not want to get involved in an unfavorable fight. Smoke comes in at the right time, and that will force Liquid back, at least for the time being.
A lot of gunfire through that smoke. Neither team's wanted to mess with it. It's pulled Kerrigan over. It's made him nervous that there's going to be an execute right after the defensive smoke clears. So they've added a 3rd defender here, and it seems to be the right call for the moment. The bomb is still waiting outside of the B bomb site.
Simple collecting the opening kill of the round. Kerrigan to follow up. Damage being done. Frozen on the cleanup and eventually taken back down by Twist, who now finds himself in a clutch. And Simple is incredibly low. And if he had gone down there, it would have been a 1v1 against Skulls. But Simple plays his life at least for a second longer and then jumps into the open, gives it up, and Twists makes it look easy.
That's a play from RVD. challenging, just like the last round, not afraid of the fights. And he knows it's an awkward point in the map for the CTs of open space as they try and transition into a retake, and he never lets them close the gap. Beautiful round from Twist, and it forces a timeout out of FaZe. Gotta be a real deep conversation. They're getting beat all across the map. The trade game from Team Liquid has been spectacular, much like Ancient, seeming to have a propensity towards the B bomb site, continuing here on Inferno, and every time they get in that engagement, right at the bomb site, right in front of the choke point, they're winning them out, even losing the first couple engagements. Good trade from Nerds. Frozen gets 2. Twist comes in and sets himself up.
Yeah, that's such a frustrating round to lose if you're FaZe. I mean, you had so many of these kills go in your favor. Yeah, that's where the frustration will start to mount now for Simple. Getting caught as he tries to jump out of the speedway. Twist was confident to try and turn that into a 1v1 fight as early as possible. And that's been one of the big talking points about Twist removing himself from the in-game leader role is, are we going to see Twist come back to being that star player where he rises up to the form that he had before he became the in-game leader? So far, we are seeing that trajectory upwards. Frozen getting involved inside the smoke. Nerds realizes he's run past him, and eventually Frozen should be cancelled out here by either Twist or Nerds, and eventually is taken down by that Twist Glock.
Yeah, sandwiched a little bit. Nowhere to go for him. Chaotic round, but Liquid will come out on top, 5-2.
I mean, we're looking at 5 rounds in a row now for Team Liquid. They're really getting into the groove on the T side. Simple just spotted as well.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job in Banana. It feels like Liquid's coming out with that control more often than not. And done a really good job of just punishing it every time they're able to get the control. Simple being hunted down by Naf, easy kill. Round 8 up next, and FaZe yet to put a stop to this onslaught. Simple 56-50 in the bank. Op light armor, there we go. It's in the server. It's in the field of play. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, could be the tool to unlock some round victories here for the side of FaZe on the CT side here. This is Frozen getting sandwiched. Not a fun position to be in for him. We did see Simple's AWP strike.
It was solid on Ancient.
Yeah, it was a couple of really nice shots out of it. Unfortunately, a lot of the rounds he had impact in were not picked up or converted into round victories from FaZe.
Well, they might be coming at him. Twist got into Halls real quick. Looks like they want to have some pace to this. Now there is a Halls push as well, so Skulls can come in and wrap around behind them at an awkward timing. Naf is going to be there with the MAC-10 to control that.
Simple, there's the shot, and that's the opener. So, gonna back away. Here's Shue making his way through the long smoke. Karrigan not ready for that play. And this creates a little bit of a worrying time for the AWP of Simple, who has to rely on the help of his teammate in Skulls to defend his short angle, while Simple has to worry about balconies exposed to it. Can he get the pick? He can on Shue. Twist will get it traded. Simple realizes he's taking damage, and now realizes he's alone. His teammates are gone, and so he's stuck on the A bomb site, and everybody's dropping. It's another round where Simple gets a multi-kill in the AWP, and no one else from FaZe steps up.
Okay, Molotov down behind the smoke. Frozen's got a dink. He's going to challenge this. I feel like he's going to step through it, maybe jump up. He knows he's got low HP. Nade into the smoke. Now's his moment on the plant. Frozen. He comes out the other side. He's got one in the sight. He's got another on Twist.
Oh my goodness, Frozen, what a move. And now it tees up. Just Nerds for this 1v2 round. The back, Simple gone. Tapping the defuse. Not the full stake, but it's going to pull Nerds into the open. And Frozen's going to be able to pull it off.
There it is. That's a beautiful play from Frozen. Sensing the weakness, sensing the opportunity, and not being afraid to go seize it. Inside the smoke, jumping up into Graveyard. Liquid never saw it coming. And FaZe absolutely needed a performance like that to get them going on the CT side. Recovers the up, but they're not done yet. 4 players go down. Economy's still very weak at a breaking point. This round perhaps bigger than the one previous if you're FaZe, to try and string things together and turn this half around.
The AWP goes up into the apartments. Simple looking for the same opening move.
Similar setup. Skulls this time further back, but same idea, same philosophy, and potentially the same result.
Well, he's lost his support. 1 for 1.
Simple's not going to drop off the balcony. In fact, Liquid starting to fall away from their early A pressure. Let's start thinking about Banana, where currently they've got Elige.
Elige has had a really tough game to get a feel for. He's either been executed on a number of times, challenged frequently, but also been caught on a couple of lurks. And now the timing of the smoke is going to ruin him here. And yeah, hands up. He'll turn around, and I don't even think FaZe can fight for this. That kill is way too quick. No delay. You almost have to back off with this AWP in the hands of Simple.
Yeah, Lee's just having a rough game. He's having a very rough game. Karrigan still fighting forward. Somehow come out of that one alive still, even mid-reload.
Yeah, Naf's been taken down as well. So I mentioned you might want to keep this one away. Well, they've got the little bit of a gift, the kill and the extra damage to motivate them to go for it, but it might lure them in to just lose everything.
Well, a dink goes off from the Karrigan MP9, but I think they're still in a position where they're able to fall back. But with that kill from Simple, it's a nice little exit, but they have to pack their bags and leave. Oh yeah, Eli's just having a rough time. That was, you're just like building the case of, you know, he's having a frustrating game, hard to get it, then just gets domed like that.
But it looks silly from his POV as we watched it happen, but I mean, if you take what the whole half has looked like, the different executes onto the B-bomb site where he's been forced to play passive, like he's taken some scrappy fights inside the B-bomb site, you know, towards the banana boxes. Now all of a sudden, like, he's pushing, he's tried to lurk, and like it's really hard for him, I think, at the moment to read when exactly and what timing Liquid is coming at him. Are they fast or aggressive? Do I have to play it snow? Do I dump my utility? Are they watching for this lurk? Are they committed up middle? I think it's hard at the moment for FaZe as a team to get a read for Elige to know what's the good play for him to make. Oh, we didn't see that. That's awkward.
Okay, buddy.
He's got a good chuckle.
Well, you're back in NA. You gotta pull off a 1G.
It is a tradition.
The Aussies have Shoeys. We have 1Gs here. We've got Elige taking a little bit of damage early on. He's got to play this round with a finesse. Shuei's going to walk up and just catch Elige, blinded and executed upon, and it's done.
See what I mean? Look at the variety of hits they're showing at him. And like, and also, I mean, this is also one of those things with the two stand-in situation. Although none of the three who died were stand-ins, but I'll give him the luxury. But I mean, you're setting up some kind of a defense, some kind of
stand-ins, Jason.
No, just blame him either way. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's really rough right now for Elige. The fights he's getting, you know, he's blinded and Shuei's running through. That has been something that I think Shuei and Twist in particular have been really good at over the last couple of maps here.
And on this map in particular, I think they care even less. I feel like they have even more confidence because we know they have a play. We've seen it a number of times since Shuei joined. The really fast mid play from Twist. We saw it, I think, in round 2 or 3 in this game, where he just gets up mid like super quick at an odd timing and takes a fight and then just leaves. And now they've kind of done it at Banana as well. Go up Banana, take control. Oh, no resistance. Oh, it's quiet. No defensive utility. Okay, let's contact with one flash.
So Lee is trying to get into first orange, is blinded. Frozen trying to get to the back of the new box. Catching them blind and out of position. And saves the monitor from any real damage there.
The tracksuits look nice, though.
Yeah, they do. They will always have that.
They'll always have those tracksuits. Flashbang out towards middle. Utility exchange of Banana, but no presence behind it for Team Liquid.
Not the smoke they were looking for there. Simple. He said he was practicing nades. You know, maybe a little extra practice on that one. A little extra sauce on it, but here comes Naf. It's going to be Skulls getting cleared out of the apartments. Oh, Twister just follow up. So yeah, we're back to just a blistering T side from Team Liquid, charging in at this FaZe defense and ripping them to shreds no matter where they go. Whether it's the B bomb side or A, it's open.
I mean, I think now you're just seeing Liquid take advantage of a disjointed defense. I think, you know, I mentioned Elige having a rough game in terms of getting comfortable and understanding what kind of fights are going to be coming his way at different times. Skulls is having a rough game as well, but a completely different reasoning. He's just getting deleted over at the A-bomb site whenever he's tried to make a move. And this is what I've alluded to with Skulls. His ability to go find impact, I think sometimes he struggles with. So when he's trying to find a timing to make a play at the A-bomb site, he's just repeatedly getting caught. And it's exacerbated and looks worse because of two stand-ins, because of the disorganization of temporary players in the team. And Liquid feel like they've built up to critical mass. Even a little giggle out of Twist there at the end. It's 8-3.
A second timeout for FaZe. We came into today, everybody, including the FaZe Clan players themselves, wondering how the hell is this going to go? What are we going to see today on the server?
Well, we spoke to Kerrigan last night when we got back from dinner. We were just having a chat with him outside and a couple other guys, and you know, the words, without revealing all the details, the words he gave us were, "Buckle up."
Yeah, buckle up, enjoy the show.
Yeah, buckle up, enjoy the show. So that's what we're doing this week. That's the theme of the week here at Dallas, is buckle up, enjoy the show.
Because it could be a roller coaster. It really could. Some loop-de-loops, twists and turns.
And on this roller coaster, you need the seatbelt.
You definitely need the seatbelt. Well, let's see if they can get this last round of the half here, FaZe. Called a timeout for it. 8-4 is doable. 9-3, we're getting into a very difficult territory.
And now you're just losing every single duel on top of everything as well. So it's going from bad to worse if you're FaZe. 5-on-4 for Liquid. A minute and a half left in the round.
Shuey and Ultimate making their way through top middle. Taking their time, silently slinking their way closer and closer to this A site. Simple retreating back into the archway. Shuey about to find himself in this position.
He's got the bomb.
Yeah. Now he's used the nade, but Simple hits off his body, so it's sound Q, and he'll have to drop back in behind that cover. So Shuey gets away with a risky play of having the bomb in his back.
Okay, trajectory shown. They know Skulls is in pit underneath the balcony.
We're going to limit the position of Big Pit, realizing that he has to be in the mini pit. That Molly actually missed. Kerrigan goes down inside of the site. Skull's not able to step up, and the FaZe defense does not do much here in this first half. We're looking at 9-3 for Team Liquid.
Didn't even need the Molotov. Shuhei just styling on you kids. Simple comes out, taken down by Ultimate, and that is the half. 9-3. A blistering T-side from Team Liquid puts them up by 6 as Simple's debut is looking ruined.
9-3 lead for Team Liquid, and frustrations mounting here for FaZe. So many different looks on that T side, and it was evident who was the real practice team and who was the squad with two stand-ins.
Yeah, FaZe tried to keep it together as long as they possibly could, and it was admirable, but we could see towards the end of it, yeah, things like this just kind of bumping out across all the players. You can just see just the buildup of frustrations, of mistakes, of miscommunications, unfamiliarity with each other. Liquid have complete control of this map, and nothing has given us an indication that FaZe can do anything about it. So, pistol round of the second half. Smoke, flash, flash on Skulls and Kerrigan. In mid and alt mid, and quiet boosting up in towards Hulls. Now there is a stack in middle, but if this attack goes towards Hulls, there's nobody in pit to slow it down.
This is a 9-3 scoreline with a FaZe pistol round win. Looking to take their second as Elise runs into top mid. He's blinded again. I feel like there's been so many fights for him where he's just not even been able to see his opponent. Simple fighting FaZe back into this pistol round though. He's got 3. And Shuai cutting away that bomb plant. So Simple is required again. In fact, it pretty much is all Simple here because Kerrigan's low in HP. He's got a minute to work with. He'll drop, nearly drop Shuai in the sight. His HP is so low. Simple just looking to finish him off, running out of bullets. Kerrigan comes in to help. And now it is just Nerds left on 5 HP, coming back into the fight. And Simple's looking for his 4th kill of the pistol, and that is exactly what he will grab.
Herculean individual effort from Simple puts together a complete round start to finish. You're exactly right. That was all him. The only one having impact to keep that round in contention. Here's the jump out of the halls, as I mentioned. 4 players watching towards brackets. Nobody's there to watch Simple and hold him back, so he's just got a free turn to the left, some free kills over in lane, and then he's got the space to work with.
Let's go, boys.
And Frozen thanking his lucky stars that he's got Simple on the team for Dallas, because that pistol round would have gone sideways.
Well, it's only the pistol. It's the first step of what is going to be a massive comeback if FaZe are able to pull it off here. Team Liquid have been so good at being disruptive. Sure, they've lost, 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds played so far in the game today.
And both pistols on Inferno.
But they've been very disruptive in these follow-up rounds of force buys, with pistols. So FaZe are going to be aware of that. They haven't been clean in these conversions.
No, and I mean, even when they won them, they've taken a ton of damage, so it's put them in awkward positions moving forward. So needing to convert this. Nerds tucked into the cubby on ult mid. Naf and Twist to hold down lane. Ultimate's going to be there to work with Twist at range, but he'll largely be negated.
Resmoke comes in at the 55-second mark, and FaZe do not want to go through that, so they're going to be funneled into the short setup. A stack of players on this side of the map for Team Liquid. Could get a little scary here for FaZe Clan. Kara going to go down first. Elysian and Skulls cleaning up, though. And it's okay. No danger here, as the 5th round for FaZe is collected with only 1 casualty.
Yeah, nicely done from FaZe. Really good, strong, overwhelming hit. Good utility. And no options for Liquid or Shuhei, so he'll back off. FaZe is up to 5, and they do it clean. So no economic issues. They finally get that really nice, comfortable start that they look for on T-side Inferno.
Well, just you wait. There's going to be at least 1 Deagle in the next round. We'll see how that goes, but we take a fantastic T-side from the side of FaZe Clan, but also a collapse on the defense from Team Liquid once those guns come out.
Kerrigan can call it, and I'm interested to see. I would imagine this is going to be a pretty simple T-side from FaZe. We've touched on the standing situation. Yeah. I do apologize for that. I didn't even notice it. But it's going to be really, really, really basic How's that? Basic.
Yeah, basic.
One. I think it's going to be a lot of grouped up stuff. Maybe some 1-4s leaving a lurk, but I think for the most part, this will be like maybe spread into a default, but group up at some point and execute onto a bomb site. I think Kerrigan's going to try and keep moving pieces to a minimum, considering the level of communication and familiarity they have with everyone.
Well, no Deagles. Just the 5-7s, Joe Berettas. It would be a luxury for FaZe to actually have some money built up going into the gun rounds as well. Uh-oh, not the start they're hoping for. Yeah, the Joe Beretta is going up against Skulls. Naf's going to come away with that MAC-10.
And it's perfect because look at the way it's funneled FaZe, saying, okay, well now we don't really want to mess. We don't know what's at the A-bomb site. Let's go to the B-bomb site. However, there's plenty of defenders here. 4 of them to be exact. A boost up on second oranges. It's all down to Shuei's smoke. How disruptive can that be? How much can that cause chaos for the FaZe attack?
Just a lot of time on the clock for FaZe. They disperse the smoke at CT. I think they're a little bit too deep now for that smoke to be effective at all from Shuei. Twist dropping off second oranges, and it's a cleanup here. Okay, a little scary for a second, just for Frozen, but he gets the sidearm out in time, and so it is going to be a 6th round for FaZe.
That's a really hard smoke to time, because he obviously wants them to be committed and have that smoke kind of, spread out into their vision, but, I mean, you don't have vision yourself. You don't have information yourself of when they're coming in, of how committed they are, whether it's counter utility. Yeah, tough one. So 6 rounds for FaZe. And Liquid will get the guns out in the next round, so finally we get to see this defense with weapons, with M4s and utility. What can they do to stop FaZe? Liquid 4 rounds away from closing out their opening series of IEM Dallas with a victory. But FaZe putting a late fight into the mix here on Inferno.
Well, they started to build up a bit of a comeback in that second half of H as well.
Yeah, they did. They clawed all the way back into it and fell at the final hurdle. Fell right at the end. All up in the hands of Ultimate. He's got Bank behind it as well, so some cash built up. M4s across the board otherwise. See, excuse me, it's Naf with the staying on the MAC-10 who's dropping it off over.
I don't know how Frozen doesn't die here. That's crazy. I think Shuei's feeling the same. Twist. Yeah, no one's seen it. Don't worry.
It's a crazy situation where even if you get the best result, you're still not going to win. So everyone's allowed to just smile and relax on it. Smoke in towards middle, but look at what Elige has done to play with that. Step through. Ultimate slow on the shot. Tags Frozen through the wall, but takes a death in return.
Elige creating some space. Naf going down. They're going to follow up on that. Bombs all the way back at stairs, but they've got the A site. They've got everything they need, and FaZe burst through to a quick round victory.
Yeah, good small read from Elige after that kill. Here's the bullets of Twist coming in from Rap side. He says, you guys don't have anyone here. Likely a 3-man start. You heard the op ring out from Ultimate, so you got all the information. Elige steps into a free site. 1 HP on him, 16 on Frozen. Thin margins, but FaZe bring the scoreline to within 2. 7 for FaZe to the 9 of Team Liquid.
They've closed this gap very quickly, haven't they? Impressive.
This is the benefit of that nice start on T-side Inferno, of having control of the economy, not dropping round 2, not taking heavy losses in either round 2 or round 3. Now you get to reap the rewards, which is jump out to a pretty decent start in this second half. It's going to be 4 in a row. And if they can take any of these guns away from Team Liquid right at the end, they could set themselves up even nicer, but they don't look too motivated. What's the op? They want that. They're motivated now. Now they're hungry for it. Nerds pinned down. Utility streaming in to try and keep him alive. Kerrigan desperate for the op, and Nerds survives.
For now, Simple steps up. Can he get a last-second headshot off? Nerds just cowering behind the pillar, and he will hold on to the AWP. That is a huge effort to hold on to that.
Everyone's smiling. Kerrigan's having a good time. Simple's laughing about it. I bet Nerds on the other side of the room was having a great time.
Sweating a little bit.
Just dancing.
Probably profusely, actually. All right, cracking the knuckles as Elige. Hoping the second half is a completely different story for him. Had an incredibly frustrating first half of Inferno. Not necessarily a great game from him either on Ancient. Survives to 1 HP here.
Great work done from Nerds, just using that slim pillar to protect him. He's had a good game so far. Nerds 14 kills, 8 deaths. No one challenging down Banana here for Team Liquid. FaZe have that space to play with early.
Pop flash in towards Halls from Team Liquid might give FaZe a piece of communication that they cleared Halls, which didn't happen, but might be what FaZe is thinking at the moment. Two-man crews working map control. Frozen and Kerrigan over in Banana. And now 3 players joined up in Halls, so FaZe not yet making the final decision, but they want Liquid to feel like a B hit is possible. They want to keep the defense honest. And they've accomplished it so far. Halls pop is coming in. 3 players, Naf and Twist to defend. And a timely smoke.
Naf waiting in the pit. It's going to be Twist to take that kill. Naf did the early damage. Twist cleaning up from the site, though. Twist with a triple. As Kerrigan has to try and bail his team out of this. He's going into the site. Can't do it, though. It's just Frozen left it short, and Twist is going to walk in and walk out with 4 kills. Incredible round from the site from Twist.
Yeah, but give a little high five over to Naf being the nuisance in pit. He plays that really well. Gets the first kill, doesn't get caught chasing the second player, waiting to see if a third is going to come out of the smoke. Assists on many of those Twist kills, and that's a beautiful crossfire setup played to perfection by longtime teammates Twist and Naf. No chance for FaZe at breaking this up. And Team Liquid hits double digits, 10-7, round 18. Simple with an op, ultimate as well.
And Simple is looking for that opening pick as he jumps up on top of the logs, peering over the banana smoke. But Team Liquid haven't really shown over the last few rounds that they want to challenge around this corner.
Yeah, they just, anytime they sense FaZe coming quick, it feels like they just back off and give it up. I guess the one, like, the thing that breaks that rule is the ultimate op sticking at the corner for his one shot. He got taken down. But other than that, these rifles haven't wanted to get frisky with the aggressive play. Nice fortunate find through smoke. Get some extra damage deep as well. Risky, though, with Liquid in a 5-on-4. They shift the defender away from the B bomb site, so Nertz is alone playing a retake. He's got a smoke to delay. But FaZe would love an avenue into the B bomb site with a man disadvantage. They take that any day of the week. So towards the end of this smoke, I'd expect to see somebody rotate back towards the B bomb site to join up with Nertz.
Very limited time left here for FaZe to make this execute work. Their A execute in the last round was failed. It was flubbed, and now Nertz on the fountain. Droughts out 1. Couldn't get a leash, though. Ultimate to try and step up, goes through the side of the smoke, but a missed shot as a leash doubles up. Naf right back through that smoke itself. It's Simple to topple, and we've got the flank from Shuei that should wrap this affair up. Skulls, it would take a miraculous moment to win this 1v3. And it's not going to happen. Naf doesn't allow it. And we're looking at Twist getting on that defuse, and Team Liquid back to winning ways.
A little bit worried, though, when Ultimate makes that play in the 4-on-3 as the bomb's being planted through the smoke. That felt unnecessary. He goes down. That could have been really, really dangerous for Liquid. Tough bomb sites to retake with equal numbers, but Naf gets one right back through the smoke. Might have been the saving grace, or this one. Starting out with a free opening kill through the smoke as well. No information. Timeout from FaZe. They had plenty of money built up after their 4-round win streak to start this half. The extra money from the plant helps. But they've invested all of it, everything they'd banked up for this round. 7-11, Team Liquid on the verge of being on series point. And handing FaZe a loss to start IEM Dallas, so everything goes into round 19. Up in Simple's hands. Utility for everyone else. And FaZe line up to come right back at Liquid.
This time, it's ultimate. Close towards the top mid pick. Elige dodging and weaving his way past the scope, gets into Boiler. Frozen has a dangerous game ahead of him as he goes around the half wall. Carrigan actually going to step up first as he goes over the top of the car. It's a lot of damage, but not enough for Carrigan, and the trade wasn't there as Frozen has to fall back and respect that smoke. So it's on Simple to get the trade elsewhere. Elige falling to the hand of Naf.
Yeah, but Shuei's made a...
Oh, God, that's such a big play from Skulls, but it's not going to work out. And so it falls down to this, a 3v2 with 2 plays extremely low on Team Liquid.
This is the play from Shuei I wanted to reference. Look at this push down banana. As soon as Frozen got that kill, he stepped into the smoke, got to half wall. Now he's got a nasty timing on this flank. I think FaZe might just be ruined. Naf and Nertz, all you have to do is live, survive, take down one, because Shuei's going to win the round for you if you give him a chance.
Can Simple hit this flick? Yes, he can! Big flick down into the site. Naf steps into the open, and now the flank has to win it. As Shuei comes around the backside, he's quite quick about this. Frozen spotted out. Nertz, he's got the kill. It's all Shuei, and now he reveals his position, so it falls to Simple. It's either series point for Team Liquid off the back of Shuei, or it's Simple giving hope to FaZe.
And this is exactly the situation FaZe had his mind when they brought him into this team, was to win these moments.
It goes silent as Simple looks towards the apartments, but Shuei slinks closer through short. Simple backs up in the site. 1v1, missed shot, got the cover. Goes back out into the open again, Simple. Dancing around the box is Shuei in the open, and Simple's got the shot. Never a doubt, really, and that's why FaZe have got him in the squad.
So calm, so composed, and you could see him just hunting Shuei down. Quick first shot misses, but after that, it's just a game, a chess match of how you position and dance around the boxes you're afforded. And Simple's just so ready to outposition Shuei on that final peak. Admirable defense put up from Naf. He did everything. But right at the end, swings out into the open. Prime shot for Simple, and a beautiful clutch. Tell you what, Ultimate's up on the other side, hasn't been able to get going on the CT side. I don't know if I've seen him have a good look just yet.
Well, that round, it catalyzed a comeback here for FaZe. It has to.
Well, this is the round. Look at the buy from Team Liquid. Weapons look great. Everything behind the weapons look horrible. Minute and 20 seconds. You've got 3 smokes of flashbang to work with. Some nades are going to be stockpiled.
No early casualties. Under a minute left and still 10 players alive on the server in round 20. Smoke starting to fade away at top mid, and we'll see FaZe move into position now with flashes thrown out to take brackets. Here's Shuei in the arches. Realizes that smoke. It's going to be for the library, so he steps into the open. It's a double from Shuei. Great step up from the Liquid leader, and now with 25 seconds left, the bomb is making its play towards the B bomb site, and there's still 2 CTs here.
Yeah, Liquid know exactly what's coming. That's the most obvious B split setup ever. Simple trades it off, but you don't expect Nertz. Free kill, even though he missed the initial tap.
Hey, half price.
Yeah, we're fine. Skulls, last left in a 1v3, but he's got no time for this. 12-8 is the scoreline. Team Liquid, 4 opportunities to close out this series. Deliver a loss to FaZe to start IEM Dallas. Take to victory for yourself.
This is a great move from Shuei. Realizes that smoke is dropped to cover off the library, which would still allow a peek out of the arches. Gets a move on.
The missed first bullet. It got me. It made me chuckle.
Yeah, it definitely looked free.
Well, speaking of looking free, you've got a final round to win the series. You have a full buy going up against a Galil, 3 Tech 9s and a P250. So not quite free, but about as free as you can get to win a series.
Three-man defensive setup here for Liquid as the execute rains on him for FaZe. It's Kerrigan charging forward, and that Tech 9 erupts to the head of Shuey. No multi-kill for him this time. Instead, it's the Canadians combining for 3 kills. We've got Simple and Elige trying to fight forward for FaZe as that plant is coming in. Once again,
it's a
Simple
strong
could be involved in prolonging play here for FaZe.
It's a strong duo in a clutch. I'm not going to lie to you. Simple and Elige. Those are big names going up against you. You got Twist, Ultimate, and Nerds to try and break in through this, and Twist going to wrap around through brackets.
And it would be a big time for Elige to step up. Has always been quiet so far throughout this series. He's going to wait in the pit. He's got the better weapon. Simple's in the sight. They're letting Twist move up. Take space, it's short. Dead from the pit. Elige with that first kill. Simple in the sight. It's all on Simple again, and he drops into the smoke. Time's the problem here for Liquid. There's not enough of it, and Simple hunts down that final kill.
Okay, guys, I have Yolo call now. You guys ready?
I'll go back to
I'm
Kerrigan.
ready.
Go back to Kerrigan. Go back to Kerrigan. Oh,
we can't listen to the call, Jason. We just have to wait at the edge of our seats.
I wanted to know. He sounded so hyped up about that call. Back-to-back post plants for Simple, and he delivers in both of them. Fantastic work. Shuey gets beat on the off angle with a flashbang, so Twist has got to pick up the pieces, disjoints the defense. Makes it that much less effective. 12-9, and Team Liquid play conservative with the money. No games, just a full-blown save. Give yourself the best buy in the next round to win.
Not the start Frozen would have liked. No, damage done as well.
Oh, he got hungry. He heard that dink come out from the USP. He swung hard for that kill. Can't really blame him. But after the initial kill, it goes the other direction for the moment.
Not like this. Oh, there we go. 5-7, finally put in the ground. FaZe always making it scary. But they get into the site, and I guess the call was hit the B-bomb site.
Yeah, nice rush of the B-bomb site.
Have a great call. Revolutionary. Maybe it's for a later round.
It was for vibes. It's a nice joke to throw into a tense situation.
Yeah, that's true.
I've got a great call, guys.
Everyone's
We're going to rush
what?
B.
What do you got, Kerrigan? What are you cooking?
Everyone perks up.
Rush B.
Okay, this round going to be a little faster. I heard something about Insta. I heard the word fast.
Line up fast.
Here we go, 12-10. Liquid back into the buy after saving with just pistols. AWP in the hands of Ultimate, but has been quiet. Hasn't had a whole lot of rounds, hasn't had a whole lot of kills with the AWP that have changed the nature of the game. Hasn't quite had to yet. And no AWP for Simple on the T side. AK in hand with 21 kills.
So they throw that smoke halfway up Banana. Some utility to follow in behind it. Ultimate was peeking down middle, but retreats just as the peek came in from Elige. And the FaZe 2 rounds in a row required for overtime. There's a very quick execute here. Coming in towards the A site, Elige erupts through top middle. Naf down after one. Elige is starting to light up the scoreboard now. And they're into the site. Twist retreating into the bomb site itself, and all of his teammates are gone.
Bomb's dropped all the way back at T-spawn, so that might get a little bit weird. This round still has a lot to play out. Twist hiding inside the site. Here's the footsteps at the entrance. That's Simple. But this is taking his gaze away from Elige. Oh, missed shot, but he gets the conversion.
No way. He can dig him out of the hole. Van Dolken stays alive inside of the site. Shuey turns up. And just enough to close it out. Liquid let out a roar as they take their opening win here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025. This story was all about the return of Simple, but it did not get off to the start that they were hoping for.
Yeah, I think too, like this is a beautiful look Liquid with Shuhei now that they've actually got some time with him putting things together, and you can have a lot more confidence down the stretch in this Liquid.
Yeah, speaking of Liquid, not a rain in sight except for on the parade of FaZe. That's right, we looked at a Simple coming in here into the server after some X amount of days absentee. Now we see that spoiled return to the server, brought to you in part by NAF and company. Even you look over there, Liquid, they held on, and they held on strong, Josh.
Yeah, you look at them and, you know, on paper, you're thinking, which way is this going to go? You see the return of Simple. You see him coming into a FaZe clan that's kind of been bleeding out for a while, but Liquid hasn't been looking too hot lately, so you never really know. You're just like hoping for an exciting match. And I think we saw some good moments there from both teams, and we got to see, especially towards the end of the game there on Inferno, we got to see Simple coming back in force and winning some clutches.
Oh, absolutely. Simple was in the server today, which was exciting. Everyone tuning in from around the world to watch what Mr. Kosalev would do in the game. And how did that go for you? How
How did you perceive this return?
We saw some moments. There's some moments. We got to see him get the op out on then Inferno. He opened up a couple of rounds with it. We got to see him closing out some rounds, starting with Ancient first round, pistol round, 2 versus 3 with Skulls to open up the game. So we got to see glimpses of his former self. Obviously, with everything else going on with the side of FaZe, kind of having issues, struggles, collecting rounds together, having some tilt moments. It wasn't the prettiest of sights, but I mean, it did pretty good.
Yeah, overall, you know, dare I say even that, you know, Elige used to wear a Liquid jersey. I don't know if you remember any of that either, but
yeah, I mean, Simple and Elige both were on Liquid jerseys together at one point.
A lot of familiar
2016.
A lot of familiar faces in the server today, Josh. You think some of that played into the mind games of this? I know it's been a while for some of them. They haven't been in the server for a while, but some of them former teammates and friends or whatever.
Look, when you've been playing in the scene for whatever, like 5 years, 10 years, everyone kind of knows everyone at that point, especially if you play against each other so often. Being on the same team for 3 months, 10 years ago, is that really going to change anything? Probably not. There's not a mind game. They're just gaming.
Yeah, they're just
gaming.
They're having a good time.
Yeah,
Josh, that's what we're here to do, which is why we're going to talk about round number 9. You can have fun over on Banana.
Okay.
Perhaps if your trades go your way. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, when we look at this map, I was kind of alluding to it at the beginning of the game as well. Just like that Banana, it's so difficult to maintain the control on Banana, the CT sides. It feels like you get caught out so often by this stuff. So when I look at Liquid, where they start getting the rounds together, it's basically doing some of these, just basically this is a, let's go back to Banana, catch Elige jiggling with his nade out, they get into the site for free basically, and then they're able to play out this, the post plant, bombs planted, 3 versus 3, once they win that fight there against Kerrigan, okay, boom. What do they do the next round? All right, you know what? Let's just do Banana control, default, they're not gonna really do anything to us, and let's pop into B. And it's a 3-man Banana, they're trying to go and retake Banana, that's what FaZe's plan was. Hey, they're gonna take Banana control, we don't know how to hold it because we're basically playing with 2 stand-ins, so let's just retake Banana control after they take it. And on that timing, Liquid just walk in, they get to the top, they get to the car, they throw a couple simple flashes, run in, and they go 3 for 1 on that site, and they're able to open it up. And I was surprised going into that second half that FaZe wouldn't realize that, hey, maybe the key to winning this game is going to be B, because most of the rounds were spent at A. Didn't really work out, except for when Simple was winning those clutches, 1v1.
When he had to close it out at the very end of the road there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's not really something you can bank on every round going ahead and winning that way, Josh. I mean, round number 9, you like this one enough. We might as well throw the timeline up there to show you just how much this dominance looked like on the Liquid side.
Yeah, and if you look at that first round win actually for the side of Team Liquid there, that was actually when FaZe, they win that second round against Team Liquid force buying, trying to go up A. They get the bomb plant, but they lose the round. So FaZe going into that round 3 decide, okay, let's just do a timing flash peek at the top of middle, and they peek out, but it's actually Liquid that gets all the kills. They clean it up real nice and quick, they get all the kills, and then that's their opening into the game. And it's kind of like what happened on that Ancient game as well, because it was 2-0 for FaZe, then Liquid win that round 3, then they win like 4 in a row. It was basically the deja vu of that Ancient game at the start to open things up.
And you know, for Team Liquid to have secured that over FaZe, they have netted themselves a game against either Mouse or BC Game. I'm sure you want one of those over the other one, is that right?
I mean, let's see Mao's there. Let's go Shui versus his ex-team that kind of, we still don't really have the answers what went wrong there. So that'd be interesting to see that one kick off for the, I think that would be the first time. A little bit of a debut.
Yeah, it could be fun. It could also be a big mess around the edges. But yeah, we really haven't had much progression in the brackets, but obviously these are games going on coinciding, right? Like they're all in parallel to each other for the most part. FaZe dropping down the lower side of things just so you can get that mental imagery in there. Yes, Simple return. That's cool and stuff, but how long is he going to be here?
Well, this group is kind of crazy, right? Because you get to see, okay, so even if you got Liquid here, but you've got Aurora down there, you've got Heroic in a studio environment down there. So when you're looking at the other teams that FaZe have to battle through if we want to see them go all the way to the playoffs, it's going to be kind of a struggle as opposed to like the flip side of things where it's just Vitality up there.
It's just Vitality, just world class, world cruising almost Vitality. They got Legacy going on, and that's what we're going to be looking at here on the other side of this. But before we get there, coming up after the break, it's Vitality's debut here in Dallas as they take on Legacy, as I just told you. But before a word from our sponsors, it's Freya checking in with Flames.
Walk in whilst we talk. I getting the lore behind the new jersey? Because you've got quite the trip in Texas, right, for the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, and I think it's like the American jersey type of thing, like the university, the college, whatever it is. And to be honest, it reminds me quite the white jersey we had last year, but with a bit yellow and less sponsors, I feel like. So for me, I'm fine with it. I think it's nice to always change up a bit, and Vitality are working with like designers and all this like stuff to try to make sure we look good. So, but the fans choose if we look good or not. So I'll let the crowd decide.
I think it looks excellent. Loving the little embossed detail with the logo as well. Marketing campaign has been looking awesome. I want to ask about you though, Flamesy. I saw you, bumped into you yesterday in the gym. You've got this whole stretching routine going on. Yeah. What is that?
So every day we actually have, well, this guy can come chime in, but we have in the team we have a stretch club going. Yesterday I was alone in the stretch club, but usually it's me, Messi, Jack, sometimes Amy, and it's like 20 minutes up on the phone, and we just try to like chill, like just stretch and be flexible and like keep our posture a bit better. And it's quite nice. We talk about life. We have 20 minutes that we're quite disconnected from the pieces, and we try to stick to it in tournaments. Sometimes I do it outside of tournaments, but before majors, before important tournaments, I would do it a lot. It's like a meditation in some sense.
I also saw you guys were planking. Who's the best planker in Vitality?
Well, not the psychologist. Actually, yesterday it was we did 1 minute 30 seconds plank, 1 minute 30 seconds break, 1 minute, and we did 3 sets like that. And me and Apex finished it, and this guy was not. He could have done better, but he's a big boy. He's 100. He's a big boy. Detailing your weight and everything. The strongest planker in Vitality, I actually think it's. Right, it has to be me or Apex. Yeah, it has to be me or Apex.
Believe in yourself, Flamesy. Hope you got that belief for today. It's going to be a big game. It's Vitality versus Legacy to be kicking off Vitality's run here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Cat a curse? Never heard of her.
Holy absolute cinema.
Go to...
Even with British player.
British player.
Best value player on the market.
He costs a pint and 2 plates of fish and chips a day.
A cup of tea on match days, so he can get in the zone.
PG or Twinnings?
I thought Vitality would be crushed, but they surprised me. GG boys.
What did they hit?
It's all the smiley face, yummy, smiley face, beans, smiley face.
No, it is simple. Donk off day, that's all.
Pure cope.
Dream is free.
Cry is free.
Destroyed.
Props to Vitality for throwing a few rounds to make it close game.
That's actually true. Goat Donk hasn't even started yet. He's still hungry and will win everything.
Right, TL should cancel all tournaments. No need to play anyways, because Donk Peak called the winner on HLTV forums. Why wasting money on tournaments when a HLTV user tell you all the outcomes on the 15th of January 2025?
Smart boy. Not sure what makes me happier. Vitality winning so convincingly, or Donk fans and Apex hater having a too foo for a minute? Such a dilemma.
Also, Rob's avenging FaZe for last year. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
Apex job saved by Zaiwu again. Oh, thanks God. Paycheck seater. This motherfucker.
Rob's buff.
Real.
Rob's pride of France.
Verstappen of CS. XD.
Goat Wu and Dropsicle will dominate 2025.
Apex biceps.
He will cycle to Austin Major.
Top 5 so far this year. Blast and Kato. First Donk. Second Zaiwu. Third Bit. Fourth Xantares. Fifth Robs. Full of shit this.
Tell me you didn't watch GF without telling me you didn't watch GF.
Smart man doesn't try to predict the future because smart man knows he can't.
Good for a team with 2 IGLs. Messi was IGL on Fnatic.
Right, and Flamesy wants LAVP, so guess he's an offer.
It's not a bad idea, no?
Like we say in France, deux salles, deux ambiances.
So before heading into a major, I think the most important thing in our shoes right now is getting the chemistry, understanding each other in tight moments. And with official games here now with Simple, even though we start with 2 standards at Dallas, I think this is the way we can feel each other more than in practice and build on that and hopefully gain some momentum. We are going to do boot camp here, 10 to 12 days between Dallas and the major here in the US. So we're gonna commit 4 to 5 weeks and hopefully it pays off in the end.
You know, even though I won more than 30 trophies in my career, I'm still stressed when I go to any tournament. I still feel the pressure, etc. So my own way to remove the pressure or release it as much as I can is trying to think about what I can control. And what I can control is my calls, the way I'm gonna prepare, etc. So just focusing on CS.
Yeah, to become better, of course. It's always gonna be a hunger for every tournament we go to. We won the Cluj-Napoca event, which was on stage, but want to win a tournament like in front of crowds and a really big crowd, especially like for this tournament or in the Austin Major, will of course be a dream come true to become a champion of a major. So yeah, definitely, I think just that a motivation for myself to become better and. Yeah, hopefully win a big trophy.
To kind of reset in hard moments and where we are as a lineup right now, I think, again, in some way it's a privileged moment we can be in. In some way, I feel like I released the pressure, but at the same time, my expectations are higher than it was before. So when we make the switch from broken to simple, I think in some way the pressure is lower. But the expectations are some way higher. We are heading into exciting 5 weeks and I'm gonna enjoy every single moment. Even if you lose 2 rounds, you can always say to yourself, like, we don't have the best prep for this tournament, but at that moment you can also play more freely and I think that's what we're aiming for the upcoming tournaments.
Some of us in the team, including me, have the breathing exercise we do for the game, which I help just try to have some breathing exercise to try to release some stress and there's some pressure, which helps a lot. I feel like it helps with the consistency as well.
I had no tools back then. I was 20 years old. I wasn't 13, so I was 20 years old. CS wasn't that professional back then. We didn't have any help around. I think I liked everything. I had no tools back then, so it was such a different moment. I wish I had more and more tools with the time, but I wish I had all my knowledge now before, because it will be easier to win. And I will have twice the trophy I have now maybe. And but yeah, that's how life works. The goal, in general, I think if you're a bit less talented, but even though you're talented as well, what you need to is you need to get better. You need to see yourself how you are and improve as much as you can. But you need to understand small things all the time. And the quicker you understand them, quicker you progress.
World-class, world-renowned, and world-beating. That's because nobody can seemingly stop this next team that's going to be popping up on your stream. We're looking at Vitality taking on Legacy here in the opening day of the Intel Extreme Masters down in Dallas, Texas, y'all. That's 2025 for the year. Josh Nissan, Mr. Steele, how you doing?
The Giants in yellow.
Yeah, okay.
Yellow,
yeah.
like a magic school bus.
Fresh off of an ESL Grand Slam victory down under in Australia. Obviously, if you're Legacy, this isn't necessarily, the start you wanted in the tournament, but this is what you've got. You have to play the ball as it lies, and that's pretty much what's going to happen.
That's what these seedings do, right? You get the low seed coming into an event, you go against the best, and if you take a shot at the king, you best not miss. That's what they always say, right?
Yes, someone has said that. I don't know that we have many kings on this side of the ocean, but perhaps we do. Speaking of kings, there are a couple in the server, no doubt. We've got some absolute studs, some legends that are going to be jumping into that mix today.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at Vitality. Who can you talk about that isn't a legend on that team? And as the first person we see on the screen is Zaiwu. I mean, he's been just absolutely phenomenal. We maybe made some statements about how he is in playoffs, in the later matches on the stage, but I mean, his rating has been just so consistent. His impact has been even higher than that, and he's been collecting those MVPs as well. So Zaiwu's really come into form as of late as well with the rest of his team. It's just, honestly, magical.
It is magical, especially you factor in that, yes, they added Rops and they hit the ground running. They're on a 20-plus match win streak here.
Yeah,
so
that first event when they just picked him up was a little shaky, but then it's like from there, it's like, okay, can you guys lose? You can lose a map every here and there, but pretty much that's it. The people that have come closest are actually Falcons, but 25 series streak right now, and I feel like every time we see them play, it's just like we're just updating the graphic for them to have one more win in that pocket. They just overtook Liquid not too long ago in terms of that streak, but these guys are just so just phenomenal at the moment in terms of their form, and it's going to take, I think there's only 2 teams at this event that could probably push them to the limits, and that they're not going to play for a really long time.
Yeah, one of them
they're on the other side. They're in this group.
One of them is not Legacy, is what you're saying. Hey, let's go ahead and hear from Apex, the guy that's making it all happen over there, the man with the plan.
Now, Apex, I don't want to start this interview off by giving you too much PTSD, but I want you to reminisce from this time last year. You make the grand finals, it's against G-Stew. Obviously, we all know what happened there, but reflecting upon that time period, what's the biggest difference between Vitality 12 months ago versus now?
Rubs difference. That's all the difference. Rubs. Thanks to Rubs, we win. Thanks to Rubs, we work. Thanks to Rubs, we're happy in our lives. So Rubs.
And he's smiling over there, of course, and practicing at the same time. Legacy is going to be your first game here at IEM Dallas 2025. How much do you know about them as a team? Because they haven't really been playing many European tournaments, right?
Well, I've been watching them in PGL Bucharest because I remember they beat Liquid. So I've been watching them a bit and, of course, preparing for them because we never unrespect someone. We always respect every opponent. So I just watched a bit of demos and see how they play. But yeah, that's we didn't see much from them, but I think they have a good potential. They're not the most non-Brazilian team, but I think they've shown already good progress with young players without much experience yet. But I think they are a pretty good team, to be honest.
Obviously, we talked about it a little bit yesterday in the media day, but this is going to be a marathon of a couple of weeks or a month for you guys here in Texas. So you're going to have a little bit of a break between Dallas and the major, going back to Europe. But as an in-game leader, how are you making sure these guys don't get burnt out, considering you've been picking up literally every single trophy in front of you, right?
Yeah, that's why we come back home after Dallas. It's to be able to not rest because we won't have time to rest because we will need to practice, but to be able to be home because at home you always sleep better. You always enjoy better, we're close to your family, etc. So for us, in this season, we already took 3 weeks break, which is pretty cool. To be honest, I think most of teams didn't do that. So I think it's already good in that regard. And yeah, being able to go home before between the 2 tournaments and trying to enjoy what we can before leaving for Texas for 2 weeks and hopefully winning the major.
I appreciate your time, Apex. Good luck here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there was a couple question marks around would Apex close in on some of these titles that have eluded him for so many years, and then they went ahead and just won them all for him, I guess. That
thanks,
just kind of works
Mr.
out.
Rops.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Rops. That's what they are all saying. We are just a minute away from getting into that matchup, so we will jump into vetoes sooner rather than later. But overall, for a team like Legacy on the other side of the coin, Josh, I don't necessarily I don't want to be a naysayer, but it would be a damn impressive feat to go ahead and shut down Vitality's streak here.
Yeah, and we're just going to see standard bans out. Vitality's permanent ban's Ancient and Legacy's is Train, so coming down to it, I'm just interested to see if Nuke's in the pool, but it looks like Inferno and Dust 2, which is what they went against Falcons not too long ago in the Grand Final. So no stranger to those maps. Vitality should be smooth sailing here, and as we say, this is kind of like a warm-up game for them because Legacy, the type of team that they are, like eye test is, they're just basically like a high-tier North American team, and that's not including like Complexity or Liquid, like teams that don't even play in like the leagues on an everyday basis.
Yeah.
It's like rest of the pack type thing.
Yeah, such a stark contrast. But again, if there is a time to lose a game, if you're Vitality, it might be the first time you play here in Dallas. I mean, there's something there. Maybe not. I want to be hopeful here for the Legacy guys. Josh, please.
There's hopeful, and then there's copium. There's like I don't know what you're on right now, but it's beyond copium. It's a mixture of something, a concoction. Because Legacy, I mean, they're not like a horrible team, but I mean, we're talking about Vitality right now.
We are talking about Vitality. We're done with that. We're going to go ahead and jump into this game. A best of 3. Inferno, Dust 2, Mirage. Vitality versus Legacy.
Vitality looking for 26 games in a row, Jason. Up against Legacy, it should be their 26th win. It really should be.
Let's not count our chickens before they hatch, especially on Inferno.
Yeah, true. Well, I'm looking forward to today. There is always a chance, you slip up a little bit early in Dallas. We were talking about how Dallas gets a bit weird. You were starting to mention a Vitality curse. Well,
they got to win Dallas first. They got to win Dallas. They got to win Dallas to get the boot camp curse. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, we touched on it in the green room briefly with Chad.
We had some beef,
and we basically, I mean, we were just kind of. I was just thinking in my head, like, so many things would have to go right for Legacy to upset Vitality across this whole series. Like, so many things would have to go right that it's inconceivable. So let's see what we've got. Legacy, another one of the Brazilian lineups that's just been mired in the inability to put together a strong 5-man team and make moves around the scene to bring more talent in. But they've got guys like Dumao and Lado that have made names for themselves, that have some positive ideas around them, positive energy swirling about what kind of players they can become. And this is a nice little test for a little, just to figure out where they're at, where they're going with things.
Yeah, a little test against the #1 most dominant team. Just kick things off. I think it's quite a good start for them. We'll see how they fare coming into the event. But for Vitality, it's a slow pistol coming at them at the moment as they sit back in defense. 2 players inside of the A site. You've got Flames out towards Pit. And now the eruption of Legacy players arriving at the A bomb site. So Smoke's out for Library, for rather Moto and Long. I'm actually going to go through that Long smoke into the archway. Potential B split being set up here. Apex getting some early ears on this, and Rob's coming to come over. He's going to clear out one with the Jewel Berettas. Apex under a little bit of pressure at the van, but he's got Robs to protect him. And the Jewel Berettas unleash damage as Zaiwu comes in alongside of him. It is Dumao left 1v5. And it would take something unbelievable to even get close to this, and that is not going to happen. Vitality with the new colors. Well, not so much new colors, just new more of it. More yellow.
Yeah, we were having a conversation about this in the green room too, a little jersey conversation. You know what? I'll say this. I think they're cool in one way, and it sends a signal that Vitality is here. The team that has just destroyed everyone. 25 games in a row. This is us. We're here. You can't confuse us with anyone. Come at it.
Yeah, they're highlighted.
Basically.
They've got collars as well.
Collars are nice, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Battle of 2 teams in black and yellow today, but Vitality taking the pistol win. Legacy buying back. They got Tech 9s. All 5 players of the Tech 9.
Yeah, you just have to look in the pistol round as to how tactically outplayed and they got by Vitality to just be like, okay, well that's the kind of map we might be in store for. Let's see the strength of this hit coming out right at Rops. He's got one, the A4, tons of bullets, and is doing such a good job. Not in any point of danger at any moment. And that's the round.
Doesn't even fizzle out, just kind of gets destroyed by Rops and Pit. Mezzi to assist him. And we're looking at a 2-0 start here for Vitality. Not even close to a bomb plant, so no extra money here for Legacy. Keeping it nice and clean.
We'll see when the gun rounds come out, and obviously it's only been 2 rounds, one of them this Tech 9 buy, so nothing too crazy to go off of. But, Vitality hasn't played an aggressive round yet. No one on the pistol round was peeking. Same with this round. They're happy to kind of sit back in the bomb sites. Interested to see if that continues into the gun rounds. Good kill for Apex. That's Dumao to go down. Final Tech-9 spotted outside Boiler. And this round will indeed eventually, Dinko, fizzle out. 2-0 for Vitality. Well, just Glocks coming in. Oh, we're going to get a nade stack. Okay, 4 nades across the T side. Assuming up mid or banana?
Oh, something to enjoy.
What you putting? You put 50-50, they get a kill?
They get 1.
They get 1?
They get 1 kill.
All right, they get 0. I bet they get less than 50 damage.
Trying this optimistic thing hasn't really necessarily been working out with me. And it doesn't here. So maybe next time.
Try, keep it up though.
Yeah, I'll keep trying. And there's a kill, but it's from Flames.
Yeah, other wrong team, other direction.
Well, Zai will be able to come back in from us cleaning up. Just one left, it's Lotto, and he's fried up. We've got 3-0 here for Vitality.
1 kill for the Legacy side of things, so Vitality coming into this, obviously, as the best team in the world. You got the best player in the world, but you're also now having a good time, having fun, and it's been very clean 3 rounds straight.
I can't help but feel every single time Vitality win a tournament, I can't help but remember the moment at the HLTV Awards at the start of the year when Apex is sitting in the front row, he's getting interviewed, and he's like, yeah, it's kind of inspiring sitting here in the crowd having not won shit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Next year, we want to change that so they've won everything.
Yeah.
Zaiwu DCs from the servers, so we're going to get a little restart here for him to get back in.
Apex looks so concerned.
And it must have been, we talk about the Zaiwu, and we always say, he doesn't have the ego of like a Simple, for example. Back in the day, we would always want a little bit more out of Zaiwu, but there's got to be something deep down in there. When you see Donk have such a year last year, you see Monacy rising up, and Zaiwu's come into this year, and no problems for him. He's back up there at the top.
It's another thing I heard from Apex back at the HLTV Awards in a private conversation, was like talking about Zaiwu, and he kind of told me like low key, he's like, he thinks Zaiwu was a little bit pissed off watching the conversation. Like, we don't hear it. He doesn't mention it in interviews at all. He stays away from it, but like privately, it was like, yeah, he was a little pissed off that he wasn't even like mentioned. Like there was no chance of him being the best player. So he actually warned me back in January, Apex, that Zaiwu was going to come in and have a year that we won't forget. So far so good. He's right on the money.
Yeah, well, just won the ESL Grand Slam. Looking to get their first notch on it again here, kicking things off with the restart in Dallas. Zaiwu's back in the server, and we're straight into round 4. Jumping around, it's Flames Unleashed with a great flash from Apex. It's crazy, it's wild, and it hasn't really worked out here for Vitality.
Counter-Strike players everywhere clawing their eyes out. Okay, utility down at the B-bomb site. Mezzi's rotating over with his MP9, but if they don't get that kill in middle on Nissim, they might just call for the save. However, who knows where the confidence and ego might be for this Vitality squad. Maybe Mezzi challenges a little bit, but I think they're always going to be locked out of this.
Rob's about to get a fight here at top mid. At least he looked like he was. He has fled the scene quite audibly, going back in towards CT. He's trying to get over to his teammates here.
I know, it's weird that it feels like they're going for this. They have to know that late mid would be like a late banana, but he's actually going around through CT spawn. Retake hasn't even started yet.
Well, time is really ticking. It's short on the fuse, and that flank come around the back. It's going to make this safe call pretty difficult as well.
So I think what they've been doing is showing the presence and okay, they're coming in really, really late. I didn't think they were going to commit. There's no time for it. So I think they were trying to step up and make it feel like that retake was coming in any moment to get as many exit kills as possible. They've actually done a great job of taking tons of weapons away from the Legacy side. Lotto, the only one who can bring an AK-47 forward. So reinvestment coming out for the Legacy offense, but it'll be hindered by a lack of funds.
Apex not too happy about it, even though the play looks a little wild. Zaiwu with the op, looking down mid. It's going to free up Apex to start making his way down with the rifle. Oh, Apex spots the head of Nissim looking the wrong way. Zaiwu posted up, waiting for the T-Star's peak, not too far off. Would have been a devastating second blow to the Legacy buy here.
Yeah, well, I think unfortunately for Legacy, they're stuck in that position where they have complete control of Banana with all 4 players here, so they might just kind of fall into a B hit late with the man disadvantage. Such an easy thing to just slip into. So going to try and chuck a little bit of utility towards the A bomb site. They've smoked off like a palace pop, but the kill's coming out at the B bomb site. That fake pulls nobody away. And Lado and Dumao yet again, those two with the bomb and a 2 versus 5.
Well, they blowed open, gives Lado a kill on Mezzi. But Apex to respond straight through that smoke, leaving Dumao in Banana. The flank for ZywOo. It's not going to be a continued push. He's just going to post up and make sure that if he tries to exit Banana, he is a real goner.
And Rops is already swinging. Ooh, there's the Molotov. Dumao's going to have to hustle right into Rops' waiting arms. 4-1. No issues for Vitality so far in Inferno.
Yeah, responding quickly to that first round loss. Awkward situation money-wise here for Legacy, of enough to get a half buy. This is the opening kill for Apex. Felt emboldened by ZywOo peeking down middle. Got severed off from his support actually for a moment there, but Apex still continued to push, catching a player looking the wrong way.
Apex has been playing like a stud though lately. He's had some really good games individually. He's hitting a really good individual level for his role as the IGL, and I think you're seeing that confidence. Not afraid to push down mid, not afraid to take this peak either.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we were hearing the performance coach of Vitality talk about how Apex is sort of came up with the idea of wanting to prolong his career, and he's got into a lot of fitness outside of the server. You see him, he's elevated his own individual performance in the server. No doubt he's the best in-game leader in the world. So yeah, Apex just reinventing himself completely, like a full overhaul to prolong his greatest years in Counter-Strike towards the...
You're going to drop an Apex best in-game leader in the world and just casually keep going.
Yeah, who's better?
Okay, that's interesting.
Who's better than Apex right now? Hooksy?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's a very quick shift away from the topic.
Well, Hooksy's back.
Brolin's better.
Brolin's better. Okay, yeah. You see what I mean? He is the best.
I don't know. It might actually be true. We'll have to see how Brolin's career goes. Couple of kills come out. ZywOo falls, and Nissim, the last one left. Nice shot with the Tech 9, but no follow-up on top of it.
Vitality have a road safety lecture at the end of this as well. High visibility in the street. We'll celebrate a 26th victory. Dude, how many... We probably have to go till next year if they are to beat the NIP run, right? Like, obviously that just seems like no one's ever doing that. But
let's just not even touch that one until they get closer. Let's keep that NIP one in its own separate category.
We don't have as many games. Vitality don't attend every event. So it would be... That'd be kind of crazy.
That one will never be beaten.
Good nade. Mezzi, half his health gone. And Dumao getting out of the banana skirmishes. Out of the smoke, in the mid.
All right, ZywOo holding the angle. First shot is his. Nice and easy. Smoke to make things awkward. Molotov to delay, but they're going to be coming through that, and they're being wrapped around as well. So Rops has the tough job, but bailed out by Apex. Still left in the wind. ZywOo's got to get a new position, and he's caught.
Oh, taken out inside of the site. And so Legacy fight their way into the A-bomb site. Flames, he's going to come over and have a little sniff around, but not going to amount to much, though.
That's a nice round from Legacy. That was maybe the first time it felt like on a T-side round they were able to really put awkward, extended pressure on the defense. You could see Rops in no man's land having to watch Rap side just as Apex gets the kill and he can turn around. They're coming out of halls. The molly has faded. They're coming through the smoke. He was in an impossible scenario. Tough round, but a good job by Legacy. So 5-2. See how close they can get things. Nice fight on the Rap side from Lux. That Sadzin coming right through the smoke. And sealing the bomb site is Dumao. Round 8, up in the hands of Sadzin. Nothing for ZywOo on the CT side. Nothing is in no off. He has an M4.
Yep, no AWP in sight though. Rob's going to go down as he gets aggressive to the end of the hallway and down the stairs. Nissim's waiting for him, so 5v4 for Legacy. They've got the advantage to work with early here.
I mentioned how many things had to go... Oh, hold the phone, hold the phone.
Oh, this is good. Creep it up with Apex, and Flames is going to come out and protect him.
Oh, op shot is there. Apex came back for a little bit more, wanted to chuck out that last flashbang. Legacy was in transition to go back to the A bomb side. Lux and Lado were on their horses, but they hit the pause after that kill, so going to slow things down with the man advantage. I mentioned so many things have to go right if Legacy want to win this series against Vitality. Well, this is one of those things that could go right for them. Money's not in a great place for Vitality.
Oh, ZywOo able to trade one kill back, but his teammate's gone, and so ZywOo's put under a lot of pressure in pit. His teammate's a long way off. Flame's only getting to the archway now, so you either have a ZywOo step up or a difficult round ahead. And that flash, not one of his best, but he's still got the rifle, he's got teammates, and ZywOo nearly wins it on his own, but now it falls to Flames inside of the site. Sats into the AWP, will it make the difference? And yes, it will. Sadson connects the shot at the end on Flames and stops them from being able to win it.
What a hard-fought round for Legacy. I mean, just the fact they battle through that. ZywOo does such a good job in pit, delaying, buying time, letting his teammates be the one to take aggro so his teammates rotating over can get free kills. But what a 1v1 after all that chaos and after all those trades. Legacy still come out on top thanks to Sadson. He's got the op still. Another buy for Legacy. For Vitality, I mentioned the money starting to slip away, so that aggressive play from Rops in early 4v5 in a low econ situation. Probably feeling a little bit busted. That's an unfortunate attempt at the flashbang. That could have been cool from ZywOo, but still does just fine without it.
Yeah, needed that one. Money's still okay for Vitality. Not perfect, but you've got 4 rifles, a good amount of utility, and Flames goes the MP9.
This can change the entire nature of the map if Legacy can win it and force Vitality onto a save. Flash is coming in, Flamesy spins, perfect timing, precision on the shot as well.
The weakest weapon in play for Vitality, getting the opening kill. And no trade potential for Legacy. They have to slip away. Just let that happen.
Ooh. Good damage on a Lux on his retreat back to the A bomb site because the B site is most definitely closed. Denying information over to the FaZe defense. Mezzi and Cubby can't find anything. Can see nothing, cannot pass information to his teammates. So Vitality for the moment, blind on the map. I like this call to play retake as well. Boost should be good for at least 1, and then you play the advantage.
Throwing the smoke down as well. Flames looking for a second out of the MP9. He's not going to get it. Lado clears it. Enough time for him to consider that position and be methodical. Apex to pull 1 kill back for Vitality. Bomb plant coming in, and yeah, still a retake. Mezzi's incredibly low on HP though, and 5.
Yeah, and Sadson just ate that entire Molotov through the plant, so down to 24. ZywOo gets one, that op shot, a narrow miss.
As well.
Yeah, lines it up through the smoke.
Sick from ZywOo. 1 kid on the back of Apex. It's all on Nissim. And he's going to get caught by Apex. So, effective retake from Vitality. Good work done on the opening kill from Flames and closed out by the rest of the squad.
Yeah, nice round for Vitality too, and a round where their money was gone, fully invested in this one, and this one's just about perfect. 4 players survive. You get the opening kill, play the advantage with a passive retake set up at the B bomb site.
You get the ult back as well for ZywOo for free.
Yeah, you get 2 ZywOo kills for no good reason. Lines it up as the smoke pops and just takes the kill. The peek from Lux.
Satisfying to look at from ZywOo. And Legacy down to a Galil and 4 pistols. Vitality Grand finalists last year in Dallas. They played against G2. Lost to the Stewie 2K stand-in, the miraculous story. I'm sure Apex has been thinking about that since last year. Want to get the revenge, get the title here in Dallas.
Bet he's been playing those arena chants as he goes to bed into his headphones.
Yeah.
Just to get himself in the right mindset.
Well, he was getting ready for it as well, because out in Melbourne they were doing it.
Oh yeah, they were. It's spread across the world. B-hit.
Yeah, be hit and shut down. So nice and clean. I remember I was listening. Chad was casting the final, and he said, "All right, Melbourne, this is maybe the last half of Counter-Strike we're gonna have all weekend. Let's give them something they're gonna remember." Immediately, the FU Apex chat stars on like, yeah, perfect. That was a great moment. All right, so 7-3, easy round win here for Vitality, and it looks like the half might just be easier as well. A couple rounds left here. Legacy looking to scrap together what they can. It's going to be a timeout, their first of the half so far. Money's in a spot where they can buy AK armor and get a buyout around it, but they're not going to have the AWP they were wanting earlier on in the half.
I mean, for them, it's just a matter of like what's worked. Like, well, does anyone have a play they feel comfortable opening the round up with? Like, let's focus on just getting one more of these 2 rounds. If it happens now, we can go for 2. But it's basically just like what have we been able to lean on? Hasn't been the B bomb site. Mid a couple of times they've been able to exploit rap side pretty well. I think if you're Legacy, you might be calling something or thinking at the very least that in the mid-round you're going to shift into an A-hit late. Flames showing some good mechanics. Nice little deathmatch sequence just before the timeout. Round 11 of the first half of the opening map in this series between Vitality and Legacy. IEM Dallas 2025, and as you mentioned, Vitality on a campaign to win the trophy this year where they couldn't do it last year.
Well, looking at the group, they've got G2 in it, former champions. Not really in that kind of form right now.
I'd say a different team.
Yeah, very, very different team. We've got the Mongols in the group as well, and Furia. So Vitality certainly would be favorites no matter which group they're in, but certainly so in this group. That's a lot of bullets, and finally enough to bring down Flames. Took a while.
Yeah, they saw him jump there going into the smoke right at the end, and just chaos ensues. Another boost up over. Apex is here, ready for the fight, and there's,
oh my God, okay.
They're jumping AK-47 for no good reason. But if you're a Legacy, you have to say that battle took so long. Extended fight at the half wall. There's got to be a third player here. Sadzin trying to bait out the shot. Mezzi deep in towards Emo and dark spot.
Molotov down, burning a little bit more of Sadzim, but Lato is going to cut through Mezzi on the defense. Zywoo making the rotation over. Rops is still a long way off. He's in the apartments. He's got to fight, and he's going to lose it against Nissim.
Yeah, but if Zywoo wants to actually go for this, you go right now.
Yeah,
after that kill.
It's going to be good. Oh, it's just not the right spot. It looked like Sadzim was playing dark, but through the X-ray threw me off. He's actually in front of it, so the grenade does not connect to him, and so without that kill, Zywoo retreating. He's going to be very aware of the fact that there is someone lurking to try and take that AWP out of his hand, so pistol out. Doesn't matter. Nissim, nice shot on the flick over to the head.
Yeah, really well done. Recovers the off, can pass it over to a teammate. So nice job from Legacy out of the timeout. They get that round win. A battle in Banana that they come out on top of, and then just a clean execute with Mezzi lying in wait. 7-4, plenty of cash for Vitality. This is how it started, and it actually felt like Apex was going to be able to shut down anything they wanted to do before it even began. That jumping kill. Such a massive difference that allows them to stick in the round.
Mezzi to fall first, so they get Sadzim back on the op. Dumao to follow up. And Flames the only player here for Vitality, getting a kill in round 12.
Yeah, it's going to get scrappy from here in this 3-on-4. It's a long time to be playing with the disadvantage on Inferno if you're Vitality. Some utility stockpiled for Flamesy is picked up. And it looks like Vitality want to flip a coin about where this is going to end. Flames and Rops sticking to the B bomb site, but going to get aggressive through the smoke. Trying to meet up with Zywoo before the hit comes in, who's desperately trying to show that there's more defense here than there actually is.
Zywoo's got a puff off of his chest.
He's doing it.
And he's forcing them to reconsider. They have still got so much time left. They're going to go investigate Banana. Currently, Flames still over here. He's had a great start to the game, 11-5.
Yeah, but look at the timings. Like, Vitality thought the B site would have been hit during that period. Rops has now shifted off.
So Flames has to step up here. He needs to delight him. He needs to cut the numbers. He's done very well, and in fact, nearly all Flames. He does get taken out eventually. So now a 2v1 is actually Flames is not the only casualty. It's Zywoo that's left now, 1v2. And this is a doable one for him. He's got time. The bomb isn't planted yet. He's running up Banana.
Ooh, they're waiting patiently. Sazin hasn't moved yet. They can hear footsteps.
Yeah, but he cut sound. He cut sound.
Yeah, but the smoke drop behind him. So now ZywOo, how do you want to play this?
Look how much utility he's got. 3 pieces to work with. A smoke to create some cover. A corridor created to allow him the space to move into the site, to isolate the fights. But a good spam down through the coffins. And not bad at all here from Legacy. 5 rounds against the world's best. Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025. We got Vitality making their debut here this year. The runners-up from last time's Dallas, well, they are currently up 7-5 against Legacy, a team they should be getting through today and continuing their win streak. But not bad from Legacy in that first half. Made it difficult for them at patches there, Jason.
Yeah, they really did. Actually, I mean, I think they should be very proud of 5 rounds and having to grab the last 2 as well to snag that. I mean, that half very easily, I think, could have just been like a blowout for Vitality with the way some of those rounds play out. But they battled back into a couple of them. So CT side, I think, is going to be rougher for them. Vitality get to dictate the map. And we have, apparently, the best in-game leader in the world in the server on the T side.
Yeah. Well, he's won in every tournament. So
it's true. He does have quite a resume, yeah.
Utility coming in towards the B-bomb site, and the Jewel Berettas from Dumal laying down a little bit of damage. Mezzi
Trade him out, Flames to follow up, and we have got a 5v3 straight away here for Vitality.
Yeah, this retake ain't happening. They're not even in CT spawn just yet. Distiv and Lux are there, turning the corner, spamming into the smoke, but it ain't happening. Pistol round for Vitality. It's 8-5. Nice and easy. Nice and easy.
That's what it should be. And we've got Legacy just hanging on to whatever they've got. So a little bit of Kevlar on 2 players. So 8-5, scoreline building. Inferno is the first map of play. Dust 2 coming up next for Vitality. Mirage, if we need it. Don't really feel like we do, but it's there.
And outside of that, we got a lot of Counter-Strike at IEM Dallas each and every day this week. Coming up today, well, actually on the B stream, because we have 2 streams running. 3D Max Gamer Legion is in their 3rd map, a very close affair if you want to pull that one up. And then later on today, Mal's taking on BC Game, G2 taking on Lin Vision, Falcons taking on NRG, Mongols Furia, and Aurora Heroic to end the opening day of IEM Dallas 2025. So plenty of Counter-Strike coming at you. Make note. Well, favorite match?
I mean, everybody's been keeping track of the Aurora travel schedule. They're going to be flying in to get their matchup at 7 o'clock tonight. So
yeah, Aurora and Fury as well. Fury had to play in the
Fury as well, yeah.
Also,
so both of those teams trying to come in.
It's a long day for those guys.
Yeah, just hoping for a short immigration queue.
We've all been there. It's rough.
I do remember the Modesty one last year where he's like, we have the camera out waiting for him coming in the car. Has no time to warm up, basically just about making it in time.
Yeah, that was fun.
Add a little bit of sort of reality TV into it. No resistance here in this round, so it should be 9-5 in just a moment. This team's going to try and get away with one off the top of the boost. It's a valiant attempt, and it is 1 kill. My favorite part about the Vitality run over the recent months has been, oh my god, this team are winning, they're beating everybody, and they've got a British player.
And they've got a yeah. The extra add-on is a nice touch, I think.
And Apex even brings it up a lot, you know.
Yeah, well, I would imagine the French and the Brits have a little bit of banter to go back and forth with each other from all the years.
From all those years.
All those years.
Quite a few years, in fact.
Quite a few of them. Imagine there's an interesting relationship there.
Oh, Flames slipping in towards spawn. Mac 10 looking to make some money. Hyperactive. Got Zaru coming in as well. So the Mac 10's confirming some cash here on the way out of the door.
I mean, this is some nice kills and damage. The bomb is not going to take anyone down with it. So Vitality move up to 9 to the 5 of Legacy, and we'll move into the first gun round. M4 is in the hands of the defenders. Picking up what utility they can. Going to be missing kits. And Apex with a chance to just snowball into a map 1 victory. Still a Mac 10 on Zywoo. Still a couple of Galils in play for the Vitality side. They haven't gone for the full upgrades across the board.
Look at the fight. Zywoo is going to eat a lot of that grenade damage. Down to 24 HP.
It's fine. He just turns into the bait. It's all good. He's got a Mac 10 anyways. Still going to be the first one around the corner. Dumal positioned over at Sandbags. Lotto with the flash in hand, primed and ready for the call.
Bang. Nade straight to the chest. And Zywoo does not turn into the bait, he turns into the predator as he just peeks around the corner. It's Dumao to go down first.
And all 3 A defenders were playing lane, so the rotation is about as far away as it possibly can be. Smoke broken open, that's the kill. Sadzin is the only one even close, and he's pulled the ripcord. Retake will not be happening as Legacy back off and Vitality gets to double digits. Apex hasn't even had to dig into the playbook yet. I mean, this has kind of been take banana control, wait 30, 40 seconds, take the next stage of control, and hit the B bomb site, and it's working.
Yeah, hoping that he doesn't need to open up the Stratbook today. Did you see the Nico banter with his former in-game leaders?
I did, yeah.
That was pretty good. 2018, Nico kicks Carrigan. 2022, Carrigan wins Major.
Oh, there we go.
2022, Nico kicks Alexi B.
So 4 years from
2024, Alexi B wins Major.
Okay.
Hooksy's up next.
Too. So Hooksy's up next. That means he should be winning a Major this year. If the first IGL was 4 years later, the second one was 2 years later, Hooksy's winning the next Major that he plays in.
That he plays in, yeah.
when he plays for Astralis, so that might not be any.
Yeah, it might be a minute.
Well, headsets are off. Well, it could be the one at the end of the year in Budapest.
Look at this peak as well, just a hard clear. He's like, I got 25 HP. I'm going to swing this expecting this fight.
Sends a few bullets off.
And if it's there, I got a chance. Timeout called, second for Legacy as they talk things over, trying to get some final push. They've been able to save some rifles, which is helping them stay in this fight a little bit longer, but the question becomes, is it prolonging the inevitable, or is it just buying them time to step up into this game? And that's what this timeout is for. Get a game plan that you know can turn the tides, that can turn things around and maybe get you going on a bit of a streak. It seems crazy to even suggest it's possible, but they stayed in it in the first half. Like, while getting battered, they stayed in it in a gritty way and scraped together enough rounds to make this doable. So one round here to save your economy and save the map. Flames, Apex, and Mezzi all tied, leading the way for Vitality at 14 kills. It's 9 on Sadzin to lead the way.
ZywOo and Rops are washed, Jason.
Yeah, they really are. But it was a hell of a run, you know?
It was a good start to the year, just couldn't finish strong.
We'll always have those 5 months in 2025.
ZywOo taking some damage on board, down to 60 HP. So, back-to-back rounds where ZywOo has just sustained heavy damage. Didn't really affect him too much in the previous round in terms of his ability to get an opening in Banana. And that's where they're going now. Vitality grouping up, Mezzi at the front, Apex about to molly out the long corner. And we've got the boost coming up. Some Apex to clear just in behind the half wall and behind the sandbags. And the grenade ready for Dumao, who dodges it. He's 4 and 14 right now, and it's not going to get any better for him. Mezzi just cuts his head off in the stack in the A-bomb site.
I mean,
it's going to be a safe call.
I'm going to have Dumao's back here. There's a particular kind of cruelty in going into this round and being like, Vitality's hit the B-bomb site every single round in this half, so let's put Dumao there alone.
Let's stack 4A and Dumao, you've got it all.
And I understand, like, I'm making a joke out of it. They're obviously trying to read what the change-up is going to be, but I don't think they've caught on to the fact that Vitality isn't playing the same game. Vitality isn't like, we're trying to tactically outplay you. They're playing the game of like, we're going to do this until you can stop it. And we don't care. And we don't respect your ability to stop it. So until you show you've got that in you, we're just going to rinse and repeat and win the map.
Yeah, just get the job done without really ever having to break a sweat. You can see everybody's having a good time laughing in the Vitality camp. They've become pretty used to that. 11-5. Couple rounds away here. At least Legacy with a four-man save in that previous round. At least have some weapons to play with here. So one last chance. One last good go of things here on the CT side. So the winner of this game will go on to play the winner of 3D Max Gamer Legion, the matchup you were mentioning just earlier on, Jason. ZywOo at the front of the attack, straight out through Banana. Tickles his toes in the flames. It's a little awkward, but ZywOo still comes out on top of the fight, of course, and survives on 5 HP.
This is what I mean. Like, stop me. I dare you. You know, like, that's a nice swing from Lux. A little bit crazy. Got a little bit fortunate with the bullet spread. Utility's going to keep him boxed in, but he disappears into the smoke. So man advantage now for Legacy, and you haven't been able to say that too many times throughout this map. 4 on 3. Rops, Flames in, Mezzi.
Well, minute on the clock. Vitality looking to flip a 3v4 in their favor. They've got a decent amount of utility for this final B execute. And so 3 on 2 in terms of the player count. That smoke blocked from Lux boosted up. They'll start dishing out their final pieces. No one from the A defense is rotating. That grenade has got one of the kills they need, and Lotto goes down. So right back in favor of Vitality. It's map point.
You can't help but feel bad. Rops doesn't even realize he have the bomb just yet. He's been called back in. He was going to handle the flank, so tosses it over, gets back to his position because Sadzin is coming. Nissim and Sadzin split. One from CT spawn, one from Banana. They've just got to win individual fights. And already Sadzin on the back foot.
Yeah, even a 4v3 can't make it look too pretty towards the end. Mezzi steps up into the church.
They have no kits though. They're not like this is. They can't win this.
They have one kit.
They do have a kit. I take it back.
Yep, Sadzin has a kit on his back. Rops up on first oranges and flames. Regardless, Jason, they can't win it. And it's going to be map points here for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, 7 chances, 7-round lead. And still at the B bomb side. This time you lose the initial engagements up at Sandbags. You come out worse for wear. Taking 1 but losing 2. And you just wait patiently and reaggress, and it's clean. The nade finishes off Lux. That's a beefy nade too. He's got a lot of health. That landed right on him.
Perfect. Vitality stay composed, even a player down. And now looking to just tip the scales to close out Inferno without too much of a stress test. Lux all the way down bottom mid. Zai was going to hear it. He's going to turn, and a headshot delivered straight to the Lux brain. Lotto spraying down. Satsin's going to chime in, and in combination, it's 2 kills, but it's answered back by Flames alone.
Bomb is dropped all the way back at T-Ramp. I imagine Apex and Flames are saying, Rops, that's your job, my brother. Go get it.
And we're just going to get kills as we push to the CT smoke. Apex walks right into Sadzin, and we've got 1 player left here for Legacy. It is Nissim 1v3.
Yeah, and he's getting flanked out as well. They don't even care about the bomb. They're just waiting for the indication, and now they know. Apex calls out the bullets. Rops getting a little bit closer. Nissim is aware, wins the fight. Okay, this is still on, but he thinks it's the B bomb site. The bomb is bailing out and going to A, so even if he finds Apex.
The Flames is a little bit in limbo, and now realizes, yep, commitment into the A site is the call, so sends himself over that.
And Apex backing off as well. So all the way back around to the A bomb site we go. Flames has found safety in the pit. Apex coming up mid. Nissim is here. And starting to wander in and see what he's got to contend with.
Creeping ever closer. Flames, he could be anywhere. He could be anywhere in the site. He could be in the graveyard, in the pit.
It's a horror movie.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles to check here from Nissim, and he's realized his time is running thin. And as soon as he does so, Flames peeks up. The world the world number 1 are here in Dallas, and it's exactly what you expect from Vitality.
Lux, I got a couple of questions for you. Are you excited to be in America?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
We were here actually. We were near Dallas in Plano playing some ECL games and Turnip Creek, and so we are not having jet lags at all.
Okay, so you've been here for a while already?
Yeah. Maybe like 2 months, something like that.
For a long time, yeah. How do you like it here in America then?
Yeah, I like it a lot because I like the food and all this stuff here. I'm really enjoying being here.
How are you feeling about being in America? Ready for Dallas?
Oh, very good. We were in Plano, close from here in Dallas.
Yeah.
So it was like 30 minutes of car, so it's good to be here. No problems with any kind of sleep or anything, so yeah.
You're feeling fresh, you're feeling excited?
America is very good too.
Yeah, you like it here?
Yes.
Very good. What's your favorite food here?
Oh, here? Mashed potatoes and steak.
Mashed potatoes and steak, yeah. Why mashed potatoes? What about French fries?
Oh, mashed potatoes, I don't know, because of my family. We eat a lot of rice and potatoes, so it's more a familiar thing.
It feels like home then?
Yes.
All right.
Feels like home.
All right, and for this tournament specifically, obviously you're not the favorites to win, I think I can say without being mean to you. You think you have what it takes to make an upset or two here?
Yes, I feel like we work a lot So we are confident in our game. So in the rest, we don't know what will happen. So we will just be in the present, take all we have, and that's it. Enjoy the moment.
All right, best of luck, man.
Thank you.
There we go. Legacy heading into IEM Dallas. At least this guy is fast as fuck.
Jacob, that word you just used, unacceptable. Simply unacceptable. Just kidding. Also, speaking of which, a lot of that going on around here. Vitality absolutely pushing Legacy around in the first map of this series. 13-5 is going to be indicative of to the scoreline and the sort of performance, the pushback we got there from Legacy onto the world-renowned and current Grand Slam champions of Vitality. Josh, I'm looking at this game. Didn't look like it was going to go in the way of Legacy when we got here. Still not looking that way now.
Yeah, who would have thought, really? Yeah, you look at the Team Vitality right now, and they're using this as a warm-up for the major right around the corner, right? And then Legacy, you look at, okay, what are you guys really doing here? And it's, well, they won the closed qualifier. They got through the South American closed qualifier, and they landed their spot here, and they have that last seed, and they're looking to do any sort of damage that they could, because collecting any sort of win here at this event in the groups, maybe not against Vitality, but maybe against someone else, maybe that helps them in the VRS rankings, maybe that helps them get to the next events. But in lieu of that, I mean, this is going to be tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah, it is rough around the edges, especially, you come here, and I think I'm not trying to be a cynic, but I'm definitely looking at this game and I'm thinking, okay, eventually Vitality loses. Like, eventually this catches up to them. Well, it ain't going to be in this game from the looks of it, but maybe, just maybe there was a chance, and now I really don't believe. So either way, if we look back at some of the highlights that we have here, you're going to see quite a few of those names pop up that we normally talk about. That's going to be a ZywOo for one. Of course, Flames having quite the impact throughout the duration of that first half and very early on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, all of Vitality, except for, like, I guess Rops was getting a lot of kills. Rops is just, like, his role. Unless he's going to start holding W at the other team, he's probably not going to see much in the way of things if the rest of the team is just so handedly just dispatching of these guys. Legacy got to 5 rounds, though, fairly early on, but they weren't able to get anything else going. Once Vitality moved into that T side, it was just like, okay, guys, I mean, we've cracked the code on Inferno years ago. Go B. Just keep going B. Go B, go B, go B, and you're just owning it, and Vitality were able to close it out, and pretty tight knit for most of the players on the team in terms of the kills distribution. Rob's just kind of his role. He doesn't really have the deaths, so he's not really seeking those engagements out. And on the flip side, I mean, what can you really do if you're Legacy? You're just losing a lot of your engagements.
Yeah, you really are. There ain't a whole lot to grab onto for Legacy. You have to pretty much wipe that whole map away. Just kind of leave that one there in the dust, and then actually move on into Dust 2.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I mean, Dust 2 is a map where it's going to be where you can upset a better team. For sure. Inferno is probably one of the maps that you could do that on as well. But I mean, we're still looking at Vitality, who are looking very, very, very strong. And I mean, Legacy, I'm pretty sure they picked Inferno, right? So Vitality's like, okay, cool, thanks.
Like, thanks, appreciate you.
Thanks. We're just going to take this. We're going to go into the next map. We're going to just own you because we got ZywOo on the op.
We do. We also have to talk a little bit about how Legacy got here in the first place, because, if you're looking at this from a surface level perspective, you're like, yeah, this is a very lopsided matchup. You're looking at Vitality versus a Legacy. I don't know where you would place them. They did get here through that South American closed qualifier. But Josh, overall, if I'm looking at the side of Legacy and I'm thinking, well, where do they come from? What are they doing?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at kind of like where Furia end up Legacy end up in kind of like where everything goes, it's you have Furia, you have MIBR, you have Pain. Those are the teams, and then you also Imperial. Those are the teams that you're thinking are kind of like the best teams in Brazil, in South America in general. And Legacy is just like right behind them. But Legacy here, they're actually, we saw Imperial lost out. Legacy make it all the way through. They are, I think, by VRS rankings, the number 4 team in either Brazil or South America, I forget which, and in the Americas overall, they're about 10th. So they're kind of just like down there. They play in some of these leagues like ECL, for example. They've played in some qualifiers in North America. So, they're getting the reps against kind of like the teams like NRG, who are also at this event, teams like Wildcard that are also going to be at the major. So, they can kind of play with those teams. They are able to trade wins against those types of caliber of teams. But those caliber of teams, we're talking about right now, Vitality, #1 in the world. We're not talking about top 5. We're not even talking about top 10. We're talking about top 1. And Legacy, they're barely like breaking into the top 30, and the wins that they have right now are against those types of teams.
It's like a prime Mike Tyson versus YouTuber Jake Paul, but like as the YouTuber, not the boxer.
Like
right?
prime Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Not like 60 whatever year old.
Not whatever we got the last time that they faced each other, whatever that was all about. But if you do look down the path for the side of Legacy to have such a hard game ahead of you in that first initial stage, I mean, you haven't came here and just expected to lose this. Of course not. But at the same time, you have to have some realization, some realism here.
I think no team's really going to go out there thinking like, hey, guys, we're just going to get blown out. Let's just go out, have fun, and go home. They're probably looking to come here, try to do some damage, make a team bleed, see what they can do when they stack up against the enemy, get some experience going into whatever's next for them, and really just come back and be like, okay, like against these other teams, like we never really got tested on this thing or that thing, but Vitality really made us see something from a different perspective. So Legacy, they're coming for experience, and they're probably going to look to take a win off of a team that's not Vitality. And at least against Vitality, make it close. Like, don't get blown out 13-2. They did that. They got 13. They got 5 rounds that first game. If they can get another, 5, 6, 7 rounds, I think they've done well.
Yeah, and if you want to see how they did that versus Vitality, I invite you to go check out our friends over at faceit.com/watch. You can watch this game and so many others in so many different perspectives. You can even mute the casters. That's right. We are going to go to a quick break so we can come back and see if Vitality continue the pain train that they are on today versus Legacy. It's the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas, if you can believe it, 2025. We'll be right back, y'all.
Hey Future Pros, taking B-side on Dust 2 can be brutal. With this B-door smoke, however, it might feel a bit easier. To throw the smoke, get in line with this dot at the back of the stone pillar. Aim at the left tip of this ray of light. Then while holding mouse 1 and mouse 2, use your forward step jump throw bind to throw the smoke. This will land in the doors and completely block off vision from anyone playing outside of the B-bomb site.
I'm here with Zaiwu. Zaiwu, you've won plenty of clutches in your time. What's the most memorable?
I think it was the P251, I would say, against Navy.
Okay, all right, I remember that one very vividly. All right, what we're going to do right now is we're going to have like a bit of a bracket of your clutches. So let's start with number 1. Click on number 1, and it's going to be versing number 2.
Okay, it was Grand Final, yeah, I remember this one. I think this was really stressful as well because Grand Final against Navy was the 3rd map. We know we can do, like we can be down like 2-1 if we lose this map. So it was really pressure moments for everyone. I remember like I had to like secure 1v1 kinda because I know if I try to play 2v1 it's gonna be hard. And I know one was jungle, so I didn't expect like him to be benched like this because he's playing kinda 1v1, he's giving me
it's all in,
kills.
yeah.
But after that I would just try to pick like the easiest 1v1 on my side.
Okay, well that clutch will be going up against number 2.
Yep.
So let's play number
this
2.
One.
Yep.
So this one it's, okay.
This was huge.
Yeah, this one was most important. It was like also like for the Grand Slam, Grand Final against Falcon we had done like 12-6 after. And I don't know if we were able to win this game if I don't pull up like this maybe clutch. So it was kind of really important. I would say more important than Cologne.
Yeah, okay. So at what point do you think, is it that fight there from Kixon where they misplayed it?
I don't think he misplayed it because I think he was scared to go in because maybe
Sure,
I can
you'd be
say
open, yeah.
He will be open. But just now, like I wanted to play really fast because I don't want them to have good position. Like having a crossover between ramp, behind side, and I have to play both of them like this. So that's why I went instantly on the left, trying to catch someone because I knew I heard Nico going towards ramp. So I tried to secure the 1v1 like this.
So with these two clutches we just showed, Cologne versus or Melbourne, which one wins?
I would say Melbourne.
Okay.
Just for like Grand Slam, the Grand Final, for the comeback as well, for all these like memories we had.
Sure. The importance of that type of clutch.
Yeah.
And okay, nice. Well, let's get into number 3.
Number 3. I don't think this clutch like I put it in my important clutch overall.
Okay. Why?
It's not a Grand Final. It's EPL quarterfinal. It's not.
So it's the context of the clutch.
It's the context of the clutch, the context of everything behind it, behind the tournament as well. So obviously we lost the game after that, but I think there's better clutch. I want to say the number 4, but I think the number 4 will win.
All right, let's check it out. What's number 4 got for us?
He will win it.
Okay.
I know this. I mean, I already said like in interviews, but I don't think I will be able to pull a clutch like this again.
What is it about the mechanics of it? What is it that you like so much about this one?
It's just the mechanic, the 9 HP, also we do like reverse sweep at the end of the tournaments. It was all this kind of thing and I think against the player I'm playing against, the Navi at the time, and I was 9 HP, I think right now they kill me 100%.
Sure, and it's all headshots?
Yeah, all headshots, so I think this clutch, I'm already thinking about, I don't think I can pull this clutch again because it was just amazing.
So the Mirage Ace, that beats out the Inferno.
I mean, it will beat Inferno easily.
Okay, so now we're going to compare it. We're going to go clutch 2 against this one.
Yes.
So which one wins?
I think it's kind of close because the concepts are really different. But I will say this one because I don't think I can do it again.
Okay, so this is like a once-in-a-lifetime type moment.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
All right, so even with the context of, you kept your team in it on the nuke clip, it was for the Grand Slam, and so you guys came back on the 5th map, but this one right here is special.
But I'm just thinking about the 1v2 when I go down, I think I can still do it.
Yes?
This one, I don't think so. With Electronic coming behind, with the 9 HP killing 3 more like this, I don't think so. I can be able to put the clutch like this again.
Okay, it's
so
iconic.
I will put, anyway, this is my best clutch forever.
Best clutch forever?
Yeah, in my career.
Well, there you go.
He's even been flanked. And Electronic looking for the cleanest finish. He's been turned on. Zaiwu, no health really, but he's still hitting shots. He's already got 3 and 4 and 5 and oh my God, Zaiwu!
That's final. Perfect. Thank you very much, Zaiwu. The Mirage Ace with a 1v4 versus Na'Vi on the pissed round P250 in CSGO.
Yes.
The greatest clutch ever.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to IEM Dallas. We've got Vitality 1 map up against Legacy. It was a pretty easy map for them. They went B until they won. So now they're hoping for a similar story here. They move to that map pick of Dust 2 and should be quite a comfortable day at the office here for Vitality to go 26-0.
And much like Inferno, going B on this map can work as well. So Vitality will... Sorry, that was just so blatantly... Anyways,
rush B.
Yeah, I think Legacy needs to prove they can put a stop. That's really the key. You can talk about hitting the B bomb set all you want. You can talk about Inferno strategically, tactically if you really want. I don't want to do that. That's Vitality just basically saying, we're just going to play the game, and if you could stop us, maybe we'll change it up, but let's see. And they couldn't. So now we go to Dust 2, and it's the similar kind of story. Can you put enough respect into Vitality early on to force them to play a real game that you can react, respond, and play against?
A little quick body block of the smoke inside of middle. It's going to prevent the comfortable door smoke from landing. And so Mezzi has to be a little bit more careful in allowing Flames to clear close smoke and just jump up and make sure no one's pushed up top middle. Vitality realize they've got the mid control that they're looking for. Dumao has a lot of utility.
Well, it better be put into play here because it's a lot of setup for Lux. It's a lot of resource in this direction. Flash, when they hear the sound cue, he'll take a peek with it. Nade to follow up. Could soften up some damage, but Lux has already been taken out. And it's a smoke instead. And Vitality will be okay with that.
A lot of grenade damage done in the end. Vitality, Molotov goes into the site. Apex being a nuisance at long as the rest of the attack comes through short. Dumao, oh buddy, you gotta land something at least here. He's got one, goes back again, couldn't get it. So Mezzi able to take him out. So bomb plant coming in, and the pistol is there for Vitality.
Apex played a perfect round. You're exactly right. Just a little peek, just a little nuisance, just being annoying and making it so they cannot focus on just one fight. And now if you're Vitality, you can have some fun with this. So a little bait and switch inside the bomb site. Rops crouched down, letting ZywOo take the fights, and he'll peek his head up as soon as ZywOo dies. If he dies.
If he dies, that is certainly
he won't.
The more important word, but yeah, he's not going to be putting himself in harm's way at least the first few seconds of this post plant. Rops will send himself forward to fight in towards Nissim. Pistol already confirmed here for Vitality. Now 4 players stay up for now.
You said that so ominously.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is anybody going to stop and die to the bomb?
So they're just going to stand at the blast radius? Just for fun? Just for shits and giggles? Woo! Well, that's a quick death to take. ZywOo just popping your brain open with a P250. Easy closeout from there for Vitality. So things start good for the T side. Second round bye from Legacy. 2 MP9s, a Deagle, and 2 5.7s.
A quick long take being set up here for the side of Vitality. I think that's more likely to be the area of the map where Legacy are tested, right? It's just these long takes from Vitality over and over again. If there is to be a similar game plan as there was on Inferno. Not too much resistance in a round like this. At least on the early long fight. Just hoping they can get some engagements to go their way when Vitality get a little closer to the site itself.
I mean, Vitality's completely fine and happy with this as well. It's like, yep, use all your smokes right now. Use all your utility right now with these delay tactics. You can even have the entire map. You know that they realize that, you know, Nissim and Lado have pushed in mid and dark as we've seen the protocols from the CT sides over the years evolve. They know entirely that Legacy has the idea that they're coming this way, but they also know that they've used all their utility. 2 flashbangs left to activate anything.
A little spam going through the cross smoke. No Flames will get by, but here comes the 5-7. Flash is effective, but no kill here for the CT side. Vitality running low on time, 38 seconds. MP9 stepping up, damage being done. Apex having to fight forward and keep Vitality in this, but the pistol still finding success. There's a long flank coming in too. A little bit later into this round, it's Nissim that could be the problem with a 5-7. You need the distraction to be set up, but it's the dink. It's unfortunate that Rops had high HP. If he had found anybody with low HP, it could have been a perfect kill out to Car, but in the end, that was the only way to win the round for Legacy, and it is now 2 in a row for Vitality.
Even if he gets that kill, it's going to be extremely hard, but it presented an opportunity, which is going to be a bummer that it slips away. Rops gets the final kill, 2-0, and Legacy have to sit out round 3 with no investment, only USPs. And Vitality in control again. Mac 10's being picked up by Apex. He'll take a lot of space. He'll be super aggressive, hunting things out, searching for space to work with. And then we'll see if come the gun rounds, Legacy have something for us here on Dust 2. Rops out towards long with a good spawn. Going to take a peek at the corner, but not commit. Apex down into lower dark, leading the way with his Mac 10. There's a mid push and catwalk aggression. Dumao's making his move, and Mezzi.
Yeah, I like this play. Oh, God. Rops reads it. Here comes Nissim through the window, but ZywOo clears him out.
Oh, Dumao's just so sad. He had a perfect timing, heard Mezzi running away, slipped the net, had a good step on it.
And then, of course, Rops is looking right at you.
Yeah, with his gun out, no less.
Yeah.
You might another player might have had knife out sprinting through T-spawn to join up with Mezzi, but Rops was ready. Spots a little bit more, and he wants that kill. Wants to hunt it down. He's found Lux. Well, Sadzin, I believe, has enough money for the AWP in the next round, so I imagine he's going to be bringing on this first CT side gun round. And I think if you want to get started once again, if you have the conversation of all the various things that need to go right for Legacy to steal a map away to cause any kind of an upset, I think Sadzin having a big game on the AWP is going to be huge. You're never going to be able to like out-duel ZywOo on the other side of the map, but in terms of like having more impact than him or having impactful rounds with the AWP, going to be a huge resource for Legacy if they can get it going.
I just love the zoom we're getting in this event.
It's the mustache comparison.
Everything is so zoomed.
It's the mustache comparison.
Zoom. It is, what do you think of that mustache?
It's strong. It's very Ned Flanders.
That's true.
Yep.
That is a Ned Flanders mustache right there. Here goes Vitality, back to the B plate. Heavy into the tunnels. Execution at the ready. ZywOo, the man, going to be tossing out the smoke for the doorway.
It is like Inferno. It is just like Inferno. It is just...
Told you, Apex is the greatest in-game leader right
Let's
now.
go B. Well, we yell at Snacks for this, but Apex, we love him for it.
Yes. Well, Nissim, first kill is his. Apex to respond, and right now for Vitality, it hasn't necessarily gone so well for them.
Hold the phone, look at Mezzi. Mezzi's dropped back. He's going to have an engagement here. Low health. Is he prepared for this? It's a headshot angle. Dumao not ready. He's been spotted. Oh, he's pinned down against the wall. You'll get one, but nothing left.
Yeah, gets traded out, no problem in the end, but minute 9 seconds left. Still plenty of time for Vitality to get into a better position. Obviously, the initial B play gets stopped, but based on the fact that they've just spotted a player in T-spawn, I think you've got to realize that, oh, they could be pretty much anywhere on the map right now, so they've got to make the most of the time that they've got available.
Slipping into the mid-smoke, Lux is going to get a stronger position inside the bomb site itself. He can have a deeper angle into the halls and maybe get Nissim to be involved in the action a little bit earlier than otherwise he would be. But Lux has it all to do, no utility. Smoke at the doors, Molotov back plat, Nissim making his move in lower dark, so Lux is on his own for some time.
Whoop! Well, not around for much longer as Apex just hits that headshot with ease. Lux waits under the window. Here comes Nissim through the tunnels. His teammate a long way off, all the way back in CT's spawn. You don't want to put that off in harm's way if there's no chance of getting into it, and there is no chance at getting into this round.
This is where I feel like there's small details that a team like Legacy can pick up on, and I don't know if it probably wouldn't change the nature of the match overall, but maybe enough of these things improve over time, it gets better. But you have Nissim executing this flank into lower dark. Lux is just holding an angle inside the B bomb site that's basically like, I'm going to win or lose this fight when it comes in. If Lux is playing more with the philosophy to delay, you know, we have a lot of utility running in it. But if he's actually buying time for Nissim to get closer, grabs one kill, survives, that round has a much higher percentage chance of winning than him just holding an angle and waiting for the fight. That being said, it's much easier said than done when you consider the amount of Molotovs and flashbangs and smokes that rain in during that set piece.
I mean, you're so pissed if you're a Dumao in this situation. You somehow get spotted going into the corner.
And you can see, I mean, the Molotov's raining in. There's not a whole lot of good places for him to fight in that scenario.
All right, for Legacy, it's an ult for Sadzin, saved over everybody else on pistols or an MP9. Quick long tape for Vitality. You've got Mezzi running out already. Apex suppressing fire. With that long corner smoke, they'll safely cross into the pit. So everybody for Vitality is committed long. No one else holding even the flanks, really, like outside of the doors. Everybody's beyond the doors already, about to put pressure on the Sadzin. And this AWP needs to do everything. If there's to be one player to step up right now, it's Sadzin's AWP. As they run him down, they close down the space, and Mezzi and Flames already in the sight.
Yeah, you can't get that angle quick enough. Sadzin, no idea that Flames is just running a route with the MAC-10. Dumao inside the smoke is the sole defender at this bomb site. Lado and Nissim over in B tunnels. So Dumao's going to back away, and Legacy still with nothing to hang their hat on. Catwalk hasn't had too much attention. Mid hasn't had too much attention. It's basically been long and B. And it's worked for Vitality for a 5-0 lead.
At least with the save earlier for Sadzin, he has some extra money in the bank, so able to buy that AWP again. Look at a full buy here with a loss bonus building for Legacy.
Actually, I mean, that's the thing they got going for him with the full losing bonus is the economy's not bad, especially in this round where you get to save some money because you saved the armor, so don't have to rebuy that, just weapons. So you've got about $1,000 left behind on Dumao and Nissim, which is nice for the future, but at some point we need to see him turn this corner and win some rounds. Big old goose egg for Legacy on the scoreboard. ZywOo's boosted up. They smoke for safety of the cross. Long control in the favor of Legacy. And Vitality switch things up. It's not long, it's not B. This is more of a default mid control.
Yeah, Flames and Apex. They've got the short control they're looking for. Sadzin has the scope posted up, but it's only if they extend around the corner.
Yeah, but you miss a shot here with this op, and you kind of lose the ability to re-peek.
Does Flames give him the peek he's looking for, though? He takes a couple of steps back. He'll play from ramp instead now with that grenade going in. That's a beefy one onto Flames.
Yeah, Flames gets the hint as well. He probably knows there's going to be some follow-up utility coming in. The stockpile of HE grenades and CT spawn wants nothing to do with it on Catwalk. So the op shifts out to support between the A bomb site and long. Dumao looks like he wants to get a little bit frisky and aggressive with long doors. Meanwhile, Vitality has stepped out middle with smoke. Lado and Nissim to defend the mid to B split.
Grenade blows open. Lux takes 2 down straight away. Mezzi and Flames gone. Nissim inside of the site. Good work from behind the big box. And he goes out again, but ZywOo's going to take his head off of the AWP. And because of that kill, there's still a shot at this. 19 seconds left. Apex gets through the window, and the bomb gets planted.
Okay, there's 2 Molotovs, so they can chuck those wherever they want them, whichever choke point. But Apex caught through the door, and it's all on ZywOo. He's got nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide as he gets taken out straight away. Headshot to come through, and first round on the board here for the side of Legacy.
Apex trying to cross over the door so they could have a crossfire setup for that retake, especially with the Molotovs. Could have been very, very effective. Nice break of the smoke by Lux. Double kill out in middle. This is Sadzin catching Apex, trying to jump back into cover. Picks him off.
All right, that has to be the start of the comeback, though, for Legacy to establish some defense here. But it's a quick, long response for Vitality, trying to get out here quite quickly. It's going to be Apex to go down through the smoke. Long spray from Rops that does not work out. And he need to try and trade.
He ran the route specifically for that exact fight, so he'll be a little frustrated that he missed the opportunity. He'll say that was a clean fight. He had a great chance of winning. Sadzin with the pressure as Flamesy and Mezzi walk up slow along the wall. They're going to pause and wait and buy some time and let this defense second guess themselves.
How? Okay, that looked very close. Sadzin just about missing out on the shot. And I don't know how Flames made it across, but the fire at his feet, he's still standing, still fighting, and finally burns. Sadzin will grab him from the grave.
Yeah, that was a tense situation. Flamesy just makes his move a little bit early while the Molotov is still up. This is all on ZywOo's op. In fact, it definitely is now as that kill comes in and spammed through the car.
All right, 2 in a row.
Yeah, a little bit of late life out of Legacy here on Dust 2, or getting started a little bit late. Plenty of time to recover the half. 3-round lead for Vitality, but 2 in a row for Legacy's defense.
ZywOo looking for the mid pick.
Smoke comes up, lets the shot ring out, and then they blow open the smoke at the bottom doors, and Rops is the first victim of the round. So Vitality trying to respond with a long play.
Yeah, well, that equally Legacy's ready for it. Dumao spamming the smoke, making sure if anyone's swinging, he might be able to do a little bit of damage to them. ZywOo's found some safety over in pit. Luxon, Sadzin gonna stand on catwalk, defend that part of the map. Apex lurking over at Xbox in middle. So Vitality kind of stuck in this 3-1 split. And Apex might get caught. How aggressive do they want to be?
Do they ever peer over the side of the wall? Yes, they do. Apex getting caught in the lower tunnels. Good luck to the remaining forces of Vitality here. They're all committed long, and it's going to be such a difficult recovery mission from this position.
Well, especially because they have no smoke. So expect a flash peek. Flash from ZywOo, Mezzi, and Flamesy just fight towards CT spawn. It's about the only option they've got.
Oh, Mezzi getting caught, trying to cross on over. Flames going to be picked up. Dumao making sure that the bomb goes down, and nothing for Vitality. Not a single kill in this round.
Okay, 3 in a row, and actually pretty clean wins for Legacy altogether. Money has grown in a nice way, so they've got to be feeling a little bit more comfortable on their CT side. 5 players survived that round, 3 in the previous 2 rounds they win. So a lot of benefits all of a sudden swing into their favor, not least of which is Sadzin's AWP, which has, I mentioned, as a critical piece of Legacy, wanted to cause an upset, surprise anybody on this map. Sadzin's AWP had to be providing impact, and it is so far.
A little bit of frustration for Apex, who's lurking around mid so quietly and getting caught as he turned his back. Here goes Lado into the lower tunnels.
What?
Rops is actually coming on top of that fight with the Tech 9. Flash goes down. Oh my god, he got away with a second. How has he got away with both?
I don't know, that first one had to be nasty. He's on a heater. He wants them all. 3 kills for Rops. He's got one in CT spawn. He knows it. He's playing Gladiator. Stepping forward into the next fight.
Rops is just wrecking them. So much time left in the round, and finally Rops will go down. To Mao and Nissim.
That damn smoke.
Yeah, that damn smoke indeed. They've got to try and recover this 2v4. Rops has put Vitality in pretty much in an unlosable position, confirmed now by Apex's kill. Grenade to Dumao, just for some extra salt into the wound. And Vitality making no secret about their reposition over to the B-bomb side. Dumao making his way through middle. ZywOo's going to see him and win the fight with a deagle. So Rops opens up, ZywOo closes.
That's the door. Not slamming shut, but that's rough when you fight so hard to win 3 in a row to give yourself this opportunity. I can't believe Rops just destroys Lux like that. The follow-up flashbang from Flames, it's perfect. Lado's committed to the fight, gets blinded, can't track Rops. 6-3. You got some free upgrades into AKs as well if you're Vitality, so all of a sudden the money balloons in your favor and sinks against Legacy. 6-3 coming out of this first time out. And can Legacy continue the battle? They invest everything into a double up setup, a new look for Vitality's offense right at the end of the half.
Well, they have to bounce back and respond immediately here. They at least have a goodbye to do so. The double up setup can be very potent on Dust 2. Here come the flashes, and here comes Rops. Long take effective for Vitality in terms of getting players out of the longhouse. Not yet progressing beyond the long corner, but there's no need to. Here comes some aggression from Nissim's AWP, taking more of an advanced setup into the tunnels.
What's going to be interesting is most of the time Vitality have done this and taken early long control. They've kind of done those slow rounds where they kind of sit in the pit and wait long and, you know, drain your utility, kind of bleed all your counter nades dry. This time they back away from it. They only send a couple of players, leave Rops, and everyone else moves elsewhere. So let's see if Legacy gets a little jumpy and a little bit nervous around the long play late.
Well, it's a good opening here for Lato. ZywOo to go down first.
That's a great way to break the smoke to find that kill. Not for you, but for your teammate. Close to double doors. Take note of that one. Flashbang over the wall. Flamesy is going to come in, and they're so blind.
Yeah, he nearly gets 2 for 1 there. Now Sadzin getting caught in the open. Flames does get a second before he burns to a crisp. That molly slows Vitality down as short. Rops not able to win the long-range fight. 40 seconds left. Vitality fall to 2 players, and this could be the response that Legacy need. Mezzi stepping up now. He's got Apex just in behind him. 29 seconds. Awkward fights. Glimpses of their opponents, but not enough to comfortably take any of the kills. And now Mezzi, good shot. Needs more, but the flank was coming in all the time. And so Vitality unable to follow up off of the back of the ROPS round, and that's Legacy making sure they're staying in this.
Well, we can call this another ROPS round because it was his missed duel that caused the loss of the round for Vitality. Him over in pit, they set him up there from the start of the round. The fact he can't get that kill on the rotating player who's out in the open with nowhere to go, that's a kill you'd think ROPS is going to have 10 out of 10 times. And actually, maybe 9 out of 10, because that's the second time we've seen him miss it in this match in the last 4 or 5 rounds. That kill seals things for Vitality, but it's death prevents them from winning.
They haven't necessarily found the most success breaking through B early on in these rounds. Vitality going to set up for it again with Zywoo with the smoke ready.
You got a Tech 9 and a Mac 10. If you go for a B hit now with that weaponry, you're so committed. Previously, they just backed off when they saw the resistance. And they're going to back off here as well, decide against it.
Start in the tunnels, but make steps towards taking short. Apex to unleash flames. And he's just going to go around the corner right into Lux. An attempted fight with the MAC-10 does not go the way of Vitality. And Legacy with the advantage to hold on to here in round 11. 45 seconds left on the clock.
That's a deep smoke, though. I think Vitality is going to be fine going around it if they want to. They can boost up and just traverse past the smoke. Giving it a lot of respect right now, considering their options. Upper Dark is just cleared out. Vitality have no idea about that. The only thing that smoke ruins is the ability to line up your execute. ROPS in a lurk position in middle, and here we go.
Sadsin blinded, keeps his head down, goes back into the peak. Flash ready to go over the top of the site. Sadsin not able to land the flick. Mezzi just runs him down, closes down the space. Vitality into the site, 10 seconds as that bomb starts to get planted. And the final catwalk execution has put Vitality in a winning position here.
Ooh, I thought they might actually need catwalk because they don't have long in this post plant, so it's going to be a little bit sketchy for Vitality. Not the most comfortable positions you can fight from, so a real chance for Legacy.
They're quite squished in, committed to the bomb site. Vitality hoping they can fight their way out of this one, but Dumao is creeping up silently, not spotted yet. In fact, the timing is perfect as Zywoo looks away, but Apex on the double sets up Mezzi for the clutch. Lotto arriving to the site and Mezzi out with a headshot.
Hard-fought round win for Vitality in awkward positions, but boy, do they handle it well. Good shot from Apex to kick things off, and he's got the immediate reaction back to the long player. But Vitality looking good in a pressure situation, a 4 versus 5 conversion. Lovely work from Apex. And Mezzi playing it smart in the 1v1. He knows he's got Lotto frozen in the open. 7-4. A Scout, pistols, and an MP9 for Legacy in this final round, and they've got to play it without Lux.
Yeah, looking very likely now. We see 8-4 for Vitality. Legacy making something of the half. Oh, that's got to be such a frustrating round to lose after coming so close. That's how it goes against Vitality.
Problem now is your weapons are so diminished, you don't have a lot of utility, you're going to have to take some risks, and that's what Zywoo was waiting for.
Especially when you've lost the opening player as well.
Yep. You got to at least keep track of where Vitality's heading so you know where to shift the extra player to cheat someone on the defense. And Vitality's been looking to punish those plays. They don't succeed, so we go into the mid-round in a 5-on-4. Tunnels control for Vitality. Mid control for Vitality. And when this smoke clears, they'll start moving into a mid to B split. Oh, that's an awkward sound cue.
Yeah, loud dismount gives away information of 2 players around there, and that's going to be Mezzi to clear out the first. They're going to be at high alert looking for the second.
That was the loudest sound cue.
Yeah, right into the sand, like smash down. Lato going to be cleared. Flames has no problem killing him out. He knows the other player's there, so Flames just executes him from behind. We've got Sats in 1v5, and it's just a matter of time.
A knife?
Before that 8th round comes on the board, Apex runs right past him, and he still gets away with the kill. It's Vitality looking for 26 in a row, and they're only 1/2 away from doing it.
Smooth sailing for Vitality to start IEM Dallas. Ain't nothing gonna knock them off kilter. Legacy, their opponent today. Vitality's up a map and they're up 8-4 as we switch sides. It's Vitality's defense looking to close out this series and Legacy's offense to keep them fighting and alive on day one of IEM Dallas.
Yeah, lots to celebrate, lots to be happy about, and Vitality looking to just try and get this campaign kicked off with a quick 2-0 win. Legacy with a lot of work to do, a lot of leg room they need to gain as we get into the second half here.
They've got a good call just based off the minimap. One defender at the B bomb site. Apex going to come join up with them. He'll be there with some quickness once this comes out. Rops is going to drop a smoke as soon as the indication the hit is coming is given over.
A lot of utility about to be tossed out, so you'll get that info and drop it quick. Joe Barrett is unleash. Damage done. Rops taking one. The distraction with the flash. It's Lux to take his own teammate down, so it's stopped.
Dude, I cannot believe he got that first kill. I cannot believe how instantaneous that first kill was. ZywOo's going to add on top of it. You've already got a player.
Oh, and he just walks to the smoke. Like, he gets the first kill, but not that one.
Well, look at this, too. Flamesy's like, okay, he's here.
Mezzi knows Flame's going to take it from behind. 9 rounds.
You don't go to Rapid or beer?
Keep him mic'd up at all times.
I feel like we just need one guy hired every event, just have a boom mic above Apex.
Or just put it on his jersey, man. Like, just keep it on. Well, he sent the message. You don't go towards Robin at the B-bomb site. No, no, no. Glocks for Legacy with no plant in the pistol. In an immediate kill. And this one feels like it's going to be a quick finish.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yep.
Does feel that way. Feel it brewing in the waters. With the format of the tournament as well, Vitality could quickly get into the semifinals, you know, through a good group stage performance. It's obviously where they expect to be.
Top of the group to the semis. Next two in the group go to the quarters. We all know it. We all love it. We all wear it. ESL shop.
Yeah. What's your style? I feel like you'd pull off the yellow, Jason.
You think I could pull off the yellow?
Yeah, you should get the Vitality jersey.
I feel like yellow's never really been my color.
Well, maybe it can be now in your later years.
Oh yeah. Okay, here we go.
You're more mature now, Jason. You know,
sure.
you can pull it off. You spend a lot of time in the yard getting a nice suntan. You can pull off the yellow.
Yellow's a color for a wiser man.
Exactly.
A little bit of gray in his beard.
Not to be dyed, as I heard on your most recent podcast. And when, you know, there was accusations
there were
of
some
potential beard dye, Jason.
Some wild accusations flying around, completely unfounded. Took great personal offense to them.
Apex keeping it clean with 3. And we got Mao in middle with the MP9 wrapping him up. So 10-4 as we get to yum, indeed, Apex. That's what we're liking to watch this at the moment. Right at the end of Dust 2. Right after they won the ESL Grand Slam out in Melbourne, they were talking about the next goal, and no secrets, it's the major.
The major.
And Mezzi was talking about that being the next goal they're focusing on. But this could be the start of their side quest, you know? They could get another notch on the ESL Grand Slam. Quick long play out here from Lato. Going to be traded by Flames, so numbers still even.
Yeah, they're at like that stage of a game where you have like 5 side quests like partially completed. You've got like, you know, you have potential for a second ESL Grand Slam in 1 year. You've got the major coming up. You've got an era building and a sentiment around that's growing each and every time you win.
They are the main characters.
You're breaking all these records of winning streaks and tournament winning streaks. So yeah, you've got about 5-6 quests going on at once if you're Vitality. You're nailing all of them as well.
Yeah, speedrunning the main storyline as well. Well, they've got Rops coming up, MP9 coming in with a second kill as Mezzi Sadson strikes into action all of a sudden, and this would be a 1v3 clutch as he's up against Rops. Half HP, grenade goes a little bit too early. So Sadson not going to go down to the utility as Rops takes the pause.
Yeah, but I mean, look, you don't need to say anything crazy about Rops and clutches, but you give him a minute in a clutch to work with, I think Rops can do some crazy things. He's so good at playing these scenarios. You could see him now playing a little bit passive. He was jumping along the wall for information. So at the moment, he's not playing to commit to anything he finds. Oh, immediate headshot. That's nasty. Well done.
Sadson, that is a great clutch from him. Those 2 first kills are really, really nice to look at. Very snappy, great mechanical skill, and then wins out a 1v1 against Rops. As you were setting up, you know, not usually easy.
Setting up for Rops.
Yeah, not usually easy to beat Rops, but this second kill was beautiful from Sadson.
Even this is what I was going to say as Sadson finished my sentence was he's playing for information before he commits to anything. It's just the fact that Sadson hits a first bullet headshot is like, you don't get to play for information anymore. So beautiful, beautiful shot in the clutch.
Yeah, great work. A lot more needed, though, here for Legacy.
It has put Vitality in a weird monetary situation. You have an AWP on Rops, who's pushed Xbox to peer and a lower. M4 to FAMAS and an MP9. So a save after this if Vitality can't convert it.
Vitality hoping the Legacy choose the A-bomb site. They've got 4 of their players positioned closely towards the A side at the moment. But with still just under a minute left on the clock, there's all the options still available to Legacy. Smoking out the mid doors. You're gonna have ZywOo unleashed with a flash just to have a quick peek to see if anybody's pressuring up Cat. Quick grenade as well down onto Dumao. The long hit hasn't necessarily gone the way of Legacy. A lot of damage being done.
Yeah, but Vitality need to be careful because they just gave up catwalk defense. They're coming back to it now. Good frag from Flamesy, but they could still get pinched. This is important. ZywOo with one. Rops adds in, and there's the kills all streaming out. Rops can't peek again. He's got to bail out of the fight.
But Apex still stepping up. A second kill from Apex, and Sadzin is asked to clutch again. This time against Apex.
18 seconds.
He's going to smoke out the CT cross. Look for the fight on the way, and Sadzin back-to-back clutches. This one against Apex.
I can't believe he never slowed down. He was always committed to that fight after the smoke throw. And back-to-back big-time clutches from Sadzin keep Legacy alive. It takes the money away from Vitality and opens up the door for a comeback. A brilliant round. And one of the few times in this series I think we've seen Vitality make some unforced errors, shifting and rotating into a really difficult to manage defense. And now Patient is Legacy, doing their best not to squander this opportunity. They have to know economically it's a bit busted for Vitality with the way the money has played out in the early stages, but for them too, money's an issue. Back-to-back round wins, clutches for Sadzin, but he's the only player surviving in both of them, so not able to build up any cash. Rops has this really late flank, one player to find, not gonna happen. Meanwhile, at the A-bomb site, it's a complete wipeout.
Yeah, Lato with 3. Apex, nice second dig, but that's all they'll grab in this round. All right, buys back here for Vitality. They're going to have rifles coming out again. Legacy, once again, a new obstacle arises, but it's not the fully fledged buy that Vitality want, right? With all the utility AWP for ZywOo. They're going to have a couple of weaknesses here and there.
Well, even the last round they had an AWP, they gave it to Rops instead of ZywOo. ZywOo was on an MP9, while Rops had the hero AWP, or the sole AWP. Round 18, lead has been cut down to 3. And Legacy is going to put it all in a fast play towards Long. Nissim, the first one out, instant headshot. Flamesy hits the deck, and Long in control of Legacy.
And already we're looking at Vitality being pretty low on nades. And a player down.
Ooh, miss smoke on top of it all.
Well, great start for Legacy into this round. Start to close that gap to just 2. We're going to stay focused on the SA site. There still is quite a lot of resistance here for Vitality. You've got Apex just moving through the smoke, making some noise on it as well. Nissim trying to track him back to the car, but Apex able to come out on top of it. Goes into the smoke, back to safety.
You know, I remember an Apex statement he made in an interview that our team needs a little bit of crazy in certain positions, and I'm the one who can provide that crazy, because that was a crazy push, but it's brought him right back.
Well, there is a play in towards the B-bomb site conducted by Lux, so he's got the information. The problem is the bomb is so far to run. You can see it's tentative about getting to that position, and because Vitality have short control, they can make the quicker rotation.
Yeah, but they don't realize it just yet. It hasn't clicked in yet, the rotation all the way around to the B-bomb site.
Oh, leg
not
shot.
scoped in. Leg shot. That's rough for Sadzin, but still the B-bomb site. They have no clue. Rops is going to shift over. He's dead.
There's no way he checks this corner. There's no way he looks for Lux. And so Lux, the trigger discipline, he could get 2. He could get 2 kills from this. He goes out into the open, he tells his teammates to wait, and he gets both kills. Rops and Mezzi gone. ZywOo to step up, and is there any more for ZywOo? He's not alone, he's got Apex beside him, and the French connection looking to get back into the site. ZywOo straight away, he's up first. Dumao knocking one down. It's just all about the Galil as Dumao taps away to the head of ZywOo, and this comeback is truly on.
Yeah, it is. 3 rounds in a row now coming into 1v1s and clutches, all 3 of them going the way of Legacy. First for Sadzin for 2, now for Dumao with the big-time clutch at the B-bomb site, and Vitality. Oh, closing this map out has been so difficult. What a position for Lux to be in. What a great play with the trigger discipline. 2 kills that opened things up, and Dumao stands his ground for a victory.
Double scout setup between Mezzi and Apex. Rest on pistols as Rops looks to get his 5-7 into some action in the lower tunnels. It's worked out very effectively. Quick upgrade into a rifle. Nice tag from Apex. But not enough done from Vitality to really make this look like a winnable round.
Yeah, and a barrage of utility to protect their flank back towards Catwalk. Rops was hustling to get into the action to see if he could save the situation. I think now if you're Vitality, if you're Rops, back off with that AK-47. Money is going to be a factor down the stretch. Good tag with the scout. You could take guns away. But Rops and Mezzi happy to back off.
And AK is not a bad save here for Rops by any means. Nice tag. Oh, nice shot, in fact. Kill comes in from Mezzi over the side of that smoke. Lato going down and one extra kill at the end.
It's a full losing bonus for Vitality out of this round as well, so they're going to be buying up with everything they could possibly need. That AK-47 could be an extra rifle or an extra op down the stretch if it's needed.
Well, the gap just one round. Legacy could tie the game up at this point. Thanks to a couple of big individual step-ups from Sadzin earlier on, a couple of back-to-back clutches, and then Lux making the play into B to save them and getting a double kill. The individuals allow Legacy back into the game, and Vitality take their second timeout.
Well, we've harped on it so much as well with Vitality over the recent months. Y'all are probably tired of hearing it. I'm going to do it again. 25 straight, going for 26. They've won every single S-tier event that they've attended, that they've been at, that they've competed in. I think there's nothing that can really shake this mental at this point. Like this moment, 10-9, very close, timeout, second map. It's probably a lot of pressure on the Legacy side of things as this comeback starts to feel doable. But for Vitality, it's another chill day in the office. They haven't gotten to the point in the tournament yet where they can even feel nerves. So a timeout just to get on the same page, the same game plan, and the mentality, the vibes, the attitude, the cohesion are going to be there to power them through it. 3 rounds Vitality need to close out the series. And Legacy need 4 just to take us to a third map. But they've got 4 in a row already, and Rops is now legged to open up round 20.
Now, well, that's not a great start to the round for Rops. He's down to 19 HP.
But playing in a safe position, a headshot angle at the back of the platform due to the low health. Zywoo's op over at Car, Flamesy anchoring long, Apex the rotator in CT spawn. You've got Mezzi and Rops over at the B bomb site. Vitality playing this passive, blind, without information outside of the sound cues of utility. And Rops with the low HP is going to be tested.
Well, they were told in the pistol round not to come B at Rops. This would be a good time to do it, though. He's got 19 HP. He's got Mezzi to back him up.
Do you still go through now that it's been smoked, though?
Doesn't look like it.
I don't think so. I think Vitality has done enough to hold him at bay for the moment, but it will come in late.
Yeah, waiting for that mid-prong to the approach. Lux to get in position. Rops feeling the heat, realizing he can't tank any damage from utility, so has to be clean and precise, surgical on his peaks. Rops and Mezzi both go down. Zywoo and Flames locked out. This is for 10-10, and there is no way in which you get back into this 2v4, surely. So they realize that. They start to back away, and so with Vitality conceding, it is going to be a tied game here on Dust 2.
Mezzi needed a kill over at Car, but I'm having to assume that he ages like 3-4 flashbangs thrown into the sky, thrown along the wall as well. Tough position to sometimes not get blinded. One might have been able to activate Rops for a second peek, a second kill. That was always going to be a desperate defense. They did the best they could. So Flamesy just trying desperately to hold on to the M4. Bomb timer coming to a close. Flash is out. Flamesy is blind. He's dead. Op now for Zywoo. Not taken away yet. First shot is his. So is the second. Op remains in his hands and will move forward into round 21. Here's Rops. That's a good, precise shot, but low HP. He needed the kill from Mezzi, but you can see Neeson even. Intelligent holding for the reswing. This map has changed.
Yeah, it really has, and that's after a timeout as well.
It's 6 rounds in a row for Legacy. This was 10-4 at one point, and you're talking about the best team in the world dropping 10 straight and now having to grind out this match against the number 46th ranked team in the world in Legacy. It's been Apex leading the way 21-12, but the closers, the engines of this Vitality team that bring them over the finish line, guys like ZywOo, guys like Flamesy, quiet so far in this map.
This is the best chance now for Legacy to put a dent in Vitality. We're talking about 5-7 in the hands of Mezzi, an MP9 for Apex and Flames.
This is a really bold call from Vitality as well. A double op setup they've switched into.
Going aggressive into the tunnels. Nissim on the other side, and it's worked out early, at least for Robs.
Yeah, I mean, Robs is a very proficient operator, especially in the roles and positions that he plays. He's obviously done a lot of work into making sure that he can be a dangerous double op option for Vitality. Opening pick here in round 21 to give them a 5-on-4.
Here's the second op, and it's going to be a missed shot due to the flashbang, but Apex is going to step up instead. It's going to be one for the MP9. Lux to trade it out, and Apex going down. Nice response from Flames, and those engines fire up again.
Bomb being planted. Zad's in. Oh, didn't know he was exposed around the edge of the smoke. Wanted a little bit more time. Lux is going to try and work the unwieldy AWP. Taken down by the pistol. And look what it means to Apex, getting the boys fired up after a long 6-round drought. Vitality's back with the lead.
And they're starting to peer out of the woods now. It would be a devastating close to the map here of Legacy. We're to concede right at the end after such a great patch of form. That was their best opportunity. Vitality still had weaker weapons, but now they've upgraded around those double ops. 2 AK-47s in the hands of Flames and Mezzi. Second timeout used here for the side of Legacy. They have another good buy. They've been building plenty of cash. And they must sustain against Vitality. Took some individual heroics to get to this position. Sats in with back-to-back clutches. Lux being the playmaker. But they have sustained casualties throughout their rounds. And so even now, their buy is not perfect. It's a Deagle for Lato, a Galil for Nissim. Vitality could break them right now.
Go for the boost as well. Calling your bluff at the B bomb site. No early utility to stop any kind of a rush. Coming into it late. Legacy obviously have the information of the double op setup, so what do they call going against it? Last round it was a surprise. This time you know what you're working against. Catwalk control is there, at least the first stage. Molotov's around the corner. Minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Legacy control, middle, catwalk, and tunnels.
Vitality predicting a B play. A lurk smoke might just keep them maintaining this 3-man setup, but good information being picked up for Rops, just peering in behind that smoke. Not seeing anybody as Legacy start to gather their forces at short.
And Flamesy just cleared the long cave as well. So he can be aggressive if he chooses, holding the angle. That's a beautiful shot from Dumao. The catwalk play moves in, legged onto Lux. And now you have an attacker in CT spawn. I think if you're Vitality, you call this a save. If you don't get a gift, you certainly do now.
You gotta save at this point. So Legacy staying in it. Fighting back, well played up through Cat. We've got 11-11.
And look, you got to give credit to Legacy at the moment, because let's just say this, they're doing it the hard way. The losing bonus has been full for Vitality for some time, and they're still in these rounds that they're losing, saving weapons. So Legacy has never really had an easy round. They're constantly playing an AWP, an M4, an MP9, you know, an AWP and an M4 and 3.5. You know, they're always playing against dangerous buys throughout this stretch, but they're coming out on top of all of them and keeping this close. So respect for this Dust 2 performance so far for the Brazilians. As we're tied up at 11. We need all 24 in potentially bonus rounds to decide this second map.
Yeah, you're not going to get any of those easy rounds at all that you were mentioning for Legacy because Vitality have saved again. They saved the double upset. They've got plenty of money in behind. So they can buy up around this, and Legacy go to battle once more. Oh, shot lands, but it's not enough to bring down Mezzi on the cross, but a lot of damage. Going to keep Mezzi on notice for the rest of the round here.
And I wonder if that's influencing the call, because, I mean, look at the minimap. You could see the bomb rotating through T-spawn towards the B bomb site as well. If they called a leg to one of the B defenders crossing over, they might kind of want to go through the motions of taking catwalk control, forcing back any kind of defense there, and going for a late B split, a late B contact or attack into the bomb site directly. Anything to take advantage of the low health. ZywOo's op has spotted nothing on catwalk. It's been perched off angle for quite some time. Still nobody's moved into the B bomb site. Mezzi is there alone.
On 19 health.
I feel like Rops has to move on this smoke timing that Mezzi just throws. Like, there's got to be a cross of some kind. Nobody's seen anything in middle.
Because good luck retaking the B bomb site with a double up setup as well. Unless Mezzi does something spectacular solo, it does not seem like a reality in which Vitality will hold on to it. So Rob's coming back.
He's got a molly, and he sees the utility streaming over the walls just now, perfectly timed, so 7 seconds bought.
Yeah, buying time, spraying down. Mezzi needs to get out of that, and he will. He'll take a few steps. He's just dodging utility, ducking and weaving. Here come Legacy, plan B. Barrel into ZywOo's 5-7, he shreds 2. Before going down, doesn't even need the primary weapon to find impact. Here's Rob's turn with the AWP. It's not a kill though. Flames will, and Flames nearly locks out on map point. But it's Lato surviving and just about 10 HP with 8 seconds left. He's sprinting. He needs to get a move on. He needs to, and he hasn't got the time for it. Lato can't make it. And Vitality just hide away with the final 2 players. It is map point right at the end. Series point for Vitality. And heartbreak for Legacy right at the end.
Indecision 2025. They had the entire execute laid out. They had all the smokes, all the mollies thrown at the B platform, all the flashbangs, but nobody had the courage and nobody wanted to work up the courage to say, all right, we're going through. Now's the time. That's our utility dump. They got so stalled out and so forced back and so made nervous of that play. They get funneled in the waiting arms of ZywOo. One chance for Vitality. For Legacy, it'd be a long, hard-fought comeback gone to waste. If they can't win this, and it's a 5-on-4, Lux down by Flamesy.
So a 4v5 to convert into overtime for Legacy. It's been an impressive run, regardless, here in the second half. Bringing the fight to Vitality. Now walking into ZywOo. Strikes in the first. Gets pinned behind cover. Goes back again, but the second time of asking will not result in a kill.
HP.
Apex gets one from the burn away. From death, he will still strike. Flames waits, coiled in the middle of the bomb site. A moment to strike up, and the man to close. It is Vitality who will go 26-0. The streak will continue. They were pushed to the brink here on Dust 2. Legacy with a comeback, but Vitality with class.
Yeah, the lovely thing for Vitality is when you've won this many trophies, nobody cares about the close wins. You got the job done. You came in the group stage, a tough first game, you handle business, you get the W, and you move on because we know the expectations for Vitality all center around the arena once we get into the playoffs.
Well, I'll tell you something. Legacy didn't look great on the first map, found no stopping power to Vitality's B hits on Inferno, but their Dust 2, that second half in particular, was solid. So excited to see what they can do for the rest of the competition here in Dallas. But Vitality are the favorites coming into the tournament. They've got their opening series win 2-0, regardless of how it happened. And they are looking for the title here in Dallas.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They should be looking for every title out there. You mentioned at the start of the series, Apex already called it at the start of the year. He's here to win all the trophies that they didn't win last year, and they've got a good collection already. We got Freya down with Mezzi.
First of all, massive congratulations, Mezzi. Things got a little bit complicated in that Dust 2. Can you tell me what was happening from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think we messed up a couple rounds on the CT side. I think they had a couple clutches as well. They played pretty well. I think maybe 3 clutches in a row or something where they had one alive. And we knew if we just won one round, maybe the economy's not going to be so good. But I think they played super well as well. I think sometimes CS comes down to that with the clutches back and forth, and that's the way it was. But props to them. They played well on Dust 2 for sure.
How different were Legacy from what you kind of anticipated them playing like, right? Because we haven't really seen them playing up against too much European competition. It's been mostly in the kind of Americas regions.
No, I think in Fena they switched up a little bit on how they were playing, or to how we prepped. I think they tried to catch it off a bit. But Dust 2, I think we prepared pretty well. We kind of knew how they were playing. They played pretty similar to the preparation. But I think also, like I said, they played pretty well. We were not on our A game, but they kind of did similar stuff to what we prepped for as well.
Still managing to get it over the line, though. That means 26 wins in a row. Are you even counting at this point? Is it even in your mind?
No, I think for us, it's every game now is just a bonus. I think it's of course it's nice to have and to be part of history to be able to keep this record going. But for us, it's not really our focus. It's like for us now, even if we lose, we just want to make sure if we do lose, we want to make sure we're getting something from the game and learning from our mistakes and so on. So I think for us, it's not really putting any added pressure or anything else, but it's more added motivation just to keep it up.
Yeah, I imagine you've got plenty of other things on your mind with the major looming as well. But speaking of your next game here, that's going to be versus Gamer Legion, a team you haven't faced, I believe, in the entirety of 2025. They're obviously coming in with a stand-in as well. Do you feel like that makes the challenge easier, or is it a bit more difficult when it's you don't know what to expect from a team?
I think it can always be a bit difficult. I think especially with Gamer Legion, I know of course Ash is really good at preparing against teams as well, and I know they're going to come with a good game plan. And of course their individuals are really strong, so even with a stand-in, it can always be tough for our game plan and for us to prepare. But as individuals go, I think they're really strong. So we just got to make sure that we step up a little bit in that department. I think today we were a bit slow on our aim. We're not very sharp today. So I think as long as we have that and we're confident, then I think it's going to be a good game.
Final question, Messi. I know you're a man of baked bean culture. Have you had any barbecue beans here yet? They're pretty good.
Not yet. I had some last year. I'm partial to a barbecue bean as well. It's the best I can get here, so I'll go for barbecue beans as well.
Well, congratulations once again, Messi. We'll be seeing you, obviously, in the game against Game Legion going down tomorrow, but it's time to head back to the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much. Vitality continue to reign supreme. And talking about baked beans, now, there were some baked parts of this matchup, no doubt in my mind. And for the most part, it was a through-and-through Vitality victory. Now, I will say that with bated breath because Legacy did make them work for it a little bit here in that last map. I've got Josh, Steele, and Nassan to talk a little bit about as well. Dust 2 made it work for it. 13-11, yeah.
That's pretty much what I hoped to see from them, and probably what they expected to do as well, is that they're coming in here, they're going against the best team in the world. What can they show right now? They want to show to the world, like, hey guys, like we can actually do a little bit of damage here. We're not some team that people could just run over and push around and everything like that. And a large part of that was from a few different clutches that happened almost back to back to back. You know, there were a couple of rounds in there where there were like a full USP eco for the side of Vitality and a pistol armor round as well. But I mean, yeah, just getting to see them move from 10-4 all the way up to 10-10, winning 6 rounds in a row, getting that, I said, you know, if they can get like at least 7 rounds going into this Dust 2, that'd be pretty good for them. They got almost all the way. Like, they had me for a second. I thought, like, wait, are they actually going to be able to take this, like, potentially OT or win this? Like, what's going on right now?
Like, there was an equilibrium almost at one point. There was like that equation moment where you thought like, hey, yeah, this might end up in OT. It might end up in a way that Legacy probably, I don't know, how do we get here? I didn't plan to get this far.
Well, they found a kind of like an opening. They saw that B was working for them, and then a few different, I mean, they weren't even 1 versus 1 clutches. I think the first one to set it off was Asaduzin. He had a 1 versus 3. We got to see him in a 1v1 against Apex the following round. A couple rounds later, it was Dumao in a 1 versus 2 Apex and Zywoo there to be received. So it's, yeah, if Legacy can use this and be like, guys, like, we just pushed Vitality. We got double digits on them. We could have probably got a 12th round, taking it OT, maybe even closed it out if one of the earlier rounds in the game had gone differently. Like, we're right there. We are going to be respected by people. All we have to do is work a little bit harder. So, I mean, it was a good showing from them. And Team Vitality, they had to work for it.
Yeah, they definitely did. Now they're going to have to work their way playing into Gamer Legion, staying in that upper bracket for the side of Vitality, of course. They stay in the upper bracket. It's where they like to hang out. They don't much visit any other sides of the brackets these days. Speaking of which, for Legacy, they're going to drop down to that lower side. So overall, for Legacy, yeah, learning bit, they're going to have 3D Max in front of them now. A team that probably more in their caliber, right? It doesn't get any harder than you got today, I don't think.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting stylistic difference. I mean, 3D Max, we've seen them a little bit throughout the days here, but when it comes to the high-level competition, that's where 3D Max really seem to falter. But against the teams that are kind of around their caliber or under them, which is probably where I'd place Legacy, that 3D Max hasn't really had an issue. So Legacy probably need to do a little bit of preparation here moving into that matchup. And honestly, if they've come in looking at the bracket, looking at that first match against Vitality, they've probably pre-prepped against 3D Max a little bit just to get a head start.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad way to look at it. Hey, thank you very much, Josh.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, no, of course. The pleasure truly is all yours. And you at home, thank you so much. That's right. If you can imagine it, it is the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Monacy and the Falcons facing off against Nitro and NRG. And would you believe it? Would you speak of the devil himself? I'm pretty sure. There he is.
Nitro, would you mind sparing a few words and a quick buying check? We're back in North America. Must feel nice for you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I actually live here, so it's pretty nice for me. The next two tournaments are like local, so obviously it's nice to be in like at this tournament as an NA tournament, but it's also nice because I live here. So
I guess you don't even need a hotel room. You just come from home in the morning.
Yep.
That's the dream. That is the absolute dream. Have you taken the boys to go and do anything traditionally North American yet? Is there anything on the cards you're going to do as a little group activity?
We might be getting barbecue. It's like a Texas tradition. So other than that, we've done like Top Golf in Dallas and stuff. But I think just for tradition's sake, you got to do a barbecue when you're in Dallas.
You got to do it. It's so good. Who's the best top golfer out of the crew?
It's actually our manager, Jamie. He says he doesn't golf, but he's like insane somehow. So maybe it's just natural. But out of all the players, I don't know. We all kind of suck, honestly.
Keeping it real.
I think I can hit it the furthest.
In terms of great feats that you've achieved in this very city, in this very venue, you've won here back in 2019, right? What kind of memories does that evoke being back here?
Every time I come here, it's always cool. Like even just looking out, I remember, like 2019, everyone had the scooters and stuff. So it's just awesome being back here. Obviously, all the fans are like really supportive and stuff. So I mean, just only good memories here, to be honest.
It's one of the best crowds in all of Counter-Strike, for sure. Let you get on your way, Nitro. Thank you so much.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
absolutely did. Mouse, on the other hand, are probably happy to continue their T-side. Like, look, we only lost one round, Dust 2. Let's keep it going, guys. Charging on through. The pistol rounds were especially clinical for Mouse. Didn't really look like they were fussed at all in either of them. And BCG are setting up on this A site. They've got the read, but they need the frags. There's the first, not the second. Zershin walks out, and so does Brolin. They've got 2 already, and there's only 1 player left defending the site. There is reinforcements that have arrived in the form of Knock, but I mean, they're just getting dropped one after the other.
Snappy shooting here. And on the edge of the smoke, Nexa at least, well, could give them a chance, but Zershin immediately sends some rounds through to chase and falls to Cypher with some dualies. He can wait until somebody plants this bomb, but actually they're not going to give him the chance. I was going to say could wait to see if one set of hands would be occupied, but didn't need to wait long at all.
Yeah, this is just a clinical take again on their pistol. Beautiful aim, honestly, all headshots coming through as they take control of this site, and they spot out every single angle that BCG are holding. So again, it's another pistol round victory, the 3rd of the series for Mouse, and we go into the 2nd round. 4 spy for BCG. It features 3 MP9s, the 5.7 and the Deagle, and all, well, I wouldn't say all 5, but 4 of the 5 are going towards that B site. And looks like they want to get aggressive into mid and take some fights. Could catch Mouse off guard here, Mike. Brolin, yeah, gone. The second player is as well. Prime Tap's doing work. Zershin gets a response, but he knows they're going to press him, and he does manage to get one more before he goes down into the grave. Now it's all up to 2, and now 1. Jimvat tries to do it, but he can't. The 4 spy works.
That's definitely a wow-worthy moment. Nice trap laid. Because there was the 3-man thrust up middle, Mouse are expecting that there might just be a little bit of a space left behind B, right? They're expecting that these are all the B defenders pushing through. That's why you see the remaining Mouse players accelerate out the apartments. The idea is that they're going to cache the space, but that was part of the trap. That was the second element. They risked a lot of space being allowed over towards A to still have a crossfire able to be set up here on B. And Mouse walked right into the mouse trap. They couldn't resist that delicious cheese.
Too tasty.
Too tasty. Still, mid's been afforded to them in this round for Mouse. Knock might pick his timing here. Has revealed himself. Cypher lost. Don't want to give this one right back. Certainly don't want to give this one right back.
Oh,
no. Gone. Couldn't get out of the window. Starting to get a little dire here. BCG. They're on their haunches. They're on their heels. And there's guns being picked up by the members of Mouse.
I mean, technically both are recoverable, but they choose not to go into window.
I like this decision. Go for the stack. You've already messed up in this round. If they hit A, you're going to have a real chance to still win it. If they go B, oops, we're saving.
Looks like it'll be the oops we're saving.
Seeming very sure. Oops we're saving here.
Yes.
Well, that's one way to respond to a nice 4-spy round for BCG, is to have one of your own.
Well, Zershin knows where Assassinito is, but it cost him his life.
Guys, I found them. Boom.
I doubt Mouse will do much more here. Maybe you have Spinks and Jimfat looking for some frags here and some upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of playing with house money, you know?
Yeah, exactly. There's that gun in window.
Know something about
gone.
that.
Oh, no, it's there. Sorry. There you go. 3 rifles out of that round with 1 brought into it. That's not too bad.
Terrorists win.
That one's going to sting a lot for BCG, right? Because you're going into an anti-force buy situation. You just got the force buy victory on your side. You lose the first 2 bodies, and obviously you figure, okay, we're going to gamble towards the A site. Maybe it's going to work out. That's crazy from Brolin, by the way, through the smoke to get that one. But, I mean, look, at the end of it, like you said, they keep those guns alive. It makes another force buy very justifiable. As now there'll be the guns on the other side for Mouse. Just when it looked like BCG would gain that edge, I think that's the biggest loss in that round. They don't get it.
Brolin's a little tagged. Otherwise, they've mostly got control of middle here. Prime Pass wants to peer over the smoke. This is a risk. There's the pop, and that's the risk coming to fruition. Sausalito cannot die here.
Oh, yeah.
Dropped the bomb for a moment, but Sausalito trying to keep himself alive, repositioning here. As Mouse start to wrap their tendrils around the A site, and it eases just Knock with any easy path to defending. He's tucked.
Brolin had a journey and a half to get to this site with the bomb on his back. Xershin spots out. Sausalito trying to peek out. Knock is trapped. I mean, what can he possibly do?
They might think this Molly cleared the corner.
Maybe, but I'm not sure.
They do. So there's an upgrade. Brolin's low. This isn't done. Nexa has a kit. Nexa is in apartments, though, so it is in fact done. The kit was never coming here.
I think just Knock surviving that is good enough in itself for BCG because he was in a very dire spot. I figured that Mouse would have realized that that Molotov wasn't deep enough, but I guess they didn't, and Knock punishes them for it, gets an AK upgrade, but the round, well, the result's still going to be the same. A victory for Mouse and a 3-1 lead.
Terrorists win. 2 and 4 saved again.
Sorry, just keeping track of the economy there for the opponents. It is always interesting to get a feel for who are the vocal players, because as much as we talk about, you know, obviously the focus with the leadership in this Mouse roster has been on Brolin's shoulders. But the reality is, in the modern game of Counter-Strike, there are very few teams where there's one true mastermind puppeteer.
Yeah.
There's a lot of information and leading by synthesis and calling mid-rounds by synthesis, and especially you want your AWPer to be one of those strong voices, because so often it's going to be about how to enable that first strike off of the AWP. So Torji very vocal. You definitely hear it from Spinks and Xershin as well. Brolin, obviously the strongest of voice, the primary,
right,
especially in the freeze times, but there is much more of a diffusion of responsibilities. It's not as clean of a storyline as one leader, as we sometimes like to paint.
No, for sure. I think that mid-round calling is very much distributed across the board. There's usually a couple of players who can come in and chime in those key moments, and I'm sure Brolin is one of them, of course. But anyway, it looks like they're going to get full control of this A site. Great set piece coming through. There is some damage done by Nexa. He gets one, but right back through the smoke. Jim Fat will punish him over onto Nexa, and that'll make it a 4v4. Molotov sails into jungle, and this is looking pretty rough for BCG. Obviously just walking into it with a couple of saved rifles, and everyone else is on an eco. So they are going to post up on the periphery here. Uh-oh, MAC-10's up close. This could be damaging here for BCG. And, well, they only lose one, actually. But there's Brolin right around that corner to deal another blow. 3v2. BCG still have a taste for this site. You'd think they want to save the AK.
They're buying in the next regardless.
Yeah, still it's an AK.
Just trying to make it expensive. Oh my goodness, Knox got all the kills. He's got the kit. He has the kit. He has time. He absolutely does. I think he got there in time. What? He did. Knox snatches it away, and that's exactly why he stuck around. Called his own number, bet on himself, knew they'd be thinking it was a save, knew they'd be slipping off the site, and Mouse getting a little ahead of themselves, leave the window open for a round to be stolen away.
I cannot believe that. And they all lined up for him as well. Knock, unbelievable play. I should have never second-guessed him. He knew what he was doing the entire time. Comes through and gets that second round on the board. Just unbelievable that we're even talking about a 3-2 scoreline when it absolutely should have been 4-1 in favor of Mouse.
Yep. I'm just looking locked in.
Unacceptable for Mouse.
Gonna stick in the crawl a little bit for Mouse, but they can just get the dub here. They can forget about it immediately. Spinks out of play. Cypher getting aggressive here. Cypher gets a second, a third. How on earth has he done this? How has he stayed alive?
God.
So many crosshairs looking his way, and now Mouse experiencing a full-on collapse. Life is back in this BCG roster. And Torji desperately trying to limit the damage, can do no such thing.
Wow. How quickly fortunes have turned here on Mirage. We were talking about Mouse really taking control, and look at the kill feed, how quickly it came through for BCG. They just lined him up and knocked him down like dominoes. And we're tied up at 3. Eco for Mouse. I mean, that round is just a gut punch for Mouse. You gotta have your protocols a little bit better on the post plans. That's just ridiculous that 3 players are left alive and they're all not even watching the bomb or not even watching to see if someone's going to peek out in that angle. Anyway, look, Cypher's going to get another couple here. It should be a clean anti-eco for BCG, you'd imagine, even though Torshi does get one on Cypher.
Yeah, question is, do you want to risk peeking back into this with the block?
He does.
Ouch! A bit of damage out the PT Pity. Okay, let's get interesting. It's a 1v2. This is suddenly very interesting. Needs to chase. They're trying to just hunt this down. Oh boy, Prime Tap's got very low there. Considering that was just pistols, a little bit too much intrigue for BCG's taste.
I think they're really trying to kind of try to assert their dominance here on the map and get really aggressive into the faces of Mouse in these types of rounds. And yes, I agree, it almost costs them, but at the same time, you want to try to make Mouse feel like they're on the back foot. So BCG taking that risk cost them a little bit of money, but they're fine here heading into this round. At least 3 A1Ss, the AK, and the AWP. And they want to try and have a peek towards mid again. No one really spotted yet, and of course, no one's home. A heavy lean for Mouse in towards this A site. 3 Palace, 1 ramp. They're going to try and pop out here and surprise this BCG squad, and they do. Jimfat gets the opener over onto Prime Taps. Reeling a little bit are this BCG squad. Nexa and Cypher, though, they're not reeling at all. They get 2, and Sassanito finds a 3rd. It's a 4v2 just like that.
Not done, though. Not done, though. Berlin looking to make some space, playing around the edge of the smoke. We'll find another. Here with Spinks, but the hop over that cost him, and now it falls to Spinks, who hasn't been able to get going on this map at all. The swing on out means he will be denied that much more.
Okay, well, I mean, this is the strong side for Mouse as well here on this map. BCG 1 step closer to making the maximum amount of damage they can suffer, being 6 rounds. Of course, they're not thinking that. They're thinking about, how do we make this 9-3? How do we get a stranglehold on Mirage? Pistols are out for Mouse. 4 techs, the Glock. 5 pieces of util to work with. Had 7, but they already used a couple of smokes from mid, and they're trying to charge it. Hey, already it's working. Brolin finds the opener on Prime Taps. Waiting on the site, I believe, is Nexa, but it's going to be Sassanito to find the frag onto Brolin. Jimfat's charging to the Tech-9s are sort of working. In fact, a lot of work going through here. 3v2 and trades are back and forth, Mike.
They are indeed. They could just leave. They could just leave. Torshi's thinking about it. But Spink's now committed. Here on the Tetris. Okay, in quarter. Are BCG going to trust that the players are still here? When do they get nervous? Ult up for the firebox, they're clearing it out. There's the swing. Tech-9's out, and Spink's sticking around in the angle. Sets up Nexa for a very nice 3K.
Feels like it's quieted down a little bit on the BCG round wins, of course. Just against pistols, so
You know,
You don't want to
also remember how Dust 2 started in it.
Yeah. Maybe that's factoring into it as well.
Counter-terrorists win.
Cyclone bringing in some wise words. And some strong fist bumps. Little shoulder tap. No fist bump for Brolin. Just a gentle shoulder tap. We didn't see Cube's routine there, fist bump wise. Important metric of performance. Fist bumps on land per round for a coach.
Mouse need a recovery round. And, well, already not a good start. Cypher's taking the space. They can't find him. Cypher gets 3 off that. You've got to be kidding me. A 4v2 for BCG. Now there's a response from JimFat, but they're still at a disadvantage. JimFat trying to tap away another player, but he's the one receiving damage. What is happening?
We've seen a couple of these rounds where Cypher loose in middle is just an absolute stone, completely disrupting the still pond of Mouse's setup. Not ready for some of this aggression that BCG are throwing their way, and now that C4 claimable. And next.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
Welcome back at IEM Dallas. It's getting late in Europe, but we're just getting started here in America from Dallas, where we have had teams played already. Now, we have a big game coming up for you, NIG taking on the Falcons, but that's not the only action that's been going down today. We also had the debut of Simple within FaZe Clan. Didn't look too good. They lost 2-0 to Team Liquid, and as you saw just before, Mouse, not necessarily struggling, but being given a fight by BC Game. Now, Yanko, you're straight in from Astana as well. You've been on a plane all night and coming straight into the studio. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling thank you. I'm feeling excited. I like these new jerseys from actually both teams, but the Falcons ones are pretty clean.
It's banging, right? It's pretty cool, and maybe that's the biggest talking point we can have between these two teams, because there's a clear-cut favorite winning that game. Falcons taking on NRG. Give me one reason why that game is going to be close. Can you?
Energy also has a past champion of Dallas, although it was DreamHack then and Nitro was on Team Liquid, and that was the run when they had then won the Intel Grand Slam. But I think, you know, for Falcons, just the meteoric rise really to contender status started in Bucharest, and it's 3 grand finals in a row. You know, the 2 losses come to the hands of Vitality, right, unfortunately, and now it's going to be exciting to see them once they've had some reps with m0NESY at the very least to get him a little bit more integrated. And to be honest, like, it's not just Energy in this game, like they played the winner. Like the next team they're going up against on that side of the bracket is Aurora versus Heroic, right? So you feel like they're sort of in a great position to make another playoff run.
Are we already at a point now where what you've seen from Falcons the past couple of months, obviously this meteoric rise with m0NESY coming in and them going into straight grand finals, are we looking at a Falcons that, you know, turning up at Dallas are one of the predetermined favorites to maybe hoist a trophy here?
I think they've established themselves as the main rival to Vitality and a team that has the biggest chance of sort of dethroning them, because when you look at those 2 finals, especially the Melbourne one, they could have won, and Eco played poorly in both of them. Yeah. You know, like definitely not up to his level, what he's capable of. m0NESY played a little bit better in Copenhagen than he did in Melbourne, but if those 2 guys can play to the level that we've seen them play in G2, then absolutely Falcons will be a very dangerous team.
It is kind of baffling to think about the fact that Falcons, you know, have finally got it together. It's been been a team that for a long, long time couldn't really figure it out. Now we have spoke to Sonic about all these rumors, about everything that's going on within the Falcons camp. So let's hear from the man himself before they take on their first game.
Sonic, always great to get to catch up with you. Another exciting series ahead of us. But just looking at Falcons' form as of late, it seems like as soon as you added m0NESY, everything just clicked together. You've been able to put up some really consistent results. How much of that was expected in your mind? How much of m0NESY did you feel like he was kind of the missing puzzle piece for Falcons?
I think the more we got to know him and the first impression that we have of him is I'm not that surprised, but even still I'm surprised that it went so quickly and we went to two finals in a row with him. So yeah, I'm super happy and excited, of course. But as I also said earlier, still a lot of work to be done. But I'm proud of the team and him in particular.
Can you give us any insight? I feel like we all kind of know exactly what he can deliver on the server, but off the server, what's he like as a personality?
He's a very mature young man, I would say. He speaks his mind, even though he's the only one in the room, maybe with a different opinion than the rest. He still speaks his mind, and I have a lot of respect for that. I think it's always something I, as a coach, strive for, that everyone can have their opinion and feel heard, whether you are, young talent coming up, or if you are Nico and m0NESY, the big stars of the team. Everyone should feel heard, and I'm just happy that we have a player who is just speaking his mind, whether he goes against the team, who has great ideas, great vision for the game. He's fun to be around, and he's super funny as well. So all good.
Speaking of another young talent, we've all kind of heard the talk about the potential changes coming to Falcons. I know it's cheeky for me to ask, but can you confirm or deny anything, and perhaps who that certain someone might be replacing?
No, I mean, rumors are rumors, and I'm just here to focus on this tournament and taking it one game at a time as always. And no comment.
Totally fair enough. Speaking of your next opponent, NRG, they kind of historically struggled versus EU opposition. Do you see that as a weak point in terms of their game plan?
I mean, I think that's tough to say. I think now in modern CS, it's just a huge mistake to go in and underestimate anyone. So we have a ton of respect for all our opponents, and it doesn't matter if it's Vitality in a grand final or if it's NRG in the first game here in Dallas. We approach the game no differently. So we go in and hopefully we can get a good start to the tournament. And no teams here are bad, and they're here for a reason. So we come out with a lot of being humble. It's important for us.
Going to be a super exciting matchup, by the way. Thank you so much for your time, Sonic, and best of luck.
Apparently no one wants to say the name, but Kurisuki has been strongly rumored to join Falcons after the major. Janko, do you think first and foremost that is going to happen?
It looks like it. I mean, it wasn't necessarily like the rumors from before when they were just testing the market and seeing what's going on and deciding to form their team. Now it's more sounding like that's going to happen after the Austin major. And, I think the first rumors were that it was for Tessus, then that it's going to be for Magisk. I think Magisk has struggled more. I mean, recently, right, and he's been vocal about it, saying that he gives space to his teammates, and that once everything falls into place is when he'll be able to focus a little bit more on himself and sort of showcase better game. But it's one of those moves where you're just really going all in on skill, right? Like the skill is going to be through the roof. Obviously, in that case, there would be role overlap, position overlap, and whatnot. But you're just saying, like, if we get this kid and he turns out to be the generational, sort of talent that he seems like he is, then we just put so much skill on the server that no other team can match it at that point.
Do you think it's worth the gamble? Because finally they got their act together. Finally they're getting into the grand finals. They are, as you said, the second best team in the world right now, the biggest contender to Vitality. Are you gambling a bit too much now?
I think it's very tough to say, because for me personally, he's still a rookie, right? Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that he's not going to be good against tier 1, but when it comes to the biggest of games, biggest of stages, I just don't know him. And you already have m0NESY, who, okay, now he's getting into it slowly after a couple of years where he was getting used to it. So there's that slight danger of maybe not having enough experience on the team. Like, do you really need that extra skill? But on the other side of things, right, if he is just an amazing player, and also you have to understand, if you don't get him now, someone else will, most likely. Like, this is probably your only window to get them. So if that's the case, you're sort of pulling the trigger and saying, let's just, go all in and figure it out.
Does put a lot of pressure on towards Magisk and Tessus. We'll obviously follow that storyline as it develops. Now, a team that is under a lot of pressure as well in this specific game will be NRG. I think coming coming into this tournament. No one really expect them to do too much, and going up against Falcons, I guess winning is not really an option, but more so getting a test to see where they're at heading into the major. Obviously, two teams, different calibers. So NRG, you look towards their lineup, you look at the players they have to work with. Do you think they can make a game out of Falcons, or is it more so about, seeing if they can maybe make a match out of it?
Well, we'll have to see. As Onyx said, you can't underestimate anyone nowadays, and sure, most of their success comes against Tier 2 NA teams, right? We saw them at Pro League, got a couple of map wins, managed to beat Nemiga, but outside of that, couldn't find much success. So it really feels like this will be too tall of a task for them here, but potentially in the games after this one is where they could, maybe give us a game, maybe even steal away a win in the lower bracket and sort of give themselves some confidence before that major.
I mean, one player we do know is OC, and he has been stepping up. You said to yourself, they play against second-tier opposition in NA for the vast majority of time. Do you see anything in OC, and do you see anything in the NRG lineup that gives you any indication that maybe they can take that extra step to become a competitive force against Tier 1, Tier 2 opposition?
I think I can't say that right now because they need more events like this.
Okay.
They need more events against EU opposition. They need more Tier 1 events to sort of showcase what they have, right? Because it's very difficult to look at complexity, right? Like coming into Bucharest, they were on a 14 match, win streak in NA, and people are like, yeah, who cares? It's just, online NA, and they actually turned out to be pretty good, and are playing really good Counter-Strike. So that could be the case. It definitely requires guys like OC to play consistently on a high level, guys like George, who's definitely been one of those, seemed like up-and-coming riflers that maybe can break out into a sort of a star. So you need those players to really evolve, take that next step under the leadership of someone like Nitro to really make it all come together and sort of play more than just the sum of their parts.
I spoke to them, during the lobby segment yesterday, and they kind of hinted that coming into this tournament, they just want to test themselves to see if they are ready for the major and to see that kind of level right now. Now, if you want to set expectations for this match, obviously Falcons are going to win. It's just a question how much they're going to win. Do you think NRG can take a map off the Falcons, or is it more so of just making a map competitive?
I don't think so, because I think it's predictable they're going to go for train, right? Allows a lot ample time for Zonic, and Kixan to prepare for it, and I just think that Falcons are definitely the second best team at the moment behind Vitality, and they should just take care of this one without too many issues.
Falcons should take care of business. Two people who will take care of business is Chad and Alex. Now bring us the game.
With a BR pleasure, Jacob and Yanko there breaking it all down for you. Yeah, Falcons coming into this one as the undisputed favourite back-to-back grand finals after signing generational talent Monacy, reuniting with Nico, this brotherhood of equals. NRG on the other side, not so equal to Falcons as far as seeds and Austin major stages go.
Yeah, but look, both of them will be at the major. Both of them are coming off of a loss in a grand final, so to speak.
Okay, I see.
NRG were playing in a qualifier. It was still a grand final of the qualifier for Thunderpick coming up later in the year, but they lost that. And so did Falcon. So both teams coming in with L's as their recent results. Let's see who gets the W today. I agree with the death sentiment. It is hard to see NRG making a dent. Train, Nuke, and the third and deciding map of Dust 2 will be in the pool. 105 maps since Bro has joined this roster, and it's important that we focus in on NRG because this is IEM Dallas, and this is the North American representation. You have Liquid, who have 2 Canadians, but this has 3 Americans. You got yourself a George, you got yourself an OC, and of course you've got yourself a Nitro with Daps behind them as the coach. Hext is Canadian, so I'm in the gym earlier today. And then you've got the import of Bro that I just previously mentioned. But let's see, Alex, because last time NRG played versus a top 10 team was back in March at EPL versus Eternal Fire, and now they're known as Aurora. So a lot has happened in that time.
How did that match go?
Not well at all. Single digis. Magis with a lot of information over towards B at the start of the round. Pokes his head out high ramp and calls it clear, but it's a slow crawl for NRG. Contact found. First bullet is going to delete Bro. Beautiful start.
I mean, that's exactly what he was playing for, right? Just catching him out, 1 bullet. Gets to reposition now, play for the information, play that number advantage. OC equipped with a full belt of utility.
And that's the key, right? That they still have these nades. So they still get the control. Magis drops back to high ramp. Is still going to play an active position from Oil. The rotation point will be Monacy in through Connector. They pushed Ivy, sector clear. They don't see anybody lining up nades outside T mid. So the penny drops. Here comes the rotation.
Yeah, m0NESY is going to be able to provide a bit of a block smoke. Whether they disrespect that, they could be punished, but there's a flash. It enables them to get into the site. However, m0NESY knocks George down. Nice one tap on the USP. Bomb allowed to go down by virtue of their util into the site. Hext in a forward position, kind of juking it out on a light skirmish with Magisk. Nitro gonna have to remain active as well. Nico's made it even more difficult with a headshot onto OC. It's still Hext in that forward position. One is insufficient. A second onto the flanker. He turns around for a third. That is the round, thanks to Hext and his Glock. Nico trying to change the dialogue, giving it anything. A headshot needed in the next 5, 4. It's not going to be given his way. Hext has really secured the round for NRG.
I said flank so nonchalantly because I was guaranteed in that moment that TeSeS had won the round, and I didn't even feel the need to bring it up because Falcons, they sat back, they had the net, it's all good. This is the kill from TeSeS, of course. They isolate the player in the 1v3, 1v4, but no, Hext happens, and we know he loves a bit of back chat, this kid, so the smack talk might be coming out of his mouth thick and fast, but that is beautiful, pivoting on a dime. And getting them the pistol on their map choice.
4v5 disadvantage. You turn it around on your T-pistol.
3v5, right? m0NESY got the next kill, right?
You're right.
Just to talk about what we can be expecting out of NRG on their default rounds, and we'll call an anti-eco or an anti-force round that they'll approach just like a rifle round. You can have George and Nitro working for box hauls / pop control. OC will be assisting them. Bro over towards T middle, and Hex working on Ivy. They'll have the standard openers that you'll see from most teams, sandwich smoke, as well as the camera smoke, the harass utility towards pop, the molly, the double nades. They've got all that good stuff, right? So they've been going through the paces against North American opponents. Very limited games against Europeans, but now it's all task on the table.
Very standard if the CTs have got the freedom to take control. Main responsibility of Kixon enables and facilitates this pop dog setup with Nico playing on red, Magisk up close. And we're going to see OC line up to try and get these pop players activated. Kixon has been Molotov'd out, but a block smoke for the extinguish.
Can't go through this, bro.
He certainly will. Flying around the corner, the freedom. Liberated by that MAC-10 and its moving accuracy, and now it gets awkward into the meat grinder of those sidearms. Spamming away, the temptation of the weapon catches Nico off guard. It's OC and Nitro clawing their way back into the site, and m0NESY the last to fall. Unlikely to see anything out of the 1v3. Diligent util to the back of the bomb train, forces him into the fight. He's found some safe haven. Oh, last second spread puts him on 4 HP, now spotted. There's nothing here. There should be no way, unless he had hit that one on the drive-by. A flying Galil to secure it. Okay, OC and Nitro stabilize for the NRG second.
Now, something that used to exist on Train, now we have to go back in the Wayback Time Machine, but this is even when I was competing, that Train, you would play the press, right? You'd play aggressive T-man, you'd play aggressive pop, you'd get the control, you'd go through all your utility, you'd have someone idly jiggling Ivy, and then they'd, drop a smoke to block, but you'd use a lot of your nades to cotton off the pop and the main control because you'd want to have that. The problem is, once that util, the mollies and the smokes fade, you then have to transition back into a different setup, something a bit more bait and switch. And that was a force from Falcons, right? The util that they had used to get the control early had faded. I think they were fortunate with the timing there that... Oh, hold up a second. These pistols, they're pesky. Lighten up the board, George. He'll take down Kixon.
Very, very important flash from OC there. If that PT-50 isn't blinded, he was not looking. A real free headshot was available, but saved out by the util, and a very threatening one from Falcons. You can see that USP headshot puts Hext on notice, but the round is theirs. He survives, and we'll get into the first gun.
Yeah, m0NESY had 6.3k there, so able to bring out the AWP with armor, not the head armor variety, but doesn't matter with AKs on the other side, and even some utility to boot. So in a strong position to start off the CT gun rounds are Falcons. Yeah, taking care of the mandatory rounds for this to be competitive. So this is a strong start for NRG, but this is where we really find out their pedigree on how to train. There's Bro from Team Mid, popping out that harass utility. George and Nitro getting the pop control.
Yeah, it's interesting to not see any kind of early skirmishes for that control. There are CT utility sets to kind of show that you're going to fight for that ramp fight. Beautiful set of chairs over there.
I think we have a few technical issues right now.
Beautiful set of chairs, Chad.
We are popping out main here.
Yeah, and Nico is going to stand to deliver. OC unwilling, lets his teammate go first. It's Nitro that's plucked from the pack. Put us into a 2v2. Bomb is loose on the floor. m0NESY is searching for George as he slips past that line of sight. I don't know if a step was heard there. I think Magisk may have registered that he has crossed.
OC, I think he was running Ivy. And I can see him shifting now, but if he wasn't quiet, Monacy would have heard him. So let's see, how ready is he for the Ivy play?
Looks like he's getting ready for it right now, Chad.
Yeah, he heard him.
Yeah, okay. Intrigued as to how they approach this. George is cooking as well. He's actually flanking through CT. Magisk has to be cognizant of that.
Oh, in 2 minds.
If they swing Ivy together. Monacy's got him.
Oh, missed.
Fakes the shot. Okay. Now George activates. George removes Magisk. And this gun round's getting very uncomfortable and dicey for Falcons. Now the bomb is down, and Monacy should be cognizant of that. George walking straight into the scope.
Oh,
another miss. Another one. 3rd time's the charm, gets away
Needs
with
the
it.
rifle. He's out of ammo.
That'll do. Nicely. Galil. Bomb needs to be retrieved still. OC against the clock at this point. Monacy going to be toying with him. Sees that he's left and vacated. Will reposition in the meantime. Up onto the bomb train. Perfect. There's no other decision for OC than to try and plant. Monacy still struggling to finish his meal, but he gets the job done. Whew, relief on his face. An impressive first sequence we see out of Monacy to start.
Yeah, if anything, he's probably going to be frustrated with the misses that he had because he could have won the round over towards Ivy. OC just sitting in the open there, tucked into that little cubby. Definitely not hidden whatsoever. Locking this one down.
4 kills in the round as well from Monacy. That was the 2 to keep it competitive and level. And then as we witnessed, yeah, a bit of a strain in the clutch, but still a clutch.
And you could see what happened, right? So the timer hits a certain point. The discussion between Monacy and Magisk is, well, we know this guy's Ivy. Monacy heard him. Let's clear him together. Unable to do so because the flank timing comes in from George, puts all the pressure on the kid, but still clutches it out. But if you're Daps, you take this timeout. You understand the fact that one player survived. He would have got his AWP back, but the pressure is on the Falcons' finances. It will have some omissions in the buy, and we're starting to see that take shape right now. Famus's MP9. Nico gets the 1A1S, and that is going to complement Monacy's saved AWP from the previous clutch. NRG, it's a bit more touch and go. Couple of AKs. Mac 10 Tech 9 Deagle, but the U2 is there. Standard opening in the sky. Both teams looking to obscure vision early as once more. Oh, here we go. Aggression from Magisk, just making sure they can't have this control for free.
Well, they managed to get it anyway.
You just love a B execute because if you're able to pop in and take the low ramp control, push up sidewalk, constrict the connector rotation, that's where the pistol and the Mac 10 can be all good in the hood. We're going to have a biff right now on Pop.
Yeah, interesting. Monacy, he is taking his AWP towards the Pop fight. Whether or not he takes it any further, doesn't look like it. Kixon and him just setting up for a little 1-2 punch.
Rotation to Magisk is miles away. If they go soon...
You're right. He is on his own, Chad. Just a smoke to block.
Tessa's pushing Ivy Nico with main control.
This is a ratty little angle for upper.
It feels like he has to play retake. Kixon's coming now, but it's an MP9 from range.
Just throughout his last smoke, the cavalry does just tuck in. Kixon arriving just as Bro descends that ramp.
Nico's coming as well. They've read this.
They work. They know what's up. Kixon to contribute. George taking a little lick of damage. No good flashes. Up fantastic down the ramp. Completely blinds out Kixon. Magisk needs to hit this next headshot. Bro contemplating it up close, using oil channeled forward. Maybe going to be overlooked here. No, Nitro, he seems like he was ready in a messy spray. Looks like NRG, they know that they've had them right where they want them. This is their round now. Shouldn't be anything more out of Nico, even attempting.
Yeah, no overstep right now as you see them boosting. They're looking for a fight, but you need to save this. You can't be throwing this away right now. So NRG, even with the well-timed utility, I'll say for Magisk, that was the perfect block timing. Tess has pushed Ivy, got info. Nico was in main. No one was spamming. No one was harassing. So Falcons, it looked like they played that situation perfectly, but just unable to connect the dots on the fights. And right now, they've got a tuck tail because the fight's coming their way. Bro's starting to search. He's not going to get there in time, and they'll block it with the smoke anyway. So retain an AWP, the M4, and the Famus. That's the best that they had brought into that round. Could get some Famus drops or MP9 drops for Magisk. Magisk has bought straight in with a shotgun. He sold that back quick smart, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, a simple approach there with the broken buy. So well handled as a 4-1 start for NRG, their map choice. This is what you want to see, a competitive affair from the hometown representation of NRG.
Yeah, it's going to feel good as well for Coach Dabs, calling that timeout, outlining the financial implications of the one remaining after the Monacy clutch.
There is a few talking points around the Falcons as well coming into this. So obviously the Kioske rumors. Does that uncertainty undermine the focus on the task ahead? That's the question mark at the tail end of the season. On the inverse of that, they could be playing for their careers, either Tessas or Magisk at the moment, or let's not say careers, their spot on the team. That's a little bit drastic. But Monacy joins. They had very limited practice, a day and a half. Now they've had 2 weeks since the Rivals final, so a chance to get a few more reps of prac under their belt.
Honestly, burnt down to just 20 points of health. He has to stand vigilant on the line now, knowing just a single bullet from anything could take him out. Bro and Nico through the smoke, kicks and catches. First blood drawn. Block util from Magisk, now realizing they could try and play to punish after the proactivity of the CTs on A. Will B be vulnerable? No, Monacy arrives
there we go.
just in time. That's why you save the AWP. Impact reverberates into that B side. Nice response, though. What a spray out of OC. He's on for an ace right now. Triple kill. Bomb on his back, and he just recedes. Falls out. Nico ahead of this rotation.
Is Magisk going to push up low ramp after this? It's awfully quiet. Staying active. Nico's going to catch them as well. So just pinned in. Now going to head the long way around. So I thought they would just reroute into pop, but no. They're going to completely reset. And with so much time, not the worst call in the world. Boxhole's called clear. They know they have pop control. So at this point, it has to be main or Ivy, and very unlikely they go all the way around to Ivy. Nico can just focus fire.
Oh, but he's actually concerned about the potential that they've slipped Ivy. He's sitting exposed to main right now. Hasn't got a consideration of it. There it is. Just in time. Prepares his aim on the cross out from the healthy Hex and now delivers the headshot. Nico caught lacking.
Well, they know this is the B defender.
Yep.
So he's either going to come pop, he's going to come back alley, or he's going to come connector.
And now you know what? The low HP on OC. Can be playing for that intel, and oh, he loses his life. Couldn't get it safely. Puts it all onto Hex to close out what OC has delivered. A 3K into response.
No kit.
No kit does immediately make this uncomfortable for Magisk, because he's going to have to get loud soon.
Gonna have to get the smoke on the bomb and needs to tap.
Hex is safe. There's that smoke. Does Hex overplay his hand here?
Magisk has no idea.
Doesn't panic.
No idea.
No info.
Saving.
Just like that. Would prefer the AK than attempting an unwinnable clutch. Hex will clutch just by virtue of staying alive. It's OC's response, that double spray on the connector rotation after all Monacy worked for. It's another NRG round. 5 T-side train rounds up against Falcons.
That's a beautiful start. Can't complain about this whatsoever. So we have to look at the finances right now for Falcons off the back of that save. Obviously, the loss bonus is starting to accrue.
Gobble out.
So knowing that you get the 3,400 will be a partial now behind the AK. Oh, they've gone double scouts. Saved AK for Magisk, a deagle for Kicks, and one for Tessus as well. So if Nico and Monacy can get a few tags, this round is still winnable. They will be full buying into the next, but well handled so far from NRG. You saw the potency of that harass utility onto Monacy, and then he still gets a double kill. So fortunate it's the AWPer. They started the AK on yard, right? Seeing if it was going to be something a little bit more aggressive, that Magisk would be able to assist. Not a chance in the world. Nitro deletes 2. That's the AK on the ground. You know that's the B defender as well. You can pick up the bomb, regroup, use your utility advantage. You got smokes, flashes, molotovs, execute to a side of your choice, and that'll be done and dusted as the AK is scavenged back. Still, the player's in the wrong place. George has already worked down low ramp. He hasn't been detected yet. So he's saying, look, there are possibilities. And there's still a chance they could have been in this. I haven't cleared everything else out. Is he just going to play for the flank? Might just catch them pants around the ankles. Back's turned.
Got to respect it from George. Some high-octane proactivity, and does tap the head of Monacy, trying to swivel around. Lovely from George.
Georgie boy.
Nico overextending with that jump and punished.
5 staying alive and getting vocal now. So this is NRG with a haul.
A serious haul. I mean, this is already getting to the stages where it's guaranteed to be uncomfortable for Falcons into the second half.
100%. This is now a game that they need to start working back into. And not like they've had their haven't had their moments. They definitely have.
Not an AWPer.
Well, no AWPs in the... Well, nope, that's a lie. Monacy has his. Look at this from Bro, the pace. He's just out mid. I don't think he's detected.
Nico walking through the sandwich smoke. They are side by side, and Nico catches Bro slipping. Just looking the wrong way. George runs into that Monacy AWP, looking a much more regular scheduled programming for Falcons as of late.
It's a gear shift from NRG. So they try something aggressive, right? They've been a little bit later in their timings because they've gone through the pop control and then pounce. Right now it's through middle, and that's one of their pockets right there. But nothing going to be left in them shortly. So Just a 2v5 situation. For Falcons right now, you want to keep as many alive as possible. That's a bad start. The trade is there. Now it's just Hex to find. 4 alive. That's okay. They can get that all back.
Yeah, Tessus has already retrieved that. Oh, there's the info. And finished off by the scavenged AWP. Falcons, that's a convincing one.
Well, residual cash available. Hex with 10k. He's at the high end. Guaranteed buy, don't you worry about that. So, does OC want to bring out the AWP? And the answer to that is an immediate yes. So, what I just mentioned about the 5 rifles is good with the pace change, right? If you want to be a bit more mobile at mid using your spawns. But now with the AWP, we might return to that default spread. Okay, Ivy heavy. They want to set OC up with a pick over towards Ivy here to start things off. Does he catch Tessus on a jiggle? That's the question. And then how much follow through is there? Is it just, okay, with the first 30 seconds of the round, we come over. There's the run boost. He's seen that. He will not repick that line. He'll block with the smoke. And now the question, do NRG want to play through this? No, job's done. So they put pressure. They've now announced presence to Falcons that Ivy could be an issue. You need to tend to this and reroute completely. George could come late in through Pop, but needs to get past Nico first, who does tend to join Magus sometimes when they want to play for these Brown Hall control rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the whole team's coming this way. So Nico, the only question is, can he get caught by OC's AWP? Like, is something...
He's not coming through the window, coming down the stairs. So
yeah,
I think he should be safe to get the info and get away. But it's more about the reaction of NRG after they spot him.
Here comes the info. Okay, Nico spotted out. George racing him down the ramp.
Well, that's the reaction I was talking about.
And there's a response as well. Magic squad and a half.
Saw the bomb there.
Info as well. Late lurk on Hex, caught by the AWP. But it's a double spray out of Nico. Successfully passes the test on B. OC plucks one on the overextension. Tessus was trying to mantle up, but retrieving the bomb, it doesn't look like he's going to be giving this a go.
I think the Saver is the better of the options here. But you can see that, right? So Nico gets the info. He falls back. George knows, okay, if he's on his own, I can beat him on the timing. Magus gets there just in time. A great defensive piece of utility there from Nico as well. And this time they will be able to get it done. Hold up a second. OC is going to plan? What? He's going to... He's going to die now. Okay, well, that's the AWP gone.
Different universe. Someone upper.
Okay. Well, right now, it is going to be the second of 3 tactical timeouts in regulation. Daps, can he make another light by call? Take a look at the lost bonus situation. It is going to be the 2400 going into the next. You could have 2 AKs in this round and some upgrades around those AKs. Nitro could get a Galil. Could go pistols with util for George and Bro. Do you... Oh. No, okay, sold it back. He did sell it back.
We're going to keep it conservative and have a proper gun round next.
So, yeah, everyone's going to make sure they keep themselves around the 2K mark, most likely. So with the lost bonus, they can get another rifle round. Oh, hold up, we got a tech issue. Do we have a tech issue? We're investigating. Who spilled what? If it's just water, that's okay.
Can't go spill.
Who fronts the dry cleaning bill?
Do you dry clean a mouse mat? That's the question.
The floor.
Oh, the floor.
I hope the drinks are on the floor.
Not on the mouse pad. That would be more of a disaster.
And they don't like extra things on the table.
No, but what you have your chibi weeby, can't you?
You can have
seen
your
gemstones and
you can have your tchotchke.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Stuffed toys. Your beanie babies. Nitro on our screens once more. And on home soil.
I'm surprised that, well, actually, no, there's more spots for America. But I was going to say, see them at the major. But there are a lot more spots. It's 32 teams now.
Woof.
Just keeps growing. Back in my day.
What is it, 16?
16.
16 is crazy. We've doubled since then. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
So, in a decade.
Yeah.
Just over.
I mean, it's wonderful. Don't get me wrong.
No, he's on Na'Vi. They're not here. Oh, it is on the table, Alex.
Yeah, kicks in. Oh, Magic is checking it out. Doesn't look like he's filled with confidence that we'll be back in the server imminently.
Is it just water, though? You don't want orange juice in your mouse pad. You want a whole new mouse pad.
You would. You would. I think you could probably get away with water, hanging up outside.
But not if...
Ooh. I don't know. It's kind of
hidden.
hidden.
If the pad's wet.
Who's rocking a tie loop mouse? Okay, bro.
If the pad's wet, you need a new pad.
Oh, you're not playing on it right now. No.
Swamp pad.
Yeah, you can't be having that.
Grip tape fan over there.
Yeah.
All right, so Galil, OC wants the AWP. They've already got 6 rounds on the T side. Right now, if we just set the bar, the expectation for everybody, at this point, if Falcons don't get 6-6 on the half, it's... Well, it already is a bad CT half.
Yes.
It's a worse CT half in that framing.
The curiosity that I have right now is just, you bought this util exclusively because you want to do something to set up this Galil. So, seems like they're kind of starting to head towards a B finish. You've got a very limited kit of util. These 2 flashes better be very well timed. m0NESY can clean up. Do they use that nade as a cue? Nitro prepares his flashbang, ready to try and jump scare Magis, but he's not going to be blinded off by the first. The second does connect, and he's run down. m0NESY misses his first bullet. That's an important one. Takes away the hero Galil, but it has at least facilitated a plant. m0NESY's going to clean up house. Just 1 remains. Bro gets dunked on, but you know what? They'll kind of call that one a win.
Yeah, it's going to give them a few little bonuses. This is where the question comes in, because the finances for Falcons, after all the reinvestments of nades and everything, wasn't great. So you sit there and you go, should you have maybe hedged and Hex drops a couple of deagles and we try and get a few more kills?
Yeah,
you definitely take the
round.
plant, don't get me wrong. But if you could stress the finances a bit more. But anyway, there's only 2 rounds left. That's here nor there. That's getting into the weeds. Right now getting tied up. That's what Falcons are looking for.
Kinky.
All right, well, I feel that NRG should go back to getting make sure you get the pop control early, get the harass util from Bro out of main, get George and Nitro to take that. Here we go. So there it is. On the C. Oh, they've smoked it.
Interesting way to deal with that.
CT extinguished to get the space.
Well, now instead of being 20 HP, he's 77. Going to be posted up on pop, so that will limit some of their early map control. George and Nitro going to be the ones trifling with that AWP. How do you do it? You flash and swing, you flash and you swing. Nice and wide from Nitro, avoids that tight line held by m0NESY's AWP and concedes the space.
Yeah, that nade, I don't think, he might have to go get his angles again. m0NESY, that one's bounced right back in his face, but he's heading back over towards main. Nitro's coming over too. Tessus again, so a late activation Ivy. We've seen this in a few rounds from Falcons so far. It's great for info. Helps inform the rotation. He might even catch a free kill right now.
Yeah, if you get it perfect,
he saw him.
You catch someone in the backside. Lining up nades. OC removed. Oh, that was the whole plan, just completely thwarted by the Tessus aggression. A quick retooling of how we're going to take this space.
Oh dear.
But they are hamstrung heavily by Tessus catching that perfect moment. Missed throw on the incendiary from Nico. Could have flushed out that player had it landed sweet and clean and flush. Nitro goes down to Nico, traded out by Bro. Is there anything to be done?
Yeah, still tough. Rotation's here now.
Ooh, bit of a team flash there. Bro gets another. There's the m0NESY AWP swung upon now. Hex applying the pressure. m0NESY not feeling any of it. A recovery of a half from Falcons, looking for that full 6-6 scoreline.
Yeah, right there. Tessus even gets that kill over towards Ivy, but the rotation is still a while away because he doesn't get all the info. It could be a fake. So this is poor OC getting caught. That's a really tough way to go. But there's 2 players on B. So this, especially with Nico struggling after that first kill, there was a chance they could have traded out, but no. Final round, first half, broken by.
Okay, Bro, this time you're out and about. Last time with pistols that wrecked ya. This time, Bro gets away with it. Early frag onto Nico.
Spotted.
Tessus visible. Playing with that ladder, a couple of speculative spam. That smoke's not lasting forever. The pressure on Magisk is heavy, and he's already begging for backup. Rotation comes through. Bottom of the back of Hex. He's gotten across and punching in the code. The site is theirs on this compromised buy. Final round, will they leave with the lead? NRG, a man advantage, but for how much longer? Coming in on that flank is Kixon. Shadow to bait him in, but long range spray. Decent work, finds the head. It's still up for debate, only Bro. 1 versus 2. Timing's good to find and isolate m0NESY. Tessus is going for a 5-second stick, and Bro's overthinking it. Convinced Tessus wouldn't have the audacity to go for a 10-second stick in the 1v1. Audacious out of Tessus. We tie it up 6-6. Day one in Dallas, the land of cowboys and barbecue.
And big things.
Big things, absolutely. This could be a big thing for NRG. Unfortunately, what started tremendously did slow down. They were at a 6-1 scoreline, clawed back to something stable, something functional for this second half of our first map between the two of them. NRG coming in as hometown heroes. 3, of course, North American players and a Canadian, so they've definitely got the majority up against Falcons, the full smorgasbord of Counter-Strike delicacies.
It does feel weird calling them Americans, but that's the official term, isn't it?
That is the word. Yeah.
Okay, Hexter's not getting the Magis treatment. He's copping a bullet in the side of the dome and not getting the one tap.
I'm telling you, the Glock headshots, man, just moving at range, they're deadly. Let's put Nitro on notice. They're looking to kind of come out main and spew onto the site.
Oh, another one.
I'm telling you, these Glocks, deadly in the hands of the Falcons. Already very threatening. Nitro hoping to be overlooked. He's been cleared out. Monacy rumbles him.
So many gooshes.
Yeah, look at that HP. George and Hex with 13 points of health, and they are feeling pretty unlucky as George goes down. It's just Hexton. He is the next one to fall. Monacy looks like he's hungry for this one. He was quite content with staying up on that yellow train, trying to run him down. But Magisk steals that one away.
Okay, so we split the pistols, and things just get a whole lot hollower for NRG. You would hope that within the halftime break there, that the conversation is, boys, that's a great half. 6 is huge. We played some really good CS. Don't worry that they came back down the stretch. This is CT side train. But This is our map choice. Now it's our turn to show them how it's done. The question is, are they going to fight fire with fire and go for the force, or do they take the save? And I can confirm right now, they'll be going for the full eco. So the rifles will be out into the next for NRG. Falcons will get a free stab at getting themselves to a 2-round lead, 6-8. Has everybody pushing back 6 into hell. Interesting. Well, they've gotten there undetected.
Quite like the idea.
Rats are going to be coming out of the system.
Yeah, right. I mean, I wonder how you play it. Do you have one person kind of catch a timing? Yeah, you do. You have Bro kind of bait them in.
I feel like you don't even want to do that, though.
No, I thought the idea was like you kill him, you overlook him, everyone kind of walks out.
Or you spot him and you molly it.
Yeah, that's also a very logical conclusion. You're right. Maybe this is better.
Oh, wait, we saw a guy with a USP hiding in hell, and if I throw one Molotov, it'll force him to push out of that position.
All right, you and your logic. Get out of here. Don't want any of that around here. There you go. So
that's
you spot
better.
him.
That's fine. You're not going to molly that.
Oh, now it's kind of worked out. Yeah. Farming session for the Mac-10.
Nitro, you need one. Yes.
Worth.
4 for the price of 1.
Yeah, it's a sick deal.
Yeah, they got that at Costco.
Yeah, the multi-pack.
How many big booms is that one worth?
At least 1. But now, because they ecoed, you get this amazing looking CT buy.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Bro's gone SMG. Could have definitely afforded the M4. Would have been lighter on util. Oh, and it's even a bit wonky.
This is where George and OC, if they do end up testing B early, yeah, they've done the early block smoke. That could be enough. It's going to pivot them towards Pop for the fight. OC got that M4. Oh, did he get spotted? That's just spam through the smoke.
That's bait from George.
Through, yeah.
So they consider this.
It looks like
smoke's about to fade. They just look like they want to hit B right now. Or good flash, OC swing.
Oh, doesn't finish his
Huge
meal.
info, though. Would have spotted a bomb on radar.
Certainly, yeah. Nitro's already pulling up his socks to get jogging over to that site. Seems like Falcons are having second thoughts. Or rather, putting that bomb somewhere other than Tessus so he can be that pointy end of the spear with his Mac-10.
I think even if you're 2B, like they are right now, and you get full executed against, you're screwed. I think you need a third man.
You don't have the util to block either.
Is this a fake, though? Nico's looking like he wants to come out of Pop.
At
least he was. Starting to backpedal now. 50 seconds.
They've got so many more nades in them. Oh, that's a good find from OC if he could finish it. Still just chipping away at Magisk over the course of this round, and 40 seconds left. It's time to get a wiggle on into that site. Here comes that execute you were discussing. A third still hasn't cheated over. Hex smoked off. Good find from OC to start. George not going to pass his test, but Hex as well goes down to Nico. Okay, site's gone. They kick open the front door and claim it for themselves.
Had their opportunities though, didn't they?
Yep.
OC's aim looking a bit like Stowns right there. You know, kind of putting the crosshair roughly in the general vicinity and shaking. Hoping that the headshot would miraculously come through. You could tell he's stressed taking that type of a fight. And understandably so. So Bro and Nitro will save. Bro's going to hang around, see if he can cheekily pick up anything on the way out the door, but doesn't look like it will be the case. And it will have to just be a partial for NRG in the next round, as Falcons will get themselves up to 9.
Terrorists win.
Bro, he jumped out connector smoke. That's what he said.
Yeah.
In case you missed it at home. So Hex just trying to be a teammate. He's trying to help out the boys.
When Chad said they should have 3, Hex realizing maybe 10, 15 seconds too late, as he did end up leaping through that smoke into the loving embrace of Nico's crosshair.
It's tough, right? Because you're playing 2 on B and you think it's going to be enough, but not to be the case. As George laid out a spawn, gets himself some light investments. Ivy push.
Tessus ready.
Yeah, he's at range for this fight as well. So even if he gets flashed, he could just tuck in, step back out, still be confident with the duel. Flash ain't good enough, but there it is. Tessus, an easy opener. Hex falls first.
Idyllic from Tessus, and you can see well-forged angle for him. Not affected by that flashbang on the aggress. Deep main smoke will thwart their aggressions for a moment.
So slow start from Falcons, but really running away with this one now, aren't they? Yeah. 10 feeling like a certainty, and then it'll only be NRG's second gun round, and the score will be 10-6. So it just shows you how few and far between these rifle rounds are.
Here's an opportunity. I mean, if Monacy goes down, and then Pop pushes, the pressure applies and magnifies from both sides. It's all down to a 2v1, and Kickson's the one to close it down. A nice double on his M4 spray, removing OC before things can get out of hand. Okay, well, yeah, guaranteed 10. Didn't look so guaranteed for a moment there. A little bit of a spot of aggression from those combined pushes through Pop and through the ramp. Gave a little glimpse of hope for NRG, but just a glimmer. As the final timeout's burned by Daps. Doesn't look like Sonic feels it's necessary for him to contribute, but Daps certainly does.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're not under any pressure right now if you're Falcons. I think you would hear the conversation, and if you don't like what's being said, you'd interject if you're Sonic. But otherwise, for Daps, I also think this is important. He might not have anything crazy to say, but this is their first proper rifle round.
Right.
AWP, defuse kits, rifles across the board. No MP9s for Bro to work with. Everybody with the util required.
Well, the double out Magic is very important there. You know, we don't catch it in the chaos. He gets both of them as well as Kickson simultaneously dealing with that ramp push.
I think here, if you're Falcons, you may as well just play a default round. I don't think you need to do anything too crazy. Extinguish from Kickson. Underarm. Okay, that hasn't landed correctly.
Gets himself into sandwich smoke, though. This is a very threatening position to find yourself in early. He could even start to be a rascal, and he is. Nico's already drawn blood, removes Bro, but I think you're dead. Oh, another one caught by Nico. Kicks it as well. Pushing straight through, slips the net. OC a dead man. Tessus finishing him off with the flames. Monacy did the most of the legwork already.
What Kickson did just there is what Bro tried to do in a couple of rounds as well within their first half. Get out mid, use the angle of the red train, play around the smoke, sneak into the back line, but Nico had already killed multiple players, which makes Kickson's life a whole lot easier, and then poor Hex going to get the jump scare. So this one running away now. NRG will just have to have another partial, and then they can buy again to defend their honor. So Nico coming out as that second wave, using the buffer that Kickson bought. And that's too easy. Oh, they're going to HE main, I think. Make sure that doesn't happen again. Also, the fact that they delay them, we're expecting Falcons not to go with the pace, and understandable. Falcons know the money situation. They know it's going to be a lighter investment. No point just playing into these pistols with a pace. Use all the advantages that you have. Make sure you turn the screws. Honestly, Tessus working on Ivy, Magic and Nico with Brown Wall's control. Now they just need to get Pop, and well, that's being worked upon. The flash in. Sector relatively clear. A few cubbies that you have to worry about, but pressure now being applied across the map. Oh, what have they done that for?
Overlap.
Well, yeah, and they threw both of them at the same time, didn't they?
And now Nico's going to get a perfect little head in his crosshair. Not as perfect as it could have been. You can see Bro gets away with his life.
I can't believe they double smoked that. That's
I mean,
huge on a round like this.
I mean, when you've got 3 smokes total and you burn 2 instead of 1, it's very awkward.
40 seconds now.
Oh, you know what? He's done well. He's done well there. Takes down at least 1 up close in the main.
Everyone will be here to fight this for NRG. There's a chance. Time's going to be on.
It is threatening. It certainly is threatening. Now the info flows. They know where one of them is. Nitro's been spotted out. Tessus and Monacy trying to hunt him down. Some support arrives. Nice shooting. Tessus adjusting. Catches Hex at range and pulls the spray down into Nitro's head. Certainly have been some threats from NRG CT side, but it just hasn't been half as exciting as that first half. I mean, let's not forget the start they got off to. It's
6-1.
6-1 all the way to 12-6.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
So we're talking 11 consecutive rounds now for Falcons.
They've woken up. Falcons are like, oh yeah, we've got a game.
Oh, Nico's got a bit of a technical issue that he wants to get resolved. I think it's with the audio. So you can see right there, pointing at the ears. We'll hold off a minute. We'll wait until the headsets get back on, because when we come to IEM Dallas, we get this perch. So right now, what would you call this? What space is this?
We are on...
This is a convention hall?
I think what most would describe as a balcony.
Well, I know where we are. I meant, where are they?
Oh, they are in what most would consider a convention space.
Okay, and we, with the balcony, can see down upon them, and we can wave quite royally.
Yeah, we have got a good view. I can see Lin Vision. Well, I can see G2. I can't see Lin Vision. They're underneath.
They
us.
might be underneath. Hold on. I think I can.
If you get the angle
over here, and I can peek in. What's below me? Who's below me? Oh,
baloney.
Player management's below me.
Oh yeah.
Directly below me. They're on laptops. They're having a good time down there. They've given me a wave. But yeah, that's Lin Vision over there. Across from G2. I can see Nico of Falcons. That's all I can see.
Okay, you can see Falcons?
Well, you can't, but I can. I got to I'm kind of curving the angle.
I can see Zonic's head, actually.
There
so that's nice. And we're back underway. Okay, big round. Headsets are back on. NRG, will you leave train with a CT round?
No rounds gaming.
Well, that's mean. And quite good.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'll give you 7 points to Gryffindor.
Okay. Used his spawn. Went fishing. Didn't get anything.
Oh, there's a nice little lang you can work with there if anyone was foolish enough to go peeking. Nico, safe from the bro spam up close. Takes a pot shot back. Interesting little standoff between Magisk and George as well. They are coming to fight Pop, and the Pop flash is there! Oh, couldn't get his crosshair back. Wasn't far off, you know. He's had to track the swing. But nice bit of proactive aggression. George versus Magisk. Oh, Magisk ripped his head off. That is the fight. That is exactly what you want from a teammate when you lose at the opening kill. And just like that, falling into place for Falcons. Multiple fronts at the same time. Tessa slips in the backtrack.
Chasing ghosts, mate.
Bro will pivot through con.
Look where the bomb is.
He knows Magisk could be anywhere. That's what's horrible.
Well, yeah, this round sucks for NRG.
Horrible. Okay, now you know where Magisk is. That's a little something. The nade is too. Gets ahead of it. Magisk should be dead, but then traded, right?
But the crazy part is, right now, Nitro's been tracking Tessa.
Yeah, and the bomb's going to be coming from behind him. So unless he was crazily aware, Monacy's presence is going to be a real confusion.
Okay, so Magisk will come pop. Monacy will go plant yard. Monacy still has a smoke to work with. Drops it over towards Z.
Deep as well.
And now Nitro, he's aware this 1-on-2.
Smoking Kit Chad. I reckon this could be it. A captain's clutch.
Rolling back the years.
Has he got it in him? Monacy's going to pee. He gets past the line of sight. So it will be a little swing into the AWP.
Would you believe it?
Has he got it in him? Oh, spotted now and held by Monacy. Wow, flawless in the second half of play. Falcons coming to play. NRG 6-1 goes 13-6. A solid return to form for Falcons.
12 consecutive rounds to get the job done. And coming up next will be their map choice. We've got Nuke. Is it going to be a 2-0? Well, stick with us. First, we've got Pimp. First, we've got Yanko. The desk to break things down. And the day will continue.
OC, it's great to get to catch up with you once again. It's not often that we see you guys at Tier 1 events, so how are you guys treating this opportunity to be playing here?
I think we're finally starting to find our form as a team. You know, when we added Bro, in the beginning, you know, it was still a little rough, but I think we finally are starting to mesh well as a team. So yeah, this is a real test for where we are as a team right now. I think we still have a lot to learn, but obviously under Nitro's leadership, and we have a few experienced players as well. I think it's a good mix of young players and more experienced players. So yeah, I think the matchup against Falcons, they've been on a hot streak, so they're going to be tough, but we know that we can beat them as long as we do everything that we do in practice, communicate well, and we don't let the emotions control us.
Obviously, you know, you've been playing mostly against teams from the Americas regions. The results been looking really solid. When you go against other regions, though, it looks a little bit more tricky. Why do you think that is?
It's tough to say. I think we all know that the level in Europe is a little higher than in NA. The practice itself as well. Yeah, I can't really give you a definitive answer. I think in Europe, they just have a lot of hungry players. I think in NA, it's not as common where you find someone who's hungry, willing to put in the work and dedication to get to a high level. So yeah, the practice, I mean, we have been trying to take advantage of EU teams being here for Dallas. Obviously, Austin's coming up too, so we'll have a good streak of practice coming up. So yeah, we're looking forward to that to improve.
Obviously, the matchup today, as you mentioned, versus Falcons. Just talking about the AWPing side of the equation, it's been a minute since you faced Manus. I think it's been over a year and a half. How do you kind of see him developing, progressing as one of the best AWPers in the world?
Yeah, I think everyone knew as soon as we saw him play like on G2 for the first time that he was going to be like one of the best. I have a lot of respect for him, but I also know that, you know, I have potential as well to show. I mean, I think back on Liquid, it was like Modesty just showing G2 and now just showing Liquid. So I'm pretty familiar with the matchup. I haven't played him in a while, so it's going to be a little different. But yeah, I mean, just taking it how any other game, it's just another opera to me in this game.
I feel like it's going to be such an exciting duel to see go down. Thank you so much for your time, OC, and yeah, good luck in the game.
Thank you.
Well, NRG got off to a good start, and they were applying some pressure on towards Falcons, but unfortunately for the NRG camp, they couldn't keep it up. Falcons dominate their way into our first map victory, as we did see in the beginning of the game that NRG could actually play up to par with Falcons, and for the vast majority of those first 6 to 7 rounds, I was thinking to myself, what the hell is going on?
I disagree. I think it was just Falcons kind of messing up a couple of early rounds where they had a good read. You could tell their preparation was on point. They just fumbled the rounds when it came to sort of just getting the kills that are there for you. And it was 6-1 for NRG. There was 12 rounds in a row.
That's the thing.
It's kind of, you know, once they got their stuff together, Jacob, you know, there was no question who the better team was.
Janko, you're a man that always backs up your point, and you'll get to do that in just a couple of seconds. But the one player that did show up was OC in those first couple of rounds. That was crazy, you know, almost getting an ace. AK-47 doing with the AWP. It was good to see him play well, but as you said, it was OC doing well in the first couple of rounds, and then that was pretty much it.
And honestly, they weren't, you know, NRG wasn't terrible on this map or anything like that. It's just Falcons are one of the best teams in the world, right? And this is too tall of a task for them. We mentioned it a couple of times. I think actually with this approach and then playing the way they did in this game, they actually could get a win definitely in this tournament. They could definitely, you know, make life worse for some of the other teams. Again, it's just that the Falcons are, you know, one of the star-studded teams that we have at this event, one of the favorites to lift the trophy, and it was always going to be a struggle for them.
You said the word fumble, and you always come in well prepared, Janko. Round 2 and round 5 kind of showcases what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly, because we talked about you give Zonic time to prepare, and it's not going to be an easy matchup for you, and I think we saw that from the get-go. Even in the pistol round, felt like Falcons had a little bit of an advantage, but in the force buy, I'm like looking at what's going on, and they're just stacking A with 5 players. Like even Magisk was A, they just had no one B. And that tells you that they see, okay, they just never go B, I guess, on their anti-force buys, anti-ecos energy. Look at the radar. There's like, okay, now the 5th guy is a little bit back, but now that they're executing, 5 players are on A, and here, you know, Kixon dies and they get 2 kills back. They're in a 4v3 for a little while, but, you know, here guys are fighting maybe a little bit too much. They can't connect on that last deagle shot to get the kill. OC steps up with a multi-kill, right? And they sort of clean up, and m0NESY isn't able to finish the round. So that's what I mean when I say that Falcons were in good position. They probably should have won this round, but just didn't really get the final kills. And then again, even in the reset round early on, right, you can see there's a 3rd player coming to be. Look at the block from Kixon. It's really, really good. He just eats the last flash, you know, and I think it's Magisk and Nico who are also there, but the energy players get a little bit into forward positions there. Here it's going to get a bit unfortunate for Magisk, you know, the way the movement and just the kill sort of escapes him. And they were, again, they had a good read, were in position, just couldn't find some of those kills. But as soon as they got that out of the way, right, they won 12 rounds in a row.
Yeah, you could clearly see the skill difference between the two teams. Now, obviously doing and getting off to a slow start when it comes to NRG, is that an issue for Falcons? Is that something you're worried about? Or is it just, you know, first game of the tournament, getting into it, you know, and you saw the result once they got started?
I mean, this will bite them in the behind, you know, against a better team, right, or in a playoff game. But here they have the luxury of being able to come back into the game. m0NESY was also on point early on. So you definitely don't want things like that to happen where you're ready for it, prepared, and then it comes and you don't get it.
No, is that something Sonic is going to be like, again, when you win a map like this, you win 12 rounds in a row, you get the job done, but if you're Sonic, if you're the coach, you've been in those shoes before, are you going to be disappointed?
The problem is sometimes when you have like really good experienced players, it's like they already know, like they know who messed up, but then you cannot not address it as a coach, even though they know. So it's all about how you bring it up. You don't always want to focus on the mistakes too much. Like instead you can focus on some of the positives, like we saw in the second half when they were feeling it, you know, second gun round 17, right, is where you start to see some of that swagger, some of that flair from the Falcons, where they're really, you know, utilizing their spawns, jumping through smokes, doing whatnot, and you know that's where you could really tell, okay, they're gaming now.
They're gaming now. We saw m0NESY game. We saw them step it up. You know, when it needed the most. The individual skill disparity between the two teams was clear for everyone to see. You said yourself round 17 as well. Maybe a round that showcases exactly what you're talking about. Falcons coming alive and Falcons actually getting the job done.
Just so funny is how sometimes he, you know, like he misses the easy one and then he just flicks right after. Right? It's a crazy one and it works out really well. But yeah, here comes the round that we discussed. You can see Kixon sneaking through, right, finding great timing. They're unaware that he is that close. Nico in the meantime. The rest of the team comes from behind, right? So everyone's focused on that. Oh my God, they're popping me. Hey, what? The guy is already Ivy? What the hell's going on? And you know, there's just 2 guys left alive. It's a very easy cleanup round from the Falcons.
Now let me ask you a question that is a little bit directed towards you, Janko, as well. Did you learn anything new from watching this game? Did you learn anything that you didn't know about Falcons or NRG for that matter?
I learned that Energy looked better than the last time we saw them, right? And I think that's a positive, and that Falcons are just in control, right? It wasn't necessarily the honeymoon phase, and honestly they weren't properly tested yet, and I don't think they will be in this particular match.
Now Nuke coming up, you said to yourself, second map, you don't expect it to go to a third?
No, I'm just using this, I just want to see Energy. I want to see them play in sort of the same way. I want to see them be organized, right? Be decisive, don't play scared, and I think if they do that, they'll at least have some good lessons to learn from this game.
Anything from Falcons you want to see particularly on Nuke? Anything they've struggled with as of recently, or any part of conversation that you remember?
I want to see Nico play a little bit better on T side, right? And sometimes they're just using him as a decoy and the rest of the team is somewhere else, so he needs to get back to his form on this map. It's very crucial for them if they're going to win the tournament.
It is crucial for them to get Nico rolling. It is crucial for Falcons to get off to a good start, but so far they have done exactly that. Winning the first map, heading into their own map pick on Nuke. Falcons are looking poised to take this 1-2-0. We're heading to a short break, but once we're back, it's with what I think is going to be the last map between NRG and Falcons.
don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Gutierrez. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the cathedral.
Oh, top 3 anchors. Okay. Number 1 would be Robs. Not really a surprise there. He's always been in contention for either best anchor or always runner-up for best anchor every year. The second one would, probably Yimfat would be number 2 anchor. Just because Mouse has been in contention a lot. And then the third one, performance-wise, would probably be Heavy God.
I think Messi and Robs, 2 guaranteed right now. The last spot, honestly, I don't feel like there's anyone specifically that I would put right there right now, but I guess Jimfat he's been also having a slow start to the year, but he's still been solid, so I guess I'm putting him there, but Rob's obviously number 1 by far, but yeah, I think that's the names I put.
Top 1, Robs. He has most of the anchor. Yeah, I think he's been phenomenal since he joined us. So yeah, top 1 without a doubt. Then it gets harder. Top 2 and top 3 in that category. That's rough. That's really rough. Jimmy has been a bit underperforming, Magis as well. I'm talking about the top 3 there. In Zontix maybe? I don't know how good he is. He was. It's tough. It's not easy for sure. But I will go for Zontix. That's top 2 and Jimmy top 3. Also Messi top 3 maybe, because he's been good. I will put Messi top 3.
Never thought I'd see the day where a British player is in a top 3 video. Twice! Mr. Merriman getting his flowers after a certain dominance from Vitality, but that's not who we're here to discuss. We're at map 2 between NRG and Falcons, and I've got Chad Sponge Birchall, who's here to be breaking it all down as Falcons, as the desk have at least predicted. Wrap this one up in 2.
It should be, but we're going to get underway. Group B, this is the opening stage. Where we always talk about with this format, you don't want to be dropping the opening round because that means only one team makes it through the lower bracket. Shouldn't be too many issues. for the Falcons. They're in Group B alongside a Mouse. Group A is for Vitality. The best. They've TK'd Leave and Spawn. So Nico is on 70 points of health to start with.
Disrespect!
Yeah, that's an accident, isn't it? Well, it's an A-rush.
It is, and the flashes look good. So does the movement of pathing of Tessus. George doesn't seem to think so. Hits his head. Oh, an OC.
I think OC got lost.
Yeah, I think the flash from Kixon really bamboozled him.
I would love to see that from his perspective. I don't think we're going to be able to get it, but he's just come.
Ooh, nice. Hang on.
Falling out of the heavens.
Is it something? Azek's got another one in him. Nitro coming in from main side, and teammate partners up with him now, leaping in onto the site. Magisk, a two-man hut setup. Nico going to have to do an awful lot of heavy lifting here if it goes wrong, and South, Nico delivers. Takes down Nitro, can't see the response out of Bro, and Hex left all alone for Nico.
he gets TK'd, Leave and Spawn down to 70 points of health and gets 4 kills.
Of course. With a bit of health to spare as well.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, well, that's a sign of things to come, isn't it, Falcons? That's going to be 2 out of the 3 pistols so far.
I want to know how Kixon threw that flash because it looked fast. Like, that's a very nice quick pop. 2 assists and the feed for your opening. You can see how both of those first kills out of Nico were with Kixon's flash assist. And yeah, wrapping it up as well. 25 points of health to spare. Quad kill.
Okay, well, going to be the force out of NRG as we're rushing A again.
Oh, he's out. He's going down the vent.
Down the vent, okay. The fireman's pole.
Oh, that's brutal. Well, that kind of makes you want to save already.
Yeah, look, Nitro's down here.
I guess you're right.
Nitro's here to fight, and Bro's going to kill.
Okay, things going
They're not expecting...
awkward.
Oh, they see window's broken. They know Nitro has to be here.
Yeah, they've heard the door open as well. So now Monacy is in hot pursuit. Mac 10v57. Powerful pistol. You need to be facing your opponent to kill them there, and Tessus looks like he's set up for success. Gets them both. Lovely work.
All right, I got wobbly for a second there, didn't it? But they get the AK back as Tessus.
He's a bit... he was a bit horny there.
Well...
Didn't need to do that. Gets the AK back temporarily. And now likely going to be pursued by Monacy. Mac 10 in pursuit of stopping Hext from saving an AK-47.
Dead. Okay. Well, the AK is retrieved.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, it's retrieved. It's not retrieved. Like, whose AK really is it?
That's
You know, what's ownership?
It's the people's AK.
You know, what's mine is yours. What's yours is everybody's. We will.
OC's turn.
Eventually, one day, we'll be in the dirt.
Everyone
we
that's touched
return.
it, Chad. Everyone that touches it goes down. Don't pick that one up, Nico. That's a cursed AK-47. Yeah, okay.
That's the death AK.
Yeah,
it's like Death Note, but it's AK. Yeah, just a weird little round of Counter-Strike there, wasn't it?
That was fun. I enjoyed that. The dangerous death curse AK.
Nice shot from OC there, wasn't it?
Yeah, love a jumping Deeg track.
Well, right now, we can let everybody know the winner of this will be taking on Aurora versus Heroic. But we're going to be flicking over to Group A for our second game of the day. That is going to be the Mongols versus Furia.
Molodoi!
There's something in common.
Excited about that.
With the two of the 4 names that I just mentioned. Aurora and Furia just landed in the US of A a couple of hours ago. I saw them downstairs getting their photos done. They missed media day. Yeah, but they have to play.
Yeah, he just has to talk for 5 minutes.
Yeah, so...
Sorry, Yanko. I'm not trying to disrespect the craft here. Just I wouldn't want to play a full best of 3 with my and you also with the context of it's your opening game, drop to the lower.
Yeah, and the game that we're going to do, the Mongols versus Furia, that's a rematch. They played over there in Astana, and it did fall in the favor of the Mongols 2-1. Furia took a map being Anubis, but the Mongols are acclimatized.
I would say they probably have a fantastic excuse.
Oh yeah, it's pre-built.
It's perfect.
They both did quite well over there, didn't they? Furia on debut with the roster, and Astralis with Hooksy, which is...
I will say I'm actually quite surprised.
About the Astralis situation?
No, well, yeah. Both
or
twofold.
the Furia one?
It was Furia more so when I was using the word surprise. Just, I don't know, it felt like it was going to be another, like...
Flop?
Flop.
Yeah.
You know, Furia have done it a couple of times. You got, like, was it Furia Junior at one point? You know, it's been weird.
Yeah, they have made some odd decisions, but right now, a clear indication to go international. Molodoj's a gem. I think one of the problems I have with overhyping AWPers early is OC is a great example of this. They don't all turn into Monacies.
Yeah, right.
And some of them never even come back from their early form. Right? Ultimate was great. I think he's still very good. I think Ultimate shows some really good prowess in the rifle. But 2025 has been quite the road. We've had 9 Tier 1 events so far. We've only had 4 different winners. Vitality's won 5 events, Spirits won 2, Mouse has won 1, Falcons have won 1. Falcons have been the bridesmaid on 3 occasions. With over 9 events, they've been in 4 grand finals. And as Yanko was touching upon, they are now the biggest threat to Vitality.
Well,
who could almost have a near flawless season. Vitality, if they win this and then the major. They lost Bounty to start the year, but that would be a pretty sublime record.
And this man on your screen, he knows what it's all about, being the bridesmaid. During his peak in his career, he was, well, on the silver.
A professional bridesmaid.
Yeah, he was a professional bridesmaid to Astralis. Team Liquid couldn't get a single win against them for far too long. But the second place, you know, it's better than the third.
And they had that summer of love.
The summer of love. A grand slam in 63 days.
And then Vitality have gone and taken your record.
Yeah, they have, haven't they?
And they keep on adding to it.
First Gunny, here we go. What you got?
Yeah, so I should have done the CT setup. So the A defense will be George and Bro. Nitro will be the outside rifler. OC the AWP will be rotating around the map. And anchoring over towards ramp will be Hexed. So there you go, it's done.
Okay, they started the AWP down. So I was going to say whose responsibility is Secret. OC. Oh, not the crouch peek today, Nico. Not for OC. On his watch, and loud leg break from Tessus.
I love the instant reaction, though. And if they try and hunt him, there's fight from Secret now. Spotted his Hexed.
Oh, good shot. Monacy delivers.
Doubles up.
2 there. Oh, dear. Heaven's coming in. You're on CT vent. You've been spotted out. They're going to swing you from triple different angles, and the round falls apart. What's OC supposed to do now? He's position noted, and I don't even know if he's going to be allowed to do that, you know. Trying to get behind the box. Tessus is coming for you. Gonna get shot in the side of the head here.
I guess it's better than in the face.
Yeah.
You don't see it coming, but...
I guess.
I think I went a bit too literal there, didn't I?
You did.
Anyway, OC dead. As Magisk will remove the AWP, and it's going to now be a partial buy for NRG going into round number 5. So, slow start map number 1, hot start map number 2, and they are just running with this momentum. Remember, it was 12 consecutive rounds on map number 1 to lock the deal. 13-6. So add another 4 to that. We've seen 6 consecutive rounds now from Falcons without any resistance. Beautiful second kill there. But partial, we'll see a hero M4 for Georgie Boy, a scout for OC, and a pistol of choice for the other 3. What resistance can they find? Last time it was a lighter buy. Falcons used pace. This time it's a bit more standard as lobby aggression comes through and, well, batting them away once more. Monacy triples up.
Not too shabby, is it? Quite a threatening little aggressive burst into the lobby, but Monacy has certainly stabilized them nicely. That should finish off the job outside. Nico mission accomplished, and round 1. 5-0 start, so yeah, we'll keep the tally. What was it, 12 in a row from Train?
So 17
Bloody hell. Okay, guns back out. OC will have his AWP.
It's quick at least.
It certainly is for Falcons fans and schedule fans, people that want to be, you know, in the waiting room for Furia versus the Mongol.
Well, if that's the case, we need more entertainment because the game doesn't go live until 7 p.m. local and it's only 5:38.
Let's go, NRG.
Exactly. We need a bit more resistance because scheduling fans might find themselves...
We're not doing the accelerated thing.
No.
This is a scheduled appointment.
It's so, Alex, okay? You've finished your day at work and you've got to really want to watch this Furia Mongols game. Right. It's going to start at 7.
Exactly.
But imagine, you know, you planned your gym session for 5,
right?
And you've come home and the game's already over because of the accelerated schedule that started at 5.
Oh,
and you missed it.
Out.
You missed the whole thing.
Yep.
You got your pump on, you got your chicken and rice, you got your protein shake, you sit down in front of the telly, game over. What are you going to do with your night?
Ruin your whole vibe.
What are you going to do now?
You had a plan.
Oh, the Southern Charm. Not working one right now for NRG.
Oh, yo, Magisk getting cheeky with it. George up against him and wins out a nice opening pickoff. Magisk punished for his aggressions, but look at Tessus flirting with a little aggressive idea of his own. That's enough of that. Gets away, but confirms the presence of 2 on the top site. Nico claims reign for himself. Secret stares, a little wander. No OC this time to receive him. So unguarded as it currently stands. Not a single CT acknowledging the potential.
Yeah, look, there has to be a sound cue at some point. Right? So there will need to be a window getting smashed open or a door getting swung. But it is worrying to see Nico with this amount of space. The problem is, if you are Falcons, you still need to join him. So if he gets all this room and says, hey, boys, I haven't seen anything. How do we get there? Okay, well, we need to go back outside through Secret ourselves. Don't have any smokes. Go out Squeaky Door where we could limp a smoke and drop down the vent. Don't have any smokes. He's turning in time. He should be able to blindside Nico. Okay, beautiful. First round, 3 kills away.
Very, very impressive work from Hex to have considered it, never mind cleared it so efficiently.
Oh, no.
That's a slip up. He's given
So
him a way back
Hex
in.
is lower.
Yeah, and they're probably going to try and just run him down. You've only got 30 seconds. You can't really linger on this idea. m0NESY's making steps, but searching Heaven, and we're actually going to go wrap Heaven.
Oh, it's a good call. Nobody's
Is
up
it?
there. Nobody's up
okay,
there.
yeah, unoccupied. That does make this feasible. 20 seconds, though. It does feel very rushed. Bro's holding from CT Vent. That was the one tap you couldn't hit. An opportunity now a miss. Dropping in, a save from main.
George
gets his job done. And on the back of the site is Kixon with a whole lot to do. No time to do it. Bro could run him down. Fakes it out. 4 seconds. Goes for the fight. Imagine they line up for him. Oh, that could have been a horrible way to lose out on what was supposed to be yours. It's theirs. NRG get themselves on the board and they buck the 17-round run that Falcons have had across the first and second map.
Yeah, that's a wild streak. Not as wild as Vitality's, but
where are they at now? They've
26?
26, yeah, another one today.
Yeah, so just keep adding to the tally, don't they? But look, a lot of damage done here in the dying stages of this round forces NRG into a subpar bye. Falcons, that's not the same. So if Falcons win this, NRG are back in a...
off his head.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Bounced directly up, landed in front of Nico, done 48 damage right there. And look at the buy, right? You only have 2 players stay alive. You can drop gun, sure. You got an MP9, you got a FAMAS. You've already expelled a whole bunch of your util. Will they expect red pole again? Looks like a similar setup from this CT side. Getting loud directly below us. We've
Sounds
got
like Vision.
Yeah, but I don't. They were losing 10-2,
Yeah,
so I
they
can't
were.
imagine they would be too happy with things.
Keeping credit constantly.
Oh, they are clearing?
Molotov.
No, they're not.
No, yeah, enough for Nitro. Gets his opening kill again for NRG. An opportunity that they must make the most of. Kixon sidelined. Tess is working for that yard space. That smoke will facilitate the fight. m0NESY holding for his teammates' walk up. Hoping for an overextension. Good flash. But covered by Bro. That's the setup. That's the team play you want to be seeing if we're going to have a competitive affair here on Nuke. One back. George goes looking. Caught out
Time's
by
the
Magisk.
problem again, isn't it?
I mean, it's already looking like this should be a lay down your arms type beat.
Yeah, Nico's still giving it a go. I don't think you can.
Not now. OC on top of Heaven. Bro overlooked. Perfect round. We're talking 4 alive here.
Okay, well, finances are a problem for Falcons. Sure, it was a 5-0 start, but back-to-back buys falling flat does leave them in financial despair. m0NESY saved AWP. We're going to get the loss bonus coming through. That was the 1900. So if they take an eco behind the AWP,
that's what's conversation time.
Yeah, because Magisk could buy AK head armor. So you could have AK head armor, AWP, you could get Kixon into a Galil. Nico and Tessus work with something a little bit lighter. And the reason that I say maybe the buy would be the informed decision is you're not going to get the AWP again for a certain amount of time. So take the save, let m0NESY work his magic with the AWP, force buy behind the AWP, try and play more of a standard comprehensive round with a few missions. I think
that's the better of the two.
I think you should buy.
Okay.
And that is starting to take shape right now, because also think about it, m0NESY got no loss bonus in that round. So if they lose this round and then go to buy in the next, he'll have very limited, other than the 2400 loss bonus plus, what was it, 650, sorry. So yeah, it could have gone Galil territory, maybe Mac 10. But, oh, Tessus, selfless. He's got himself a P250 out of this. Oh, spotted. Hello, I've seen you.
Ooh.
I know exactly where you are.
Valuable one-sided information. They molly him out as well. Forces the extinguish.
Oh, he knows he's under pressure, right? He wouldn't have extinguished. He didn't think he was in a lot of trouble.
Missed shot from Nico's Deeg. High pressure indeed. There's a nice pick off from the AWP. Can't track him. Tessus has saved them.
And they still know OC should be here, right?
They're looking for
right?
it. You would think. And Kixon does it just in time. 5 alive. Falcons, they'll just have a brawl and win every fight on the yard.
Oh, this has worked better than they could have hoped. Yard control. With almost everybody from Falcons tending to this. Now they just need to find 2 more. Hit the brakes.
It's coming.
Hello. saves AWP, and Monacy, he's got double digits again, 11 kills in the early stages of this one.
Nice shot. Really well done from George, but Monacy puts him down. A very high impact AWP round.
Okay, well, that's very tough for NRG. They did the hard part of winning consecutive rifle rounds.
Like you nearly broke them.
Well, you did break.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, yeah.
So the fact that you forced them into a hodgepodge buy like this, and then Monacy's able to activate and get you a triple kill.
This certainly helps. Of course, getting nothing from your aggressor out yard, tucked on those barrels, gets completely bamboozled by the Tessus P2. And now you're forced into, horrible territory.
So they still will get enough loss bonus into the next where they can fall by. They get this partial, which seems threatening, but it's already 6-2.
Yeah.
And they're on the CT side, so...
Hello.
Another opener. So that was how they were able to win those previous rounds. Didn't get the opener in the last. Let's see if that's the winning recipe for NRG. Secret crawl stalled for now.
This trap they've set could catch Nico off guard, and they could be working with a 3v5.
He's gone into warehouse.
Oh, he's gone warehouse. You take it back.
I guess because you know you're against the pistols, so you want to take the range advantage. If you can get Heaven and Hell control, get up Heaven, you're able to take some nice long range kills. Tessus, however,
he is having a look.
He is.
Team Molly would clear this, and he's still cautious, on high alert that he may not have been working alone. Hello and goodbye, says Kixon to Nitro on the corner.
Yeah, Nico died in the meantime, and everybody's on the upper deck. Monacy.
Oh, I thought he got caught.
He did. This is him, right?
Yep.
He's in the net. You've got the fish.
Yeah, but he's got, I don't know, piranha fangs. Vicious fish.
Snappy.
He's done well. Hex down to Monacy.
He's just everywhere, isn't he?
He is, and he's going to get this one.
Hi.
Bang! Ooh, jiggle out from George. Good work. Okay, so he gets a chance at the 1v2. Monacy with a Molotov will limit his options. Yep, there we go. Through the flames.
Heard.
75. No kit. Really is stacked against George here. Kixon holding the perfect angle for it. Gets his fight. Kixon wins it out. 7 already for Falcon, so flowing nicely on this T side for that 2-0.
I am interested to see the type of Counter-Strike we get out of Furia as well as Aurora, based off of the flight.
Yeah, that will be intriguing.
Fortunately, they both get to play in the final slot of the day, so...
There's that.
Yeah, and I think that allowance was made because of the travel.
Yeah, I mean, Chad, we did the same flight. I tell you, when we got in about, what, 5 p.m., which is probably not far away from when they got in.
Yeah, that was after the snafu and immigration.
Sure.
With the servers going down.
Yeah, so but it's slightly delayed. Regardless, we did that. I don't think playing Counter-Strike at 7 p.m. would be on my immediate desire list. Of course, that is just a product of the schedules of these events being so close.
Did they fly in business or did they not? That's the question.
That is actually going to be the question.
And Zentaras, they're in business.
Okay, that's in.
So
we should do a check of every player.
Did you fly in business?
Yes.
Molodoy, new boy,
he's probably
maybe not
business,
splurging on business.
Probably not.
Fallen, though.
Fallen.
Fallen owns the plane.
No question. Oh, barrage of HEs don't connect or find any damage. Monacy goes for that early line. Squeak will be smoked off, but he's certainly peaking with conviction, is how I'd probably frame it.
Well, when I was going to call him a sword, a spear.
Yeah.
When your weapon is delivering, right, is finding just set him up for fights. Why not? He's sure he's had a couple of misses, but he's definitely had more hits than it. Oh, great Molly, get out of hut. That's going to be heard. 2 players singed as Magisk surge. There's a ramp push coming.
There is. It's OC's AWP. Monacy. No, he's not ready for that. Is he? Yep, of course he is. Of course he is. Just seems to be ahead of every play they make. Hex gets leg shot on the jiggle out. Monacy continues to hit and hit hard. George asking questions of Hut. One directly above him, but as the Magisk investigation continues, he's posted up and George recedes.
Look at just this space.
Yeah, mate. They got all of yard. I mean, he still hasn't cleared red pole, so slightly cautious, but it looks like it's a guaranteed frag on this.
Hello, vent spotted.
Vent spotted. No. Ooh, headshot found. George trying to trade. Teammates dropping left and right. It's 5 alive.
Well, they're having a good time.
16 and 5.
They are having a great time.
Monacy's
NRG are not having a good time.
No.
What's Shaq thinking of this?
Yeah.
What's he saying about this?
What is that grip?
That's Tessus, right?
Yeah, he's got a very unique grip. Like the, what is that finger? What's your middle finger wrapped around the mouse?
That's your rude finger, Alex.
Rude finger wrapped
That's your
around
rude
the mouse.
finger.
Important tap from Nico. George, very frustrating for him. He probably caught like a little whiff of the tip of his head, but couldn't contribute or communicate in time. And they find themselves
consensual
here.
win, Alex.
Yeah, right. You'd only hope so.
Don't be smelling strangers. Well, couldn't have got away at a better time. Hello.
Hey, there you go. OC's hit a couple of good digs this half.
Isn't it tough, though? Like, look, this is a condemning scoreline right now. Calling a spade a spade. This is Falcons' series to lose at this point. As OC's grabbed another. Ooh, bro.
Little timing. Hello. Goodbye.
Yeah, have a third round. Why not? You can even have 4. I still don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough to make this one competitive.
Couple of bangers hit by OC.
Oh, Monacy's still alive.
That is the only kind of slight doubt.
Someone
in my
kill him.
mind.
There we go.
OC's round, baby. Holding yards firm up against a full by.
Come on,
with
Zonic.
just
You
the
know
Desert
Kixon's not
Eagle.
winning a 1v5. Come on now, Zonic. What are you looking at? The money situation, maybe? How you doing that? Is your teammates busting tab? Because Kixon ain't winning that. Okay. Well, you'll take any round you can get right now. So 8-3, final round, first half of play, map number 2.
Group B. And this is that first one from OC.
Brat.
Yeah. Giving Nico the Nico treatment. His signature eye roll. I mean, you can't be too upset. This is looking like a very efficient day in the office from Falcons. Will they leave with a little bit more hope? Will it be that 8-4 that you've just mentioned? Still hanging in the balance of Tessus with over the top of Nitro's head, just dunks on him.
Oh, hang time on that one, huh?
Oh, OC, yeah. Oh, takes out Nico on the reposition, caught by Tessus. Double trouble and already threatening the heaven position. George forced forward as a product of that. And oh, wow. Yeah, bro. He took a gamble that on the other side of that smoke goes waltzing through it. Kixon can't believe his luck.
Play him off.
Yeah, this one certainly does look like it's
Someone get the soundboard.
Time for the keyboard cat to start tickling the ivories. Timing is a thing. But yeah, this is a 9th for Falcons unless Hex can do the improbable. Kixon's even going to catch a nice little timing on the flank, as it currently seems. Magisk holding for one aggress, and the other being flanked.
All right, well, Falcons about to line things up. A 9-3 half as the bomb to be planted, and this is a good start for them. Looking to continue on their strong form. Rivals Melbourne since the addition of Monacy. Now they've had time to practice, and practice is where Hex wishes he was right now, because this one's for all the marbles. First round, and this one will be closed up. We're going to a break. Falcons with a commanding lead. IEM Dallas, their opening game is going swimmingly. Yippee-ki-yay, brother duckers. We're in the US of A. Team Falcons taking on NRG IEM Dallas 2025. And the Counter-Strike for the end of the season. It's all going down in Texas. We've got 5 weeks of CS until we get into that tournament break. And Falcons, they're one of the teams on the tippy top of the tongue to tussle for that major. What form have they brought into Dallas? Well, m0NESY, he's sitting on a heater right now. NRG about to be swept out in their opening game, the hometown heroes.
Yeah, it could be quite the condemnation in that lower bracket. Cutthroat in Group B. m0NESY not letting off the gas. Double on the Julies and the pistol already just resting on the shoulders of Nitro. He would have to double his kill total in order to rectify the situation. Held by a multitude of different threats. Magisk on the top of the hut. Is he going to keep his head hidden? No, is the answer, but it doesn't matter. Nitro wasn't prepared. Magisk is just making sure his crouch key still works.
Yeah, he got stuck, I think, sticky keys.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. Well, get your glorps in chat. And for our audio-only listeners, there's a bit of a fun fact. NRG got the majority of the opening kills in the first half, but still got absolutely dumpstered.
Not in the pistol, though. That was Tessus, as m0NESY really sealed the deal.
3 out of 4 pistols as well for Falcons in the series. So it is great to see them bringing in this form, especially under the cloud of rumors about Kyosuke or Kyosuke. Pronounce it however you want. I don't really care. But
hello? Ooh, he finds more than just the first. Getting run down, stands his ground! It's stunning from Tessus! That's going to feel good. Just takes the whole team down on his own. Swaps to the sidearm to finish the job.
Beautiful. Eco bash there. Obviously full eco, but...
I don't care. I don't care,
You still
mate.
love him.
The USP, and he just pops their heads like cherry tomatoes in the garden.
Yeah.
Ooh, indeed.
Oh, that's our 3rd ace of IEM Dallas so far.
I can hear the Blue Starly music starting to play. NRG probably feeling pretty ultra numb right now. Just a shellacking. 4 American hopefuls.
They still have Liquid, but Liquid is 2 Canadians.
Yeah.
A Pole.
Yeah.
They make it 2 Poles.
So it's a bit of everything.
And an Israeli.
Yeah, no Americans, you could say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are an American org. Well, not.
That's where we would use the term North American.
You're right.
2 North Americans.
That's better. That's strong. That has the word American in it.
Precisely.
I like it.
Another opening kill. Another opportunity. And Alex, they do say, pressure is a privilege. And right now, NRG are feeling the weight of the world on their shoulders.
And you have to get past m0NESY if you want to win a round. No Kixon anymore. Nico, however, he's still got his heart beating. Removing George from the ramp room. Acceleration into the top side. Looks like Hex and OC have claimed it for NRG.
Nitro's won the round, doesn't he?
Yeah, but m0NESY seems so aware. Oh, there's confirmation.
Well, you have to... Yeah, okay. Now we can go for it.
Oh, gosh.
Smoke squeaky.
He's going to take the time to go get the AK-47. He wants that one-shot headshot.
Go for it, boys. Give it a go.
He's going to let, like, the Heaven player look. And
Give
if
it a...
they perhaps
flashes. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, geeky.
He's lined up. These better be great.
They look pretty good. Look pretty effective. Not effective enough. Bro, actually, I tell a lie. Yeah, had vision. On to the Nico push. And m0NESY trying to get that AK into the next round of play. He looks good with it.
Stop beating up some, you know, tier 2 North American farmers. This is... Come on.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they're not part-timers, but it does feel that way, doesn't it?
This is the thing we touched upon at the desk, was talking about it as well. The amount of games that NRG get to play against European opponents is few and far between. NIP even flew over to go to Vegas to win that Fragadelphia.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the flash. Does it bounce back?
Oh, no, okay, that's not a bad flash.
It's a cool flash.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to affect him. Let's see. Yeah, no.
So
it's not.
I guess
flash.
it's for
take it back.
It's for backside players.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
It's going to force them to turn, and the Heaven player doesn't need to, so he can take that fight because the flash has gone off above his
Makes
head.
sense.
So no good for the Hut player. That's all good in the hood otherwise.
Clear ramp intent off of the rip. Are they really wanting to test Tessis once more?
Not for 20 seconds, they won't.
Blocked him.
Hexagon throwing shapes outside.
Here we go. Oi, bro, the little entry fragger. Oh, I just did the thing where you say little. And
Yeah, Rush is rubbing off on you.
Oh, yeah. Little entry fragger is bro, apparently.
Every time I see Rush now, I just call him little guy.
Little
What's
guy.
going on, little guy?
I think that, which is worse, buddy or little guy?
Little guy.
Little guy.
Really,
Tough.
really tough. Like buddy could.
Come on.
It could be. It could
I mean,
be nice.
if you're like, yeah, if you're in your mid-40s, you can call me buddy.
I'm almost there.
Yeah, I guess, by some definitions. But this is going to be NRG's 5th round. Looks like Kickson's just going to hang out and try and make it a little more costly.
If he had a kit, I'd start
right.
getting excited. He's got the kit. He's got the smoke.
But he doesn't have the kit or the smoke, so it's going to be a 5th round for NRG.
But he's got the clay, Dan. He's building the burger.
He's made the vase. It's in the kiln, Dan. A nice little wash on that, Dan.
He's just got to paint it. Take it to the market.
I hope there's no cracks in it, Dan. It's a lovely piece. An ashtray, Dan.
Smoking that NRG pack right now are the Falcons, even though they've lost another round. No emergencies just yet. My phone's not buzzing with amber alerts. We're all good. It should still just be 2 more required for the Falcones.
Why do they sound like a crime family?
No, that's from Batman.
Yes, I knew it. Oh, good reference. Yeah. Penguin as well. Have you watched Penguin?
I haven't, no.
Hard Wreck. Very good.
I think it's called Parks and Rec, but...
No, Hard Wreck is it's my favorite show. You should watch after you watch the Penguin.
Well, that's before the 2nd episode of The Dispatch airs.
Oh, yeah. That's coming soon, whatever that means.
What?
It said coming soon. I don't know when that is. I'm
I
excited
believe
to
it'll
see
be...
it. You know? He knows
Well,
everything,
if I go
guys.
off
He knows everything.
if I go off what we did in Melbourne, it would be Saturday between a 2nd series between maps 1 and 2.
I'm excited to see it. Oh, that's nice from Nico.
Ah!
Come on, come off
He's
it.
just tapping.
Yeah, let's not give him a 3rd Hex. Let's be cool about it. Excuse me, it's Bro. Hex is gone. And Tessis is the one that's hot in pursuit. Bro dumping util out on red. Lovely. Gets away with it as well. Just dips his head down from the silo player. Kickson's playing for info in the most selfless way possible, just jumping around the CT vent. George confirms positions of someone on the rafters.
Okay,
Yes, Chad, it is that kind of feeling. It is that feeling of what can you do?
Nothing.
Really?
Just a 2-gun save.
2-gun save.
Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiroo. This game is over, but we've got
Furia 2.
Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiree.
Nico got 2, he didn't get 3.
The Mongols taking on Fury, a rematch from Astana coming up next. Live and direct into your living room, 7 p.m. local. A and B streams currently functioning. More Counter-Strike than you know what to do with. But what do you do with this one? 12-5.
Yeah, certainly a rather humbling way to start a campaign at an event for a team like NRG. But this is going to happen. You're coming in with a very low seed.
Yeah, well, this is the thing that blows my mind. When people see Vitality's group and they go, lol, Mickey Mouse group for Vitality, why they always get easy group? That's so silly. It's like, they're the highest seed. That's how this works.
This is how
if you're the highest seed, you get the weaker opponents. That's a seed gives you something. To be the best is worth something. Anyway, Kickson harassing through the door, a deep nade down the back pocket of George, chips him away to 83 points of health. You were never expecting this one to be competitive. It would have had to have been a surprise from NRG, and that's why when it started 6-1 on Train, their map choice, you thought maybe, just maybe, we're in for a competitive affair to start the day. Well, when I say start the day, I mean Alex and my day. This is best of 3, number 3. Here they come.
What's he got then, Magisk, other than a white screen as it currently stands? Pushing through that hut smoke would be a bit of a condemnation, just lining up for Magisk. So he stays active. Hex is starting to push through on a second wave. Hang on. Opportunity presents itself, but m0NESY ascends the ladder and delivers. Drops into the site, Magisk providing covering fire. George finds kicks and m0NESY just racks him up. Instantaneous deletion to finish. He is in fighting fit form. Big smile on his face and a big start to their campaign at IEM Dallas. Falcons, light work, brush aside NRG.
25 kills, 7 deaths for m0NESY in that one. Over 2 maps here is putting on quite the form, just farming him up. For NRG, they will drop down to that lower bracket. It will be a tough task to see the American representation in the arena come Friday. But for Falcons, that's exactly where they've set their sights. Back-to-back-to-back finals, the last 2 with m0NESY in the ranks. And this time, they've even had a chance to practice. Melbourne, they could have taken that one over Vitality. Rivals, they put up a test yet again. But right now in Dallas, this would be the time to be hitting that peak, as touched upon. The final month of Counter-Strike for the season will be going down in Texas. From Dallas to Austin, major champs will be crowned, and right now would be a great time to sow some seeds of doubt in the Vitality camp. But we got Freya on the sidelines ready with Kixon for a post-game interview.
Massive congratulations, first of all, Kixon. I feel like maybe we were all kind of tricked in that first half of Train. Thought it was going to be quite competitive. Really came up for you guys through and through. Tell me about that second half of Train, though. The T side, going flawless. What was the game plan for you there?
Well, we had a rough start, and things like this happen when the event starts in the first game, so obviously the communication was not that great. We needed a few rounds to get used to the officials again, and but in the second half we woke up and we did exactly what we talked about before the game, and it was good.
That's super interesting, because it's kind of the ability to be able to brush off those issues. Is there anything you use with the guys to make sure you're getting things back on track, back where you need to be in terms of that game plan?
Yeah, I mean, we don't try to overthink things when things don't go well. We just know how good we can be, and we try to remind ourselves to keep doing our things and stick to our routines, our structure, our plans, and it worked out well today.
Seems to be paying off, because I was just looking at the numbers. In your last 17 series, the only 3 you've lost has been to Vitality, right? Every single other team, you've had their number. Is this the most synergized lineup that you feel like you've been a part of so far in your career?
Well, maybe it's too early to say, because we just had a few weeks of playing together with Ilya, but the start looks promising, and I think we're improving day by day. But when it comes to the potential of the team, it's definitely one of the definitely the best team I've had so far.
Speaking of your history, you had the potential to go up against one of your former orgs in Heroic tomorrow in your next game, but they will be playing Aurora next. Any preference of who you want to be playing for that potential playoffs qualification spot?
I don't care too much, but maybe it would be nice to play against Heroic.
I'd like to see that one go down. Thank you so much for your time, Kixon. Congratulations. We're going to head this one back on over to the desk.
Yeah, Falcons making it look pretty easy, I'm not gonna lie. I think we got exactly what we expected, Yanko. A dominant performance coming out of the Falcons. Unfortunately for NRG, we're not able to show anything whatsoever on Nuke. At least on Train, they got off to a good start, but here on Nuke, at no point did I feel this game was any competitive.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a 14-match win streak against teams not named Vitality, so it's going to be a tough task for anyone not named Vitality in this tournament going up against them. And yeah, I think it's important for them to not have any difficulty against NRG here, despite it being the first game. All in all, you just need to take care of business. That's what they did. And I think awesome that, m0NESY gets to smurf a little bit, right? I think 180 rating, 44-18 or 44-16, just had a field day against NRG.
We spoke a bit about it in Melbourne as well, saying that, m0NESY coming into Falcons, obviously under the leadership of Sonic as a coach, but also Kixon as an in-game leader, he will only get better. And we're starting to see that now. Obviously, it's against NRG, take it with a grain of salt, but you said it's good for him to farm some confidence. Do you think m0NESY is also getting better and better game by game in Falcons right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for every player, you need to get more comfortable with your teammates. You need to get used to their reactions, and you also need to put more stuff in the game, right? Doesn't matter that him and Nico used to play together on G2. He's not only going to have plays with Nico there to support him or vice versa. So just having the rest of the players also to get adjusted to him, right? He's very aggressive, very mobile, can do a lot of different things. So you know, let's say, for example, for Kixan on the A bomb site in Magisk, all of a sudden, Monacy is like, oh, jump down into the side. Now I'm going to push hot. Okay, wait. What do I need to do then? What should I cover? Where should I go? Just some little details like that you need to iron out and sort of just... Everything doesn't have to be set. You just know what he likes to do. You know what your options are in that scenario, and getting more familiar with each other.
The synergy is only going to grow. Now, obviously, the game wasn't that competitive yet. You wanted to point out round 4. Why is that?
Yeah, I think just the first gun round, and with how much confidence Falcons have been playing and how simple the game can be, right? And they're going to just go and sneak secret right behind the smoke. So you can see Tess is top of main. He's going to come into play a little bit later. Nico is clearing corners, dies, but Yop, instant reaction. They know there's no op outside. Tess is books it towards Heaven. They're coming back up towards secret. He finds great timing here, but Monacy hits even better shots. He was on a tear, and after this, you can see even Magisk, he's just running out hot, right? Like, he doesn't care. There's one player there. They managed to find the kill on him, and it's so easy, right? Looks so easy, looks so simple. Helps when Monacy hits a couple of blinders like that, but it can be that simple, you know? Like, sometimes people overthink it, overcomplicate it. Okay, we have the AKs, the op is in secret. Let's just go backyard and search for duels. Let's find the fights, you know? Tess has probably said on his own, I'm gonna go towards Heaven, right? If that's what we're trying to do, maybe I can go up there. Magisk is coming close hot. Everyone's ready to sort of go for a fight, search for a duel, find some frags, and yeah, hit some great shots and just got rolling, never looked back.
Simple, clean, efficient Counter-Strike from Falcons. Get the job done. Now, you said from NIG you wanted to see them, you know, do something, be competitive, maybe learn something about them. They didn't really show anything here on Nuke, did they? I
mean, on Nuke it was tough, right? They had a better showing on Train, which was their map pick. That's to be expected, but again, it's a combination of things where you go up against Falcons, and also you're used to playing these NA teams online. I mean, you can get away with a lot of things. They're just way slower, maybe sometimes with some of these reactions even, and whatnot, and in that sort of a situation you're in for a rude awakening. So I'm just hoping that this will sort of mentally prepare them for what's coming in the next game, and that they may be able to put up a better fight there.
Maybe they will be able to put up a better fight. You're currently watching some of the highlights from one of the most exciting games of the day, where Liquid took down FaZe Clan in Simple's return to professional Counter-Strike. That didn't really go too well for the man, you know, but there's still a chance for FaZe back in the lower bracket. You disappointed with that, or?
No, I'm kind of impressed with that, because they have 2 stand-ins. True. You know, I mean, Skulls is in also for Rain, and let's not forget Liquid made playoffs in Melbourne, and they just had more time even with Shui as their IGL. I mean, that's a pretty good team. Probably one of the dark horses for this tournament. So I think FaZe will definitely have a say in the lower bracket, and it was great to see Sasha back on the server.
Vitality had to sweat against Legacy. Was that a surprise to you?
I think that was intentional, you know, just you know, make it a little bit competitive, get the juices flowing, right? They haven't lost a series in like 7 years or something, so, you know, when they're going up against Gamer Legion, so probably in the playoffs soon enough.
Yeah, nothing too surprising right here. Gamer Legion winning against 3D Max, Linvision against G2. Currently, G2 looks to be winning.
Yeah, G2 on top, very important for them, right? They had a boot camp before Astana, then they don't get Hunter because of visa issues, right? So here they're definitely looking to showcase what they've been working on in that boot camp. And also, you know, after Linvision, it's Mongols or Furia. Both teams are beatable. G2 has a good track record against both of them, so definitely a chance there. I'm actually kind of going to keep an eye out on the lower bracket game and on Legacy, because I think when I saw them in Bucharest, you know, they beat Team Liquid, but also in some of the other games, I think they played good CS, weren't able to rack up more wins, but I like what I saw, and now, you know, sort of 2 months later, what were they able to build on that? Because, I mean, expecting them to do anything to Vitality is a fool's notion. So, but against a team like 3D Max, they can do some damage.
Yeah, for sure. And pushing Vitality to play 24 rounds in Dust 2 in itself is a testament and a statement maybe against 3D Max. Now, Group B has also seen some action. Mouse took a 2-0 victory now.
Again.
But that was but it was a close game, or at least close moments in the game.
No, I mean, I'm seeing Mouse Team Liquid. I'm like, okay, Shui going up against his former team. That's going to be interesting for a playoff spot as well. And yeah, we have Aurora Heroic coming up as the final game of Group B to determine who's going to be going up against the Falcons.
Now, you said you wanted to keep an eye on the lower bracket as well. FaZe Clan, BCG, you think FaZe Clan is going to survive for another game?
Oh, that will be one of those games that will not be good, clean Counter-Strike. It will be messy, but it might be entertaining exactly for that reason.
Well, Janko, we do have Furia taking on the Mongols after, you know, what's going to be a fun game. Now, do me a favor and leave a bit of a cliffhanger. We're going on an extended break because there's a little while for the game, but why should people tune in to watch Furia versus the Mongols?
I think because you're getting some of that Yakindar from the Virtus Pro days, and Molodoy was very good in his first big LAN.
Oh, there we go. You heard it from the man himself. Janko said it. Make sure to tune in for Furia versus the Mongols. As said, we're jumping on an extended break, but once we're back, it is with the final game of day one here from IEM Dallas. The Mongols taking on a well-playing Furia. Should be a good one.
Yes, that's a real photo.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Ruteris. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the cathedral.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Bit still secures the kill, brings it home. I will say a risky move there from Westmel to secure himself the round comfortably. Pushing that smoke though, if you get punished and put it into a 1v2, you start to sweat a little bit.
not the first play I'd make, but
it does a trick. It's a good play if it works there. I know we have Steel on the desk for this event. I think he would agree with that logic.
Yeah, you know, if it works, don't matter. Never did anything wrong if you won the round. That's why Vitality are so good. They never make any mistakes. That's why they win all the rounds. Don't ask how many maps IEM Melbourne went to. As we got our first eco here for G2, we actually have an interesting game here. Zacker's been delivering on the opping over there on the A site, and Amelia is coming through with a big-time step-up compared to that previous map.
Yeah, absolutely. Started off really slow.
Oh, okay.
Now being able to step it up a little bit. Starry and Amelia peeking down towards the middle. I thought that was a spray transfer with the A4.
It still was.
Oh, he was the guy that got the player in pit?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Amelia stole the first kill. Okay, spray transfer the second.
Harder shot. I see.
Yeah.
Nice. Can't do that with the auto shotty.
Yeah.
I just see
incredible.
Snacks. I see Snacks waiting in T bedrooms right now with a just devious smirk on his face.
With a deagle, no less. Like, you could realistically do this with any other gun. Just gotta really make sure it's a one-shot headshot. Okay, he gives up. After a minute of waiting in T-Apps, he's done. Time to run it down. Time to get this little timeout over with. A dink, I guess. Just more kills for Starry. And Snacks. Best of luck, Chief. Come on, put a highlight. Just one deagle headshot. Not meant to be. Just 2 body shots there for West Melon. And we've got 4 rounds here for Lin Vision. This is going to get interesting. Last 2 rounds of the half kind of decides the tempo of this game. G284 is obviously what they're looking for, but money here for Lin Vision is actually pretty good, so they can actually take a loss here and continue buying. They won't have to fall into that little CT cycle.
I got the timeout coming through here. Finally necessary. We see Taz trying to get everything back aligned. Want to make sure again that this is a comfortable sweep here for G2 to open up their affairs in Dallas.
There's been a couple really nice set plays from Lin Vision, especially that top banana round, where they had the flashbang through to completely full send it from the B site all the way down to bottom B, and they just collect 3 kills on the way to doing it. Lin Vision has some pocket plays that have actually caught G2 off guard. And we'll see if they can keep doing that as we head down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, dedicated moves for your aggression is a really good sign, and we're going to see a little bit more of that right now. Amelia flying down middle, trying to take some information. Deep flashbang goes in as well, and a quick flank. Zacher has his teammates back as well. More impact out of this Opper. This is crazy aggressive though. Amelia fighting on every front right now, knows he has to do a whole lot. And they're going to crunch it on Banana. Malb's going to get flanked through if it's not for Call Me Sue, who finds it initially. And Amelia's just given a path to open up towards a B bomb site for safety. What an insane route to run down middle, up Banana, and take a 5v3 now. And he wasn't even a part of it. He was just a distraction.
Look at the world tour. He just went through enemy lines and escaped out the other side. And a favorable round here for G2 Esports, rather for Lin Vision, as we see G2 trying to channel themselves towards top Banana. High-low setup, though, and erased there. Hey, just vaporized by the double setup. There'll be some utility thrown, but Snacks surely not to actually follow through with this.
Oh my god.
Or a flashbang to do it, but took some time to jump up there, and that will cost him his life.
Yeah, that could have been deadly timing right there with the HE out and everything. But there's more of that Lin Vision, pocket strat rolled out right there to completely devastate that round. That's off the back of a G2 timeout, so you know they have something cooked up right there in terms of the strategy that got completely disrupted. Thrown in the bin right there when you have to deal with Amelia pushing down middle and you have to play this round through a 5v3. There's no plan A that you call the timeout for when that happens in a round. You have to completely revision what you're going for. And
Mac 10s? Mac 10s. All of them for G2 and 4 players going up and out. This is going to be fun. Mobs MD to lead the charge, but can't get the first. Westbell will be paved into a road, and same goes for Call Me Sue. And now the Mac 10s, hey, they upgrade to AKs because CT's all had them. We got a 3v4 on the B site.
Yeah, we got deep control towards Coffins as well for Hades. Smoke goes in deep in towards CT, so they're going to be disrupted before they even try this retake off. Trying to get past this utility right now. Amelia kept at bay here, playing inside the confines of this smoke, though things get just so awkward in separation. I don't even know how you start this retake. Yeah, I mean, there's just a wall of smokes put in play that you have to run on past, hoping that this flashbang can do a lot of heavy lifting and that you can create weaknesses on the site. But the coverage here from the MP7 from Heavy God is great here, and a transfer with that gun. Unbelievable. Zacher not long lasting either, as Heavy God good to close, and so will G2 here with 7.
think I can think of many MP7 highlights that I've seen in Counter-Strike. Well, we've just witnessed one. A triple kill there from Heavy God to lock in a 7-5 half for G2 and to try and lock up this series clean 2-0. Although, Heavy God, yeah, not so happy with his how this half is going to be starting off.
Yeah, I should be happy with how it ended, though, man. We haven't seen many MP7 highlights because no one uses that gun, but he might be trying to innovate right now. He might be a specialist when it comes to the MP7. It's trying to take notes from himself and make new strides here. It could be the new, Krieg or AUG. We could all just be missing out.
So it is just a laser beam because its recoil pattern is so easy. For those at home, you just pull down and to the left at like a 45-degree angle, and congratulations, you now have a laser beam that's an SMG. And, down to the left for 15 bullets, all right? It's an upside down 7. But...
So then it is the new Krieg.
Not saying anything, but I might have just spelled it out.
He's gonna take us back. He's gonna take us back to the Krieg meta right now. T-side just rocking the MP7 cross map. It did look like a laser beam right there, and he beat the auto shotgun. It feels like it has a whole lot of uses right now.
It also has much better ranged accuracy than a MAC-10, so you kind of have a little bit of a laser beam and mid-range capabilities. So in certain situations, it's a better bonus weapon because you might be able to beat some rifles compared to something like a MAC-10. Especially as well, for the gun, you can actually try to aim for headshots pretty easily compared to the shaky spray of the MAC-10. And for armorless CTs, well, now you have a rapid-fire AK. So just some of the benefits there of the MP7. Potentially added to
any
your
weapons
arsenal.
that you like to use that are a little bit atypical?
Well, I mean, I've recently become a full-time 5.7 abuser. I'd never buy the Deagle ever again. I realize, I just in my head, I think about what my KD is with the 5.7 compared to what it is with the Deagle. The Deagle looks cool. It feels great. It is the most...
feels that much better. I throw KD aside for that one Deagle, 3K round that you just completely luck into every once in a while.
Look, it's the most satisfying feeling in all of gaming, but the 5.7 does it best.
It gets the wins. You're about the wins right now. I can respect that.
I'm up to 2,300 elo on Faceit. I'm on the climb. I'm on the climb.
Okay.
It's harder here in NA, by the way.
You're catching up to me.
I know. Whole championship. My goal is 2,500 by the end of the month. Anyways, we'll see if we can get to that. And we'll get to this. Pistol round here for Lin Vision. Lane pop. And, well, Heavy God continues his rampage. He's going to need to keep it going. And he does. A second kill. And Hunter also brings one to the table to give Moms a chance. A 1 versus 2.
Yeah, crazy 4-man stack right there on that A side. Still broken through because of Starry's entries and visual spotted on Malbs. They just completely prepare themselves now. An incredibly difficult crossfire to get past. We'll see what he can do. Fake decoy off the wall. It doesn't sell out the position though. Starry just looking to avoid it and never gets the peek. I almost think that decoy forced Starry to duck so that Malbs couldn't get the fight. And Malbs just furious that he couldn't find it.
The decoy worked against him in the funniest way possible. It didn't make him look away. He just ducked away, and Malbs a bit frustrated over there. And force buy back here for G2. This is becoming more common. Want to bring an op out as soon as possible, or just win the force buy, and you're sitting pretty. We'll see what happens here. As 3 players towards Banana. Fast top Banana control. For Lin Vision, they want to take it all the way to the house. Swing in the corner as well, and immediately goes down to 30 for it.
Some good early damage done here. Nice force buy from the CT side, but still, again, control taken towards the top of car here, and some utility pretty heavily dispensed early on. This feels like a pretty big gamble right now, and one that just isn't in the right direction. Snax is going to get an execute thrown his way, and that smoke not going to be able to provide him much coverage. He's going to have to come through big time.
Okay, well, 0 coffin smokes, weirdly enough, and Snacks delivers 1, but it's not going to quite slow him down. They threw 2 CT smokes. I'm very confused.
Well, take that as a dry run right there. Notice that there's no coffin smoke and say, hey guys, I think we might have messed up. Hopefully they know what they messed up right there. Then hopefully they don't just think they missed their coffin smoke.
Blay is tossing and turning somewhere. Wherever in the world he is.
You can never have enough CT smokes.
Well, you could put 5 smokes down in CT and 1 HE will break it. I'm just letting you know. It's not going to stop the HE.
Sure, it doesn't weigh a little bit more there, a little bit more cloud.
Ooh. I'm thinking I'll have to consult the physics director of Counter-Strike and we'll have a talk. I'm not like Ross. I don't actually know people like that, so. Ross, of course, well known that he is the developer.
I can tell by the way you said physics director, like that's a role there. Director
Probably
physics at Valve.
At Valve, like a college. Oh, over here at Valve University, HD. I mean, you've seen the Vitality's new jerseys as well. I wouldn't call it college; it's more the American style high school varsity dealio. Rops, I feel like he could be a PhD if he tried. He's a smart cookie. I don't think Rops would take well to me calling him a smart cookie, but here we are.
A PhD in Counter-Strike, maybe. See what they can deliver, though. I mean, they're doing a very similar setup right now as of last round. This time a Hulls pop. We'll see if they can get back into that A site in time. Heavy God following in the execute as the Ops pop comes through. Flying down with the T side, but this pit control established is going to be near impossible to break through. 3 players hoping that the smoke can shroud their positioning, and Amelia finally able to break through the deadlock now. Into the site he goes, distractions being caused, everyone on the scene, but everyone starts to drop, and Mobs doesn't last too much longer. Lin Vision now claiming a lead here on their T side, finding access in the opening rounds.
This is a bit awkward, but this is what we prepared for. Obviously, with the force by G2, are prepping for this. Hades should have enough for an AWP.
Surely.
If he wants it, that is. We do have a timeout coming through here from Lin Vision. Yes, Hades does bring out the AWP for this one.
Good sign there. I mean, so far I've been really impressed with Lin Vision. Right now, both sides of the half. Talk about the established control that they've been able to take on that CT side with their early set pieces. Looks fantastic. Now they do have to dig a little bit deep into their bag if they want to pull off this effort on the T side, right? We've seen some pretty explosive, quick plays, but we've already seen some of the executions get disrupted when you're dealing with half buys and forces. But now you're dealing with the full gun rounds here. You're not going to see as gambly of setups for G2 to create big weaknesses. So this is where you got to button up a little bit on this T side right now. I think that's what this timeout's for. Get the ball moving once again. Op down middle here. The CT side opping available for these sort of moves, often because there's not an op to deal with early on, and Hunter's crawling down middle as well. Been able to split the gap right now, and Hunter falls. Starry deals with him. He reads into that play so effectively, and excellent coverage from Lin Vision to open up the round. Now more pressure on Hades to try and find this fight down middle.
He's putting a lot of pressure on himself to hit a difficult shot. If they come through the underpass, but as the smoke fades and Boiler has to back away, and G2 are ceding a lot of ground. The only piece of map control they have is Mobs jump spotting top banana. This is really important. But he lets go of the line for just a little bit and goes back into a more passive stance. This comes down to Hades here on the A side as the bomb moves over 40 seconds.
They're gonna have to do a whole lot right now. Hades trying to force a fight right now. Zachar prepared for it and gets caught. An equalizer found from Hades as the rest look to pop out through the halls. He goes and clears out brackets. As much as they try to sell a fake towards B, the weight of this round remains on Heavy God's shoulders as they try and inch their way Out of apartments. What's the cue? 20 seconds left. No utility. A contact approach, hoping to get them while they're rotating in, but a quick trade from Call Me Sue to break through. Hades still positioned to try and deny the box, and a tough shot connected. 9 seconds left. He's trying to buy time, but sprayed down inside the smoke. Is there enough to get onto the site?
He did it!
3 seconds. Does he have time? No, not quite. G2. They steal the round away. Malps and Snacks get to take a seat on the B site as Hades has done dusted enough to win.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
We are live here from IEM Dallas, and we're joined by a special guest next to our desk. Chad, you used to be part of it. This used to be your ground.
The desk was dead,
Chad,
Jacob.
what happened?
It's back.
They killed the desk. There was only couches, but take a look at this bad boy. You got a whole lot of desk here, gentlemen. This is just for two of you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at this.
It's too big for two of us, so we brought in you, Chad. We brought in
Look
the
at it,
third guy.
Yanko.
I mean,
You got a telestrator.
it suits you really well,
got
Chad.
laptops?
You look so good right now.
I didn't come dressed for the desk. I'm a caster. I'm not on camera.
It's
I'm
fine.
wearing a casual t-shirt.
Did
My
you
hair's
see-
not done. I'm
Did you
not
see
wearing
Josh?
makeup.
You're dressed up for him.
Oh,
What's the
okay.
Australian dream?
This is a Hills hoist. This is the clothesline in your backyard. Maybe you would have. Do you have a backyard?
No.
Well, in a backyard in Australia,
He's on a
Hills-
bike though.
Yeah, well, you can actually power the Hills hoist with your bike. Anyway, it's a washing line that spins, and it's an Australian invention.
Okay. Anyway, we have had some sick games throughout the day, and I think we should just quickly recap a little bit what we've seen so far. We see Simple back in action, Chat. Was that exciting for you?
Mate, the viewers loved it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Jason hates it. He can't quite believe it, but
That's why
the
we put
viewers
him on
loved
that
it.
game.
Look, having him back, a couple of flashes of brilliance, hasn't been in the server for a while. It's Simple. I had a nice little line that I had in the trailer. Did you hear that? Did you hear the line?
No.
What was it? Fans or foe, love him or hate him, anticipating the return of the king or preying on his downfall, you'll be watching either way. Simple, there's no one like him. I practiced that a few
That's
times.
great.
But that is a great line, isn't it? So thanks, guys. There's me, there's Simple. There's lots of great things going on at the moment.
Liquid winning 2-0, surprisingly, or?
Look, what are you going to expect when it's two stand-ins?
Yeah.
If it was one stand-in, I think Carrigan can keep delivering, but he's got to deal with Skulls as well as Simple, right? So I think Map 1 was pretty close of Ancient. Yanko, on the plane, was your data good enough to watch?
No, I kept up on the HLTV
Scoreboard,
match.
okay.
Yeah, just the scoreboard.
Yeah,
I was
old
like,
school.
oh yeah, Simple killed by ultimate again. I can see him fuming. I can see him fuming.
Legacy pushed him a bit. This was some good clutches from Sadzen, I believe it was, to push them down the stretch. But yeah, all in all, I think we've had our expected results for the day so far.
Yeah.
We have. We also did see Falcons win 2-0, and we have seen Falcons as of late being arguably the second best team in the world.
I agree. Yeah, I heard your demo before, and I'm with Yanko. I think they've looked the most competitive against Vitality in the finals. Like Maus...
Overtaking Maus, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I look, and maybe I'm just I'm not a Maus hater. I like Maus, but I think Vitality...
You like Falcons more, don't you, Chad?
Yeah, and you want Vitality to get pushed. Right? I think Falcons have a bit more punch to them, right? Monacy now in the ranks for sure. They're my number 2.
Let me then ask you the same question I asked Yanko. You have Falcons, you're the second best team in the world, and all of a sudden we see these rumors about another roster change coming up after the major. Why not? You're the second best team in the world. You have been utterly shit for 2 years. You couldn't make anything happen. Yeah, but do you think you're gambling a bit too much, or is it the right thing to do?
Is there too... No, I won't say what I was going to say. Now, here's the thing. How do you say his name, Jacob?
Kyusuke.
Okay, so
Thank God he's not a caster.
Most people say Kioske.
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 But wait, it's not. Kiyosuke is what most people say. I say Kioske. Now, I don't know if I'm right or if I'm wrong, but it's hotly debated, right? It is actually hotly debated in terms of how you say his name. But I see what you're saying, right? If you are already this good and you've only had Monacy in the team for, a handful of weeks now, we're talking 4 weeks in total. They've had 2 weeks of practice coming into this event. How good can they be? Now you're sowing seeds of doubt. You might be causing some anxiety within the team. Magic got testers thinking they're playing for their career, which could cause some, not career, I said that on the cast as well, their life in the lineup.
For Magis, maybe.
Yeah, which could cause a couple of issues for their confidence and whatnot running into this major cycle. So In terms of getting the key piece of Kioske, it's great to have it in the ranks of Falcons, but how is it going to work role-wise? And why did Spirit let go of such a key piece of inventory, really? That's the one that I'm worried about. What is he a rotten egg and Spirit know about it?
Well, that's the one that's shocking, right? Like everyone's thinking, okay, it was supposed to be Magex, but then he had that performance in the final of the major, so then they stuck around, right? But you can see even with Donk and some of his frustrations that we could see in Astana, right? Like they're dropping maps to teams he feels like they're not supposed to. Doesn't feel like they're maybe playing on a high enough level, even though they did what they could. I mean, they won the tournament.
That's what they had to do, and they did
exactly.
it. Yeah.
So I think that's the issue, is you're letting him go knowingly. Like, what, did he just had to play his roles which overlap with Donk's roles, and then obviously, I mean, you know who you're going to go with in that scenario?
For sure.
Could the money be too good? Like, could Falcons come in with an offer that was just simply too good?
That's it as well, right? So if you can ship off this piece, it's a good piece, but maybe he's got a couple of issues, and you think you send him to Falcons is going to cause role overlaps. You would have had role overlaps yourself, and you also have a bunch of talented other players in that academy team. This is the thing. Kioske gets all the shine, but some of those other players have some pretty good output as well. And it's not like Russia is lacking talent, right? So maybe there's more players that they think, and if you get all that cash, okay, who do you want? Do you want to get Perfecto in? Could Perfecto be a move, right? Like, I know we haven't seen him for a while, but in terms of a proven anchor in big games, is he the type of player that you'd want to go for? We know that he's under the Cloud9 buyout right now because he's still on the bench, isn't he? So a lot going on there.
This just felt like the easiest option for them. And also, I mean, he seems like another generational talent, like Monacy, like Donk. Like,
there has to be a reason.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Tell us, Jacob, what's the reason?
I think it's money.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the reason for a lot of the stuff happening in the world right now.
I think he definitely... There was no way he was going to be on Spirit Academy next season. He was either going to be on Spirit main team or some other, proper tier 1
You know
team.
who knows?
Who knows?
Overdrive.
Yeah, it's funny how he doesn't say anything about that.
Yeah, tell us, Overdrive. Where is he? Which one?
Somewhere out there.
Tell us, Overdrive. Why did you sell him? You scouted. Did he scout him? He scouted
He
Don.
scouted everyone.
Yeah, you scouted it. Why did you get rid of him? We want to know. Let us know, because we don't know. The people at home don't know.
And we want to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
let's play with the idea he's coming in. Magisk or Tessus?
Oh, it's got to wait for the major, don't ya?
No. Let's do it now.
I don't know. Tessus has played better. I mean, he's shown us more, right?
Six-man roster.
I think it's also unfair. I think it's kind of... I don't know. I would have been fine with Magus playing the entirety of the year, in a way.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Unless you could get someone like Bit, right? Like,
sure.
It's like someone who's clearly one of the best anchors in the world right now and who's just younger, and there's more positive next to him. Like I said to Jacob when he asked me, it is a little bit worrisome with Kioske. He is unproven in Tier 1. I'm not saying he's not going to be good, but that's like you're getting, everyone else is already experienced and the team is like set to compete for trophies, but he's not.
That's
so
a
is
whole
that
lot
going to
of
hold you back for a
He's
season
won 2
or not?
lands, Yanko.
I want an answer.
La La Land.
No, Land to Land. It's based off an anime. Dan to Dan.
Not just making shit
It's
up.
real. It's an anime. I watched it.
Dan la 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 la.
Tessus or Magisk?
Can I make more changes to the roster, or is it just the one? I only get the one?
One of the two. You can kick Nico too if you want to.
No. I was going to say we get rid of both of them.
Okay.
And we bring in Bit and Kioske. And then Kioske takes
just want to see the
Tessus'
world
roles,
burn, huh? Yeah.
And then Bit takes Magisk's roles.
Okay. An unanswer. Anyway, before we let you go, Chad, Spirit, it's a good question. You just saw them in Astana, and we haven't seen them, go toe-to-toe with Vitality for quite some time.
They're not beating Vitality or Falcons.
No? Are you disappointed in
I mean,
Spirit?
they're a level... I mean, they could always beat them in theory, right? Because you have Donk on the server.
Sure.
And Shiro is trying to be a little bit more aggressive, but just what they're displaying, what they're putting out there, as soon as the other guys are not playing their A game, I mean, the gap between them and the other team is just too significant.
Speaking of Donk, you probably saw the winner interview from Astana. How does that make you feel?
First of all, I watch it and I go, well, you do care, right? That's my first instinct. But the second is, okay, he's a young lad, right? We have to remember he's a teenager. He's thrust into the light as the best Counter-Strike player of last year. He's also doing an interview in... I wouldn't even call it his second language. He's getting better at English, of course, but not in his home tongue, and he's having to do it on a stage, right? So if I take the interview at face value, I don't like it, right? I think, oh, that kind of sucks because this crowd is here cheering for you, and most of the time you're the enemy. Most of the time you're being cheered against, and they're here to watch you succeed. So you'd hope to be, yeah, thanks, guys, But if I then factor in the fact he's young and it's not an interview he was doing in Russian, then I'll give him a pass.
And he's
I don't
not happy with the team?
Yes.
Potentially, allegedly.
Yeah, according to Shiro saying that on a co-stream. So I don't think that he doesn't care, right? And I feel that if people are scorned by that sentiment, that they should give him a little bit more leeway. He's a young man.
Before we let you go, Chad, do you share the sentiment of Janko that Spirit is obviously a factor at the major, but they're not going to win?
I think this is the thing. If they're playing the absolute best Counter-Strike, then they can take any of the teams. But at the moment, they're not up to that level. So to see that happen, I wouldn't be backing it, right? I think that at the moment it's Falcons and Vitality, then it's Mouse and Spirit, and I would put those two teams quite similar together. But then after that, it's quite a void between those teams. So they're still in top 4 contention. I think that they should be looking for a semi-finals, whereas Mongols will be lucky if they can make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, you know what? You can make it to the casting desk, Chad. It was a pleasure to have you join us once more, back in your old roots, back in your old grounds. As you said, we have the Mongols arriving into this game versus Furia. And now, Janko, you were in Astana just, 16 hours ago or something like that with these guys. I don't know if you shared the same plane with them, but they played pretty good Counter-Strike in Astana. Are you excited for Furia all of a sudden, or was that just a blimp of the radar?
I hate to say it, Jacob, but I kinda am.
You are?
I kinda am.
Takes a lot to get you excited, huh?
Doesn't really, as you can tell from my answer to your question. But it was interesting because we had no idea what to expect from Furia, right? I mean, you have a rookie Opper and you're bringing back Kindar and you're going to communicate in English now. Fallen is going to be a rifle IGL for the first time in a long time. But they looked actually good. I think one of the main reasons are Yekindar and Molodoi. Yekindar, we know what sort of a player he is, a little bit all in with some of his moves. So when they work, it's such a big bonus for your team, and when they don't work, it becomes a little bit of a liability. And he had I think his best tournament in a long time in Astana. And Molodoi, for such a young and inexperienced player, I think he handled the pressure and the arena really well. I think he has shown flashes of his ceiling. We've also seen some of the inconsistencies, right, which is to be expected. But all in all, nothing but positives for Furia from their first showing. I mean, they made top 4.
They made top 4, and I think that was a big surprise to a lot of people, including myself. And this may be a bit of an unfair question to ask you, but do you think it's sustainable for Furia? Is that the new level that we can expect from them, or was it more so of a honeymoon period?
I don't know, because Fallen just playing Anchor, like seeing him play B Mirage and,
That's wild.
Yeah, going up against the Mongols where they're just going B almost every round and sort of abusing it to some extent. It was wild to see, but I think also with some adjustment, I don't know, because he was kind of vague about his future, right? Is he going to hang it up after this major, or is there going maybe going to be another season? I think actually this tournament in the major will determine that. If he feels like he can do enough in that role, I think he will stick around. But if he doesn't feel comfortable and just feels a little bit lost in the role, I think he might move on to something else.
And that's perhaps what we're seeing right now. Fallen leaving Furia in a place where replacing him could be a step in the right direction. And as you said, they did play well. Now, Yekindar is a big point of conversation for me. He was struggling so much in Team Liquid. Like, we were all talking about maybe if he comes alive, maybe if we see the VP Yekindar coming back alive, he can still be an asset.
Maybe if he moves away from the monitor a little bit.
Maybe that as well. Now, you saw him play in Astana, and you said it yourself, he was playing his best tournament in a long time. Now, is that sustainable?
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to bring up. He's he's a short-term solution. I mean, he's a stand until the end of the season. But he was even saying in an interview, I actually want to stick. I'm really enjoying my time here to kick things off. Right, like seems like they're meshing well together. So I don't know if it's sustainable. Also, let's be honest. They played MIBR 2 times. They played Odek. They played Gamer Legion, who just had an off tournament and was out 0-3. And they played the Mongols, who they lost to in the first game, I believe. So here, when they have to go against the tougher opposition, we have to see how they perform, and then we'll have a better sample size and can judge them a little bit better.
So a lot of questions, I guess, surrounding Furia right now, but overall we are positive when it comes to how they played and conducted themselves at Astana. Now, at IEM Dallas, is there any bare minimum you expect from them? Are we going to see them maybe attend the playoff, or is it still too soon for that lineup?
I don't know about the expectations. It's tough, man. I mean, we were on the same trip, and it can't get much easier to fly from from where Astana is to where Dallas is. It's 2 flights, 20-hour travel time, but still, you're kind of wrecked. I mean, even though you're sleeping, you're not sleeping, doesn't matter. Like how much quality sleep you can get on a plane. So I think that's the biggest thing that's going to be holding him back. Obviously, the adrenaline, is going to get you going somewhat, but after a while, I'm afraid they might just run out of gas tonight.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see. Now, their opponents, as you said, they have met, recently. They met in Astana, the Mongols, a team that for a long, long time, the conversation around them was positive. We were speaking about them as finally taking the step up, finally getting better, but now we've seen them stagnating a little bit. You saw them in Astana as well. Are you still disappointed with Mongols not getting any better and not doing anything in the arenas?
Here's the key thing about the Mongols. Is like, I don't think we should be disappointed with what they're showing us right now. Okay. I think we got deluded into having higher expectations for them. Like, we just had the golden boy of Counter-Strike here, Chad Sponge Burchill, and you know which name he didn't mention with contenders for the major? The Mongols. Like, it's them and some of these other teams that come after the four big teams that he mentioned, and I think it's those names struggling, some big names, Monesi in G2 and Nico in Falcons before they teamed up together, Mao still finding their ceiling, Spirit not being at every tournament is what got you to think, oh, maybe Mongols are the next contender, or Aurora for that matter. And they're not. Like, they're just not. They don't have that high of a ceiling at the moment. Maybe one of the reasons is still, even though I don't completely buy it, that they're still one of the youngest teams out there, but they've had a lot of experience together. They've been together for a long time. So it's just about figuring out how do you get better from here. Is it getting more out of some of these players? And sure, Senzu has a drop-off in playoffs and that's not helping them. But even with that, it doesn't seem like it would be enough to lift a trophy at a tournament of this magnitude.
I love that point because I very much agree. Not everyone can be the best team in the world. Not everyone can be a top 3 or top 5 team. And if you look at the budget, you look at the player material they have to work with, the size of Mongolia as well, no one should really expect the Mongols to be a top 5 team.
I guess you want to see the Mongols play their A game in a playoff game, right? Against your Vitality or against your Falcons or against your Maus and in front of a crowd, right? And then see how that would look like. And it's not just a blowout because, the other team didn't show up. Like, win a close competitive game against a against a contender team, and then we can talk. Because they did beat Liquid, in Melbourne, great. They go against Vitality, they get 6 rounds total over the course of 2 maps, right? Like, sure, Vitality the best right now. It's all cool. We all know it, but you need to do better than that.
But for them to do that, Janko, for them to win against a good team in a playoff game means that they have to get to the playoff. Now, we spoke about Furia. They're taking a step up right now. They're exciting. Do you think there's a potential risk here for the Mongols not even winning the opening game?
I hardly so. I think, especially considering that they beat Furia in Astana as well, also opening game. So I think they will do the same here. They did have at least one extra day, I believe, in terms of getting adjusted because they were out in the quarterfinals on Friday in Astana, which again, not a great result for them. Lost to Aurora, who they've usually been beating. But I think against this Furia lineup and in the state in which they're going to be in today, I think they have the upper hand because it's also, when you're tired and it's your concentration drops off just a little bit, your focus drops off just a little bit, and then you're more prone to making small mental mistakes. And in a game like Counter-Strike, like that's all it takes for things to go bad really, really quickly.
And is that a fair point to make?
Come on, man!
Oh my
is he just resting?
He's resting the hair.
Like this is a bit. It's too much. It's too much. I wonder if he would be like a better player if he actually would give it a month and just, play like that.
I mean, if you could see more than 25% of the screen, yeah? I don't know. Is that a point that's fair to make that for Furia to win this game, they probably have to do 2-0? Because the longer the game drags out, the worse it's going to be for them concentration-wise.
Yeah, that would be a good point as well. I also want to see Mongol. I imagine Furia is going to pick Anubis again, right? And for the Mongols, it does seem to be one of their weaknesses lately, right? And it was maybe their 3rd best map before, after the likes of Mirage and Ancient, and now Inferno stepped in, Anubis fell off. It's like where people are punishing them, it seems like it's almost worse than Dust 2 at this point in time. So that's where they need to sort of find their game again, because a lot of the series that they were able to win was because they were able to win on Anubis too.
Alrighty, well, we're just about ready with the game. Maybe Furia lacks a bit of energy, but the 2 guys that will be guiding you through this game are not known to be lacking energy. Machine and Sponge, please do take it away.
Now look, if you're going to judge somebody, you're going to have to walk a mile in their shoes. So I want you at home, everybody right now tuning into this match, Furia versus the Mongols. If you're in front of your PC, if you're not, get yourself in front of one right now. Sit as close as this man right here.
We're talking fringe on the top of the monitor.
And if you don't have one, make it up.
I've positioned myself accordingly.
Get as close as you can.
A challenge, I'll be honest, to do any sort of play-by-play, but I can really see the pixels surrounding the crosshair.
Can you see the Vito right now?
No.
Anubis.
Should I have a look?
Mirage. Dust 2.
Okay.
I like it. We're not going to have Inferno as the third. Anubis Furia won last time round. Now, look, here's the fact. Yanko pointed this out quite astutely, and he will know somewhat of how Furia and Aurora are feeling after the travel. 20-hour travel day, your performance, whether physical, mental, or emotional, would likely be significantly impaired.
Yes.
Right? And this is the thing. When we're talking about cognitive performance, there have been studies that show if you stand awake for 20-plus hours, it can bring your cognitive function similar to a blood alcohol level of 0.05 or 0.1%. Reaction times will be slow, memory falters, decision-making becomes less sharp. You're going to have a tough time out there on the battlefield that is Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not it does hamper the Furia victory replication of the Furia victory on Anubis. Info spotted. Yakinda, he gets more than info. He wants to take that pot shot. This is his chance. Glock is advancing. 3 players here to trifle with that 910 Glock. Partnered up with Techno, pushing into the dual Berettas, and just the one from Yuri. It's going to work out for Mongols. They'll have access to the site. The bomb will be going down thanks to Blitz. I can't see anything. I have to take a step back.
No, that's fair. I wasn't expecting you to try and cast around like it.
It was just an experiment.
I'm glad that you gave it a go. And so you get to see through Yakinda's eyes, or your own replicating Yakinda's eyes. But this 2v3 retake of the B bomb site with Mazinha on the flank. This one's curtains as, takes a pot shot. There is the kit in play, but Senzu will remove him. Quesarado down. Molodoy, the Kazakh, the hometown hero of the event just gone, is hoping to get something on the way out the door. May as well hold on to the armor at this point, son. Very colourful dual Berettas.
It's a very colourful kind of kit he's rocking right now. We've got greens, reds, oranges, the whole 9 yards.
The whole colour spectrum.
What's your favourite colour? Do you have one? I know you're not 5 years old anymore.
As a 45-year-old man, you just stop having favourite colours. You don't do birthdays.
I suppose you're not on Tinder dates anymore, because that used to be a question.
It's Hinge now.
It's Hinge, isn't it? Yeah.
They're all on Hinge. Dinko's all over that, I'd say. Especially with his new haircut. He's got the... I can't say those words.
Don't say it, then, I think, is my advice. But we do have a second round force buy.
That's true.
Excitement grows for the FAMAS of Molodoy.
And Yakinda.
Yeah, someone dropped him that? Yeah, Fallen's just a nice guy.
One of the nicest, really.
He is a nice guy.
But yeah, just bringing in this travel factor, I would say you're going to be operating at about 50 to 70% of your maximum.
That sounds reasonable, yeah.
And even if you traveled in business, I mean, it's a time zone change.
It's what Yanko said as well. It's like, regardless of how much you slept, it's the quality of the sleep.
True.
Like, I mean, there are probably a very few, a handful of exceptions. Yuri's done well to remove Senzu. It puts us into a contention for a conversation about a second round conversion. Yuri versus
team flash.
No, a team flash.
Did Yuri see him?
Yuri. Wow, deleted by that. And no armor on Fallen. So that's the end of that. Might be able to get an upgrade out of the Mac 10 as well. Does indeed find a FAMAS. And a dreamy second round conversion. So a third, it should be a freebie.
And here's the problem. I quite like the changes that Furia have made, because clearly over in the region of Brazil, they're having a very tough time with these contracts and forming the super team. Because if anybody should be able to house them, you'd think it would be names like Quesarado and Fallen under Furia being able to get the players that they want. But clearly they can't. And if you accept that, which they have, you have to move on and you have to make some changes. I liked what I saw from Furia. I liked the way that they approached the game. You and I were casting some of the group stage games from Astana remotely. I think that Fallen on the Rifle was a fun watch. Molodoy had some flashes of brilliance on the AWP for a youngster coming out of Amcal, right? We get to see more and more of him within the Tier 1 sphere. But this right now, I'm getting in there so early, because if I'm wrong, Furia inspired the travel day. Take down the Mongols. But what's most likely going to happen is they get owned.
Yeah.
And that's okay because of the context. I think they will also be aware of that as the team, right? They'll be like, okay, we had a really good performance over there in Astana. It's unfortunate, the travel day, we come in here, we get blown up by Mongols. Let's not read too much into it, but let's get a good night of rest. Let's bounce back tomorrow, and let's put on our best face as Counter-Strike. Someone in chat, Bat Soup Lover, has suggested give them a map advantage because of jet lag. Actually, look, we will take a Twitch poll on that. And maybe I can get Slavinsky on the line and we can see if we can push that one through.
I think that is absolutely brilliant.
So
idea,
type 1 in chat if you agree we should give them one map for free, or type Glorp in chat if you think that it should just remain a standard best of 3. So let us know.
Okay, well, we've taken a timeout until we complete the poll. Just so you know, it's kind of regulation. We have to, now the poll is in motion.
Where's Control? What's his name? Like, he used to be one of my mods as well. Is he in chat? He usually does the polls. Where you at? It could be sleeping.
It's probably bedtime, isn't it? 7
late
p.m. local in Dallas.
Europe. Yeah.
Bat Soup Lover is also a audio-only listener.
And shout out to the audio-only listeners.
Yeah, they don't get enough recognition. That's an interesting nickname, isn't it?
We're getting ones. We're getting lots of ones. Where are the Glorps?
Wait, does that mean we're actually giving...
Bring on the Glorps!
Oh, no, here come the Glorps.
The army of Glorps.
Yeah, come on now.
The Glorps have landed. Alex, if you had to... What's the word when aliens come and you need to talk to them?
Abducted.
No. No, when the
close
aliens...
encounter.
No, but okay, so you're representing the government.
Yeah.
The aliens have come. We're sending you out to talk to the aliens. There's a term for that. Make contact?
Yeah, chat.
If you had to make contact with the Glorps,
yeah,
what would be the first thing you say?
I would speak in their language.
Of course.
It's kind of like a meow.
Yeah, but what would you say? I'm not saying how would you say it. We know you're fluent in Glorp.
Something like that. Something like that's what I think it sounds like.
What's the movie with the Martians?
The Martian? No, there's no Martians in The Martian.
No. It's
well, he is technically the Martian.
They're like the green heads, and they come.
Green heads. Mars attacks.
Yes.
And I did it.
We come in peace, and then they let go of the doves, and then the laser guns come out. Hashtag spoiler alert.
You have ruined it for everyone. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Jeez, how old is that movie? I don't think
probably older than Senzu.
Yeah. Nice red pad though. Doesn't really stand out amongst the black periffs.
That's short for peripheral.
Yeah, I shortened it because I'm cool like that.
Concerned.
I look like a Prince Stream angle he's gone for there on the grip tape.
But we're back underway. Mara, look at that smile. Mazinho as well, the cherub. Apparently he's on billboards in Mongolia. Not even a joke. No cap.
No cap?
Fax,
for real?
No printer.
Yo.
Gang. Anyway, first gun round. Big Molo, he's got out the AWP. Take a pick over towards Con. Not smoked off. At 9-10 gets the better of him.
Well, I'm afraid, Chad, that is all of the last dreg of hope I had from all of your negativity.
I wasn't being negative. No, I was being realistic.
Yes, okay. From all your realisticness, I think that's the technical term. Molodai has taken an opening death on his first AWP, and I consider that game.
Okay.
So Glorp's in the chat for that one.
So Senzu was born in 2006. Mars Attacks came out in 1996.
Yeah, so he wasn't even a glimmer in his father's eye.
Glorp to that one. All right, well, how do you lose a 5v4 advantage on... That's from Charlie the Unicorn. On Anubis, which is a heavily T-sided map, how do you lose it? Well, here's one way. The CT side gamble stacks correctly. Yes. Not incorrectly, but correctly.
The better of the two options for the CT side.
And they have gambled correctly.
However...
Oh, no, but Fallen, if you're going to go to the roulette table and you're going to put it all on red, you got to stick with it. He's left him.
Yakinda the AWPer doesn't deliver. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. If your cat, you don't have one, but imagine you did, right?
If I had a cat?
Yes. And it started showing Glorp symptoms, like it started growing antenna,
turning green,
and acting kind of sus, I think as the youth would say.
Yes. That's Glorp.
That's what Glorp's doing, right? So your cat's become Glorp overnight. Would you report it to the authorities, or would it be your little secret alien cat?
Is Glorp friendly? Is it still friendly?
Presumably it's not. Yeah, it's not out to get
Does
you
it come with
directly.
any special powers?
I actually think you determine its powers. It's like a genie simultaneously, like a
then
genie
I'm not
alien.
telling anybody.
Okay, I take it back. You can't have powers. That makes it too easy.
I think that
It's just suspiciously alien all of a sudden. What are you doing?
I'd let everybody know and I'd make an Instagram account.
Yeah, yeah.
It'd have its own TikTok.
That's a good answer.
Oi!
Oh, yeah! That was the most
by
exciting
the bloody
moment.
bell.
That is the highlight of Anubis so far. Do you see how nearly he died?
The hunt was on. The dogs were out. Glorp was smiling down from above. 4-0 start. Max loss bonus in play. Rifle round will follow. 9-10. Bang! Ready for that one. And through the smoke, Yakinda removed as well. But this is it, gentlemen. Hold it together. You know it's going to be tough. The individual factors of traveling from one time zone to the other, 20 hours. It's not going to be an easy day at the office, and they knew that coming into this. Emotional resilience will be required. They're going to be irritable. They're going to be more stressed.
And
lack of sleep, Alex, it reduces emotional regulation.
Yeah, 100%. You are going to be dysregulated is the word for it. And it's going to be very different. What that will do is it will compound rounds like this. That first gun round not going your way, you're AWPer dying in the opening to his rival. That's just going to be compounding into what will be frustrating and, of course, a little sluggish.
Can I come clean to you and everybody in the audience?
Please.
So I'm reading a document right now that is listing these factors. And one of them that it says here, tasks requiring patience or teamwork could feel tougher.
So basically what that says is Counter-Strike will be more difficult.
Oh dear.
That's so real.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
that's so real.
Okay, come on Furia, let's get around. I'm Team Furia right now. Let's go Brazil.
I'm sick of this biased caster on my screen.
Come on. Vamos.
Kinder and his partner in crime for this one, Yuri. Rumbled by Mazinho.
Give us an opener.
That's the opportunity for that has passed.
Hey, Mongols won't go. Come on, Furia. Get in there, get around. You stacked the site correctly. 3 of you are here to defend.
Fallen ahead of the play, gets Mazinho and Senzu down in the mag.
Now we're cooking.
He traded, but Molodoy's there. Pushes through on Jail. It's Fallen's round. Stands up, delivers, and the 4v5 turnaround. 9-10 trying to save his AWP. He won't be getting away with that one. Held by his rival, K-Serata from behind, and jobs are good. And Kinder the only one to go down.
Let's go. Now we're on the board. All right.
You willed that into existence.
And I'm on my feet now. I was sitting. Now I'm standing.
I will remain seated until they get back-to-back. The
Shun
B2B.
The non-believers. Oh, that's the first of many. I can feel it. I can feel it. This is a brotherhood bonding moment right now.
It would
Against all odds.
Oh, Tekno's doing the geeky smokes. Oh, I thought he was going to do the full exec off the rip, but just the first.
Well,
hang on, I'm just going to tune into my color commentator, Chad Spudge Birchall, who analyzes Counter-Strike plays and decisions. Chad, now I've got you on the line. Was that what you were looking for? If you're Furia.
But they can do it again. They just did it. They can do it again. Another disadvantaged situation.
Molodoy, if they flash, he's cooked. And they flash. He's gotten away with one. Okay, not bad. Fair play. As far as his options, that was a pretty good outcome. Fallen is up to the plate, does deliver an equalizing frag. K-Serata under scrutiny. Not blinded by the flashes of 9-10. Blitz takes a heavy lick, a headshot found. Dinked on down, now Yuri and K-Serata combine, and they've done it again. Just as you prophesized, Chad, the belief once again manifests a Furia second, and that's back-to-back consecutive gun rounds from the CT side. Usually that's a sign that the tides are changing.
Yeah, Blitz is still giving this one a go. Fallen's going to cut him off with the pass. The Godfather about to tuck Blitz into bed, put a horse's head right next to him. Is that what the mafia bosses do? They put like a horse's head in your bed?
In that movie one time, yeah.
Okay, so it's not like regular practice.
I don't know if it's a...
Watch this, 3 1-taps from Blitz. Actually, there'll be a burst, a 1-tap, and another burst.
I suspect 16 bullets is not enough.
Oh, it is.
For what you've said, yes. For what he does, absolutely not.
So Yakinda 0 and 6. And they still have managed to convert. So what can you say about that one? Can't argue with the facts. 4-2.
I think the fact of the matter is he'd probably have more than 4 ADR if he was an inch further away from his screen.
I think he did try sitting further away for a period of time on Liquado. And I don't know where, and he performed worse, right?
Yeah, he did.
Which I think was for a multitude of different factors.
Yeah, it wasn't like a double-blind test, was it? The variables weren't accounted for.
Yeah, because I think when you come over and you're teaching European meta to the North Americans, and then essentially you take over the mantle of being the captain of the team, it felt like.
Oh yeah, there was so many different things going on. That whole team was cursed.
Yeah, and then he got a lot of flack from the public, which is not what he received when he was on VP, right? Like, he was actually the golden boy of that team because he spoke the most English, did a lot of interviews, he was really good on the rifle. So yeah, I think also for a young man getting a lot of spotlight and a lot of it being negative, it can be tough to deal with. But now that Furia have won 2 rounds, if they win this third, the finances for the Mongols, sure, the loss bonus is going to be there. If they can deny the plant, that's great. Can get away with a cheeky lighter buy against them. And Furia can be back in this. And you're talking about belief. The closer they get and the better they do, I think the more locked in they'll become.
Yes, I agree with that.
Mongols had them in a... Oh, this is an Ago.
It is an Ago, and Kinder's chance to get on the board. A lot of bodies coming his way. No trade potential.
Nice.
Softened up by the HG. They weren't expecting him. Oh, agonizing. And a 0-7 scoreline. A little more damage. Oh, and Mazinho disrespects the util. The incendiary doesn't hold him at bay. Fallen trades, finds him late. Will they commit? They are. Surging now into the A site. Fallen looks like he's, overstepped the mark. The HG gets one from the grave. Yuri stands his ground for another. Awkward round now. Molodoy's arrived. They know that the rotation has likely occurred, and so here's the plan. Split up. Techno runs it to B. It's being accounted for by Yuri.
Oh, this is...
It's awkward. It's very, very awkward. Techno would have to, like, plant the bomb...
And then live.
And live somehow.
And 910's on the longest...
He's dead.
You're dead. And save 910.
Yeah. Well, they haven't immediately like jumped onto the defuse. They don't know.
There's no way.
They don't know.
There's no way.
They don't know.
They have kit though, and they have a smoke, and they have a molly.
Kit. Just smoke the bomb, Molodoy, and
oh
then...
my god, no, he's running. He's running. Oh, he's hurt.
Okay,
he's hurt.
They know. Ooh, just around the corner in time. The decision of when to make the noise. Such an undervalued prospect in Counter-Strike, and Molodoy connects to ensure that's Furia's round after all. So despite Yakinda's opening death, again, Furia convert.
If I say the number 5, what does that mean to you right now in the context of this game?
Bloody hell, that's an...
I know. So it's
Is it what Mongols won't be getting next round?
No, it's the amount of opening deaths Yakinda's given up in 7 rounds of play.
Oh, wait, is it really? Is it every round?
5 out of the 7.
Damn.
So that's... And the fact he's 0-7, even in the rounds where he's not the opening death, he hasn't contributed anything. So that's rough, as it will be the partial now for Mongols. They did get the bomb down. They can afford a little bit more. Next round will be into the full buys. But Furia... starting to will this into existence. Just a 1-round game. This is their map choice. Clear intent in Astana that they wanted to make this home turf, which is such an interesting map to want to make your home map, but maybe they feel they've got the recipe for success on it. So Mongols being made to work for their dinner. You're not going to get this one for free. And this is the map that Furia did take off of the Mongols when they played only last week.
Yeah, it wasn't long ago, was it?
And that's the thing. The fact that it's such a recent matchup. And you get... I love the fact as well that teams like Furia have been willing to take these risks so late in the season to give themselves a competitive major. This VRS in 2025, you understand once you're qualified, then you can actually take a few risks. And identifying the fact that with the roster they had, they weren't going to be as competitive as they were hoping to be, this change from Furia might get them a little bit deeper in the tournament. And right now, this is about getting reps and building the confidence, building the playbook. As Fallen flash forward, look at the fight connects onto the first.
Honestly, Fallen really has, jokes aside, looked comfortable on the rifle. It wasn't necessarily the default expectation for a lifetime AWPer to be, changing roles into just the rifle. understandably, you're making sense for the next generation of AWPing talent and simultaneously maintaining your leadership with that experience he has in buckets and spades.
I think Yanko brought it up as well. In terms of the future of Fallen, there's been several times the conversation about, is he retiring? How much longer is he doing this for? You'd feel him going into the rifling in-game leading role as the first real step in that direction from someone that made his name as AWPing in-game leader for the greatest Brazilian team of all time. But you look at the positions that he plays on the CT side, and those are not always positions where he's rotating around. Some of them, yeah, and I think that's good because an AWPer is reading the game, rotating around as the in-game leader, and AWPer, that's a great combo, but now he gets to rotate as the rifler.
Yeah, well, it helps when he starts, you know, as strongly as he has here, and as he did in Astana. You know, it was a real conversation was Fallen's form.
Okay, well, Mongols, can they break this spread of rounds from Furia now?
I mean, this was high pressure on B. They got the third CT over in time.
Blitz has got the gap in middle.
And that is the gap.
Oh, we might go Temple into a B split. Looks like it.
I don't hate it. It's a very good idea. He's actually heard Fallen towards the A heaven position. Peeking into 9-10 is Molodoi. It's nailed the first, and the second is stunning.
Bomb.
Keeps active. A third available onto Tekla. He actually jumped over the bullet. I'm not even joking.
Blitz's flank still coming.
Yeah, this is all up to the remaining 3 on the site. Molodoi will be caught off by this. Just turned around in time. Fallen down as well. Nearly the 3 from Blitz. The smoke off onto that CT. Mazinho will be allowed to get the bomb down. Rotation K-Serato CT side. He seems to be anticipating this well. Gets across to the sight line of K-Serato, and he is going to go for a walk push into Yuri. It's just going to be a reaction speed test for the Brazilian. Pushes through and gets it. 9 points of health. All he has to work with for this 1v1. Tried to catch the element of surprise. Ahead of the nade, it's K-Serato to close. They'll take the lead. Molodoi, some very sharp shots on the AWP, but finished off nicely by K-Serato.
This is 5 in a row now, and sure, a couple of them have looked a little bit rocky with 2 or 1 player staying alive, but Furia have taken the lead. And we've said this is going to be a team not functioning at full force.
This
Coming in
full force
slow, sluggish, but a couple of really nice shots here hit by the young buck. Second one's a thing of beauty. Bomb spills out once Senzu goes down. Blitz hit a couple of nice shots there as well, but that's it for Mazinho. The bomb's planted on the other side. It's hard for him to play around. Lost bonus, bomb going down again. So it will be another buy. 3 out of the last 5 rounds of play, the Mongols have been able to plant. This is the T side of Anubis that started so strong with the pistol, the conversions, the first rifle round, but right now, feeling like they're under the pump. And it could be a bit of a jet lag buff. Furia win this series, they might get back on another plane tonight.
No, yeah, Furia win this series, they are just going to be like sleep depriving them every single day.
Sid's like, all right, boys, so you can sleep tonight, but for 3 hours, I want everybody awake at 3 a.m.
No, what he's going to do is he's going to get a room key to everyone's room. Every like 90 minutes or so, he just runs in, banging a saucepan and runs back out.
Just got a hairdryer and an extension lead and puts it right next to their head.
Yeah, do some kind of water drop torture. Really ruin their day.
Could just, you know, wake them up and say, excuse me, sir, would you like your meal?
Oh, yeah, that does get me. Or just have them bang your knees when you're sitting in the aisle.
Oh, great flash.
Lovely.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, and info on second. They know Blitz has company. Defensive smoke. Always ask questions about that smoke and its value in front of camera, but it seems to have served its purpose. Molodoi forced away by the util. Nothing too scary on A.
And it wasn't a Yukinda opening
death.
death.
Wait, Yukinda's got a lot to do here, mate. A lot to do. There is backup arriving now. Yuri just in time, but dink
to the wall.
And Mazinho removes Yukinda very quickly. Yeah, he's looking deadly, isn't he? The death POVs are swift when Mazinho's hitting.
Should be the save. I don't think that Molodoi and K-Serato... Oh, K-Serato's still going to give it a look. I can't quite believe it. Thought he was going to back off. Tried to pry away into the round. Molodoi will be saving this now. I was going to say because of the cash situation, Furia with their successes, lost bonus bottomed out. So that saved rifle from K-Serato could have been worth an awful lot as far as the stretch goes. We have 2 rounds left after this. So Molodoi can drop, Yuri will be able to buy himself. Molodoi can drop 2. So it should be all good, but yeah, if you lose that one, then maybe that's where you might come back and think, did we squander some pennies? Here's a quandary for you. Maybe it's a bit of a quagmire.
Oh, yeah?
Are you jet lagged if you haven't slept yet?
Or are you just tired?
Because how can you be jet lagged?
Well, technically, jet lag is your body's circadian rhythm being out of sync with the current time zone you're in, by virtue of the power of time zones. So I would say as soon as you've landed, your body still thinks it's not the time that it is. That counts
What's
as
the
jet
time
lag.
in Kazakhstan right now?
I'll tell you what the time in Kazakhstan is right now, Chad. Just let me just check my brain. Hang on.
So it was 3 hours ahead of us in
5 a.m.
Malta. Oh, jeez.
So for Furia, it's 5:24.
Been a big night.
Yeah. They've burnt the midnight oil.
Yeah, something like that. Defensive util there from Yakinda. And we'll drop the smoke as well. So, nice little nade. Bounces past. Does no damage. Senzu announces his presence over towards Connector definitively with the pepper through the smoke. Now, as far as the buy concerned, it is just the SMG on Fallen. What can he produce from this?
Nothing.
910 didn't move?
I don't understand. He was static.
Was he stuck on the wall?
That was awkward. It was a very awkward exchange. Senzu's clawed one back. Yakinda down. Poor guy can't catch a break right now in the server.
Did 910 alt tab or something?
That was weird, wasn't it? He fired a shot. I'm pretty sure I heard an AWP shot.
What was that about?
Yeah, it did look weird from Fallen's POV, and it did look very comfortable.
Well, if they go A right now, which would mean they have to brave an A main smoke, there's a massive gap.
Oh. Oh. I don't think they got the info. Keserato is going to be covering his bases and head back to A, but yeah, the util's already in. Camera will be his best port of call. Throws out a stairs smoke that will limit some of the contribution.
What do you do with the bomb
They got the bomb, mate! Careful! That nearly went very south very quick. Does get it done. I think his teammates are screaming at him as they see him headed for that smoke. Yuri is coming in to have a look. Fallen will post up on the line, and he does deliver onto Techno. Flash to facilitate. Yuri pushing in. 2 on 4. They are in trouble. Shouldn't be too much more to be said, but if Blitz gets this clean headshot, if he gets one of the two, it could be good for Mazinho to handle business for the Reds.
Oh.
How about both of them? Both collapse. Molodoy coming on in, finds a similar fate. Mazinho can do no wrong, as it's all now up to Keserato, but he'd rather save the AWP for Molodoy. Mongols take it 2v4 on the A site.
Yeah, it was looking good for Furia. That double death in A main is get a wry smile there from Techno, but that's clearly the difference maker. It removes the threat. They can both focus fire. Some very juicy shooting as, yeah, they do save the AWP, but now they're going to be staring down the barrel of a rough one for the final round of the first half. Mongols may very well walk away with 7. 2 SMGs, a FAMAS, an M4, smattering of util. Kits are in the, well, a kit is in the mix. Molodo could have bought one. Molodo, you could have bought a kit.
Don't be a tit.
If it comes back to bite ya, this is the final round of the half. You may as well off.
Mate. No reason. Maybe he's like he subscribes to the Rushley rules of just never buy one.
Oh, that must be
wait, that's a second kill for Yakinda in his first opening kill. All right, Senzu, you are under a lot of scrutiny.
Oh dear.
He gets another one.
They're going to tie it up. This is miraculous, Alex.
Yeah, they've done very well. I mean, for Mongols, this will feel dissatisfactory. It's a big round from Yuri as well. 6-6 on the half. It really did look like it was going one way and one way fast. But CT, 6 rounds, Furia are laughing. Welcome back. We've got ourselves Mongols versus Furia. It is heading into that second half and a complete recovery. There was a lot of doubt. There was a lot of conversation about fatigue. Chad gave us all the scientific downsides of sleep deprivation, which is exactly what Furia have. They just hopped off a plane straight into the server to make the first day of play for Dallas, straight out of Kazakhstan. And now we get ourselves situated for the second half of play, and we've got a very competitive scoreline. If Furia to take the pistol, everything points towards them once again besting Mongols on Anubis in this head-to-head. Just a couple of weeks ago, well, just last week, excuse me, they faced off on this very map with a Furia win. Will it happen twice? Let's...
What? He was on burst?
He was on burst!
He was on burst!
And he hit the goose regardless. Okay, 9-10.
Mongols are on notice.
Yeah, let's see. Mazinho's on a mad one, though. Oh, only the one. 9-10 double up. Molodoy, third test. Maybe too much for 9-10 to handle. How composed can he stay? Well, it is only Molodoy. Only Molodoy. And he hasn't got any Kevlar, so a nice little aim punch could be the end.
The Doi boy is going to do it to him right now.
You reckon? I don't. I think Senzu's about to one-tap his face off in
6
a
bullets.
moment.
Get a reload in, would you? Just because you can. Not because you need them. I'm not worried about the bullets.
You could reload though, couldn't you?
It would just be nice.
Yeah, just so you know you've got enough for the whole thing.
You have so many, they're free. They come with the gun.
120 of them just sitting there.
That's so many bullets.
Just sitting there.
If you drop,
you could do it.
Drop the mag as well. It'd make you a bit lighter. You could run a little bit faster. That's not true.
That's not how that works.
That's not true at all.
And
oh, look at this. We got his finger movements too. Okay. Oh, I can even hear the keys. ASMR. Shut up, Alex.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Nice attempt.
Almost pipped him there at the post, didn't he?
Nearly. That. I mean, the timing of the A-main player, thank goodness he was running as fast as he was. Techno gets a warning.
You take the plant.
Yeah.
That's got you a force spy right now. Or a force bizzle.
That's what they call it in the biz. Burst headshot.
I don't quite... Fallen's like, what? Why did I have it on burst? Like, that's it. Like, that's how tired he is.
You almost want to type, like, accidental disrespect.
When
like,
did I do that?
Sorry about that. Yeah. It's like he's held it. He's just been holding right click in spawn.
Yeah, and he's forgotten when he's left spawn. They did the melody of the clicks in spawn to keep them awake throughout the halftime break. But here we go. Look at the force spy. Pretty damn juicy if you ask me. Galil's, Tech-9's, plenty of util to work with. This is a very winnable round, and especially now, Molodoy finds the opening kill onto Blitz.
Yeah, he got a bit hyper-aggressive there, did Blitz, to throw out the smoke. Presumed he'd have the guaranteed cover of it.
Oh, I love this from 9-10.
And the
I love it.
Rest.
Oh, I love it.
Very good catch. Gets away with it as well. Not a single bullet from the spray connects.
Look at these barbs, though. Up next could be Mazinho pushing out A main. He only got an MP9, so I think better of it, and tagging them down lower. Fallen is going to be chipped away at as well. So blocked towards connector for now. A main also secure thanks to the guys of Smoke.
They're trying to walk straight through 9-10, and the timing
that's no good.
actually
That's no
screws him. Gets away with it. And his life. No way he plays for more. I mean, he doesn't feel like he can retreat, and it costs him.
Defensive smoke there from Techno, but they're probably brave through it because of their molly. Yeah, here they go.
Straight into the next fight, next port of call. Mazinho on A.
Plenty of time to play out the round.
Yeah, and there is a fight coming right down to an MP9 on the stairs. Very powerful angle for this. It's Yuri and Keserato, though, and they're pretty damn quick. They'll find him. And the bomb goes down once more. Guaranteed buy into the next. Now, will it be a win? Will they take the CT resources away? Will this mark a 7-all scoreline? Not looking good. Senzu onto Yuri. Keserato remains and does isolate Jules. Techno unable to provide the immediate trade. This 1v1 now favoring Keserato with the clock in his favor. Ticking away. Techno does isolate.
Tough.
Headshot provided. His only kill, and yet it does secure a whole round. 8-6.
Okay. Well, that was a great opportunity. And you said with the plant guaranteed the buy into the next. Look, I think because one's staying alive, I would agree with that sentiment. I think that they should go all in again because you have Mongols on the ropes. Here's the issue, right? They're turtled up. They're taking the hits.
Yeah.
But if you exhaust all of your energy, so that's all of these buys, and then the Mongols still break through, you've just dug yourself a massive hole before we've seen you have a full buy. You're currently taking advantage of the fact that they aren't swinging back. They're surviving. That's the round they should get through. Right now, it's a mid-biff again. 2 opening kills this time. They're through.
This is exactly what you wanted for Furia.
910, can he be the hero again?
10 could.
He was the hero of the last.
Yeah. He's hearing the doors player, so it does feel compelled to push further. It's held. It's held. So Mazinho onto Fallen, and that's kSerato ready for the 910 push up the stairs.
Well, if you walk into B, you have another fight coming your way. Furia at the moment just need to say chill, right? Whatever your word is, your code word is, for everybody relax. Let's wait for all the smokes to fade. Let's see if they continue to re-aggress. We can group up and finish with numbers. We have a smoke, 2 flashes, a molly. That's more than enough to get this done.
Mine used to be sit keen. Sit keen, boys. And kSerato sitting keen on mid. Doesn't get the kill he'd have liked, but gets away with his life. And that's nice.
Bearing down on B right now. Techno is here. 6 kills to his name.
Fallen. Ooh, jiggle them out. Okay, so it is going to be the right place to defend their honor. 2v4, and backing away immediately is Mazinho. So
Bomb's rotating away as well.
Okay, so he is actually going to beat them.
But Techno can't really do anything.
You could, yeah, you don't want to leave B, especially with this much of a fuss still being kicked up. You just got flashed off. Kinder.
Oh, he just walked out. Oh my god.
Oh god. Oh, I'm actually repulsed.
And they're still coming at B with the bomb right now. 20 seconds.
Okay, Techno can actually...
Mazinho's coming.
Here and now. Yeah, he is. And Techno can even catch a kill onto the fight. Yuri wins it, but traded by Mazinho. He's 18 frag deep. He wants the 19! Quad kill! Furia fumble!
Oh, and you can understand the mistakes with the whole tired factor in play, but it's still, with a Counter-Strike, you're watching and it unfolds. They did the hard work. They got the 2 opening kills. They had the number advantage.
But why are we walking out of the smoke backwards, Chad?
Well, this is it, right? So they heard somebody, he heard somebody run away from B.
Oh, he's just tracking him.
Well, he's assumed that it's just the one player on the site, right?
Yeah,
so he's heard the player run away. Temple, 9-10, sorry, it was Mazinho.
Yes.
Who was loud back through. Mazinho has 19 bloody kills.
Yeah, he's having a crazy game, isn't
Nobody in his team has double digits.
He's heading in for 20 before they hit 10.
Like, I think that people at home just need to really be a little bit kinder to Furia overall because of the factor. Like, for silly mistakes, give them the pass for the day.
Yeah.
But still, when you watch it happen, it's tough.
Well, I mean, the reason that, we cringe and we feel it in our bodies because we know what it's like to make those mistakes.
Yeah.
And especially when the fatigue is present, the jet lag is undeniable. Fresh off of a plane, making those mistakes is going to be more likely. There's no doubt about it.
Again, they're harassing mid. They force bought again. And it was a 1v2 situation. They have the loss bonus, they have the plan, and they've been great with the openings on these 4 situations. So can they do it again?
Let's find out then. Techno, MP9, good connection from the HE. That leaves Yakinda's ears ringing. Probably put the AK onto someone a bit healthier.
Oh, they can back off from this. The problem is they have less utility now than they did in the last round with a 2-man advantage in a 4v2. So, you're going to have to brute force yourself into this. 9-10 AWP. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Wow, kSerato. Tech 9 headshot. Immediate knee jerk.
Run his belt.
He did. Oh, yeah, Yuri should finish the job. Fallen leaping around the corner to ensure and make space, but there goes 2. Blitz gets a lot of damage downrange. Swaps out to the MP9 and gets another one. Wow, thinking on his feet. Very resourceful from Blitz to find an MP9 with additional ammo. Completes the triple kill.
All right, Yuri. Well, this is going to put an end to those 4 spies, I would say. 10-6 likely to be the score. Now, the loss bonus throughout all of this has built up. If we take a look at the residual cash, actually, they could go again. They actually can buy again. So
now the plan.
Well, yes, because at the moment, leftover cash, kSerato 650, Fallen 600, Molotov 1K, Yakinda 600. So they really could get themselves a buy again out of this. Likely why we're seeing Yuri go for the save. He has $0 in the bank balance. This means that you won't have the T-side AWP for Molodoi in this half, most likely, unless you snatch it away from 9-10. But Blitz, a beautiful little sequence as they're just running through a smoke and he's farming them up. The kills look easy, but under pressure, you see there with the flash.
Oh, well played. Very admirable stuff.
So they do buy in. Now they're lacking key utility, right? They only have 2 Molotovs. So if you wanted to do double mid-molly, you won't have one for baskets on A, you won't have one for connector over towards B. So it will really limit your choices. They've gone heavy towards A early with the bomb. This is looking direct.
Certainly is. That T-stair smoke doesn't seem to have caused too much jip. Getting across anyway. Late nade on the stairs finds nothing. Walking through the smoke! How has he got that? How does he get 3? Where most would only get the first, Mazinho gets a round-winning triple kill to put Mongols within touching distance of taking the round, taking the map up to 11, seeming certain. The nade secures it. Blitz finishes off the job, but fair play, mate. 20 bullets in the mag and you get 3?
Yeah, it feels like most of his kills have been headshots as well. I'm just going to take a look at the headshot percentage right now for Mazinho.
How many bullets did he have?
77% headshots with 22 kills.
I want to see. So the first 2, how many does he use?
He used 7 on the first player.
You've got 4.
4 for the last.
Just hit them. 1 bullet spare.
So you think in that, if he had an A4 or an AK in that situation, how many kills does he get?
Yeah, I want to see.
Either way,
walking through an A main smoke, is that what we're going?
Yeah, and think about how, and they just walked through a camera smoke.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, so it's just walking through smokes.
It ain't the call.
And again, I am letting them off the hook more than anybody in Twitch chat right now. I'll guarantee you that.
Yeah.
Because of the travel factor. But some of the... I think it's because it's exactly what I said. They had Mongols in the corner. They were battering. It was a rope-a-dope. It was a rope-a-dope.
It's very telling, isn't it, when you see a team that's like got someone so close to the edge. It's a double-edged sword. You could very well...
In for a penny, in for a pound type thing.
Yeah, you're kind of like, you know the game.
They're rushing him again, Alex.
Yes, they are. Hey, Mazinho, you want some more kills? 22
Come through the
seem
smoke.
Like enough. He is blind. They should have him. They haven't seen him. They haven't found him. And he gets away with all their backs turned. Another Mazinho multi. Swaps out to the AK. Slays down the law on the A site. This one's done. Stick a fork in Furia. And certainly there, Anubis. This one is curtains. The Tech 9, or rather the P2, gets run down. Mazinho, big smile on his face.
So, see, the piece there, he drops the incendiary, and he's also cognizant that they're coming, and they know that people are going to push that. So he gets the smoke down in time. Vision is lost. He's able to reposition. They think he's going to hightail it into the site. Support network's there. Peekaboo, I'm behind you.
The whole team is not looking like he's got 4, if not 5 backs turned on his screen.
He could have had even more there.
Yeah.
I just think how erratic that situation was.
Great word for it.
Well, nothing in the second half.
Let's rush
Furia.
A. Let's rush A one more time, I think. Actually, slow A. No, let's do a slow A. Slow A this time, actually. 9-10 set up on mid, and it is going to be a slow default crawl that ends with an opening death for Fall, and Molodoi down to the head-to-head of 9-10 as well. Limping towards a conclusion of Furia's map pick here.
When they say D Airport, they mean like that's where you're going. Right. That's where Furia started.
That's where they started the day. Actually, they started the day in Kazakhstan for them.
Yes.
Yeah, they haven't slept in a bed since Kazakhstan.
Now, it depends on how good the business class is.
Yeah.
What airline were they on?
I still wouldn't call it a bed. I'd call it like a lie flat seat.
It depends. If you're on Emirates,
yeah.
If you're on Qatar,
yeah, I would agree.
That's real good.
Well, they got the mattress topper out.
They come past. Excuse me, sir. Would you like me to set up your mattress for you? And here's your pajamas. You can go and change. I don't think Furia or Aurora got that treatment.
I've never got the pajama treatment. Have you had the pajama treatment?
Oh yeah.
You've got pajamas from the airline.
Oh, I'm a big biz boy.
He is a business boy. Well, Mongols have conducted business here. What does he know that I don't? Oh, it's about the...
Ooh, hello!
Yuri POV? Oh. Well, that was cool, though.
It was.
I did enjoy that.
Yeah. When in doubt, boost it out. Bomb to A.
And around.
Hold up a second. It's not over just yet, is what Furia doth protest.
Yeah, Senzu and Yuri having a fun little game here of hide and seek.
Oh, dear.
There we go.
Okay. Well, the money's not great on the Mongols, is it?
Pajamas. You've blown my mind with pajamas, bro.
You don't get
I've never had free pajamas.
You should go on Good Business.
Actually, well, yeah. I used to get pajamas every Christmas Eve. That was our tradition.
Yeah, get yourself on a Qantas or a Qatar or an Emirates.
Okay, I know what I'm doing wrong now.
Yeah. How's Aurora doing?
Aurora.
The Aurora Borealis.
Do you know what an Aurora Borealis is?
Something to do with the sky. I've seen it. Well, actually, I didn't see it.
But do you know what causes it?
It's probably something to do with like the refraction of light in the particles in the sky.
Yeah, something to do with the Earth's core.
The Earth's core?
Yeah, believe it or not.
Come on now.
Yeah, the Earth's core does something, and then it produces something that's like a little like shock wave, and then the sun, you know those like big explosions that are bigger than
Solar
Earth?
flares?
Yeah, those things. They happen, and that causes something to fly towards the Earth that distorts things in the field of the thing, and that makes the sky green temporarily.
Oh dear, just in hot off the presses, bit of a technical issue, Yakinda with a blood nose.
Oh. Well, I think that also kind of, yeah, it just sort of sours the mood further for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's not good.
It's been a long time. I remember
it's
at
so
school,
dry on planes.
it felt so normal. Like, you know, all the time some kids got a nosebleed. I feel like as I've
Probably
grown older.
picking their boogers. I don't think Yakinda's doing that.
No, don't do that.
Oh, poor Yakinda. That's not fun. Can you... There's... It's just the inconvenience of it all. Oh, we're back underway. I thought this was going to be an extended break.
So did I. I guess Yakinda's just shoved two
tissues
balls
up
of
his
tissue,
snots.
and he's ready to go.
Furia, you would only need 5 more of those. And considering how close you came in earlier rounds, there's a real chance. If you win this, you break the Mongols' money, they have to eco. Scoreline at that point 12-9 before the rifles come out again, and likely no AWP on 9-10. There's the state of the nation. There's the lay of the land. Furia just need to win this, and the dominoes will come tumbling down.
Did Yakinda's monitor fight back? Little lurky smoke. Doesn't really achieve what he was aiming for. It's not a full block off. They still maintain full info baskets. Kisarato asking questions of them. It's the 9-10 AWP. That's not what he was bargaining for. He was looking for Mazinho. And so loses out rifle v AWP. Opening kill goes the way of Mongols. Is this the last round of play on Furia's pick?
I feel like they're forced right now into a B split. And that's a problem because there's still more nades to block. Techno right now on the jiggle with the incendiary. Senzu ready to receive.
Strong setup, Chad. It's not going to be easy for them to break. Forced back. Maybe main might activate. Yuri behind a smoke.
It's only 2 of them on the site. Have they called this off? You can't now. The bomb's outside of B. You have to go.
And they will. Techno, Senzu, and soon to be Blitz. Senzu completely overlooked. That's the bait you want. Techno combines. Here comes Yuri. Claws it back. A nice little adjustment through the smoke. Removes another. It's 1 versus 5, essentially. First 2 do go his way, but asking an awful lot with just 1 bullet in the map. Yeah. There he got punished on the reload. Mongols take it home. All right, first map in the series goes the way of the Mongolian tribe, as they have yet to, well, see Furia at their best. Of course, we've seen them hamstrung coming into this series.
Yeah, competition doesn't matter if you're not on your A game. Mongols are going to take that one, and we move on to their map choice coming up next. What do you expect?
Alrighty, the Mongols make it happen quite convincingly as well, taking the first map versus Furia in a game that started out pretty well for Furia, but they couldn't keep up the steam whatsoever. They were getting off to a, well, not a good start, you know, but they got it rolling on the CT side. You thought to yourself, on Anubis, that's going to look good, but then what happened, Yank?
They got off to a slow start. You're thinking, okay, they're too tired. They're going to get stomped by the Mongols. Then Fallen's like, wait a second. I know how to do this rifling thing. Just give me a couple of rounds, you know, and then they're back. Have a great CT side. Have a great opportunity on the T side in the first gun round. Threw away a 4v2. And everything spirals out of control from that point on. They tried to force buy a couple of times, really chasing that reset of the economy. They don't get it, and Mongols close it out.
All right, let's start with your point about Fallen, because I find that quite interesting. You know, we spoke about it, you know, him transitioning into becoming an anchor rifler. You know, we spoke about the future for him as well. Is he going to leave Furia after the major? Is he now playing a role that he will be replaced in, you know, and trying to lead the team in a good spot? But you said that if he does well here and if he does well at the major, then maybe he'll continue?
I think Fallen will be the one who makes that decision, right? Like, that's what it comes down to. And he isn't the guy who will, you know, just play for the sake of playing. He wants to do. That's why he gave up the op, because he was honest. He felt like he wasn't able to contribute on the level the top hoppers can, and he was becoming a liability. That became a problem for Furia, where it was holding them back. So they bring a new guy in. He switches to the rifle. As I said, I mean, for the majority of his career, he was the primary opper and the in-game leader as well. So a lot of adjusting to be made, and it's harder sometimes to do it as an anchor than as a rotator, because at least you can maybe at times, you know, through positioning, like when you're an anchor, if people come your way, you have to hold your ground, you have to do something. And we'll see in this particular game, right, he stepped up in a lot of rounds on the rotate, pretty much finding some important kills, multi-kills to bring Furia back in these rounds and get them rolling on the CT side.
Speaking of that, you know, decent start on the CT side as well. You had round 6 that you wanted to showcase.
Yeah, I think for me, this one is things falling apart for the Mongols a little bit. It was a big round because it was a reset round, so Mongols could have really run away with the half if they were able to play it just a little bit better. So here, Yakindar back-to-back rounds, he's the entry death. He had a horrendous game. And then they get the trade in A main, right, on the Opper. And here, the way they speed up, Techno starts playing on mid too. This is where Fallen's going to get a crucial kill on him as the lurker. And it also enables everyone else to focus on A. But they're already here. You know, Mongols sort of sped up, but didn't fully go. You can see how much time there was left on the clock. Like, they didn't have to do it this way, and just Yuri and Keiserato really lock it down on that rotation. Blitz isn't able to clutch in the end, and this is what gave some breathing room to Furia, right, to shrink some rounds in a row, get some of that confidence, get some of that energy, right? Obviously, things are just going to be worse if you're tired and you're losing, right? When you're winning and you get some energy, right, communication picks up, then you have a chance to maybe do something.
You'd think 6 rounds on a CT side on a map like Anubis would install some confidence, but then you said it second half, Furia couldn't get much done. The first buy round 15, didn't look too good.
Yeah, exactly. I think the problem is they had the good idea, but it's just, you know, when you're tired and some of these small mistakes that we said, the mental lapses that are going to happen, you're just going to get punished for it, right? Like, they're in a situation where they're just taking their time. They know that there's a lot of time left on the clock. The pressure is on the Mongols. They have only 2 guys out there. They're going to try and make something happen, and they do get an inkling of what it is that they wanted to do. But here at the same time, you know, Yakindar is searching through the smoke, and Keiserato is rushing mid, sort of figure out where these guys are going, and doesn't work out for either of them. Sure, this is going to be a 2v1 wasn't really, because Mzinho was there so quickly on the rotate, and both guys are half HP, and he finds 2 kills. And this was just a horrible round to lose, right? I mean, they went from trying to punish them for any aggressive moves to being too spread out. I mean, even if they're 2B, if you guys are 4 there and you split it, right, like, you should be fine. That shouldn't be a problem. So overcomplicated it. And we talked about Yakindar. I say this a lot. For me, he is the Russell Westbrook of CS. You know, at the moment, you live by him, you die by him. And, you know, you could see in the first gun round, in that reset round that we talked about in the first half, you know, he's just the entry that both time. Actually, second and third gun round. First time around, it was Molodoy who got picked up by 9-10 with the op. So it's just going to be tough for Furia to recover from that deficit if it happens too often.
I mean, we spoke about a little bit coming into the game. Obviously, the context is they went straight from Astana into this tournament. You're on the same plane as them, and you're doing a decent job now. Can we excuse Furia? Can we excuse Furia with the jet lag?
I think that's a little bit generous.
That's going to be nice.
I think we can, as Chad was talking about, like we can give them today.
Okay.
You know, like at least having to go straight, and it's different for me who just observes the games and breaks them down a little bit to guys who have to, you know, play them and be focused on your crosshair and everything, the communication and all of that stuff. The adrenaline can only take you so far, right? Mongols aren't in a much better situation. I mean, they only had an extra day or two, right? But for me, from the last broadcast I did to this one, I still haven't slept in a bed, right? So it's just having to go through that travel straight away. They also played the game on Sunday, the third place decider, so that was always going to be tough for them, but we'll see if they can maybe bounce back on the second map.
Now that brings me a question. Now that you haven't slept in a bed for, I guess, what is 48 hours, do you think you'll be there in an hour or two? Do you think it's ends here? Like we have Mirage coming up. I wasn't impressed with what
I think so, because even if you remove the jet lag from the equation and the fatigue and everything like that, this is where Mongols are clearly and obviously the better team. And this is where we'll see what Furia has in store on the CT side, because they were just putting a lot of emphasis on that B bomb side, right? So what's Fallen going to do? Is he going to pick up the secondary op? Are they going to try to push B apps and sort of put him in a more forward position? We see them find some success with that, but yeah, and is that going to be the same approach from the Mongols? They can be stubborn in their approach, sometimes to a fault, so that's what I'll keep my eye on.
For Furia to push it into a third map, is there one specific player, one specific aspect of the game that you need to see more of, or is it mission impossible?
Well, I think Kinder definitely needs to do better than map, and I think Molodoi too. Those were the two guys that you were excited about maybe the most in Astana, even though all the players had their moments, but just from how aggressive they can play, like they're the disruptors. They're the one who can really throw a spanner in the works for the Mongols.
Well, you heard it from Yanko himself. We got to see more of Molodoi. We got to see more of Yakinda. We got to see a bit more from Furia if they want to stay alive in their opening game here versus the Mongols. Mirage is coming up, a map that the Mongols have had quite a habit of playing at a very high level, whereas for Furia, they have to play their absolute A game if they want to extend this series to a third map. We'll be right back with it after a short break.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Opening players?
Yeah.
I would say Flames is obvious number 1. I think he's a very true opener. He's pure entry, so very good. 2 would be Zershin, also a very pure entry fragger. And then probably like third spot would have to be Donk or Nico. Probably would put Donk as 3. Yeah.
Donk obviously is number 1. I feel like it's hard for me because I feel like the roles nowadays, it's not like specifically one guy usually just doing everything. But Donk, I would put probably Exertion as well. And then obviously I'm gonna put Nico as well, because he is a little bit more entry style now than back in the days as well. So I think those 3 are the top 3 in the world right now in that role.
Who else than Donk? Okay, he's just above with the rifle, so Donk. I will go top 2 for Flamesy for now, and I will go top 3 for Nico.
Look, man, I know it might sound crazy. Enz is our captain now. You know how he feels about European authors? Anyways, just translate exactly what he says. Exactly.
Exactly what he says. Okay.
Okay, 910 will see us now. Okay. Come with me. Yo, 910, you get the DM?
Hey, if you want to talk to him, talk to me, so we understand.
Yeah, you are the translator.
Timo, чи олорчууд гэж?
What? Чи олорчууд гэж та?
No, you're the translator.
Okay. I got the DM.
За, би message авсан.
Би сонссонгүй чи ханилчлаа.
I didn't hear you. You coughed?
No, you're the one who coughed.
Okay, чи ханилсан.
Гүй чи ханилсан.
Stop saying I coughed.
No, you coughed when you spoke to 910. Anyways, don't worry about that. Remember, he can haul.
За, Мартин. Санаж байна уу? Энэ эст чадна.
Тэр эст чадахгүй.
No, he can't haul.
He can definitely haul. 100%.
Би яалчгүй эст чадна.
Гүй наач амьдралдаа эс авч үзээгүй шүү дээ.
He never had op in his life.
He's literally a fucking hopper.
Наач шууд утгаараа эс чинь.
Гүй тэр бол IGL.
No, he is the IGL.
No, he's not.
Okay, тэр бол эс.
What the hell is going on? I want to speak to him myself. Ask 910 how well he speaks this language.
910-аас энэ хэлийг хэр ойлгодог вэ нэ?
Би энэ хэлийг маш сайн ойлгож байна шүү дээ.
Obviously, he's fluent.
Well, what the fuck do we need you for?
Тэгвэл чи бидэнд ямар хэрэгтэй юм бэ?
Чи намайг чи дооцсон шүү дээ. Энэ угсаа сайн уу тэнийг санаа гэдэг чи би уус мэдчихсэн. Чи тэр JK-сийг аваад эс нүү байна уу хамаагүй бүгдийг зааж өгөх гол нэг хинч бүтээлээрээ тэгээд анааж яваарай.
So, what did he say?
He said he'll think about it.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Out of the frying pan into the fire for Furia, or should I say Snoozia. They just got off the plane. We've got Jorn Kinder, Melodoy, Snoozuria, Case Narado, and Fallen Asleep.
Fallen asleep indeed. Yeah, they can't wait to, actually, and it might be quicker than they would have liked if Mongols can smash them here on Mirage, in the same way they did it on Anubis Mazinho. His performance on map 1 cannot be overstated. Cannot be overstated, right? It can't be overstated.
Yeah. So you can say it was marvelous, it was fantastic,
it was very
amazing.
Good, is what it was. And so was 910's acting. Vexite as well has some proper acting chops on him. The ESL Media Services team never fails. What have we got here? Triple dual Berettas. 6, 7, 8 pistols for the CT side versus just 5.
They're cheating, Dan.
Too many pistols, Dan.
They got the burger, the lettuce, the buns, Dan.
The super soaker, the water, the balloon, the whole water fight, Dan. And they all do connect. At least Yuri and Molodoy get one. Brought down now by Blitz on ramp, so it opens up the A site. Fallen is holding that cross to default, and he hits it. What a banger. Ooh, Fallen. Not quite asleep yet. Okay, Serata working on the flank. Bomb goes down. Blitz is not considering ramp right now. So you get the headshot and you get the round, unless Techno goes crazy. Not to be. Keserato ensures it. And that's what you want to see.
First pistol for Furia in the series.
Better start than Anubis, for sure.
Yeah, look, they did bounce back very well, I thought, in the first half of Anubis. It actually started to fill me with some hope that it was going to be a competitive map after all, but Mongols made light work of them in the second, if you did miss it. This is the last best of 3 of the day on the A stream. We also have Aurora, who are in a similar position as Furia, based on the travel situation from Astana, taking on Heroic. That's Heroic with Young Star. LNZ, Tanir, he's one to watch.
He is, isn't he?
He hits hard. But so will the Mongols. They get the bomb down on their pistol, which does facilitate the force. Techno in with the rifle. The rest lighter. Mac-10's Tech 9's complemented by this utility as Blitz chucking out everything, including the kitchen sink towards mid. Multiple players biting down on this, and Yanko touched it on the desk. He said that the B bomb site was going to be a point of contention. Fallen having to anchor this was not be an easy task.
Not with this weapon, and not at this range. Has to drop off. Didn't go for the element of surprise, but they go leaping out. Mazinho, he gets punished for it, but his teammates have caught the cavalry first. Then they find the anchor. Molodoi arrives just in time to kick up a stink. Yurio as well, not far off from the play, holding his teammate's swing. Now they have info on that short occupation as well. They can't really get the bomb out. It's down on the floor, so 910 does drop in.
Blitz is going around the world here.
Yeah,
I don't think there's time for this.
Molodoi does manage to isolate the duel onto Senzu. 910 has the bomb. Can he get out, though? Look, he's kind
of pinned. He has to wait for Blitz, but the penny's going to drop right now. It's too quiet.
Yeah, they don't know where the bomb. They've lost the bomb.
Oh my God, Yuri went. Oh, he just saw. Didn't he just see him?
Oh my God, 910 gets it. The one tap now pegging it towards the site. He's going to have time, and they're going to get the round. Oh, wow. Mongols stealing away a second round for Spy with a bizarre set of circumstances.
Look, I'm going to put this one right now on our lovely production team, and they're probably not going to pull it off, but I'm going to ask for it anyway. It's from the main feed. We saw it right there. Can we slow down when Yuri was walking to the short pillar? He definitely swiped left. Can we slow it down to like 0 whatever speed to see if he saw him or not? Because it looked like he saw him, right?
Yeah, it did. It certainly did. I mean, we have one with X-ray, peripheral vision.
Yeah, look, I don't expect it this round.
No, but
if we could
dig it out,
if we really could, that would be something. There we go. They're working on it.
Senzu cooking. They very quickly put this Force Spy to bed. Wow. So the bomb, like, they knew they had the bomb. Like, bomb's drop B, whatever. He's picked it up, and just by virtue of no longer seeing the bomb, they assume he's found a gap and pipped it to get out.
Yeah, and again, that could be some of these factors that they're having to deal with right now, the lethargy.
Yeah.
But you just wonder, yeah.
He's not tired, is Mazinho. I'll tell you that. He is absolutely gagging for some counter.
Yeah, that's all these kids want, right? All they want to do is play the CS.
That's it. And you obviously still have that same burning passion inside of you.
Yeah, but the problem is I get so disenchanted by the fact that I'm an absolute bot.
Well, I mean, you know, time does pass. You aren't the same 22-year-old as you once were.
If I could take my brain now,
put it in
the version of me that was playing Counter-Strike back then,
different
I'd
ballgame?
still be mid, but I think I'd have better stats.
I reckon
I'd call a better game.
I believe that.
Oh, we do have it. Okay, so
well, we could probably play it now, right? It's just this is a guaranteed round.
I think they are gonna save.
Yeah.
So it's the only question. This is our Mongols gonna hunt, and they have more to lose. So here we go. We're gonna play it through right now. So here he is. They're looking for the bomb. Has it gotten away? Has it gotten away? Turn, check it.
Cool.
Saw the leg there.
That was something there.
So then turns it.
Oh, he's so quick with the turn.
Yeah, I guess like.
I mean, a frame of it. Yeah, there's a frame or two. Here it comes. Like, look at this. Ready? Look at
leg.
Bang! A tiny bit of ankle.
This one.
Zip. Oh, well, you really slowed it down.
We've really slowed it down. Wonderful. Thank you very much, production, for humouring us there.
That's kind of you. And we get to catch the hunt, which looks like Molodoi, and we'll
You
get
guys
away.
did it all.
Yeah, we did.
Well, that's an
Perfect.
A+. Seymour Smithers will be happy with that one.
S-rank production. Like an S-rank hunter. Or are they the player?
I could spoil it for you, but I don't want to.
Don't.
Solo leveling. We've talked about Dan to Dan solo leveling. I think Mob Psycho is probably also worth a watch. Hunter Hunter.
Mob Psycho didn't pull me in the same way.
Really? Okay.
But it's different vibes, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're all a little bit different.
Yeah.
I'm watching... I'm watching at the moment.
What are you on?
Gundam G-Quacks. I really like mecha-type animes. I like robots.
Have you watched Pacific Rim?
I have, yes.
You like it?
The first movie was okay. The second one was a little bit cheesy. Hello.
That's a nice one.
There's more on the site.
There is. K Serato undetected. Not anymore. USP does get one.
Well peppered.
On the floor. Not bad indeed. Senzu removed.
And it's just going to be the scout, double naded and down. Touchdown for the delivery as this is going to be the first rifle round getting underway. Fallen, Yanko, oh, okay. I thought we were about to see the AWP on B because Yanko touched on this on the desk that they might want to bring out double AWPs to contend with the B plays to stop them from being able to harass. But Fallen had the most. He's hooked up his AWPer. So Molotov will get his weapon of choice. Fallen, however, will just have to operate with an MP9. Is there a mid control? Do they drop underpass?
Way. Nice little backflip. When in doubt, execute it out.
Well, that's the thing. They've actually put the AWP of Molotov on B. So if it was Fallen, can't be abused. And now they're going to execute into A, which is where the stack is. So Fury have accounted for everything here.
You'd hope that they're going to overlook something, right?
Nobody's really tucked in. It's just the sandwich position that's the joke.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, lots of layering. Yuri's about to be Molotov down. That's a shame. He's gotten away. Oh, I spoke too soon. Run down by Techno. Good response into the second as well. Captures your Kinder. Fallen, the unknown entity, though. You're not counting on him. You're not expecting him. You start planting, and instead you keep planting. You have so much faith. I guess
someone will kill him. It's not it's not my problem.
I've got a job, and I'm doing it. My job is planter. I am the planter of the team.
And Molotov doesn't even get a chance to play in the round. Might even lose the AWP on the save. Being hunted, his position more than noted, and the apps play from Senzu. Oh, I think he might get away with this, Molotov. This would be a huge boon into the next. You can see Senzu not wanting to push the issue on his lonesome, wants 9-10 to join him, but he's actually been able to rotate away in towards the market, and well, that'll be that. AWP retained. Well done from Molotov to hold on to that considering the circumstances.
I'm trying to keep track of any yawns on cam. So far, no yawns on cam.
Yeah, they are doing a very good job of holding it in.
No, you're not even like a suppressed yawn, you know?
Respect to them for holding it together.
Absolutely, but it is looking worse than it did in Astana. I can say that much,
Of course, right? I would say they're on their C game.
Yeah.
I think...
Go on, movement. Lovely. Ah, very nice from the 9-10 AWP.
Oh dear.
Fallen's face just gets completely shattered.
He was jump spotting, right?
He was attempting to. It
Or
was,
was he jumping up van?
No, that was a jump spot.
Okay, then that was not
the jump.
Not how you do it.
No.
But he's still learning the spot.
Oof, you hit that.
He should get Taco on the phone.
Taco.
Well, you call the player Taco.
I do call him Taco. Like a tack pause with an O at the end. It's weird, isn't it?
That means baseball.
A tactical timeout here. Oh, bloody hell. I love the sound of a double dink. Yeah, it's certainly satisfying for the CT.
Someone type something.
What do they type?
I don't know because they've taken away
our freedom.
I can look at it. Nice shot.
They'll never take.
We can find it in console.
Haha.
Valve wanted to take that from us.
Don't.
It's true. We're in the office.
Yeah, they did.
You were there.
They did say it.
Don't defend them. They wanted to take away console,
and we
said no.
As community advocates, made it clear that we would get our knickers in a twist if that happened.
Yes. And they didn't take it away.
No.
But they wanted to.
Well, and then unfortunately, it felt like they kind of nailed it because for the first 6 months of the game, we were just wall hacking with console commands.
It's a new game.
Yeah.
These things can happen.
Probably why you wanted to remove it.
No, because come on now.
I don't know, man. We've just had this footsteps BS as well. Console is a nightmare for the devs.
You're gonna.
I'm just telling you.
Get it.
I'm
Without
getting in their
console,
good books right now.
how could people, the community, be fixing their problems, Alex?
Oh yeah. Okay. Good.
Don't defend the billion-dollar company.
Good counterpoint.
No,
well
we
made.
love you, Valve. I'm only joking.
We do.
Shout out to Gabe one time.
Yeah. I bought some Steam games during our break. Just so you know.
I open cases daily.
Yep. Bang. Is not going to work out for Molotov.
It's the Dorps.
Towards the underpass. And yes, Yanko, he did highlight that there would be the potential for a CT double AWP. It's out and about. Molotov and Fallen. Kinder. His incendiary hasn't achieved its goal.
No, not even slight. Oh, that nade's good though, isn't it?
Too short. On the
and 9-10 missed his as well.
So everyone's kind of Taking a break from landing nades.
Not enough Vegemite.
Not enough.
Well, stalling out now. Connector smoke lands. Replenish of window, and Senzu catches Yakinda into a B split. Fallen's AWP is about to be put under an awful lot of pressure. Okay, Serato getting peppered as well, down to 19 points of health. Some support is necessary for Fallen. Execute lined up, and here it comes.
What's he got? Not even the first. That really does tie their hands behind their back. Okay, not bad. Tracks Mazinho. Techno just one, kept humbled by the AWP. Serato defends valiantly. Blitz and Senzu segregated. There's very little hope here for Mongols to get a 6th round cook in with 12 seconds left, and Blitz elects to kind of look away from his opponent and jump.
Where was Senzu during all this? Little lurky boy. Real lurky. Thought his team could take care of business, but
just in case they come back to mid, I've got it covered.
Double AWPs will be retained, so the key to success in that round will be brought forward once more. Mongols have enough to purchase, so there won't be any problems in the buy department for them. That's the gap in the smoke that Yakinda puffs open. Senzu punishes immediately. Fallen gets his one.
I thought they were, you know, cream crackered on B.
Yeah, but Molotov rotated over quite quickly. Serato was there quick smart as well. Put him in the cone of silence. Oh, these references. None of the audience.
Cone of silence. That's a good one.
Do you even know what quick smart is?
Quick smart?
Get Smart, sorry. Do you even know that? Do you even know what it is?
The show? The movie? I've seen the movie.
Well, the movie.
Sandra Bullock?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Get Smart. It's like a spy movie.
Yeah, I'm talking about the telly show back in the day.
Telly show? On the television?
I'm so
That was when the television did, what's the opposite of an accelerated schedule?
The TV guy?
Yeah.
Do you know these actors?
What the
Oh, you don't, yeah. Okay.
Dude, that was before Photoshop. That's crazy. You're watching shows pre-Photoshop.
The first episode did air in 1965.
Yeah, which is pre-Photoshop.
So I wasn't alive then.
Bro. You may as well start referencing hieroglyphics and tapestries at this point. Oh, you don't know the
Someone
the
in Twitch
Horus.
chat knows it.
Yeah, okay.
Someone's mentioned 99. So
shout out to the granddad if you're watching. That was a bit ageist, wasn't it? I should be careful.
We love our viewers.
We love all of our viewers equally.
Oh! Wow. How's that one feel, Yakinda?
Bad. Can I answer for him?
Yeah, brain splattered across the wall, just absolutely destroyed. The man advantage. Double AWP still in the play. Fallen back over to B. Serato floating jungle. Yuri on A. Molotov ticket. Bomb needs to be scooped up at 50 seconds on the clock. Not a drama right now. Window boost. Set into play. Techno perched up, ready to activate. Blitz in connector. 9-10 behind him. Senzu grabbing the vent control. Bomb now. Mazinho joining the pack. Everybody through middle.
Seconds. They are running light on time. It will be Blitz trying to crack open here through Con. Serato in response does defend valiantly. A second is asking too much, and they're accelerating. Mazinho clears out default with the Molotov. No, Molotov gets picked at the post.
Yuri can still win this.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Overlooked on Tetra.
10
down
seconds.
10. It's all onto the three of them. Techno's trying to rush to the plant. Oh, in the smoke. It's not bad. The reposition covering fire. There we go. Round winner from Yuri. Fallen just has to survive. Job done. Round one. They needed that. A little injection of hope for Furia to have a CT side that they can be proud of and work with. Despite the numbers favoring Mongols, the first fight going the way of Serato, it's Yuri that secures the round winner. 2 denials of the plant late on time.
I think a pace change wouldn't be too bad for the Mongols. I understand playing heads-up Counter-Strike is something that can spiral out of control quite quickly because it's more just like stand and bang. Fuel opener there again from 9-10 that we get to catch, and from even as he's pivoting away. But I think that if you just take it to Furia, you're looking much sharper than they are. Furia are going to get through by the skin of their teeth in a lot of these situations. And I would, with a buffer at the moment of 2 rounds, it's the T half. You're already going to be quite content with that. I think go to your strengths, play to your individual prowess, throw some Hail Marys.
Yeah, I see that.
Maybe you get shut down. Maybe I'm an idiot.
But as in, you know, kind of just, it would be sprinkling salt on the wound.
Walk out A-Ram.
Right? Yeah, just
shoot him in the head.
Contact shoot.
Shoot him in the head. Don't overcomplicate it right now, Mongols. You don't have to. I don't think it's necessary.
I do think that is kind of in their playbook, though. Overcomplicating things.
Oh, Mongols, yeah, well...
It's kind of their thing.
They are a skill-based team.
Okay, well, I mean, it's a solid start. You've claimed mid-control, just 2 smokes and a swing.
Yeah, but you have to do something a little bit earlier, right? You
I
can't
definitely
be
don't,
running down the clock until the...
You're not going B-apps anymore. Fallen's position is really just going to rule the late B out.
And it's also a strong position for Molodoi, who's on the balcony. He can watch short from here. It gives him a lot of positions to pivot from, right? So this setup, if it is a B split, is looking tidy.
How's the A defense looking? You've got threats to a window boost. Now that window's smoked. You've got K-Serata responsible for an awful lot. And now Senzu finds himself sandwiched between either smoke.
So
they are
4
coming.
players to explode.
The bounce. He knows. He gets the info. It bounced straight off of Senzu's face. But now it's only Yakinda. Oh, bit of team play with Yuri actually. They made the crossfire work. Quick reposition. 9-10. Okay, Yakinda. I kind of like the play. Oh, I don't like it anymore. Oh, I changed my mind.
Fallen's flanking. He could be the difference maker. Now, if he had a smoke with the kid, I would give some hope to this. He's not going to get caught. Well, he is caught. Now he's noted. 3v3. Still give this one a go, or are you saving?
He's running away like he's saving.
Okay, 6-3. A bit more of a pacier approach this time round. Just waltz right in.
Whoa, Lin Vision. No, wait.
No,
wait,
Lin Vision's done, mate. They lost to... It's Aurora versus Heroic. Are you got a case of the Furious?
I got a case of the Furious a little bit, yeah.
Can Yakinda find... Yep, he can. I was going to say, can he find anything better? And he definitely does. So into an M4. 3 rounds left in this first half, second map. And that's, yeah. Oof.
I mean, what's rough as well is like just but that slight delay in his auditory processing of that was an impact of my grenade. He starts to shoot where he heard the sound, and by that point, he is getting pushed on through.
Well, at least it's still a buy round for Furia.
I'm pushing mid, boys.
Well, he's committed to this now. Nade for good measure.
Got one here. He's got one.
That's a frag.
Oh. We cannot underestimate the power of the obscured vision that an incendiary provides.
Did the smoke also oscillate?
I think he was he definitely had a lot on his screen and plate. But yeah, that's a nasty one for Molodoi to concede. He went for his Aggie Orp move and it's just been punished, swatted away.
Look at all the bodies here, Alex.
Here they
Two
come.
con, one
There's a play being made, and oh, they're stacked up on top of each other. This can go wrong. Not for Techno, not on his watch. Removing K-Serato's aggression, Yuri doesn't get the immediate trade, but by patience,
had to win that.
Being exerted, he does remove him.
Zinnia on A.
Very nice shooting, and even the wallbang comes through.
Getting saucy.
Fallen's here. Hang on. You commit A, even though you know he was there? Blitz does. Blitz doesn't care.
He's not looking around at all.
All right, 7 for Mongols. Furia, what's the financials?
It's going to have to be an eco for the last.
Poo.
Yeah, so that's going to be Mongols likely getting up to 8 right now. But they can partially invest, right? Obviously, with the losses, the
here we go.
bonus is maxed out. Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough death. Opener and closes there for Blitz. Again, expected. Guys, let's make sure we keep it in the frame. Context is important. This is not Furia on their A game.
No.
Furia in Astana look much better with this international roster than what we've seen.
Oh, and it gets worse. He's had an absolute nightmare. Just spammed through a smoke there. He was strafing across the lineup and nade, and he's gone down to a Senzu spray. Here's something. And they just dropped the bomb at spawn. So now, he's going to see him?
Hi, your back was turned. And we'll just keep on coming. We know another's there. Techno with a headshot of his own.
Was Molodoi role-playing? Was he looking at the guy who was talking to?
He was doing his best Yakinda impression.
He was doing some RP.
Oh, well, Fallen spotted. It just looks like deathmatch at this point, doesn't it? Well, there you have it. 8-3. Just one more round of play. And it looks like Mongols will be rampaging through this opener.
And the whole reason Molodoi gets shot in the back there is because for some reason we dropped the bomb in spawn, so someone else went back to get it and jumped to go for info. I mean, yeah, it's going to be one of those games. Like the way your Kinder dies here is not fun for him.
Winner of this takes on G2. So it's likely Mongols versus G2. That could be a fun game. I think against Lin Vision today, G2 took care of business. 13-6 on Nuke and 13-9 on Inferno. Heavy God had a gargantuan level of performance over there on both maps. Like, listen to this. Try these stats on for size. Nuke, Heavy God went 27-12 plus 15.
Oh, wow.
Had 134 ADR and 89 KAST.
Yeah.
And Inferno, he went 25 for 14.
Oh, sheesh.
So he had a day at the office.
Yeah, it's been a while since we saw since he kind of arrived in Tier 1. I've been waiting.
You should forget about their result from Astana because Taz had to play 5 best-of-3s across the course of the Swiss group stage.
Yeah.
Hunter's back now. This is their team, but we are on the final round. Can Mongols make it 9? 4v4, pivoting back towards A. Yurikon, Yakinda's up mid, calling it clear. Molodoi rotating over and Fallen. He's on an island on B right now. He is absolutely miles away.
Oof, they're going to have to just play retake. This site is lost.
No kit, couple of smokes, no hope.
Nade good. Bang on the money between two of them. Yakinda and Yuri softened up a little. And returning fire from those silenced bullets of Yakinda.
Have to give it a go.
And a go they shall. Techno, however, making things difficult. They lose all of their connector presence. Hang on. Techno not really in a position to win this one, given his HP. Would have loved that short reposition, but yeah, you're right. No kit. Fallen holding with the MP9. Gets the info, isolates Jules. It's up against an AWP, and he's going to go down.
Well, that's one way to end the half. 8-4, Furia. They salvaged something before the halftime break. That is going to be them, giving them more rounds.
Yes,
more rounds.
The Mongols, they are fragging. Furia jet lagging, fresh off of the plane from Astana and not performing up to their potential. It's not the same look as we saw from them in Kazakhstan. Furia coming in looking a little worse for wear, a little fatigued, which is understandable and justifiable. Fresh off of the plane and now occupying a very different plane of existence. It's slow. It hasn't worked out, but they did recover something, a little something at the end, and a pistol would certainly make this a whole lot more competitive. Heading B with the whole squad.
All right, it's not a B rush. They are going to hit this once the timing is called. Techno on the line. Has going to have to hit some shots. He's under pressure already. Where's the support?
He backs away, and that is the support in Senzu. Fires off 2 shots, doesn't connect.
Oh, he's behind the smoke.
And now smoked off. Okay, shaping up nicely for the T side. They've got some
Everyone's
space.
here.
Headshots not being hit. No bullets. It's Yakinda draws first. Yakinda gets 2. A huge start for Furia's pistol hopes, and it gets worse for Mazinho. Converted down 3 on the Glock. Yakinda. He's doubled his kill total to get Furia a pistol.
Okay, well, that's going to be both pistols for Furia in this map. However, in the first half, they won the pistol, lost the force. And this time round, there will be not even a kill for the Mongols. No armor saved, no 3 kills for a player to drop an M4. So if they want to force again, this is going to be one of the weakest complexions of that type of a scenario. It's still feasible, but you don't get the bogey. You don't get the, oh, okay, well, they've got a FAMAS with the armor that's saved, or you know, we have a few rifles to work with an SMG or a couple of 5.7s. They're actually going to take this as light as you like. So they will be bringing out the A1Ss into the next, the Mongols. Furia are going to be hoping they get away with this one quite cleanly. An aggressive stance on ramp forces Quesarado to go searching elsewhere. I want to join up with the rest of his team. Have already sprung through middle and into the crossfire, but they'll deal with this one. Couple of kills come in, so decent damage done, but it is going to be now 8-6. Furia aren't giving up the fight.
Yeah, team effort across the board as well. Everyone from Furia doing the best they can with what they're working with.
I want to see how the Mongols operate with this first rifle round. Senzu's not going to be able to buy any utility. He bought that P250, so he's just going to be able to go, oh no, he has a little bit of extra. Don't you worry about that. So they only have 2 incendiaries. They've got smokes across the board, lacking flashes. And the reason I want to see what this approach is, you have to be a bit more creative in this situation on the CT side, and well, this is it. They're going to have 2 players in early stance, boost 2 up and push for B app's presence. So you're banking it around like this, the Furia run a default, right? That they're not going straight into an A execute, or they're not doing something a little bit pacier, and it's worked. Look at this massive void. They've pipped the gap, they've threaded the needle, they have so much room. It will now free up Senzu to rotate away completely, and all the noise, like Yakinda's glancing over like, oh, it's a possibility, we know nobody's there, but you're not really believing that this level of a push has happened with 1:10 on the clock. Look at this.
What's very
Look
interesting,
at this.
Yeah, I mean, this is rare. This is a rarity. At 1 minute, the CTs have arrived at the perfect time. So the whole XX being lined up, and now okay, how do you play this? Do you just shoot the first guy you see? Techno, you will now. That's the bomb on the floor. Yakinda trying to go for the trade, falling from the elevated angle. 9-10 immediately adjusts
and you can't go back because you know Techno was top mid.
Yeah. Yuri's going to like...
I think he must see in the barrel.
Yeah, he's just praying the Mazinho puts his head in the crosshair. Oh, he still loses the duel. Oh, even after all of that.
I feel bad for Jakey there.
This sucks for Yakinda. I don't even know.
I feel worse for Yakinda than I do for Jakey, our observer.
And you can't even blame Jakey because you have to...
He's like, the other guy's fighting. I have to change. And then as soon as he changes, the kill comes in. It's like, bloody hell.
Yeah, you can't catch it.
I saw MC and Jakey getting in some Facer games. They're up against Tessus and Nico, and they beat them.
Yo! I mean, MC's a real god gamer. He's a very...
Oh, were they on the same team?
Good shooter.
Maybe they're on the same team as... Oh, MC says they beat him. Okay, yeah. All right, Furia, a flash, a P250, a dream. And we all have dreams, don't we, Alex?
It's a flash. It means it can be played on your opponent's turn.
Ah, they've got land.
Yes, exactly. They tap their lands and look to plant their bomb, but no, not to be. An eco bash with 5 alive. Senzu confirms it. Adds the stats and double digis for the Mongolians.
Crikey.
That's what the Australians are saying. Are they saying that anymore?
Facetiously.
It's ironic.
Facetiously,
now.
for sure. Unless you are actually someone who lives in the bush.
Right.
Where you deal with alligators, crocodiles.
And that's when crikey seems more like, necessary.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, from A to A, but this time there's a bit more utility, Mr. Richardson. And let's make it an A execute. The Joker position. He's tucked in, 9-10.
No molly, no molly. He had an option, throws it triple. Fallen, better clear his corners, otherwise he is a dead man. Oh, dear. See, Kinder and Yuri on the double entry. Lovely.
I think you just save if you're Mongols. You don't need to go for this.
Blitz can get away.
Oh, there's a flank coming in quite quickly from... No, he's called it off. So, in that situation, Mazinho goes down very quickly in the early stages. If 9-10 stays tucked, he might not get cleared because Mazinho's the A anchor, and it was looking like he's playing retake.
Right. Oh, nice shots.
How keen are the young eyes? Like, if I had a rifle, I'm not seeing through that.
No, that's an AWPer line.
That's not... it's not on.
Crikey.
Bloody oath.
Struth almighty.
Yeah, I've run out.
Oh, no.
I was just going to say, like, Sheila, which is another very
Sheila.
Australian term, but just a name, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a name.
Just a name.
When you think about it, anything's just a name.
Mousepad.
That's just a name for a thing.
Keyboard.
Headphones. Just a name. Round 18. Mid-control, the objective for Yakinda. And he's going to have, he's going to have an AWPer posted if he goes any further towards that Delpan corner.
9-10's not staying on the line, though. He's playing for a short creep, which tells me that he thinks they're closer than they are.
Oh, they are edging forward. Fallen making moves. Senzu trying to catch him on the spams. Through that smoke on Con. Flash the AWPer off the line, gets across. Fallen, brought down. Good work from 9-10. Compromised by the flash, still manages to post up and deliver.
You would love to see, I was going to say Yuri do something crazy through that cat smoke, but you don't want to give over another kill. But at the moment, I feel that you need to play outside of the box to try and rumble the Mongols. Got away with the A execute in the previous. You went for something a bit more default or mid-centric this time round. The bomb's still floating as Techno, if he peers out, that's a free kill.
It is, yeah.
Yuri might, he's dismantling the elevation, and he is down and about into a B split. 9-10 isn't going to miss those, is he? As Queserado pokes his head up underpass, and I feel like at the moment now it's quite telling that the B split is on. 2 players.
Oof, into the AWP as well. Does he hit the flick?
Up. Flicks down.
Oh, lovely. 9-10's round, yeah, he's ruling the world.
Look at the ace.
Can he get the perfect 5-bullet ace with the AWP? He's got 1 bullet, 1 target, and it's Techno to crash the party and ruin everything.
It's all right, Techno has 17 kills. He's doing his best. Actually, if he let 9-10 get that kill, then 9-10 would have more kills than him. So you
we can't allow that.
You can't have that.
No. This is his top fragging map. It doesn't happen all the time.
That's true.
Fresh cup.
Is Blitz still on the end?
Oh, yeah, they did change
Wait. Yeah, did he change
back.
in Astana?
I didn't know.
I didn't notice either. No, I didn't notice. Maybe I'll see if there's any photos of Astana on HLTV, but if we could get a production, if we could get a row kind of camera at some point.
Well, not right now, because we've got a little pacey Queserato AK.
A Pacerato.
A Pacerato. Asking questions of this B setup. Senzu brought down. Oh, he nearly transfers, but Blitz and Techno stand stalwart. They're dropping in. An easy frag. Techno, 6 bullets is all he needs. And just to Molotoy. Lovely work for the third as well. Techno does stay at the top of the table. 20 frags deep.
He's not in the middle. He's still
at the end.
But Mazinho's in the middle now.
Fallen's
I thought they moved Techno to them.
Techno's always been on the end.
Wasn't he in the middle? Techno was in the middle when we were doing Melbourne?
Yes, Melbs.
And then they put Mazinho in the middle now, and Techno's gone back to the end. So Techno's gone, I don't like being in the middle.
Yeah.
It's too much responsibility.
Stressful in the middle.
Is this the last round? Remember, one in chat or Glorp.
One.
You guys have the power. We put all the power in your hands.
Let's find out. Tech9's, it's certainly not ideal for Furia. Compromised. And testing B once more. Techno's going to get another opportunity to farm some kills. How's he play this one? Not very ammo efficient, but with enough ammo to track. Yuri down to half health. Across to the site with a recovered M4. Missed shot out of Senzu on that AWP. Will play for the retake, and oh no, Yuri asks questions of market and loses his life as a product of it. Multi recovers the M4 at the bare minimum. 3 in that market, it does feel unwinnable.
This is it, this is the map, this is the series.
Yeah, thrust to the lower bracket, Furia, they knew it wasn't going to be easy today when they got off the plane, and now up against the Mongols, they fall in 2. Best of 3 series, quick and efficient from Mongols to start off their campaign of IEM Dallas playoffs at a minimum, as they make a strong case in their opening day of play.
Yeah, this is the thing for the Mongols, right? This is a team that has been making playoff after playoff. They've been looking threatening, but we need to see them be able to follow through on the stage matches. They'll need to win another one of these if they want to get themselves there, and their next opponent will be G2. Fall into that lower bracket, Furia will be taking on Lin Vision, and I've just been hitting the galleries, Alex. I will confirm that Mazinho has taken the middle position. He has taken the sacrifice for the team. But we've got Pimp, we've got Yanko, and we've got a day to wrap up. Yeehaw! Yeah!
We sure do, we sure do. The Mongols wrapping up this game in quite the fashion, beating Furia 2-0 in a game that never really got competitive. Yanko, we were all positive, we were all excited about Furia. We saw glimpses in Astana what maybe could be, but we saw nothing like that today.
Yeah, I think you could also tell that they weren't in their best shape today, understandable as well. And we were saying some of the reasons why they were so exciting to watch in Astana is Kinder and Molodoy, and they definitely didn't have a good series here. So I don't want to be too harsh on them, right? Under the circumstances, I think we can cut them a little bit of slack, but unfortunately the next game that they lose, they'll be eliminated from the tournament. So hopefully they can bounce back quickly and against Lin Vision, you know, sort of extend their life in the tournament and maybe have another playoff run.
It does make it incredible difficult for Furia to make the playoff. Now for the Mongols to win this game and do it in that fashion, that's going to give them a boost of confidence. 2 times in a row beating Furia, looking somewhat decent. Is that a team that you have, you know, on the cusp of making the playoff?
Yeah, I think probably tomorrow is their best chance, maybe even, right? Going up against G2, we'll see. It's a team that they've struggled to play against even this year, but yeah.
It has been quite the day. Now, obviously, the first game of the day was interesting for many reasons. Now, Simple coming back into professional Counter-Strike. His debut with FaZe Clan didn't go according to plan. We have Group A on your screen here as well, as you can see how it's unfolded today. Vitality winning 2-0 versus Legacy, but was pushed to 24 rounds. Gamer Legion taking down 3D Max, the Mongols G2 Esports. You said it yourself here, Yanko, maybe the best shot for the Mongols to make the playoff. Could the same be said for G2?
I'm not so sure, because you look at that lower bracket and there's not that there's no big names really, and you know, Vitality is going to beat Gamer Legion, so they're going to be in there too. And it does feel whoever loses from the Mongols or G2 are still the favorites to make the playoffs through the lower bracket. But yeah, not to get too ahead of ourselves, we'll have to wait and see how those games pan out.
We also had a lot of games happening in Group B. Mouse took down their opponents 2-0 in a game that was somewhat close. Liquid, as said, took down FaZe Clan and Simple 2-0. Aurora Heroic are still playing right now, and if I'm not mistaken, Heroic are very close to making it 1-1 if it hasn't happened already. And then Falcons, we saw them here, Yanko take down Energy. For this group, clear-cut favorites. Now the Mouse Liquid game, is that getting closer and closer? Liquid maybe stepping up and Mouse stagnating a little bit?
I think so. I think Liquid definitely has chances in that one, right? On the other side of the bracket, you have the Falcons, who we'll see. I mean, Aurora is in the same situation as Furia, so if that goes to a third map, you wonder if they'll have enough left on the tank, to really close that one out, or does Heroic get a chance, you know, to play against some of their former players in Falcons now? So yeah, interesting. Simple now in the lower bracket, right? Every extra game is going to mean a lot for FaZe Clan to sort of just get some synergy going, figure out how it is to play with Simple. And yeah, we're all excited to see him in action again.
It is going to be fun. It is going to be exciting. And we do have a schedule for tomorrow as well that we are ready to show for you guys. Obviously, still games are going on right now, so there's a couple of TBDs. But what we do know for a fact is that FaZe Clan will take on BCG. And we do know for a fact that Liquid will play Mousesports in a very interesting game. Now, Janko, FaZe Clan, will they survive tomorrow? Will we see more of Simple, or could that be it already?
It could be it. It actually could be it. BCG does have a chance against the FaZe Clan that's in this sort of situation where they also have not just Simple but Skulls as a stand-in. I think it will get close, but FaZe will push through.
We also have a B stream for day 2, and we have Legacy taking on 3D Max in that lower bracket. We have Vitality versus Gamer Legion. Dare say it. Vitality booking a spot at the playoff tomorrow. TBD versus NRG. We'll see what that's going to be. And then, of course, Furia taking on Linvision. Now, the Furia we saw today, you're going to cut them some slack. Tomorrow, we should be seeing a better looking Furia, and they should be able to beat Linvision, no?
They should, but I wouldn't underestimate Linvision. You know, they had their chances against G2. Heavy God had an incredible series and then really, you know, shut them down, so to speak, and could be an interesting game.
It's been a long day of Counter-Strike, and there's still more Counter-Strike taking place right now. As we can hear in the background, Heroic are still playing versus Aurora, and I think it's very, very close to be a third map in that one. For us, we're going to call it a day. Tomorrow we'll be back an hour earlier than we were today with even more action-packed Counter-Strike. Teams will be eliminated. Teams will make the playoff. We're live here from IEM Dallas, and I, for once, am very, very excited.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite!
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4
bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Ruteris. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the cathedral.
As he gets headshotted, but some Pius pushes through. Op not necessary. Can the Deagle do it from the back of the site? Can he thread in another headshot? Just damage. Now just X-Cloud. Stuck in towards E-Box. HE grenade. Target on his back right now. And no targets to shoot at. Bomb not even needed to be planted. It's Xantares with the 4K. We were laughing about the dual Berettas ratio. He is alive and kicking on the T side.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a tough bit of a map here for himself. Outside of those pistol rounds, hasn't been able to provide much, but what a time to step up to the plate. Look at his aim. Look at the way that he floats around the map so effectively. Quick to strike on those kills and putting it on up to 9 now. Things got so chaotic, it looked like it could have been the death of Aurora here on Anubis, but instead, they fight on. They stay afloat. They're still treading water right now, just looking to survive for here. But trying to make it to a point in which they can take it into OT. They've got to be flawless in the calls. No room for mistakes. Some Pius is up. It could be challenged here soon. A lot of mid utility, hinting that that's the direction Xantares looking to go.
Shoving aiming. Oh, what?
Arcadia
What?
deletes X-Flood through the smoke.
But some Pius does dismiss on the Matcher. And he tucks away into the site. They know where the op is. The decision, do they want to challenge it, is the question. And the answer seems like no.
Middle.
And they're going back in. They hear the mid re-clear, and they know the B site is empty. The read is in for Aurora.
They just need the shots to back it up. Woxic on the scene, holding off towards Temple. His teammate getting positioned in towards Plat, but it's Heroic making a decision. Playing it safe here, calling it back in towards Temple, waiting for their whole team to arrive, trusting in the 4v4 now. Flank is rolling as well from LNZ, but you've got to clear every last position. And an advantage for Wakadia. Firing up here. Missed shot from Woxic, not going to do him much favors. As the flashes roll out, they've made their decision. They're bailing.
No way.
It's double digits.
There is no way. The comeback of the year on the cards right now for Aurora. I said it as a joke. That's a nice shot from some Pius. He's still in the server for sure. But Aurora, with one round in between, have picked up 9 in this half.
Foundations of this comeback, the fact that they had to do it was such a long and grueling day.
Yes.
Of travel here, right? They've been traveling. They breeze past us too with the clutches and make it happen. But to be down 11-1 in the first half, I wouldn't blame them for saying, all right, let's just take it to a third. Calling it quits.